Postum presents...
Henry Aldrich.
Coming, Mother.
Postum presents The Aldrich Family, written by Clifford Goldsmith. Entertainment for all the family, brought to you by Postum, a tempting, wholesome drink for all the family. Postum. A teenage boy like Tom Sawyer or Penrod Schofield or Henry Aldrich. Well, these boys mean more to us than just youngsters in books and stories, don't they? For when we listen to them and to the things they do, we kind of hear again some of the things we said and did when we ourselves were young. And there just may be a teenage youngster like Henry in your front hall right now. But listen, there he is talking.
But, Homer, I can't possibly go fishing with you next Friday.
Why not, Henry? Give me one good reason.
Because I've told you 3 times. I'm stuck with Violet. I've got to play tennis with her on Friday.
Listen, Henry, you mean to say you'd rather go out there on a tennis court on a hot day and let Violet run you ragged when you can go sit on a log with me and pull the fish in as fast as they bite?
No, I wouldn't. Of course I wouldn't. But, Homer, don't you understand? I have to play tennis with Violet.
Why?
Because. Way back in July, I promised to take her to the movies. Then I got out of it by telling her I'd take her to a dance in August. And I finally got out of that by telling her I'd play tennis with her in September.
Okay, then, okay. Tell her you'll take her to something real good in October.
Now, listen, I can't go on like that all year.
Well, you can get out of it some way, can't you? Why don't you go to the phone there and say, Violet, I can't possibly play tennis with you Friday. I've got to take a makeup exam.
In what?
Well, make it in Latin. That would be believable. And, Henry, after all, they are having makeups at the school on Friday.
They are?
Sure.
But, Homer, it's not the truth. I don't have to take any makeup exams in Latin.
Well, it's darn near the truth. If you'd gotten 59 or less last June, you'd have to take one, wouldn't you?
Yes.
Well, how much did you get?
60.
And there you are. Anybody that says you shouldn't take one is just splitting hairs. Now, go ahead and telephone her.
No.
All right, Henry, all right. If you don't want to go down to the lake and... Do you know how big the fish are this year?
Homer, it isn't that I don't want to go with you. Gee whiz. As a matter of fact, Violet gives me a pain. But I'm not going to lie to her.
All right, then tell her the truth. Tell her you can't stand her face.
Sure. Don't you realize Violet is related to practically everybody in this town? I can't help it if I don't have to take a makeup exam. Although, I'll have to admit there isn't a great deal of difference between 59 and 60, is there?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. And you know darn well if Miss Wheeler had any sense, she would have made you take it over.
Homer, do you remember Violet's number?
I've just got through looking it up for you twice. Elm 371.
The only thing is, though...
Henry, let me call her for you.
Now, wait, Homer, give me that phone. Gee whiz. Hello, operator. You just get me into a lot of trouble.
How could I?
Number, please.
Elm 371.
Thank you.
Henry, just tell her that you've been talking it over with me, and I don't want tennis to interfere with anything else you're going to do Friday. That would be the truth, wouldn't it?
Hello?
You don't have to say you're going fishing over at McCorkle's Rocks.
Hello, is McCorkle there?
Who?
Oh, is this Violet? Well, listen, Violet, this is Henry. And boy, you're just going to hate me when I tell you something, but I've got to...
Mother, I never felt so conscience-stricken in my life. I feel just awful.
Now, Violet, I'm sure Henry understood.
But, Mother, I was so rude to him. I'm going to call Aunt Ella right this minute and ask her whether there isn't anything she can do for Henry.
Oh, did Henry take Latin under Aunt Ella last year?
Hello?
Number, please.
Elm 909.
Elm 909. But, Violet, don't you think it's important that Henry pass his Latin?
Mother, Henry promised to play tennis with me way back last month.
Hello?
Hello. Could I speak to Miss Wheeler, please?
This is Miss Wheeler.
Oh, hello, Aunt Ella. This is Violet.
Yes.
Aunt Ella, does Henry Aldrich have to take his makeup exam on Friday with you?
Does who have to?
Henry Aldrich, Aunt Ella.
Oh, is he taking one?
Why, yes. At least that's what he told me.
Why, I'm not doubting your word, dear. I'm just glad you told me. You see, I misplaced my report book somewhere during the summer, and I didn't remember that Henry had to take one.
Wouldn't you like to sit over here by this table lamp?
Thank you. Where's Henry?
Well, I believe he and Homer are up in his room. They're making bass flies.
Yes?
And, Sam, I'd like to have a heart-to-heart talk with you.
What about?
Do you really think Henry ought to try to go on with his Latin this year?
Why shouldn't he?
He's going to have to take a makeup exam in it this coming Friday.
You mean he didn't pass last June? Alice, I thought Henry came through with a flying 60.
And that's what I understood. But Miss Wheeler called this afternoon and announced right out of a clear sky he'd have to take the exam over. I haven't told him yet.
Well, that's a fine thing.
Sam, don't you think it'd be a lot wiser if we just let Henry drop the whole thing?
Alice, when he started something, we certainly ought to make him finish it.
But, dear, it isn't because Henry doesn't understand Latin. I think the whole trouble lies in his teeth.
In his teeth? Alice, it isn't his teeth, it's his character.
But, Sam, it's common knowledge that little Freddie Jones had to go back and repeat his algebra 3 times. And then they discovered by pulling all his teeth out, everything cleared up.
Yes? And you mean to say he's never had any more trouble?
Not in algebra.
Well, we're not going to pull Henry's teeth out.
What's that, Father? Were you saying something about me?
No, Henry.
Isn't that funny? It sounded just as though Father said I ought to have my teeth pulled out.
We were not talking about you, Henry. What is it you want?
Look, Father, look at the bass fly Homer and I made.
Oh, yes. What do you call it?
The brown Aldrich. We're going to use it Friday.
This Friday, dear?
Yes, sure.
But, Henry, you may not be able to go fishing on Friday.
Sure I will, Mother. I've got everything fixed up.
But, dear, I'm afraid we have something else fixed up for you on Friday.
You do? You mean you have a surprise for me?
Well, it may be in the nature of one.
Although it shouldn't come as one, at least it didn't to me.
What do you mean, Father?
Henry, Miss Wheeler phoned today.
Miss Wheeler? Who's Miss Wheeler?
Now, wait a minute. You mean to say you never heard of a Miss Wheeler?
No. No.
Think back to last spring. What worried you more than anything else?
Well, I can't remember that any one thing worried me more than anything else. Unless it was that window I broke over on. Only her name was Wilcox.
Henry, Miss Wheeler is your Latin teacher.
Oh, Miss Wheeler. Oh, sure, Miss Wheeler. You know, I knew I'd heard that name before.
Fine.
And she's got what you might call a surprise for me?
Dear, on Friday you're to take your makeup.
Who, I? My makeup?
Yes, then you do remember?
Well, yes, I know, but gee whiz, I don't have to take any makeup.
Oh, yes, you do.
I know, but I don't. I have to take one. Are you sure Miss Wheeler said I was the one?
And you think she might have meant me or your mother?
No, but...
Hey, Henry.
Homer, will you please stop bothering me? I just had some... Oh, boy. Well, all I can say is it's something I'll certainly never be able to figure out.
Same here.
And you know, Homer, the more I think about it, when I first walked into the living room, my mother was saying my whole trouble in Latin might be due to my teeth.
To your what, Henry? Your teeth.
Sure, a thing like that is possible.
Henry, I don't mean you should do anything disobedient, but when Friday comes, we couldn't get up early and go fishing and then tell your mother you thought your exam was a week from Friday.
Homer, I couldn't do anything like that.
Well, a thing like that could happen. I've mixed up days of the week lots of times.
Homer, do you know what I think I'm going to do?
What?
I'm going over to school first thing tomorrow and have a talk with Miss Wheeler. Homer, I couldn't possibly pass that exam. And besides, I've got a very important engagement for Friday.
With who?
With who? Who do you think?
Have there been any phone calls for me, Miss Shea? No, Miss Wheeler, not that I know of. Mr. Nelson was here for a while, and he said that Henry Aldrich was waiting all morning to see you. Henry Aldrich? To see me? Yes, he left this note for you. Oh, really? Well, you know, Miss Shea, I believe that boy is really improving. In what way? Listen to this note of his. Dear Miss Wheeler, please don't think that I'm not most anxious to take my makeup on Friday. I agree with my father, although my mother does feel that my teeth are more important. But as I said to a friend of mine, instead of having all my teeth out, as my mother seems to think, I feel first I ought to see whether I can't get a hold of Latin some other way. Please let me know. Henry W. Aldrich. Just exactly what does that mean? Oh, my. The poor boy.
Hello? Hello, Sam. Are you listening?
Yes, Alice. Did you say Miss Wheeler, Henry's Latin teacher, wrote that letter?
Yes, Sam.
What does she want to pull all his teeth out for?
Sam, don't you remember what I told you last night and you wouldn't listen to me?
In the first place, Alice, I don't think it's his teeth at all. If it's anything, it might just possibly be his tonsils.
His tonsils, dear. He's had his tonsils out.
Well, maybe they've come back. Miss Wheeler doesn't know. All she knows is that she can't get Latin into him.
Sam, apparently, from this letter, she's been talking to the school dentist.
But you're not going to let them go ahead on Henry, are you?
Well, they have an awfully good doctor at the school now.
Mother, could I interrupt you for just a second?
Yes, dear, of course you may. Sam, hold the line just a second. Henry wants to speak to me.
Mother, have you seen...
Dear, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but before you tire yourself with any more talking, why don't you sit on the stairs there?
You mean sit down and wait till you get through?
No, dear, sit down and relax and finish what you started to say.
All I want to know is where my fishing tackle is.
I took it out on the back porch. I thought it'd be nicer for you to work with it there rather than down in the damp basement.
Well, thank you, Mother. Thank you very much. Homer!
Henry, don't run. Walk.
But I'm in a hurry, Mother. Homer!
I found it out here in the back porch, Henry.
You did? You know, it was very nice of my mother to lug all that stuff up here.
Henry, just what did Miss Wheeler say in that letter your mother got this morning?
I don't know exactly. All I know is I don't have to take the exam.
None at all?
No.
You know, that was very decent of Miss Wheeler to excuse you. You know what, Henry? If we catch any fish, let's give half of them to Miss Wheeler and half to your mother.
Sure. Homer, you don't know how to untie that knot in that line. Here, let me take it a second.
Well, what are you going to do?
I'm going to untie it with my teeth.
Listen, Henry, don't you realize that's a hard knot?
That's all right, Homer. Do you think I'm a weakling? I can untie anything with my teeth.
Listen, Henry, I just had another idea about those fish.
What fish?
That we're going to give to your mother and Miss Wheeler. Let's fry them for them.
Okay. We'll fry them in butter and cracker crumbs.
Sure. And let's even clean them for her.
Henry!
Yes, Mother?
Dear, could you come here a minute?
Yes, sure. Is there something I can do for you?
Dear, I want to have a little talk with you.
Yes, Mother.
Your father and I have just been discussing that letter I received from Miss Wheeler this morning.
Yes, Mother. We're going to take her some fish, fried in butter. I think that's the least I can do for her for what she's done for me. Don't you?
I certainly do. In fact, it's a very good thing she took an interest in you.
Boy, I'll say so.
Now, before I tell you something, I want you to tell me just how you feel.
I feel fine.
You do?
In fact, at least, well, I feel all right, I think.
That's just temporary, dear. There's probably a period in every day when you feel a little lift.
A little lift?
Yes, dear. But your father and I have decided to see to it that you feel as well as this all the time.
You mean I don't have to take any Latin anymore?
Well, it's certainly not going to be a burden for you anymore. Tomorrow morning, dear, you're going down to the dentist and have a little work done.
At the dentist, Mother?
Miss Wheeler says they feel at the school that you should have your teeth out.
Who, I, Mother? My teeth?
Now, Henry, you mustn't get excited.
But listen, Mother, all of them? Where did Miss Wheeler ever get an idea like that?
Hey, Henry, come out here and untie another knot for me. How do you feel, Henry?
I feel all right. I feel fine. I just wish my folks would listen to reason.
Did you see this in the paper?
What's it about?
Some guy that fell asleep in a dentist chair. And, oh, boy.
Now listen, Homer.
I didn't tell you what happened to him, Henry. I didn't even mention what he's suing the dentist for. And incidentally, why don't you do what I told you to?
What?
Why don't you go in and have a heart-to-heart talk with your folks and just tell them Miss Wheeler isn't such a hot teacher? What does she know about teeth? As a matter of fact, she doesn't know so much about Latin.
Oh, no, Homer. I've taken your advice for the last time.
You mean you're going to lose all your teeth just because you're too proud to admit I'm right?
Listen, Homer, don't you realize I have ideas of my own sometimes?
Sure, and where did they ever get you? Right into a dentist chair.
Henry!
Yes, Mother?
Your father wants to speak to you here in the living room.
He does? As a matter of fact, Mother, I was just going to speak to him.
Yeah? What's on your mind?
Why, Father, this is one final thing I'd like to have you understand. All last year, whenever I went into my Latin class, my teeth didn't hurt especially. In fact, my teeth didn't give me any trouble at all. I'd just sit down, and the first thing I'd know, I'd get awfully sleepy.
Sleepy? You mean you felt as though you might have been drugged?
Drugged? By Latin?
Yes.
Well, yes, you might say.
And there you are, Alice. That's just what I've been telling you.
But, Sam, I'm sure it isn't his tonsils.
My what?
Henry, I want you to please go out in the kitchen and get me a glass of water.
But, Mother, aren't you interested in my reactions?
Yes, dear, we're very much interested, but I would like a drink of water.
Yes, Mother.
Henry, when you felt sleepy, did you find it difficult to wake up afterwards?
No. At least as soon as the bell rang, I was all right.
What bell was that, Henry?
Homer, what am I going to do?
You know, Henry, I was just thinking.
What?
Maybe we ought to take a picture of you smiling with your mouth open, so we'll have something to remember you by.
Now, listen, Homer.
It was just an idea, Henry.
Keep quiet, Homer. Keep quiet. I'm trying to listen to what my mother's saying.
You are?
Can you hear her?
She's telling your father about the job your Aunt Harriet had done on her teeth.
She is? Can you hear anything more?
Your father's sure it's your tonsils. He says the whole trouble is you can't breathe.
I can?
What does he mean by that, Henry?
I can breathe all right, Homer.
Just the same, Henry, don't you think you ought to sit down on the stairs? I'm beginning to think there's something wrong with you myself.
You know, I could pick up the telephone right now, call up around a dozen of you friends of the Aldrich family, and ask each of you point blank, why do you drink Postum? The most immediate answer, of course, would be...
Because I like it. Because Postum tastes well.
Well, that's the natural reason for drinking any beverage. But it's not the only reason for drinking Postum. For example, one fellow I know says...
I work in a war plant as a surgical instrument finisher. That's a precision job, and it takes steady hands and fingers to do it. Well, I've always known that coffee gets my nerves all keyed up and jittery, so I can't drink coffee. Still, I do want a hot drink, and Postum just fits the bill, because there's no caffeine in it to bother my nerves.
Well, all I'd like to suggest, ladies and gentlemen, is that you ask yourself whether nervousness is hampering your efficiency lately, and whether coffee could be responsible. For many people's nerves are set on edge by coffee, even though others can drink it without ill effect. And if you suspect coffee affects you, a switch to Postum, which contains no caffeine, no stimulant of any kind, may be of real benefit. Postum is a hearty, robust drink with real He-Man appeal. So if coffee makes you nervous, give Postum a fair trial. And then see if you're not feeling so much more relaxed and at ease that you decide to make Postum your regular mealtime drink. Now getting back to the troubles of Henry Aldrich. In talking himself out of a date, Henry has walked straight into a make-up Latin exam. In trying to talk his way out of the Latin exam, he has talked his way into having his teeth extracted. The scene opens in a dentist's outer office.
Good morning.
Good morning, Dr. Smedley.
Sorry, I'm a couple of minutes late. Any messages?
No, Mrs. Wright is here. She has a swollen jaw. She thinks it's an abscessed tooth.
Yes.
Oh, and Henry Aldrich phoned.
Who?
Henry Aldrich, don't you remember his mother called yesterday and was so upset about his condition?
Yes.
Well, he phoned and said he was very anxious to come down and let you pull just as many of his teeth as you felt should be removed. But he's a little worried about his father.
About who?
His father. It seems Mr. Aldrich is very much upset over Henry's tonsils.
How bad are they?
His father said he couldn't breathe.
He can't breathe. Well, I can't do any extracting with a boy in that condition.
Are you through with the phone?
Yes, Sam.
I've got to call Dr. Taylor about an accident case.
Well, dear, I'm sorry if I've been using the phone when you wanted to, but wait till I tell you who that was that just called.
Who was it?
It was the dentist nurse. She was phoning about Henry.
What's the matter?
Sam, you were right all the time. It isn't his teeth at all. From the way she talked, the dentist took one look down Henry's throat and said it's his tonsils.
Yes? Well, that's what I told you.
And, Sam, evidently they're so bad Henry can hardly breathe.
You see that? Didn't I tell you? No wonder he was sleepy whenever he went into Latin.
Sam, where are you going? Aren't you interested?
Alice, we know it's his tonsils now, don't we? I've got to make that telephone call.
Well, it does seem that at a time like this... Dear, this is important.
And so is this. Don't you remember that accident case I had to take care of last week?
Yes.
Well, the fellow's in a serious condition, and I've got to get a report on him from Dr. Taylor before I leave for the office. And if you like, while I have him on the wire, I can make an engagement for Henry to have an examination.
Well, dear, why didn't you explain that right from the beginning?
Mother!
Yes, Henry, are you back from the dentist already?
Well, I'm back.
Well, don't wear yourself out trying to tell me about it, dear. If it helps you any, you may breathe with your mouth open.
With my mouth open? All the time?
Yes.
But how can I talk?
It's just as well if you don't use your throat too much, dear.
But I wanted to ask you whether there's been a message for me.
A message?
A telephone message.
No, dear. The only phone call was from Dr. Smedley, the dentist's office.
Oh. Did Dr. Smedley talk with you?
His nurse did. She told me about your condition.
My condition?
Yes, dear. Your tonsils and everything.
Oh. Is that right?
It's a wonder you were able to get even 68 in your algebra last year.
Hey, Henry.
What, Homer?
Was any left for you?
Was any left for me?
You know, any message.
Henry, your father's talking on the phone with Dr. Taylor right this minute.
He is, Mother. About me?
Henry, did you hear me?
Yes, Homer. A message was left for me.
You don't have to have your teeth out?
No, Homer. Keep quiet. Keep quiet. I'm trying to hear something.
What are you listening to? Where are you going, Henry?
I want to hear what my father's saying to Dr. Taylor.
Yes, Doctor.
Why? What's happened?
Homer, will you please keep quiet?
What's that, Doctor? You don't think it could possibly be his tonsils? I'm glad to hear you say that.
Homer, do you hear that? Do you hear that?
You don't have to worry about your tonsils?
No.
But, Doctor, how about this other matter? Is he in pretty bad condition?
Oh, boy.
Do you think you'll have to operate? That's too bad.
Oh, boy.
What's he saying, Henry?
Oh, that's too bad.
Oh, boy. Homer, did he say operate?
Tomorrow morning at 10:30?
Oh, boy.
Yes, of course I'll be there. A major operation, eh?
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
About how long do you think you'll be under the ether?
Homer, did he say ether? Ether makes me sick.
Me too.
Listen, Homer, let's get away from here. How did I ever get into this mess anyhow?
Don't you remember you didn't want to play tennis?
What's tennis got to do with it?
Don't you remember, Henry, you don't like Violet?
I know, Homer, but I like Violet better than getting operated on.
Where are you going?
Well, can't I go over to your house and just sort of disappear until they stop worrying about me?
Maybe that would help.
Sam!
Oh, boy, come on. I think I hear my mother coming.
Sam!
Henry, why don't you ask them whether it's wise to operate with your appendix the way it is?
Now, listen, Homer.
Sam, are you still phoning?
I'm finished, Alice.
Well, my goodness, when does he want to see Henry?
I've got some good news for you. He said he looked at Henry's throat only last week, and there isn't a chance in the world of anything being wrong there.
Really? Then what do you suppose is wrong?
Probably nothing.
Now, Sam, don't stand there and tell me nothing is wrong with Henry. He hasn't eaten a mouthful for 48 hours.
He's probably just sick over the idea of going back to school.
Dear, you don't suppose it's because of that windbreaker, do you?
Windbreaker? What windbreaker?
That leather windbreaker he wants. He's been begging me to get him one ever since last spring.
What would that have to do with it?
Well, I can remember when I was his age, I wanted a pair of long gloves, and I didn't eat for a week.
All right, then. Take him down and buy him a windbreaker. See whether his appetite picks up any.
Oh, Henry!
Henry!
Henry Aldrich!
Well, Alice, what do you say we turn out the lights and go up to bed?
But, Sam, don't you think we ought to wait up just a little while longer?
Alice, why wait up? All we have to do is leave the door unlocked. Henry knows where his room is.
I know, dear, but don't you think I ought to at least leave some dinner on the stove for him?
No, I don't think so at all. If Henry wasn't hungry enough to come home for dinner, I don't see why you should put yourself out, Alice. Now, come on, let's go up.
When you phoned the Browns, just what did they say?
They said they hadn't seen him and wanted to know if Homer was over here.
Did you phone the Bartlett?
Alice, I called everybody. And if you ask me, I don't think we should get him that windbreaker.
Now, dear, don't you see? That's why he probably wandered off like this, because he feels so bad about not getting the windbreaker.
Listen.
What's that?
Listen. Somebody just came in the front door.
Henry, do you think I left my hat upstairs?
Henry, is that you?
Are you calling I, Mother?
Henry, will you please come in here?
Oh, excuse me. I thought you'd gone to... hello?
Haven't they gone to bed, Henry?
Homer, I want you to come in here.
Yes, Mrs. Aldrich.
Where have you boys been?
Why, just around, Father. May I go to bed?
Have you had anything to eat?
Oh, yes, Mrs. Aldrich. We had plenty.
Sure.
Well, I'm going up to bed. And, Henry...
Yes, Father.
I realize you've had a hard day today, but nevertheless, you shouldn't have gone off like this without telling us where you were going.
No, Father.
And, Henry, I've waited up because I wanted to tell you that your father and I have a little surprise for you.
You have?
Tomorrow morning, I want you to be ready to go downtown with me at 10:15.
Yes, Mother.
Oh, boy.
Now, don't think about it anymore. Just put the whole thing out of your mind as though I hadn't said anything.
Yes, Mother.
Do you want to go into the living room and sit down for a second, Henry?
No. Only, Mother... I've been thinking things over, and boy, do I feel sorry for poor Violet.
For poor who?
Violet Prescott. Gee, if I don't phone her right this minute, there she'll be tomorrow, stuck all day, and not a soul to play tennis with.
That's what I say.
What do you mean?
Why, I tell you, Mother, whatever your surprise for tomorrow was, well, don't think of it for another second.
Really?
I give you my word. Hello, operator.
Number, please.
Why, Elm 371.
Elm 371.
Henry, what is this all about?
Mother, didn't I tell you? I had a date to play tennis. and then things sort of came up, and now...
Boy, he hasn't slept all week over it.
Well, dear, I think you should consider yourself first.
Hello?
Hello, is this Violet?
Yes?
Well, this is Henry.
Oh, hello. I was just sitting here thinking about you.
Well, look, would you still like to play tennis tomorrow?
My goodness, I'd just love to.
You would? You really would? Well, gee, so would I.
All right, Homer.
Henry?
Yes, Mother?
You mean you'd rather postpone what we were going to do until some other day?
Mother, just put whatever it was out of your mind forever.
I'll say, Mrs. Aldrich, Henry wants you to forget the whole thing.
Well, the joke's certainly on me. I supposed you wanted a windbreaker.
What's that? A windbreaker? A windbreaker?
Yes, but that's all right. Good night.
Instead of an operation?
Henry, are you still there?
What, Violet?
We'll have a wonderful time tomorrow, won't we?
Yes. I'll say.
Well, friends, Henry's troubles may be over for the moment, but stay tuned in because I'm sure you want to know how Henry's troubles at the doctor's are going to affect Homer. Friends, Postum comes in two forms. Postum, the kind you make in pot percolator or drip maker, and Instant Postum, which dissolves instantly in your cup with boiling water. Both have exactly the same swell Postum flavor. So no matter which you get, or whether you have it hot or iced, you're sure to enjoy Postum.
Hello? Hello? Is this Homer?
Yes, Henry.
Oh, I just happened to think. How about going fishing with me on Saturday?
I can't.
Why?
Because, darn it, your mother went and got my mother all upset.
How?
I've got to have my tonsils out.
Listen again next week, same time, same station, for another sparkling half hour with your favorite youngster, his family, and his pals. The Aldrich Family is written by Clifford Goldsmith. The original musical score is conducted by Jack Miller. Your host tonight is Postum, and Postum is one of America's great mealtime drinks. It's good drinking. Good night.
This program came to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Henry Aldrich.
Coming, Mother.
Postum presents The Aldrich Family, written by Clifford Goldsmith. Entertainment for all the family, brought to you by Postum, a tempting, wholesome drink for all the family. Postum. Before we join the Aldrich family, may we offer you a friendly challenge? I've heard it said that if the average person hears 5 separate statements, he has a hard time repeating even 4 of them. See how far above average you are. 1.
Many people can drink coffee without ill effects. But there are a good many other people whose nerves are set on edge by coffee.
2.
People who are affected by coffee may find it helpful to drink Postum regularly instead of coffee.
3.
Postum contains no caffeine, no stimulant of any kind that could possibly upset anybody's nerves.
4.
Postum is a hearty, robust, really swell drink. Enjoyed every mealtime by millions of Americans.
5.
You can get Postum at your grocer's.
Now, how many of those statements can you remember? Well, I'll give you a little tip. If you remember only the last one, to get Postum at your grocer's, then you've remembered the one that you will be most grateful for. For it's when you get it that you can give Postum a fair trial. You can then see if you don't agree that Postum is a grand drink. See if you aren't much less nervous, more at ease, thanks to your switch to Postum. One of the attractive things about teenage youngsters is that they manage to get a lot of fun out of things which, to their elders, are apt to be pretty much of a bore. Let's see how Henry Aldrich handles the problem of moving day, for instance. The scene opens in Kathleen Anderson's living room.
Now, wait a second, Homer. Kathleen asked me to lift that box for her.
Henry, will you take your hands off it? You're only making it heavier.
I know, Homer, but everything I've picked up you've tried to grab, too. Anybody think the Andersons weren't able to move without your butting in?
All right, then, take it. And I hope you break your back.
Well, gee whiz, Homer, that's a nice thing to do. Right on Kathleen's mother's hardwood floor.
They're moving out of here, aren't they?
And someone's moving in, aren't they?
Henry, did you hurt yourself?
No, I didn't hurt myself. Homer, could you give me a hand with this?
I thought you wanted to lift it yourself.
Wait a second now, and I'll put this other pile of books in.
Oh, you're going to put more in it?
Henry, we have to get everything we own out of here by tonight.
You do?
Yes, Henry.
Well, gee, where are you going to have dinner?
I don't know.
Listen, Kathleen, why don't you come over to our house for dinner?
Over to your house? Really, Homer?
Homer, over to your house? And now, wait a second. Why should she want to come over to your house?
Why shouldn't she?
Because, Homer, in the first place, your mother and father are both on a diet. And you know what that means?
What does it mean?
Henry! Yes, Mrs. Anderson? Are you calling I?
Could you come here and help me with this stepladder?
Yes, sure. Homer, move that box of books out on the porch for Kathleen.
Alone?
Is it too heavy for you, Homer?
Well, I'll tell you. Listen, Kathleen, why don't you all come over for dinner? As long as your mother's going to have all your dishes packed.
Oh, I don't think we should impose on your mother and father like that, Homer.
Well, that's the beautiful part of it. If you come over, my mother will have to cook something good for a change.
No, Homer, I don't think we'd better. Now, would you move that box, please?
Okay. Say, I've got a better idea, Kathleen. I'll go home and ask my mother. Then I can explain the whole thing.
And if she says she'd rather we wouldn't come, will you be frank and tell us so?
Oh, gee whiz, Kathleen. You don't have to worry about a thing like that.
Hey, Homer, how about coming down in the basement and give me a hand with a barrel of stuff?
I've got to beat it, Henry. As soon as you get the barrel up, move that box of books there.
Listen, Kathleen, where's he going?
Home to see whether his mother would mind having anyone extra for dinner.
You mean you're going? You're going? Instead of coming over to my house?
Well, Henry hadn't even mentioned your house.
Kathleen, don't you remember my saying, don't you want to eat with my family?
Well, I didn't say I didn't want to. I'd much rather, only how about your mother?
My mother? What would my mother have to do with your coming over for dinner? I mean, all I have to do is phone and say you're coming. Hello?
My goodness, I guess your mother's better natured than my mother.
Oh, gee, as soon as I say...
Number, please.
Listen, Mother.
Number, please.
Oh, Elm 303.
Elm 303.
Kathleen?
Yes, Mother?
Could you help me, please?
All right. And I have something awfully nice to tell you.
And Kathleen, after dinner, maybe we can go to the movies.
Hello?
Hello. Listen, Mother.
Henry, where are you?
I'm just over helping. I'm sort of...
You won't be late getting home for dinner tonight, will you, dear? We're going to eat early.
Oh, we are? Mother, I want to tell you something.
What is it?
You know the Andersons.
Has something happened to them?
No, they're in an awful predicament. They have to get out of their house by tonight, see?
Really? Where are they going?
Over on Center Street.
Well, that'll be nice. Well, don't be late, will you, dear?
Wait a second, Mother. I haven't finished with their predicament.
Dear, I can't stand here and talk with you. I'm putting up applesauce.
You are? Well, that's good. What would you think of sort of helping out and asking Kathleen to come and eat with us?
Henry, this is no time to ask anyone for dinner. I've got jars and applesauce all over the kitchen.
But, Mother, she's very fond of applesauce.
Frankly, Henry, I don't like you bringing home a guest when I'm working as hard as I am.
But, Mother...
Dear, you may have her any night but tonight.
Henry!
Look, Mother, let me explain something.
Henry, there's nothing to explain.
Henry!
Mother, listen.
Goodbye, dear.
But, Mother...
Henry, did you get your mother?
Yes, and... Boy,
Well, that's wonderful, because Mother says she'd be glad to let me go.
What's that? Well, that's fine.
In the first place, Alice, Henry shouldn't have asked you.
But, Sam, I told him he could not have Kathleen tonight.
Oh, well, I'm glad to hear that. Not that Kathleen isn't welcome here, but there's a chance that Ed Wilson will be in town.
You mean you've asked him to have dinner here?
No, Alice, but if he does arrive in town tonight, I'd like to feel free to ask him for dinner so we can talk business.
Then I'm all the more glad Kathleen isn't coming.
Mother!
Henry, is that you?
Yes. Where are you?
We're in the living room. We'd like very much to speak to you.
You mean Father's in there with you?
I am.
Oh, hello, Father.
Hello.
Henry, I certainly hope Kathleen understood why I couldn't have her tonight.
Well, Mother, if you aren't awfully busy, could I speak to you out in the dining room where we can be alone? I mean...
Dear, there's no use your bringing the subject up. Your father agrees with me. We cannot have Kathleen tonight.
Oh, we can't?
Henry, remember this for as long as you live. Don't ever ask anyone to this house for dinner as a surprise to us.
Yes, Father.
Is that clear, dear?
Yes, Mother.
That doesn't go just for Kathleen. It goes for Homer Brown, for Jimmy Bartlett.
Yes, Father.
For everyone and anyone you happen to have an impulse to ask.
Yes, Mother. Only first there's just one thing I want to explain.
Don't try to explain anything. Kathleen is out of the picture as far as tonight is concerned.
Sam, where are you going?
Out in the garden.
Mother, would you be interested in listening to me?
Henry, let's not hear any more about it.
But, Mother, look what Mrs. Anderson gave me.
What is it? Are those ration stamps?
Yes, sure. She felt that bad about it.
Well, my goodness.
Look, 3 stamps. That gives you some idea, Mother, of how...
Well, Henry, you certainly couldn't have been very cordial in your invitation.
What's that?
Henry, what did you say to Mrs. Anderson that made her feel she had to give you those?
That's the funny part of it. It came right out of a clear blue sky.
Dear, do you realize how embarrassed this makes me feel? Apparently she thought the reason we couldn't have Kathleen was because we didn't have enough ration stamps.
Why, Mother?
Dear, when you're inviting anyone for dinner, there are 2 ways to do it. Either don't ask them at all, or you ask them wholeheartedly and really make them feel as though they're wanted.
You do?
Yes, dear, of course you do. What's the Andersons' number?
You're going to call them?
Of course I am.
Why, it's Elm 344.
Elm 344?
Number, please.
Operator, I want Elm 344.
Elm 344.
Henry, do you see that list of groceries on the table?
Yes, Mother.
I want you to take it and go right over to the store.
Yes, sure, and thanks very much.
And don't even mention this to your father. You let me explain things to him.
Yes, Mother.
Hello. Hello, is this Betty Anderson?
Yes?
This is Alice Aldrich, dear. I've just been talking with Henry, and frankly, Betty, I've never been quite so embarrassed.
Well, what about Alice?
Anyone that has to move at a time like this and is in the position you're in, well, Betty, we just love to help you all.
Oh, really? All of us?
Of course. What's that?
What's that?
Oh, you mean you can all... Well, that's fine, Betty. I was afraid for a minute that Henry had asked just Kathleen.
Now, Alice, are you sure you can have us all on this short notice?
Why, Betty, I give you my word, nothing would give us more pleasure than making you feel that our home is your home.
Really, Alice? Well, that's awfully sweet of you.
Not at all.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Sam! Sam, I've got to tell you something.
Hello?
Hello?
Bob, this is Betty. What do you think? The Aldrich'S have come to the rescue. They've asked us over to their house.
Yes? For the next 3 days?
Why, no, Bob. No, of course not. Just for dinner.
Well, that takes care of one meal, but where are we going to stay tonight and tomorrow night until the other place is ready?
Well, couldn't you get rooms at the mansion house?
No. They're all filled up. You don't suppose the Aldrich'S would put us up for a few days, do you?
Now, Bob, I'm even a little embarrassed about going over there for dinner.
Well, do they know we can't move into the other house?
Yes.
Then I don't see why they don't ask us. We do the same for them.
Well, Alice Aldrich did say she wanted us to feel that their home was our home. But I don't think she expects us to stay 3 days.
Why don't you call her back and make sure?
Now, Bob, I can't do that. Let's just wait and see what happens.
Very well.
And, Bob, somebody's at the door. I've just got to hang up and see who it is.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Mrs. Anderson!
Hey, where are you? I'm out here in the front hall. Is Kathleen here?
Hello, Henry. What is it?
Nothing, Kathleen. Nothing. I was just on my way to get some groceries for something, and I just thought I'd drop in.
Oh.
All I want to know is, I want to make sure. Yes, Henry? Well, I want to be positive, see? Yes, Henry. I just had a talk with my mother, and she called you, didn't she? Yes, and that was very sweet of her. Boy, was she upset over the way I asked Kathleen.
Well, your mother was certainly nice to call and ask us all.
Oh, all of you?
Yes.
Well, gee, that's the way my mother is. Once she decides to do something, she'll even turn over her whole house to you. Really? As a matter of fact, Henry, she did say we were to feel your home was our home. Sure.
All she's got to know is you're in a jam. And boy.
Only, Henry, are you positive we won't be crowding you?
Crowding us? Gee whiz, how could you do a thing like that?
Are you sure, Henry?
Kathleen, you talk as though we'd never had company before. Gee whiz, there's plenty of room.
And your mother told you to say that?
Sure. She certainly said I was to be cordial. Well, goodbye.
Goodbye, and thanks very much for coming over.
Kathleen, go to the phone and call your father.
Yes, Mother.
Tell him it's all settled. We won't have to go to the hotel.
Hi, Kathleen.
Yes, Homer, where are you?
I'm out here at the back door. Where are you?
I'm just going to put in a phone call.
Well, look, I've got a sort of embarrassing message for you, see? My mother said she'd like to have you folks come for dinner. In fact, there's nothing she'd rather have you do. Only, don't you think as long as you folks are going to be so tired from moving and everything, it would be better to wait and come sometime afterwards when you feel fresher? And you can keep your mind on what you're eating?
Well, Homer, as a matter of fact, we're all going over to Henry's.
For dinner?
Yes.
Everybody? Well, gee whiz, that's a fine thing. Could I use your telephone before you do?
I guess so.
Hello? If that isn't a... Gee whiz.
Number, please.
Elm 232.
Elm 232.
And, Homer, as soon as you get through, could you come in the living room and help me move that box of books for Mother?
Didn't Henry take care of it? Of all the...
Hello?
Hello, Mother. I won't be home for dinner.
Why not?
The Aldrich'S are throwing a party.
But, Mother, I didn't ask them all for dinner. You did.
Well, incidentally, since you knew how many would be here, why didn't you get enough string beans?
I did. That's the beautiful part of it.
Then why didn't you tell me before I sent your father to the store?
You did? Well, I'll go right down and get him.
Now, don't do anything more. You've done enough as it is.
Where are you going?
Over to Mrs. Kilmer's and try to borrow a large tablecloth. And, dear, I hope you'll let this be a lesson. Don't ever start inviting people in a wholesale way like this again.
Yes, Mother. Only I just asked Kathleen.
And please go answer that phone.
Yes, Mother. Maybe this is Mrs. Anderson, saying they thought it over and none of them can come, except Kathleen. Hello?
Hello. May I speak with Mr. Aldrich, please?
Why, Mr. Aldrich isn't here right now.
Could you tell me how I might get in touch with him, please?
I don't think you can. He's out trying to scrape up some string beans.
What's that? May I ask who this is speaking?
This is his son.
Oh, yes. This is Mr. Wilson. I believe I met you when I was in town last week.
Oh, yes, up on the roof.
Henry, I'm in sort of a jam down here at the hotel. I've been trying to get a room, and they tell me there isn't a chance.
There isn't?
As a matter of fact, even the dining room is packed.
You mean you can't get in and get anything?
That's why I called. I was wondering whether you might have any suggestion to make.
Well, I tell you, no.
What's that?
I'm pretty sure I'd better not make that one.
Do you know any place to get a room or a meal?
Why, no. No, my mother was just saying a little while ago. No, everything's all tied up.
I see.
How about my father phoning you when he comes in?
That won't do any good. I can't wait here. I've got to find a place to eat and sleep.
Oh.
Just forget the whole thing. Goodbye.
Poor Henry. He certainly picked the wrong time to take his parents literally. But if I may say so, it's the right time for you to take me literally when I suggest that some of you have a big surprise coming the first time you try Postum. For undoubtedly, some of you will take your first sip of Postum expecting it to taste like coffee, and it doesn't. Postum is an entirely different drink, which you shouldn't expect to taste like coffee any more than you'd expect coffee to taste like tea. The flavor of Postum is distinctively its own, and so lusty and satisfying, so incomparably good, that whole families favor Postum over any other mealtime drink they've tried. We'd like you to enjoy Postum too, friends. Enjoy the rich, hearty, bracing flavor, and discover why one of America's great mealtime drinks is Postum. Now, getting back to the troubles of Henry Aldrich. The Aldrich'S are upset to think that Kathleen Anderson and her family are coming for dinner this evening, never dreaming that the Andersons are really preparing to stay for 3 days. The scene opens in the Aldrich living room. Mr. Aldrich is speaking.
Alice, where are you?
No, I'm in here straightening up the living room, Sam. My goodness, where have you been all this time?
I've been out trying to find enough groceries.
But, dear, do you realize there's hardly an hour left before the Andersons will be here?
Alice, I couldn't help it if somebody had bought all the string beans in town. The Andersons will have to eat eggplant.
I do hope they won't stay long after dinner.
Father, is that you?
It is.
Well, gee whiz, I've been waiting for you. There was a phone call for you.
Yes? From Mr. Wilson?
Yes, sir.
Oh, then he's in town. That's fine. I tried to phone him from the drugstore.
Yes, Father. And boy, are they jammed down at the hotel.
You mean he can't get a room?
No, sir.
Well, you told him to come up here, didn't you?
Up here? What for?
Why, for dinner, dear, and stay overnight.
Why?
No, Mr. Wilson. He came to town to do business with me.
I know, Father, but you gave me a lecture about asking people right out of a clear sky like that.
There's nothing about it that's out of a clear sky. Where did he say I could reach him?
He said you couldn't. He said he was going out to look for some place to sleep.
Henry Aldrich.
But Mother, don't you see the position I was in?
Henry, if we have antagonized Mr. Wilson and he goes back to Chicago without seeing me, I'll...
Now, Sam?
I'm sorry, Father.
But, Alice, of all the people we know, Ed Wilson, after all, we do have a guest
Now,
room.
Sam, don't be upset. That's probably Mr. Wilson at the door this minute.
Yes?
Well, gee whiz, let me go to the door. I'd like to be the one who invites him in.
Now, wait a minute, Henry. Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
Alice, look out the window.
Where's Sam?
Look who's on the front porch.
Oh, gee whiz, it's Kathleen and her mother.
Sam, what are they here now for?
I don't know. What time did you tell them to come?
Well, I certainly didn't tell them to come this early. I'm not even dressed.
Father, do you suppose something's happened and they can't come?
What do you mean they can't come?
Sam, don't let them in till I get these papers straightened up. Can't one of you help me with them?
Where do you want me to put them? Here, Henry, take them out to the kitchen.
Yes, Father.
Sam, open the door.
Yes,
Only
Alice.
wait a minute, dear. Here's a match I didn't pick up. Henry, take this match out, too.
Who's going to notice a match at a time like this? Well, hello there.
Hello, Sam. Hello, Alice.
Betty, dear, hello.
Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Aldrich.
Hello. Don't tell me you can't come in.
I thought perhaps it would be too early for you, but that house was driving me crazy. I just had to get out of it.
Well, that's quite all right. Tell me, where's Bob?
He's coming with the car, Alice.
Oh.
Yes, Mother and I walked over.
Really? Well, that's just fine.
Yes, that's fine. Let's all sit down.
Mr. Aldrich, is Henry here?
Oh, yes, Kathleen. Henry!
Henry!
I guess he doesn't hear. He'll be back in a minute, though.
Suppose I go and get him. I've got one or two little things to attend to in the kitchen anyhow, if you'll just excuse me.
Can Kathleen and I help you, Alice?
No, dear, there isn't a thing to do.
Well, there's the doorbell. I guess that's Father.
Yeah? Well, that's fine.
Mr. Aldrich, do you suppose you could go out and help him bring in Grandmother?
What? What's that?
Yes, Sam, Bob's mother. You remember her, don't you?
Oh, yeah. Yes, that's fine.
Hello, Sam. Here we come.
Hello, Bob. And Mrs. Anderson. How are you?
Just take her other arm, Sam.
Yeah? All right, sir. Here we come.
You want some help, Father?
Yes, Kathleen. Go out to the car and get Grandmother's cushion.
All right. Have you any idea what Henry is?
Henry! Henry!
I hope we're not going to be crowding you, Sam.
No, not at all. Everything's going to be fine.
Here we go, Grandmother. Right down into the big chair.
Bob, what do you want me to do?
Just let go of her, Sam. She does better if you let her drop in.
Yeah? Well, that's fine.
There we are. Sam, I can't begin to tell you how grateful we are for your pulling us out of this jam.
That's all right.
Yes, indeed. Now, Sam, I want to tell you one thing. Betty and I decided before we came over we're going to make as little trouble for you as possible.
Now, Bob, what are you talking about trouble for?
Well, let's work out a schedule for the bathroom. You know what I mean? So we won't get in your way.
What's that?
And tell me frankly, Sam, would you rather we eat with you or a little ahead of you?
What's that?
Well, why don't you let us do this? I was just thinking, we'll eat first and clean up the kitchen and get out of your way.
The kitchen?
Sam!
Yes, Alice, what is it?
Could you please come here right away?
Yes, Alice. If you folks would excuse me, I'll go see what she wants.
Sam, do you suppose there'd be any objections to Grandmother eating upstairs?
Upstairs? Why, no, that would be fine.
Sam, I want you to tell me something.
Alice, there's something I want you to tell me.
Dear, can you cut these string beans while I go up and change my clothes?
Alice, what's going on here?
What do you mean?
The Andersons don't want to eat with us.
You mean they're leaving?
No, they want to eat in the kitchen before we do. And Grandmother's going to eat upstairs.
What's that? What Grandmother?
Alice, what do they mean by wanting a schedule for the bathroom?
Well, dear, show them where it is.
No, they want a schedule for it, a schedule.
Dear, what are you talking about? Oh, my goodness, who do you suppose that is?
I don't know who it is. How would I know?
Well, don't just stand there, Dave. Go on to the front door.
Where's Henry? Why can't Henry take care of some of this?
I have no idea where Henry is.
It's all right, Mr. Aldrich. I answered the door.
Yes, it wasn't a Mr. Wilson, was it?
No, it's just the express man with our baggage.
What's that?
Father didn't want to lug it because he was so tired.
Oh.
Now, don't you lift a finger, Sam. You let that fellow out there bring everything in.
Oh, yes. Are all those...
Is that your baggage?
Yes, I told them to take them around and bring them in the back way so we won't scratch up the front hall.
Sam!
Yes, Betty?
I forgot to tell Alice we brought our own sheets and pillowcases and our own towels.
What's that?
Enough to last for 3 days.
Well, that's fine.
Sam, who was it?
Nothing, Alice. Just the man with the Anderson sheets and towels.
For the Andersons what?
But they say they can only be with us for 3 days.
What's that? I mean, only 3 days? Why, we certainly thought you could be with us at least.
Hello, Henry. Am I late?
Homer, is that you?
Yes, Mrs. Aldrich. I would have been here sooner, only my father couldn't come at the last minute.
What's that?
Just my mother could make it.
Hello, Sam. Oh, I do hope you understand Will's not being able to come along.
Why, that's quite all right, Elizabeth. We'll try to understand, won't we, Alice?
Yes.
Well, anyway, Sam, happy birthday.
Happy birthday?
Yes, isn't that what you're celebrating?
No, Elizabeth, I wouldn't go so far as to say that.
Oh, well, anyway, I know you're celebrating something. Oh, isn't that Grandmother Anderson I see in there? Why, Grandmother Anderson.
Boy, am I looking forward to dinner.
To dinner, dear?
Sure.
Just for dinner? You can't stay overnight?
Well, I guess I could. Where's Henry?
I wish I knew.
There he is, Mr. Aldrich. There he is, right out in front.
Where, Kathleen?
Don't you see him? He just got out of that taxi.
Henry, where have you been?
Look, Father, look who I found.
Dear, who is it?
Can't you see? It's Mr. Wilson and his wife and children. I told them you wanted them to stay overnight.
What's that? Alice, let me look at this list once more.
Quiet, Sam. Do you want to wake everyone in the house up?
No one can hear us here in the kitchen, Alice. I just want to look at the list and see where everyone is sleeping.
Just a moment while I turn this other light on.
Now, let's see. Bob and Betty Anderson are in...
They're in our room, dear.
Oh, yes.
Kathleen is in with Mary.
Where's Grandmother?
She's in Henry's room.
Oh, yes.
And Mr. and Mrs. Wilson are in the guest room. And their daughter is on the sofa in the living room. And their son's on that cot in the dining room.
Oh, yes.
And I'm going to sleep on that cot I put up beside Mary and Kathleen.
Yeah? And where is it Grandmother sleeping?
No, I told you, in Henry's room. I sent Henry over to stay with Homer.
I realize that, Alice. Well, it worked out very well.
I thought so, too.
Now, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Where am I?
You, dear. Don't I have you on this list?
Let's go through it once more.
Sam, I guess I don't have you.
That's a fine thing.
Well, dear, you've got to lie down someplace. You've had a hard day.
Why?
What were you going to suggest?
No, I guess the Wilson boy couldn't possibly sleep with Grandmother.
No, dear, no. We all agreed that Grandmother better sleep alone.
How about... No.
Of course.
Yes?
There's that old blanket that Henry's goat used to sleep on, but I frankly don't think you'd be comfortable on that.
No. But I might take a couple of leaves from the dining room table and put them across the bathtub.
What?
And just lie there holding the bathroom schedule.
Now, Sam, I'm doing the best I can.
I know, Alice, but I've got to do some work tomorrow. I can't just stand up against the wall all night.
Mother.
Alice, who's that?
Sam, it's Henry. Yes, dear?
Mother, I want to tell you something.
Not so loud, Henry. Did you forget something?
Forget something? What was it?
She doesn't know. Your mother's asking you. Why are you back?
I can't sleep over at Homer's.
Why not?
Well, Homer's Uncle Joe showed up on a furlough, and he brought 2 soldiers along with him.
What's that?
So I had to come home.
Sam, what are we going to do?
I don't know what we're going to do. It's Grandmother that's messing up the whole works.
What are you walking out of the room like that for?
I'm going to answer the telephone.
Would you like me to, Father?
Hello?
Hello, do you have a Mr. Wilson there?
Yes?
Could I speak to him, please?
Why, he can't come to the phone right this minute. Could I take a message?
This is the Mansion House. Mr. Wilson had his name on our reservation list and asked us to give him a call if anything turned up.
Yes?
We've just found one bed. If he doesn't mind, it's being in a room with another gentleman, a Mr. Wiggins from Battle Creek.
Yes? Good. Hold it. Henry?
Yes, Father?
Come with me.
Where to?
We're going to sleep with a man by the name of Wiggins from Battle Creek.
Stay tuned in, won't you? The Aldrich's sleeping problems aren't quite solved even yet. forget, will you, friends? Postum comes in 2 economical forms. Postum, which you brew in pot percolator or drip maker, and instant Postum, which is dissolved instantly in your cup by adding boiling water. Both have the same unbeatable Postum flavor. So no matter which you enjoy, you can't help but say sincerely, what a swell drink Postum is.
Please turn on the light.
No, Henry. They told us to be sure not to wake up Mr. Wiggins.
But, gee whiz, I can't see to button my pajamas.
Get into bed.
I am in bed. I'm trying. Father, where are you?
I'm right over here.
You're not in here with me? Well, gee whiz, who's this I button my pajamas to?
Listen again next week, same time, same station, for another sparkling half hour with your favorite youngster, his family, and his pals. The Aldrich Family is written by Clifford Goldsmith. The original musical score is conducted by Jack Miller. And this is Dan Seymour saying, your host tonight is Postum. And Postum is one of America's great mealtime drinks. It's good drinking. Good night.
The Special Service Division presents a rebroadcast of
Henry Aldrich.
Coming, Mother.
For all you men and women in the armed forces of the United Nations, here's the Aldrich Family.
Teenage boys like Henry Aldrich go on forever and ever. They go on getting into all sorts of complications and sometimes out of them. They go on creating memories for everyone to look back upon. The time is Saturday noon. The scene opens in the Aldrich dining room.
Have some more... What is this, Alice?
That's macaroni, Sam.
Macaroni? Oh, yes. Henry, will you have some?
No, thank you, Father.
Mother.
Yes, Mary?
Will you ask Henry to please pass me the salt?
Dear, he's sitting right across from you. Why can't you ask him yourself?
Never mind.
Mother, do you want me to tell you why she won't ask me for it? She isn't speaking to me.
Mother, would you like to have me go out to the kitchen and get some more muffins?
If you please, Mary.
Yes, Mary, please.
Henry, I wasn't speaking to you.
You did then, though. Didn't she, Mother? Didn't she, Father?
Never mind, Henry. Now, that's what's gotten into Mary, anyhow.
She's simply in a mood, Sam. She doesn't like that new dress I bought her.
No? Well, frankly, I can't blame her.
Now, Sam, that's a serviceable dress, and it's a nice dress, and I don't think we're going to gain anything by your saying you don't like it.
I didn't tell her I didn't like it. I told you.
No, I know, dear, but you didn't tell her you did like it, did you?
No.
I told her I liked it, Mother. I told her just like you said I should.
Yes, Henry?
Gee whiz, I even said she looked like a new person in it. Now she won't speak to me.
Mother, do you want me to fix the dessert?
I'll fix it, Mary. Sam, when she comes in, you tell her how nice she looks in it.
Now, Alice, what's the difference?
Well, Sam, it did cost $20, and it can't be exchanged.
Oh, well...
Mother, did you say you'd fix it?
I'll take care of it, Mary. I'm going right out there.
Father, will you please ask Henry whether he would like one of these muffins I'm holding under his nose?
Gee whiz, Mary, you don't have to put them right down my neck.
Oh. Father, would you like one?
Mary, isn't that... Mary, turn around a minute.
What's the matter?
Very nice. Isn't that a new dress?
Father, did Mother tell you to say that?
What's that? What do you mean, did she tell me to?
Gee whiz, Mary, don't you believe anyone anymore?
Well, I certainly don't believe you, Henry Aldrich. Making up some awful story about a soldier.
Mary, I didn't say it was a soldier. I said it was a sergeant.
What about a sergeant?
Father, I just happened to tell her that I was down in DeHaven's drugstore this morning when she came in with that dress on. And when she went out, some sergeant said, "Gee whiz, who's that swell-dressed girl?"
Yeah?
Henry, you're just making it up.
Why would he do that, Mary? As a matter of fact, Henry, isn't that the same sergeant you were speaking to me about?
Which sergeant was that, Father?
The one that was admiring Mary.
Oh, sure.
Now, Father, don't you start.
Who, me? Mary, Henry told me the whole story just a minute ago while you were out in the kitchen. Henry, tell her the rest of what he said.
What's that?
You know, didn't he even want her phone number or something? Because he wanted to meet her?
Oh, yes, sure. Mary, didn't I mention that?
Henry, you never even thought of it until Father just mentioned it.
Why, Mary Aldrich.
All right. What was his name?
Why...
See that, Henry?
And now, wait a minute. You're just driving it out of my head.
What was it?
His name was Sergeant Birch.
That's right, Henry. Joe Birch.
What, Father?
Sergeant Joe Birch, wasn't it?
Yes, sure. For a minute, I didn't understand you.
I still don't believe a word of it.
Mary, look me straight in the eye.
No, I won't.
All right, then I'll tell you anyhow. He said dark brown was his favorite color.
Oh, now I know you're making it up.
Mary, aren't you going to finish your lunch?
Not at the table with you, I'm not.
Henry, you shouldn't have said that about his favorite color. You've got to know when to stop in a thing like this.
Father, how about my going to the phone and asking Homer to phone Mary and say he's Sergeant Birch?
Now, Henry, remember what I just told you. She'd recognize Homer's voice the minute she heard it.
Ready for your dessert, everybody? Sam, where's Mary?
She left the dining room, Alice.
What's that?
We liked her dressed so much she won't eat with us.
Now, Henry.
Alice, we told her she looked wonderful, and she stalked right out of the room. The girl's completely unreasonable.
Well, my goodness. Mary! I'll put a stop to that. Mary!
Henry, I know how we can settle this whole thing.
How?
Come on with me out to the hall.
What are you going to do, Father?
I'm going to put in a phone call. I'm going to teach her to believe people when they tell her something.
Number, please.
Operator, I want Elm 232.
Elm 232.
Father, I thought you said we shouldn't call Homer Brown.
Hello, Will Brown speaking.
Hello, Will. This is Sam.
Father, is that Homer's father?
Yes, Henry, keep quiet. Say, Will, when you talk, can you sound like a sergeant?
What's that?
I want you to telephone Mary in a few minutes and tell her you're Sergeant Joe Birch.
What's that?
You're Sergeant Joe Birch.
Who is this? I thought it was Sam Aldrich.
It is. And, Will, here's all I want you to do.
Father.
What, Henry?
Is Mary still talking to Mr. Brown on the telephone?
No, I think she's hung up.
Boy, did you hear her? Right up to the end, she kept calling him Sergeant Birch. And then just before she hung up, she said, "Goodbye, Joe." Oh, boy.
Yes?
Oh, hello, Henry. Well, how are you?
Why, I'm fine, Mary.
Hello, Father.
What's that? Oh, hello, Mary.
Henry, could you please step to one side so I can look in the mirror for a second?
Oh, sure. Excuse me.
Thank you, Henry. That's enough. Mother!
Yes, Mary?
Mother, I don't think I'll have to change the neck on this new dress. The more I look at it, I don't know.
What's that, Mary?
And, Henry, I have an apology to make to you.
To I, Mary?
To you and Father both. Because, to be honest, Joe just called.
Joe?
Joe?
Don't you remember? Sergeant Joe Birch, the one who saw me down in DeHaven's drugstore and, well...
Sam, is Mary in there?
Yes, Mother. Are you and Father going to be using the living room this evening?
Why, no. Why do you ask?
Well, Joe's coming over.
Who?
What?
Joe.
Sergeant Joe Birch?
Yes, Henry.
He's coming here?
Yes, Father.
But listen, Mary.
Mary, who is Joe Birch?
Why, he's just a friend who likes... He's awfully nice, Mother.
Mary, where did you meet him?
Well, Henry sort of introduced us.
Is he nice, Henry?
Why, nice, Mother?
He's awfully bashful. He didn't dare ask to see me, and when I asked him if he wouldn't like to come over tonight, he just stuttered.
Who did, Will?
Father Joe.
That's what I mean. How'd I happen to say Will?
Well, isn't that nice, Mary?
Hey, isn't that nice? Yes, that's fine.
Mother, I'm going out and turn on the iron and press this dress.
Sam?
Yes, Alice? What are you looking at me like that for?
What do you mean, dear? I was just going to ask you whether you think it's all right for Mary to have a boy come here she hardly knows.
Alice, I agree with you. Why don't you go to Mary and put your foot down?
And tell her she can't have him over?
Yes, that's the only sensible thing to do.
Yes, gee, Mother, that's what I say. When Mr. Brown walks in...
What's that?
Did I say Mr. Brown?
You said Mr. Brown, and a few minutes ago your father said Will. Sam, what's that look on your face?
What look, Alice?
Sam, what's going on around here?
Alice, I didn't know Mary was going to invite him over. Girls didn't do things like that when we were her age.
Sam Aldrich.
Gee whiz, Mother, it was just a joke.
A joke, dear?
Alice, what is there to worry about? All we have to do is tell Will to phone and tell Mary he can't come.
Sure. He has to go back to camp or something.
Well, I still...
Alice, that dress cost $20, didn't it? And she likes the dress now, doesn't she?
Yes.
Mother, do you mind if I get a few bottles of ginger ale to serve tonight?
Well, Mary,
and if you don't mind, Mother, I'd like to make some sandwiches for Joe.
Well, Mary, first of all...
First of all, what, Mother?
Are you sure you'd rather not go to the picture show with me this evening?
Yes, that's a good idea.
That's what I say. Gee whiz, Mary, it's a swell show tonight.
But I've got someone coming over. Don't you realize what that means?
Well, all right, dear. If you aren't here when he comes, your father will explain things.
Oh, no, Mother. I don't know when I've looked forward to anything so. I never dreamed anything like this could happen to me.
I didn't either.
Henry?
Don't you realize that nearly every boy that I really like is in the Army? And I haven't spent an evening with a... My goodness, just think he's a sergeant.
Oh, I know, dear, but how do you know you're going to like him?
My goodness, Mother, until he called, I didn't realize how lonesome I've really been.
Oh.
And now, right out of a clear sky, do you know what I think I'll do? I think I'll go down the hairdresser.
Well, Sam Aldrich.
Now, Alice, don't... How was I to know she felt this way?
Dear, I don't think I've ever been so upset with you in my life. Of all the childish, of all
Now,
the...
Alice, I told you once the only reason I did it was to help you out.
To help me out, to have my own daughter break her heart.
Couldn't we have old Mr. Kilmer come in from next door and play cards with her this evening? She's very fond of him.
That would be a fine thing to do.
Yes, Henry, where do you get these ideas?
Sam, do you realize what's going to happen to Mary this evening when she gets all dressed up and sits in the living room and waits and waits and waits?
I realize that, Alice.
I don't see how you can ever face her again.
Where are you going?
I have nothing more to say to you.
Well, Alice, there's just one thing I want to say. I don't like that brown dress any too well myself.
Henry, would you mind not walking so fast?
I've got to, Homer. Don't you realize Sergeant Birch is calling on my sister at 8 o'clock? And it's after 5 now?
I thought you said there wasn't any Sergeant Birch.
There isn't. That's why I'm out trying to find somebody who'll say he's Sergeant Birch.
And you haven't been able to find anyone?
No, I haven't even found a sergeant.
Oh. Have you looked down at the Empire bowling alleys?
Yes, Homer, and the place was just full of girls.
Well, gee whiz, why don't you give it up then?
Oh, no. Don't you realize how mad my father is at me?
Why?
I told you 3 times, Homer, because my mother's mad at him. And, boy, I'm going to find a sergeant and surprise them.
Yeah? How about
what?
How about the jukebox down at the Candy Kitchen?
I was in there, too, and all I could find was a couple of lieutenants eating banana splits.
Oh. Wouldn't Mary be interested in one of them?
Homer, we promised her a sergeant, and it's got to be a sergeant.
Named Birch.
Named Birch. And he's got to like dark brown.
Hello? Hello, is this Brown's residence? Elizabeth, this is Will. Will Brown, your husband. Say, Elizabeth, Sam Aldrich and I are downtown trying to dig something up, and I may be a little late for dinner. We're trying to find a Sergeant Birch. No, he's not missing. We're just... Elizabeth, how about your nephew Ed that enlisted? Isn't he a sergeant? Where can I lay my hands on him? Oh, Solomon Islands, eh? No, I know his name isn't Birch. Goodbye. Sam.
I'll be right there, Will. I was just talking to that soldier over there at the fountain, and he said he'd be glad to help us out, only he's got a date.
Yes? Couldn't he bring her along?
Well, I suggested it, but he said, what good would that do? And I guess he was right.
How about
How about what?
my calling Mary and telling her I've just received orders to leave for Italy?
Now, Will, I've made up my mind. Tonight at 8 o'clock, Sergeant Birch is going to call on my daughter.
Yeah?
And nobody is going to be more surprised than my wife. Unless possibly it's Henry.
Sam, how about that fellow over there at the counter?
Oh, yes. Hello there, soldier.
Hello.
Yes, hello there.
Soldier, do you have, would you be interested, are you married?
What's that?
Mr. Aldrich here means, do you have a date for tonight?
Sorry, but I do.
Oh, you do?
Well, soldier, do you know of anybody who'd like a good time?
No. Oh, there's a kid in the back room there all alone.
Yes, back this way.
Yeah, I was talking with him a few minutes ago. He just got a letter from his girl.
Yes?
It's pretty blue, too. I think his girl turned him down.
Yes?
Anyhow, she's getting married, I know.
Yes?
To a sailor. Man, is he sunk. She didn't like the way he looked in his uniform.
Is that right?
He's sort of blue, eh?
Yeah.
Come on, Sam. That sounds like our meat.
Thank you, soldier.
That's okay. Hey, Jimmy, let's have another.
Well, do you see him? Which table is he sitting at?
There he is. He's over in the corner. He's reading a letter.
Oh, yes. But, Will, look. He's a private.
Now, Sam, you're not going to start splitting hairs over a thing like a few stripes, are you? If he can walk and can ring a doorbell and say, "My name is Joe Birch," take him.
We'll be back with the Aldrich family in just a moment. Now, it's intermission time, and here's our intermission guest, the one and only Tommy Dorsey.
And now getting back to the troubles of Henry Aldrich. Without meaning to, Henry and his father have led Mary to believe that a young man by the name of Sergeant Birch is calling on her at 8 o'clock this evening. Since there is no such young man, Henry has gone out to try to find someone who will say he's Sergeant Birch. Mr. Aldrich, without telling Henry, has gone out to do the same thing. The scene opens in the Aldrich front hall.
Hey, Henry. What, Homer? Where's Mary? She's in the living room, sweeping and dusting it again.
Boy, didn't I hear the doorbell ring then?
No, it isn't time for him to come, Homer. It's only 10 minutes to 8.
Oh.
Henry, could you please step out of my way?
Oh, am I in your way, Mary?
I'd like to look in this hall mirror, if you don't mind.
Oh, sure. Get out of the way, Homer.
Oh, sure. Excuse me.
And may I ask what you two were snooping around out here by the front door for?
Nothing, Mary, nothing. Can I stand with a guest in my own hall?
Homer Brown, if you're going to eat that apple, don't eat it there. You're to eat it in the kitchen.
Henry, do I have to?
Well...
Can I have your permission to finish it here and then take the core out to the kitchen?
Listen, Homer, listen.
What do you hear?
No, I thought I heard somebody coming up the front steps.
Well, what did you have to promise the fellow who said he'd come?
I didn't have to promise him anything. I just told him Mary was a darn good-looking girl, and she was awfully anxious. She was awfully anxious.
Oh, boy, there's the doorbell. There's the doorbell.
You're crazy. It's a telephone.
Henry, keep away from that phone.
Oh, do you want to answer it?
I do. You
yes,
two
Father.
want to get away.
Yes, Father. Homer, stand over there.
Hello?
Hello, Sam. This is Will.
Oh, hello. Henry, I want you and Homer to get out of here.
Yes, Father. We'll go.
Gee whiz.
Hello?
Sam, has he come?
Not yet, Will. It isn't quite time.
Well, I'm not surprised he hasn't turned up.
Why do you say that?
I bet you anything you want, Sam, that you'll never see that $5 you gave him.
No. Well, that's where I was smart, Will. I told him he'd get it when he got here.
Oh, you're going to have Mary give it to him.
What's that?
Father, could you step to one side, please?
What's the matter, Mary?
Nothing. I'd just like to look in this mirror once more. I want to make sure about something.
What's that, Sam?
Nothing, Will. Thanks for calling. Goodbye.
Father, I have an awful confession to make to you.
Yes?
I went downtown this afternoon and bought a brown hat and some suede gloves to go with this dress.
What's that?
Mother said I could, but frankly, they cost an awful lot.
I know, but you're not going to need a hat and gloves just to sit in your own living room, are you?
No, but you can't tell what this may all lead to, Father.
That's true. That's very true. Well, that's fine.
Mary, did you know you left the broom in the living room?
Oh, my goodness, Mother. I'll go get it.
Well, Sam.
Alice, did you let her go and buy a hat and gloves to go with that dress?
Now, Sam, don't criticize. Seems to me you could have found something better to do this afternoon than just go running all around town with Will Brown.
But, Alice...
I'll answer the telephone.
No, Alice, you better let me answer it, just in case.
Sam, I'm sorry, but I would like to answer this.
Very well. If it's anyone for me, I'll be right in the living room.
Hello?
Hello, Alice. This is Harriet.
Oh, yes, Harriet. Hello.
Has he come yet? I mean the boy you found that said he'd be Sergeant Birch.
No, but it isn't quite time. I've got the chicken all ready, though, Harriet.
The what?
The fried chicken and the cake that I promised him if he'd come.
Oh, yes. I'm glad we found that soldier, Alice. He did seem like an awfully nice boy.
Didn't he, though? And, Harriet, can't you just picture Sam's and Henry's faces when he walks in?
That'll teach him a lesson.
Harriet, I've got to hang up. The doorbell's ringing.
Oh, really? Well, call me back and let me know how they get along, Alice.
Goodbye.
Mother, isn't that the front door?
I'll answer it.
Never mind, Alice. I'll answer it.
But, Father.
There we are, Mary. I'll answer it.
Why can't I answer it? Why do you all have to run to the door?
Mary, don't you think it would look better if...
My goodness, who's Joe coming to see? My family or me?
I know, Mary, but...
Now, Henry, let me take care of this. Mary, as long as you've never met him, wouldn't you like to have me introduce him?
Father, I have met him. I've talked to him on the telephone.
But, Mary...
Please, everybody, please, can't I let him in myself?
Of course you can, Mary, but wouldn't you like to have me go to the door with you?
All right, everybody, all right. You can all answer the door yourself.
Now, wait, Mary, where are you going?
Upstairs and go to bed.
What for, Mary?
And if you'd all like to go sit in the living room with him, you're very welcome.
Mary, come back here. You can't do a thing like this. After all, I mean...
Now, Mary, don't be childish.
May I open the door then?
Yes, dear.
Yes, Mary.
And will you please all go away?
Henry, get out of here.
Are you coming too, Father?
Yes, of course I am. Come on, Alice.
Well, Sam, you don't have to push me.
Well,
Hi.
hello. I guess you're Sergeant Birch.
Well, first, are you Mary Aldrich?
Yes. Well, won't you come in?
Sure.
Well, let's go into the living room. You know, I would have known it was you just from your voice.
From my voice?
Yes. You sounded just the way you did on the phone this afternoon.
Who, I?
Yes, don't you remember?
Oh, yes. Was that this afternoon?
Oh, won't you sit down?
Thanks.
I hope you don't mind my still wearing the same dress.
What's that?
I guess you'll begin to think it's the only dress I've got.
Well, it's the only one I've ever seen you in.
Yes, it is, isn't it? My goodness, I wonder why nobody answers the doorbell.
Isn't your father here? Because, as a matter of fact, I want to see...
Henry! Would you excuse me for just a minute while I go find my little brother?
Sure, that's okay.
Henry!
Yes, Mary. I'm out in the kitchen.
Will you please come out here in the front hall?
What for? What's the matter?
Can't anybody in this house answer the front door? Or don't you want Sergeant Birch to think we're even civilized here?
Oh, is Sergeant Birch here?
Yes, Henry, of course he is.
Well, how do you like him?
Henry, will you please answer the door?
Sure, only you don't have to talk to me like that, Mary. There's a lot someday you're going to thank me for.
Well, then please answer it.
Sure, that's what I'm doing.
Hi.
Oh, gee whiz.
Am I late?
Aren't you in the living room?
Oh, is that where I go? I just walk in the living room and say, I'm Sergeant Joe Birch?
And now, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
You mean your sister changed her mind?
No, only, frankly, could you step upstairs? Could we go down? Could you go in the dining room there?
Oh, she's in the dining room.
No, not yet. Let's just wait in there.
Oh, you want to surprise her, huh?
Yes, in a way.
Henry?
Yes, Mother? Listen, could you go on through the dining room and out to the kitchen?
Out to the kitchen?
Yes.
Henry!
There's a fellow by the name of Homer out there. He'd be very glad to see you.
Well, what is this, anyhow?
Henry, why didn't you come when I called you?
Well, Mother, I was just... Is that the doorbell?
Yes, dear. Never mind bothering now. I'll take care of it.
That's fine, Mother, because I want to go out to the kitchen and take care of something.
Good evening.
Hello, Mrs. Aldrich. Here I am.
Oh, my goodness.
Well, don't you remember me? I'm supposed to be Sergeant Birch.
Well, I know, but I thought you were in... Well, this is very nice of you. Won't you step into the dining room?
Oh, we're going to eat right away?
Why, the chicken is all ready. Come right along.
Certainly anxious to meet your daughter.
Yes, and I'm sure she's anxious to meet you.
Mrs. Aldrich.
Yes, Homer?
Henry wants me to ask. Oh, gee whiz.
Hello, Homer. This is...
Sergeant Birch.
It is? I mean, you are? Oh, boy.
Homer, could I speak to you out in the hall a minute, please?
With me? Oh, there's something I think I ought to tell you, Mrs. Aldrich.
Sergeant, you just sit there. We'll be right back.
Sure, okay.
Homer, just step out here, please.
Mrs. Aldrich, Henry, I mean, out in the kitchen.
Dear, go in the living room and tell Mary when she's ready to serve the sandwiches and ginger ale, she needn't bother to come out and get them.
Okay.
We'll see that everything's brought in. Is that clear?
I understand, Mrs. Aldrich. That's a very good idea.
Thank you, Homer. Now then, Sergeant...
Mary.
Yes, Homer?
Mary.
Homer, I want you to meet Sergeant Birch. Sergeant Birch, this is Homer Brown.
Oh, boy.
Hello.
Hello. Mary, when you're ready for the refreshments, you're to stay. Don't bother to leave this room, see?
What's that? But, Homer, I'm going to get them right now.
Oh, wait a minute, Mary.
Homer, I've got to get some napkins in the dining room, and the sandwiches are out in the kitchen.
Oh, boy. Hey, Mrs. Aldrich, I'm going home.
To tell you again, that was the best fried chicken I ever ate.
It was good cake, too, Mrs. Aldrich.
Well, thank you very much.
Come on, gang.
You mean you boys have to go now?
I'm afraid so, Mr. Aldrich. We certainly had a wonderful time.
Well, not any more than we did, I'm sure.
Good night.
Good night.
Sergeant Joe Birch, fall in. Fall in. Fall in. Right, hey. Right, hey. Right, hey. Hold.
Oh, wait just a second. I'll open the front door for you.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, then I think I'll start carrying some of the things out to the kitchen.
Those are nice boys.
Yes, all of them.
Here you are, everybody. Anybody want some ginger ale?
Henry, they've all gone.
They've gone?
Yes, Henry. And you know, that was almost the nicest evening I think I ever had.
Gee whiz, you mean I have to drink all this ginger ale myself?
Mary, will you answer the door?
My goodness, is that someone at the door?
Hello, Mary.
Oh, hello.
I just came back to ask you something.
Yes?
Do you mind if I drop in tomorrow night when there aren't any other guys around?
Why, no.
As a matter of fact, I got $5 here I didn't really expect to have, and I wondered whether you'd like to go to the movies with me.
Why, yes, I'd love to.
And I've got something else I think I ought to tell you.
What?
I'm not really a sergeant. I'm a private.
I knew you were.
Huh? You did? Well, I got something else to tell you.
What is it?
My real name isn't Joe Birch.
I know it isn't.
How'd you know?
I found this letter you must have dropped, and, naturally I knew. Here.
Oh, thanks. You didn't read it, did you?
Oh, no. But there's something I would like to tell you.
What?
I think you look very nice in your uniform.
Yeah?
And tomorrow night when we go out, I'm going to wear the same brown dress.
Yeah?
Yes.
Well, it's a nice dress. Only, do you have anything in light blue?
Oh, light blue?
Yes. Light blue is my favorite color. Good night.
Good night. Mother! Father!
What, Mary?
Do you suppose we could afford... Well, first of all, I want to tell you something.
The Aldrich Family was rebroadcast for all you soldiers, sailors, and Marines by the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America.
Aldrich Family, a special rebroadcast for you soldiers, sailors, and Marines of the United Nations.
To a teenage boy, each new day is a new world. And each moment of it is filled with all sorts of discoveries and excitements and even mishaps which grown-ups can somehow always envy. So it is with Henry Aldrich. The scene opens at the Aldrich breakfast table.
You didn't answer my question, Mother. Can I? I mean, may I?
Henry, will you please eat your cereal?
I am, Mother. I'm eating it. Only may I? Please?
Alice, may I have the cream, please?
Here you are, Sam.
Mother, excuse me, but did you say I might?
Sam, what do you think?
Alice, there's nothing to be gained by drawing me into this. Henry knows exactly how I stand on the matter.
But, Father, that's the beautiful part of it. I'm not asking you. I'm not really even asking Mother. I'm just suggesting it. See?
Henry, will you please put your spoon back in your cereal?
Oh, was I pointing?
You were?
Well, excuse me.
Henry, didn't you ask me to advance you $1 on your allowance last week? And didn't I make it clear this is the only way you could ever be taught a lesson?
Yes, Mother, sure. And now I've learned how important money is. So couldn't you advance it?
Sam, what do you think?
What do I think about what? Alice, do you see this piece of court plaster on my chin?
Yes, dear.
I'll tell you what it is, Mother. I shouldn't have asked him for the $1 while he was shaving.
Henry, would you like another piece of toast?
No, thank you, Virginia.
Virginia?
Gee whiz, Mary, did I call you... No, thanks. I don't care for any toast.
Virginia who? Virginia who?
Nobody, Mary, nobody. I just happened to be thinking about a problem I have, and I wasn't thinking.
Mary, may I have a piece of toast?
Here you are, Father.
Mother, and now that Father doesn't have his knife and fork in his hand, may I have your decision?
Henry, what is it you want the $1 for?
Nothing special, Mother. I just... Boy, if I don't have it...
Sam, what do you think?
Where's the sugar?
Right here, Father. Let me give it to you.
Oops. Henry Aldrich, you poured half the bowl into Father's eggs.
And there you are. Henry, until you were able to concentrate on breakfast instead of thinking about...
Sam, your sleeve's in the butter.
What's that?
I'll wipe it off for him, Mother. Father, hold your elbow up.
Where's the napkin?
Here, Virginia, use mine.
What's that?
Oh, gee whiz, did I call you Father, Virginia?
Henry, it's just what I suspected. You've got a crush on that redheaded girl over on Maple Street, Virginia Lee.
On who?
Isn't her father the head of the Board of Education? You're just trying to get a passing mark in all your subjects.
Mary, of all the wild rumors, of all the... Mary, I hardly even know Virginia Lee.
Why, Henry Aldrich. Didn't I see you talking with her yesterday?
Who, I? Sure. Maybe I was saying I'd be glad to come to her party tonight, but that's all I said. But for anybody to go around saying, why, so far as I'm concerned, Virginia Lee...
Henry, we'll take your word for it. You're not even slightly interested in her. Now, please quiet down and finish your breakfast.
Yes, Mother, excuse me.
Henry, it's just as well you're not interested in her. If you ask me, she has the quickest temper.
Who, Virginia Lee? Virginia Lee has a temper? Mary, she's got one of the nicest dispositions.
Henry.
Yes, Father?
That's my toast you're waving.
Oh, excuse me. Gee, how'd I ever get a hold of that? And what's more, Mary, her hair is not red, it's auburn.
Well, it certainly looks red to me.
And that's just the kind of a statement that
Henry, if you're choking, drink some water.
I'm not choking, Mother. Look, I'm breathing fine. I just want to make it clear, though, that when you're invited to a party at Virginia Lee's, it's a very great honor. She doesn't ask everybody, Mary. And besides, it's just a way she has. She doesn't mean what she says. Gee whiz, Mary, whatever made you think she has a temper?
Henry, all I know is the one time in my life I have ever spoken to Virginia Lee, she snapped at me.
She what?
She snapped at me. It was a Jane Prescott's tea, and I said, Virginia, which will you have, lemon or cream? And she said neither. Just like that.
She said what?
Neither, Father.
What should she have said?
Couldn't she have at least said please?
When she didn't want either?
Hi, Henry.
Homer, is that you?
Sure.
Is that Homer? I'm going to the office.
You want to look out, Mr. Aldrich. It's slippery out.
Thank you.
Good morning, Homer.
Hi, Mrs. Aldrich. You having hot cakes for breakfast?
No, dear. Oatmeal.
Oh. Hey, Henry, do you know what George Bigelow and Jimmy Bartlett and Harry Wood and Al Graham and I are all going to do tonight?
Boy, wait till I tell you what I'm going to do.
We're going to a party over at Virginia Lee's.
Where?
And to say the least, it certainly sounds exclusive.
And now, wait a minute, Mary. Listen, Homer, what time did she tell you to be there?
8:30.
There, Mary, see?
What time did she tell you to be there?
Not a minute later than 8:15.
What are you going to do, move the furniture for her?
Who, I?
Come on, let's get started.
Well, first, Homer. Look, Mother, could I speak to you alone for just a minute?
Alone?
Yes, Mother, out in the kitchen.
Henry, is it about that $1?
Mary, have I even mentioned $1? Gee whiz.
Henry, what is it you want to speak to me about?
All I ask you to do is put enough confidence in me to come out here.
Hey, George, wait a second before you go in that classroom.
What is it you want?
Could you lend me $1?
$1, Homer? To you?
Well, it isn't for me exactly. It's really for Henry Aldrich. He has to have it, see, and we can't dig it up anyplace.
Don't you think I have any respect for my money?
Look at him, Homer, look at him.
Look at who, Agnes?
Henry, he's right out there in the corridor showing off in front of Virginia Lee.
What's he doing, Agnes?
He's got his coat on inside out and he's trying to make her laugh. My goodness, Homer, you ought to bring him to his senses. Of all girls, Virginia Lee.
Don't you like Virginia Lee, Agnes? Boy, I think... Boy.
What do you mean by that?
Nothing, Agnes, nothing.
Homer, make Henry stop. I'm dying.
Hi, Virginia.
He's got his coat on wrong side out and he's pretending to be a camel.
Hey, Virginia. Moo.
Henry, if you ask me, you're making a public spectacle of
Look
yourself.
at me, Agnes. Look at me. I can go 2 weeks without water.
Well, so far as I'm concerned, I'm going into assembly. Homer, are you coming?
Why,
Hey, Aldrich, get out of my way.
Look at him, George. Isn't Henry a scream?
Listen, Virginia, come over here a second. I want to ask you something.
I can't, George. I've got to go into assembly.
Goodbye, Virginia.
Henry, put your coat on right before somebody comes along and sees you. Gee whiz.
Who's coming, Homer? I can wear it any way I please if I want to.
I bet you don't dare wear it that way all day, Henry.
Well, I would if I wanted to. I just don't want to.
Yeah? You haven't got enough nerve to.
What do you mean I haven't got enough nerve to? I'm just not going to wear it because you tell me to.
All right, I'll call your bluff. You wanted to borrow $1, didn't you?
So what?
You wear your coat inside out, and I'll loan it to you.
You will?
Now, wait a minute, Henry. Don't do it.
Homer, will you please keep out of this?
You're afraid to, Henry. You're afraid to.
George, it isn't because of that. I just... You know... Could I see that $1 again?
Here.
Now, wait, Henry. There isn't any girl in the world that's worth that.
Homer, will you stop pulling me?
Let him alone, Homer.
George, will you stop pulling him yourself?
Now, wait a minute, fellas. Wait a minute. Let me be the one to decide this.
I have also been asked to announce to the student body that there will be a concert of chamber music in this auditorium tomorrow evening at 8:30. Those wishing tickets will please see Miss Hopkins. No, not Miss Hopkins. Yes, Miss Hopkins. I was a little ahead of myself there. And I trust that all of you who... will the young man in about the 10th row, who is 4 feet in from the aisle, please rise?
Why?
Yes, I mean you, young man.
I, Mr. Bradley?
That's right. Will you please stand?
Yes, sir.
May I ask just what that is you are wearing in this assembly?
My coat.
Your coat. And may I ask why you're wearing it wrong side out?
Well...
I'll tell you what I'm going to do, young man. I'm going to give you the opportunity of coming up here onto this platform so that everyone downstairs and up in the balcony can share the pleasure of looking at you.
Now?
Step right along, please. Our time is limited and we want to get on with the program. Your name is Aldrich, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember my giving a talk only last September on how the young men in this school should be careful of their appearance in assembly?
No, sir.
Quiet, please. This is hardly a laughing matter. You don't remember?
I guess I was sick that day.
You guess you were sick that day. Exactly what is it you think you look like?
Why, before I came in here, I was a camel.
Quiet. Whatever possessed you to do a thing like this?
Why, well, you see, Virginia Lee...
Quiet, please. Quiet!
Henry, aren't you in the dining room?
Yes, sure, Mother. I'm in here.
My goodness, Henry, you haven't touched a thing.
But, Mother, I'm not hungry.
Henry, are you sulking because I wouldn't let you have that $1 to buy a box of candy for Virginia Lee?
Gee whiz, no, Mother. I give you my word I'm not sulking.
Well, then what is it? Don't you feel well?
Yes, sure. I feel fine. Don't you remember the big breakfast I ate? Gee, I had toast and oatmeal.
Just the same, you're going to sit up there like a gentleman and eat. Did you do nicely in assembly, dear?
In assembly?
Yes, I was just talking on the phone with Agnes Lawson's mother before you came in, and she said something I didn't quite understand. There was something about you in assembly.
Oh, yes. Yes, I was in assembly this morning.
And you took part in the program?
Yes. Yes, I guess you'd say I took part in it. Sort of.
Well, wasn't that nice, dear? You didn't tell me at breakfast you were going to.
Well, it was sort of all of a sudden.
Oh, what did you do? Read the Bible?
No, nothing like that, Mother. I don't want anything more. I think I'd better be going.
Henry, you're to eat your dessert before you leave.
My dessert, Mother? But don't you see I've got a lot of my... If I don't get started back for school, I'm going to be late.
Now, you have plenty of time before you get back. What was it we were talking about?
Why, I don't know.
Oh, you wanted to tell me about your appearance in assembly.
My appearance?
Yes, I thought you said you made an appearance.
Oh, that.
Henry, I'm just a bit provoked with you. There's no sense in being as modest as all that. I remember now Mrs. Lawson said something about your wearing a costume.
A costume?
Yes, and the students all laughed and said they'd never seen anything so funny in their lives.
Well...
Were you in a little sketch of some kind?
A sketch?
Your Uncle John, you know, was awfully good at entertaining like that. He almost went on the stage once, and you've always been very much like him.
Like Uncle John? Well, to tell you the truth, Mother, I just went up on the stage at Mr. Bradley's request.
Yes?
And he held me up as an example.
An example? An example of what?
Well, it was this darn coat, and I was...
Henry, what do you mean? Didn't you wear a costume?
No, Mother, just this suit. Now I've got to go.
Henry, do you mean Mr. Bradley didn't like the way you looked?
Yes. Goodbye.
Henry, you mean he criticized your clothes?
Mother, I've got to go.
But, Henry, wait. Hello?
Hello, Alice. This is Sam.
Sam, I'm glad you called.
Alice, I've been thinking it over. If you want to let Henry have $1, go ahead. But first make it clear, Alice, that it's a loan and not a gift.
But, Sam, he isn't upset about that $1. Mr. Bradley called him up on the platform in assembly this morning and made a public example of his suit.
What's that?
That's what he did, Sam. And don't you think that's awful?
Alice, what suit are you talking about?
That nice brown tweed of yours that I had the tailor cut down for Henry.
And Bradley said something about it?
Yes, Sam, right in front of the whole school. And, dear, here's exactly what I'm going to do.
Wait a second, I'll walk to school with you.
Gee whiz, Homer, have you seen George Bigelow?
No. And listen, Henry, is Virginia Lee embarrassed? Is Virginia Lee embarrassed?
Gee whiz, Homer, what's she so embarrassed about?
What do you mean? Do you know what I heard her say to somebody? She's going to change schools.
Now, there isn't anything to worry about, Homer. All I have to do is collect my $1 from George Bigelow. Well, gee, she'll forget the whole thing.
You mean she'll forget you're standing up there on the platform in assembly and shouting her name?
Homer, I didn't shout it. It just slipped out. And incidentally, there he is. Hey, George!
What?
George, come here a second. I guess you've forgotten something.
Yeah? What is it I forgot?
That $1 you said you'd loan me.
You're crazy, Henry. I'm not going to loan you any $1.
You're crazy yourself. Homer here was a witness to the whole thing.
Sure I was.
Now, wait. Let me ask you something. Didn't I say I'd loan you the $1 provided you'd wear your coat inside out all day?
But it wasn't my fault Mr. Bradley made me change it.
Well, was it my fault?
Now, listen, George. Quit pushing Henry.
Then tell him to get out of my way.
Oh, no, George. You can't get by me until I get that money.
What do you mean?
Now, listen, George. Let him alone.
Hey, George, stop!
Good afternoon, Miss Shea.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Aldrich. How are you?
Very well, thank you. I came over to the school to have a little talk with Mr. Bradley.
Oh. Have you an appointment, Mrs. Aldrich?
An appointment? No, but it's rather important that I see him, and I decided to come right over.
Well, I'm sorry, but Mr. Bradley's going to be in conference during most of the afternoon. Why don't you come back tomorrow?
Oh, no,
Oh, just a minute, please. Hello? Oh, yes, Mrs. Bigelow. George? He was in a fight. You don't say so, Mrs. Bigelow. Well, Mr. Bradley's in a conference right now, but if you come over a little later, we might be able to squeeze you in. Yes. Goodbye.
Now, Miss Shea, will you please tell Mr. Bradley that I'm out here? I'm quite sure he'll be only too glad to see me.
Well, I'm sorry, but I have orders not to disturb him.
You can't tell him I'm here? Then I'm afraid there's only one thing I can do. I'll sit down here and wait until he can see me. After all, there's a limit to everything.
doesn't anybody answer, Homer?
Not yet. How much time do we have before class, Henry?
3.5 minutes, if the clock in the store is right.
Hello? Here, let me brush you off a little more.
Boy. How does my coat look in the back?
Well, there's one nice thing about it, Henry. It isn't torn. I mean, the cloth really isn't torn.
It isn't?
No, it's just nicely ripped the whole length of the seam.
Boy.
Hello?
Hello, is this Mr. Aldrich?
It is?
Well, this is Homer Brown. Henry's banged up a little, and I've been asked to deliver a message for him.
What's that?
We've been trying to call Henry's mother, Mr. Aldrich, and she doesn't seem to answer, see?
Homer, exactly what is the trouble?
That's what I'm going to tell you. Henry doesn't want to wear his coat to class this afternoon, and he wondered whether you're too busy to hop in the car and pick up one of his other coats and bring it over here to DeHaven's drugstore.
Homer, what's the reason he can't wear the coat he has on?
Well, frankly, he's ashamed to wear it.
Homer, you tell Henry that I said he's to wear that coat to class. Is that clear?
He is?
Yes, sir. And if anybody asks him why he's wearing it, he's to say that I told him to.
Yes, Mr. Aldrich.
Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Very well, then.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Hey, Homer, what'd he say?
Well, I'll tell you. You won't believe it, Henry, but here's what he told me to tell you.
We'll be back with the Aldrich family in just a moment. Right now it's intermission, and time for our intermission guest, the one and only Tommy Dorsey. Okay, Tommy.
Now, getting back to the troubles of Henry Aldrich. Henry wore his coat wrong side out at assembly this morning in order to borrow $1 to buy chocolates for his latest girl. And Henry's mother, misunderstanding the entire episode, has decided to call on the school principal. The scene opens in the Aldrich front hall. Aunt Harriet is speaking.
Mary, is your mother here?
No, she isn't, Aunt Harriet.
She isn't?
No, she hasn't been home all afternoon.
Well, is your father here?
No, the only one that's here is Henry, and he's up in his room and he won't speak to anyone.
What's the matter with him?
He's just completely depressed, Aunt Harriet. He won't even let me come near him.
No?
I warned him, though. I warned him at breakfast he better not get interested in that Virginia Lee. My goodness, Aunt Harriet, do you know what Virginia Lee did to him?
What?
Well, you know how she has red hair, and I'll admit she's pretty. But that's no excuse for her not letting Henry to come to her party tonight.
What's that?
And for no reason at all. Except that she doesn't like Henry's clothes or something.
Virginia Lee did that to Henry? Mary, I don't believe it.
But Aunt Harriet, she did, though.
Well, I know one thing. If it's true, I think her mother ought to know about it.
And I agree with you, Aunt Harriet, and I just wish you'd call her up.
Call her up nothing. I'll go right over and have a talk with Mrs. Lee face to face. No one can break Henry's heart and get away with it.
Hello, Sam. Can you hear me?
Yes, Alice. Where are you now?
I'm still up here at the high school waiting to see Mr. Bradley.
And he refuses to have anything to do with you?
Yes, dear, and I think we ought to get this whole matter straightened out.
Well, here's what I can do, Alice. Joseph Lee is the head of the Board of Education now, isn't he?
Who is? Joseph Lee? Virginia Lee's father?
Yes, over on Maple Street. And, Alice, I'm going to get in touch with him.
Well, dear, I think I ought to talk to him, too.
I'll call you as soon as I've gotten a hold of him, Alice. Don't worry.
Gee, Henry, why don't you try to look at it this way?
Homer, will you please get out of my room and go on downstairs and go home?
But, Henry, you just don't understand Virginia. She's got a little temper, maybe, sure, but... Do you know what I'm going to do, Henry? I've just had an idea. You sit tight, see? I'm going to fix everything all up for you.
Now, wait a minute, Homer.
Let go of me, Henry. I'm going to fix things up, and you're going to that party tonight and have a swell time.
But, Homer...
Now, wait a minute, Mrs. Aldrich. May I get just one word in here before you go on?
Mr. Lee, when I'm finished, you may say all you want to. I realize this is your home, but I've just got to get you straight on this matter of Henry and Mr. Bradley.
Now, Mrs. Aldrich, I think by this time I am straight.
But Mrs. Lee doesn't understand. She says she doesn't understand one word of it.
Why, of course I do. The whole thing is as clear as anything.
Mrs. Lee, just 1 minute ago, you
Now,
said...
wait a minute, Alice. Let's take one thing at a time.
Sam, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm speaking. And so far, dear, you haven't done one bit of good.
Alice, suppose you let me try to explain this whole thing, because there are some things about this that you don't know.
Harriet, I don't like to interfere, but Alice is talking.
Well, all I want to know is why Henry can't come to the party tonight.
I'm sorry, but it's Virginia's party, and I don't
And Mrs.
usually
Lee,
invite-
I agree with you. If Henry isn't wanted, he would certainly be the last one who would want to come. But the point is, I waited in Mr. Bradley's office for 2.5 hours. And I want to know what the Board of Education is going to do about it.
Mrs. Aldrich, I regret to have to tell you that the Board of Education has absolutely nothing to do with what appointments Mr. Bradley keeps or does not keep.
Well, Mr. Lee, under ordinary circumstances, I would say you were right.
Sam, he's not right. You're not agreeing with him, are you?
Alice, Sam didn't say he was agreeing with him.
Now, just a minute, Harriet. Just a minute.
Hello, Mrs. Lee. Where's Virginia?
Homer Brown, is that you?
Yeah, I've got to see her. I've got to see her.
Homer, would you mind getting out of this room? We happen to be in a conference.
Oh, excuse me, but isn't Virginia here?
Homer, we would like to be left alone.
That's all right, Mr. Aldrich. I can take care of Homer.
Listen, Virginia, I've got to tell you something.
Did Henry Aldrich send you over here again? Virginia, that is no way to speak to a guest. And, Mother, I agree with you, but he isn't my guest. I don't want to see him.
Virginia, do you know why Henry wore his coat in assembly wrong side out this morning?
What's that?
I'm not even interested in why he did it.
What do you mean, wrong side out?
Excuse me, Mr. Aldrich, but I want to tell Virginia something.
And I want to ask you something. Henry, can you see whether there's any car coming in back of us?
Just a second, Father, and I'll look out the back window.
No, Sam, there isn't a thing in back of us.
Just a second now while I pull up to the curb. Now then, just a minute, Henry. Do you realize just what you did today?
Yes, Father.
You made a bit of a fool of yourself, didn't you? right in front of the whole school.
Yes, Father.
You shouldn't have done it, even if it was for a woman.
Yes, sir.
I'll have to admit the girl in this case isn't bad looking. In fact, she's rather pretty.
Yes, Father.
But that is still no excuse.
Yes, sir. Gee, how'd I ever happen to do a thing like that? Gee, am I ashamed of myself?
Well, I'm glad to hear you say that. Here, let me open the door for you. Now, go on into Virginia's party and have a good time.
Thank you, Father. And I want to tell you both how very sorry I am that I embarrassed you so much today.
That's all right, dear. Now go on in.
Okay, and thanks again for everything.
Wait a minute, Sam. Look in the living room window, up there on the porch.
Yeah? Quite a crowd.
Oh, they're dancing. There's Homer Brown and Agnes and George Bigelow. I wonder who's playing the piano. It's lovely.
Alice, was that Henry I just saw in there?
Yes, Sam, he's dancing already with Virginia Lee.
Not a bad-looking young man, is he? Quite a gentleman.
Oh, he certainly does look nice. Only, Sam, look at the way Virginia's laughing at him. What in the world is Henry doing?
What's that?
He's dancing with something on his head.
Alice, that's a lampshade. What's he doing that for?
Sam, if that isn't... And right after Henry promised faithfully...
I wonder why it is, Alice, that women can make such fools out of men. Hello?
Hello, is Henry there?
No, he isn't. Is there any message? This is his father.
Oh, this is Virginia. I just wanted to tell Henry how much he added to the party last night.
Very well.
Oh, my goodness, I never laughed so hard in all my life. I guess he certainly gets it from that actor.
What's that?
You know, from his Uncle John, that famous actor. Henry told me all about him.
What's that? Now, wait a minute.
This rebroadcast of the Aldrich Family is a presentation of the Armed Forces Radio Service.
The Aldrich Family, a special rebroadcast for you soldiers, sailors, and Marines of the United Nations.
Watch a teenage boy in action, and you can probably discover the source of his impulsive vitality. Whatever he does is immensely important and all-engrossing. Henry Aldrich proves that. The scene opens at the Aldrich breakfast table.
Have some bacon, Alice?
Thank you, Sam. I think I will.
Mary?
Thank you, Father.
Henry? Henry?
What? Oh, no thanks, Father.
Well, Henry, I want you to at least eat your oatmeal.
Mother, I ate all the milk on it. And you know how much nourishment there is in milk, don't you?
Henry, did you get overtired at the dance last night?
Who I, Mary? Tired?
Henry, if you're old enough to dance, you're old enough to eat oatmeal. Now, don't let me hear your mother speak about it again.
Even when I don't have any appetite, Father?
Henry, didn't you hear your father order you to either eat or stop dancing?
Mary, I'm eating it. All I want to know is whether I have to go clear through to the bottom.
Well, it seems to me, Henry, you have the wrong attitude. There are lots of people in this world who'd give anything for a dish of oatmeal.
Mother, it isn't that I don't appreciate it. It's girls that I'm sick of.
Girls, dear?
Boy, never again. Why should I want to fritter away my life dancing?
What's that?
Why should I... Boy, the way I look at it...
Sam, what are you holding your cup up in the air like that for?
I'm fascinated. Go on, Henry.
Well, I just thought things over, that's all. I don't feel I'm getting anywhere the way I'm going. You know what I mean? Being a darn butterfly. So, Mother, don't you think I could just forget my oatmeal?
You certainly may not.
By the way, Alice, has anyone phoned for me this morning?
No, Sam, not that I know of.
No. Well, if any call does come for me, it'll probably be a Mr. Gilchrist.
Who?
Mr. Gilchrist. And please be sure to call me. I'll probably be up in the attic working.
Father, you mean you're not going to the office today?
I am not. And that phone call is very important. Is that clear, Alice?
Yes, Sam, of course it's clear.
And Mary, do you understand?
Yes, Father.
And Henry? Henry, what are you staring into your oatmeal for?
Who I, Father? I wasn't staring. I was just watching the spoon sing.
Hi, Henry.
Gee whiz, Homer, are you here?
Come here quick. I've got some news for you.
Henry.
I'm coming, Homer.
Henry!
Yes, Father?
When Homer came in, I was asking you whether you understood.
I heard you, Father. Gee, you can depend on me.
Hey, Henry, who do you think I just saw? Who do you think I just had a talk with?
Who?
Agnes. And do you know what she said? She said that when Kathleen got home from the dance last night, she was so upset over the fight you and she had, she couldn't sleep all night.
She couldn't, Homer? She couldn't?
And do you know what Agnes said she told her to do?
What?
She said Kathleen ought to telephone you and apologize.
Is that right, Homer? Kathleen's going to apologize to me?
Sure. As a matter of fact, hasn't she called you yet?
No, but she probably will any minute, though. She's well, I mean, if she wasn't able to sleep last night, she's probably having a late breakfast.
That's true. Are you going to forgive her?
Well, I'll certainly be fair. That's the least I can do.
Henry, could you and Homer please get out of my way?
Mary, Homer and I happen to be very busy discussing something. Now, please don't hang around and try to listen.
Henry, all I want to do is use the phone.
Use the phone? I'm sorry, but you can't use it right now, Mary.
Why not?
I'm using the phone.
You're using it. Why, Henry Aldrich, you're standing 10 feet away from it. And all I want to do is phone Daisy Harper and say hello.
Daisy Harper? Gee whiz, you've never gotten Daisy Harper on the phone in your life, but what, you just hung there for a couple of hours at a stretch.
Well, I know my rights, Henry Aldrich.
Don't let her buy you, Henry. Don't let her buy you.
Now, Mary, wait a minute.
Oh, no, I won't. Let go of me.
There, Mary. Now look at what you've done.
Henry, I didn't knock the table over. You did.
Henry?
Yes, Mother?
What was that?
Why,
I'll tell you, Mrs. Aldrich. He was just explaining something to Mary.
Well, please tell him to come in here and finish his oatmeal.
See that, Henry? See that?
Mother, couldn't you save my oatmeal for me so I can have it for lunch?
For lunch?
Sure. Just slice it and fry it for me. Oh, boy, there's the phone. Now, Mary, will you please get out of this hall while I have my conversation?
Henry, I won't listen to you.
That isn't the point, Mary. Do you want to make us feel uncomfortable?
Well, all right. But don't expect me to do this for you all the time.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello, is this Kathleen's father? I mean...
May I speak with Mr. Aldrich, please?
With Mr. Aldrich?
Yes, this is Mr. Gilchrist. I'm very anxious to get in touch with him.
Oh, yes, it seems as though I remember him mentioning your name at breakfast or something.
I beg your pardon?
Just a minute, I'll call him. Father! Father!
Mr. Aldrich! Listen, Henry, get rid of him fast. Maybe Kathleen is trying to get you.
Hello?
Hello, is this Mr. Aldrich?
No, sir, I just happen to remember Mr. Gilchrist. My father said you should call him at his office. I think.
He's at the office?
Sure. And I remember he said it was very important. And he must be on his way by now.
Henry, hang up.
The only thing is, well, maybe I can get him before my train leaves. Thank you very much.
That's all right. Goodbye.
Hello, Mr. Aldrich's office.
Hello, is Mr. Aldrich there?
No, he isn't.
Well, this is Mr. Brown. Do you know whether Mr. Aldrich has gotten in touch with Mr. Gilchrist yet?
Why, Mr. Brown, Mr. Aldrich was expecting him to go over to his house for a conference, I believe.
This morning?
Yes, you see, Mr. Aldrich isn't coming into the office today.
Oh.
Well, I'll jump in the car and go right over to Mr. Aldrich's house. I want to get in on that conference if I can.
And I'm sure Mr. Aldrich will be very glad to get the two of you together.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Brown. Hello, Mr. Aldrich's office.
Hello. May I speak with Mr. Aldrich, please?
Mr. Aldrich isn't in right now. May I take any message?
Well, this is Mr. Gilchrist. About how long before you expect him in?
Oh, Mr. Gilchrist, Mr. Aldrich isn't expecting to see you here. He's waiting for you up at his house.
Up at his house? I just phoned his house. They said he was on his way down to the office.
Really? He's decided to come down here?
That's what they said. And I'm supposed to catch a train in 25 minutes.
Well, Mr. Gilchrist, you better hurry up and come right down here then.
You think I'll be able to see him?
Oh, yes. If they told you he's coming down here, he ought to be here any minute.
Very well.
And then, oh, my goodness, I wonder if I can get hold of Mr. Brown.
Spend all Saturday here by this phone?
Mrs. Aldrich, that's just exactly what I've been trying to tell him.
Mother, I don't need any fresh air. I slept with my window open all night.
Well, get away from that phone, dear. I want to put in a call.
Now, just as Kathleen's... Mother, couldn't you please wait just a few more minutes?
Oh, you're waiting for a call?
Yes, sure.
Well, let me know just as soon as you're through, because I have to order the groceries.
Yes, Mother, and thank you very much.
Listen, Henry, I know you slept with your window open last night, but why don't you look at it this way? The sun's shining.
All right, Homer, all right. Why don't you go out then?
Alone? What is there I could do alone? Look, why don't you do this? Why don't you phone Kathleen and get it over with?
Oh, no, Homer. Oh, no, it was her fault, and she's practically dying to apologize to me.
Henry!
Mary, there's no use asking me. I'm not through with this phone yet.
Henry, I'm not even asking you about the phone. I just wanted to tell you that Mother has a can of peas out in the kitchen she wants you to open for her.
Sure, I know, Mary, I know. Now run along. If you think you're going to get me away from this phone with a can of peas, you're crazy.
Henry, must I ask Mother to beg you in writing to open her can of peas?
Mary, ma'am.
Oh, no, Homer. Mother still remembers the time you pulled the cork out of the vinegar bottle.
Mary, I wasn't going to offer to open your darn can. I was just going to suggest if it's so important you get it open, why don't you bring the can and the can opener in here?
All right, just to show you I will. I certainly will.
Gee whiz, there's the phone. There's the phone. Hello? Hello, Kathleen.
Henry, you're completely crazy. That's the front door. And Homer, can't you please answer it?
Sure, Mary.
Number, please.
Never mind, operator. My sister just asked Homer to answer it.
I beg your pardon?
It isn't the phone. Goodbye.
Homer, what are you doing over here?
Oh, hello, Father. I'm helping Henry wait for a phone call.
Hello, Mr. Brown.
Good morning, Henry. Where's your father?
My father? Oh, he's down at the office.
Down at the office? Oh, no.
Yes, sir. He particularly mentioned at breakfast that he was going to the office.
Well, what did they tell me he was up here for? Look out while I use your phone a minute.
You want to use this phone, Mr. Brown?
I do.
Father, I'm sorry, but it's busy.
What do you mean it's busy? I've got to call Mr. Aldrich.
What do you mean you're going to call me? Hello there, Will.
Sam! I thought you were down at the office.
Gee whiz, Father, how'd you get back so soon?
From where? I've been up in the attic.
With Mr. Gilchrist?
But who?
With Mr. Gilchrist, Father. Did you find him all right?
What do you mean? Did Mr. Gilchrist find me? Henry, where is Mr. Gilchrist?
Well, I'm not sure, but I think he said he'd be very glad to wait for you down at your office.
Well, that's a fine thing. Here, let me have that phone.
Oh, boy.
Father, couldn't you please wait just a little while longer?
Wait. Henry, do you realize what you've done? Do you realize that...
There she is, Henry. There she is.
Homer, let me have that phone.
I'm just handing it to you, Henry. Here.
Hello? Yes?
Henry, is that my office?
No, it isn't, Father. It's a sort of a girl.
Will, come with me. Maybe my wife knows something about Gilchrist phoning.
I'm coming.
Hello?
Alice!
Listen, Daisy Harper, this is no time to be calling our house. Now, please hang on.
Alice!
I'm out in the kitchen, Sam.
Were you around when Gilchrist phoned?
Dear, I don't know anything about it.
Sam, I've got my car outside. We'd better go right down to your office.
That's true.
Sam, there are two things I want you to do for me on the way down. First, take this list into the grocer's and leave it.
Now, Alice?
Dear, all you have to do is leave it and run, and they'll fill the order. And then stop off with this note at the emergency aid.
Alice, why can't you use the phone for all that?
Now, Sam, I can't touch the phone. Henry's waiting for a call from Kathleen, and his heart is practically broken.
And do you realize my day is practically ruined? And besides, I don't even go near the grocery store.
All right, then Mary can go to the grocery. But you can stop off with this list at the emergency aid. It's right in the block above your office.
What are we giving them?
Some gingham aprons and 100 pounds of potatoes we have down in the basement and a few other things.
And I have to carry them?
No, dear. Just take this list so they'll know what they're going to get.
Father!
Yes, Mary?
I'm awfully glad you're still here. Could you open this can of peas for me?
Mary, get Henry to open it. I'm going down to the office.
Well, the only thing is, though... Henry!
Goodbye, Alice.
Sam, did you get that list for the emergency aid?
Yes.
Henry!
Mary, are you calling Henry?
Yes, Homer, I have a job for him, and Father says no one but Henry is to do it.
But gee whiz, Mary, can't you see I'm trying to use this phone? Hello?
Here's the can opener, and here's the can, Henry.
Thank you, Mary. Put it right down there.
And if you ask me, Henry Aldrich, no girl in the world is important enough to tie up a whole family like this.
Hello?
Doesn't anyone answer, Henry?
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Aldrich's office.
Oh, boy, am I glad to get you. This is Henry Aldrich.
Yes, Henry.
Look, my father says I made a terrible mistake, and then I can only talk for a minute.
What did you say?
I've got a call coming, see, and if the line is busy all the time, she might get discouraged. And my father isn't down there, he's up here.
Mr. Aldrich is up there at the house?
Yes, he turned up in the attic.
Well, I'm awfully glad you called. I'll send Mr. Gilchrist up right away.
That's fine, because my father's pretty mad. Goodbye.
But, Kathleen, I've been expecting you to ask Henry. I can't help that, Nellie. But we're going to have such fun on the picnic. Why don't you go to the phone now and call Henry and ask him whether he wouldn't like to come along with us? Oh, no, Nellie. If you'd like to ask him, you go ahead. But I'm certainly not going to be the one that calls him. All right. Hello?
Number, please.
Elm 303.
Elm 303.
Kathleen, tell me confidentially, have you and Henry had a falling out? A falling out? My goodness, Nellie, whatever gave you an idea like that? I just said I wasn't going to be the one that phones him.
Hello?
Hello, is that you, Henry?
Yes, is that you, Kathleen?
Kathleen? No. Did you want to speak to her?
Why not? No, I mean, if it isn't... Who is this?
This is Nellie Miller. Could you hold the line just a second? Kathleen, here, take the receiver. No, Nellie, don't you dare tell him I'm here. Well, my goodness. Hello?
Nellie, is there somebody there with you?
Well, no, not exactly. And Henry, how would you like to go on a picnic with a few of us?
On a picnic? Today?
Yes, we're going to have a wonderful time. And all you'd have to furnish would be lettuce.
Lettuce? Well, I tell you, I'd certainly...
Henry, what's that awful noise?
Nothing, Nellie. I'm just trying to open a can of peas.
You what?
I'd certainly like to go with you, but I'm expecting a telephone call. It's a very important one, and no, Nellie, I don't think I'd better go with you.
Really?
And listen, I don't like to seem rude, but could you hang up in case that call comes for me?
All right, Henry, if you want to talk to me that way, I was just trying to be nice to you.
Gee, I didn't mean it that way.
Don't apologize. It's only wasting your time. Goodbye.
But listen.
What did he say, Nellie? He asked me to hang up. Well, of all the... My goodness, I don't know what's gotten into Henry.
Miss Thompson, do you have him yet?
I'm trying to get him, Mr. Aldrich. The operator's ringing your house right this minute.
Sam, after you get through talking to Henry, let me have a chance at Homer. I'll turn him over to you, Will, with pleasure.
Hello? Hello?
Hello, is Henry Aldrich there?
Yes, hello. Is this you, Kathleen?
Who?
Isn't this Kathleen speaking?
No, it isn't. But just a moment. There is someone that would like to speak to you.
There is? Oh, boy.
Henry.
What's that?
Henry, I want to ask you just one simple question. Where is Mr. Gilchrist?
Well, I'm certainly glad you called, Father. He's right in the living room reading the National Geographic. What happened to you?
What happened to me? What happened to me? Wait until you hear what's going to happen to you. Henry, what's that noise?
That noise? I'm beating the rug for Mary.
What?
I've got it hanging on the banister, and I'm being very careful.
You tell Mr. Gilchrist we're coming up there and he's to wait. Then you're to get away from there and stay away for the rest of the day.
I'm to stay away from Mr. Gilchrist or the carpet.
From the phone, of course, the phone.
But suppose my call comes for me.
Did you hear me? You're not even to touch that telephone until I say you may.
Yes, Father, I understand.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Sam, you didn't hang up, did you? Oh, I'm sorry, Will.
Oh, that's all right. There wasn't anything more I could tell Homer anyway.
Just the same, Miss Thompson. Call our house again.
Right now?
Right now. Let's see whether Henry's still hanging around that phone.
Hello?
Number, please.
Elm 303.
Elm 303.
Here's your hat and coat, Will. I hope you don't mind driving us up to the house again.
Well, it has to be done. After all, Gilchrist has already stayed over one train to keep this appointment.
Hello?
Hello, is Henry Aldrich there?
Hello, is this Kathleen?
Just a moment, please. Here, Mr. Aldrich.
Thank you. Henry, didn't I tell you not to touch that phone again?
Mr. Aldrich, Henry's not touching it. I'm touching it for him.
This is Homer?
Sam, is that Homer? Let me get my hands on him.
We'll be back with the Aldrich family in just a moment. Right now it's intermission and time for our intermission guest, the one and only Tommy Dorsey. Okay, Tommy?
I couldn't sleep a wink last night because we had that silly fight. I thought my heart would break the whole night through. I knew that you'd be sorry, and I'm sorry too. I didn't have my favorite dream. the one in which I hold you tight. I had to call you up this morning to see that everything was still all right. Yes, I had to call you up this morning 'cause I couldn't sleep a wink last night.
Now, getting back to the troubles of Henry Aldrich. Due to the fact that Henry has been waiting by the Aldrich telephone for several hours, hoping a call would come through from Kathleen, practically all business and social life in Centerville has come to a dead stop. The scene opens in a nearby grocery store.
Excuse me, but could you wait on me next, please?
Oh, hello there, Mary Aldrich. What do you have?
Why, I'm in an awful hurry. My mother wanted me to leave this list of groceries, and will you send them over to our house, please?
Okay.
Oh, I'm certainly glad you've got a phone booth here. I've been waiting all morning to put a phone call in.
Okay, help yourself there.
My goodness.
What's the matter? Is the door stuck? Just give it a yank.
All right. Hello? Hello? Why, Henry Aldrich, what are you doing here?
Listen, Mary, can't I have any privacy at all?
Henry, just let me out for a minute. I'll explain things to her.
I don't want anything explained. Apparently there isn't a telephone in this town that a person can use that you aren't on.
You might try DeHaven's drugstore, Mary. They have a very nice booth there.
Hello?
Number, please.
Well, look, may I ask who this is?
This is the operator. What number do you want?
Well, could you do me a favor? Could you transfer any calls that may come from me at the Aldrich's over to the Homer Brown's house?
I'm sorry. We can't possibly do that.
Oh, well, do you happen to know Charlie Clark?
Yes?
Well, he's a friend of mine, and his sister works there at the phone company. So, does that make any difference?
I'm Charlie Clark's sister.
Oh, you are? You are? Well, I'm Henry, see? And I've got an unusual case here. My father's driven me out, see? He's driven me out, and somebody very important is trying to get me.
Is it an emergency call you're expecting?
Oh, boy, I'll say it is.
Well, I'll take it up with the supervisor and explain the circumstance.
And thank you very much. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
What'd she say, Henry? What'd she say?
Look out, Homer. We gotta be over at your house before Kathleen's car gets there.
Hello, Henry.
Oh,
Gee whiz, is that you, Nellie?
We're getting some things for the picnic here, and you won't even have to furnish lettuce if you'd like to change your mind, Henry.
Gee, any other time, Nellie, but right now I'm in an awful hurry. Come on, Homer.
Hello, Nellie. Hello, Homer. How are you?
Homer, come on.
Goodbye, Nellie. Goodbye. Oh, Nellie. What is it, Kathleen? Here's some nice fancy crackers. Who is that just went out the door? Henry Aldrich. Was that Henry? Yes, he was in such a hurry to get away, he'd hardly speak to me. Really? Oh. Well, you know, Nellie, on second thought, I don't think I care anything about going on the picnic. Why not? I simply don't feel like it. What fun... Nellie, there's no use pleading with me. I've made up my mind.
Excuse me, but was either of you girls using that phone booth there?
Us? No, sir.
I wondered. I just found a can opener in it.
Hello there, Mr. Brown. Boy, have I been running.
Henry, is that you? Where's Homer?
He's coming, Mr. Brown. Boy, he couldn't keep up with me. But gee whiz, is that your telephone? I'm just in time.
I guess that is the phone.
Well, don't bother to answer it. I know what it is.
Henry, I'll take that call.
But it's for me. It's for me. Hello?
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 This is Mr. Gilchrist. I want to speak to Mr. Samuel Aldrich.
To Mr. Aldrich? He isn't here. You've got the wrong house.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Henry, who was that?
Nobody, Mr. Brown. Just Mr. Gilchrist. He wanted to speak to my father.
To your father? Where is Gilchrist? Where is he? We've been looking all over for him.
Why, he didn't say. He just hung up.
And may I ask who gave you permission to come in here and answer our telephone?
The telephone company. I asked them to.
Oh, you did you? And do you see that front door?
Yes, sir.
March.
You mean you want me to go?
March.
Yes, Mr. Brown.
Gee, Henry, can you run?
Homer, get out of here.
Who, me, Father?
March.
I'll answer it, Alice. Hello?
May I speak to Mr. Brown, please?
Well, I'm sorry, but Mr. Brown isn't here. You must have the wrong number.
I can't keep getting wrong numbers forever. Whose residence is this?
This is Mr. Aldrich's residence.
Well, this is Mr. Gilchrist, Mr. Aldrich.
Oh.
How is it when I call your house, I get Mr. Brown, and when I call Mr. Brown's house, I get you?
Could you say that again, please?
I'm down at the station, and I just wanted to tell you that in less than 1 minute, I'm stepping on board my train.
You're leaving?
Right now. Goodbye.
But Mr. Gilchrist, Mr. Gilchrist!
Sam, that wasn't a call for Henry, was it?
It was not. Alice, will you please try to tell me what has happened to this telephone system?
Well, I've been wondering about that myself because Henry is just terribly upset.
Henry is?
I think you ought to call the company, dear, and complain to them that Henry's been sitting here by this phone most all morning and nothing has happened.
What do you mean nothing has happened?
Now, Sam, this isn't any worse for you than for Henry. Just remember the poor boy's in the living room completely sunk.
What's the matter with him?
He's so depressed, Sam. He wouldn't eat his fried oatmeal even after I warmed it over for him. Oh, my goodness, there's the phone again.
Mother, do I hear the phone ringing?
You do, and if you want to answer it, you may.
Well, thank you, Father. Thank you very much.
And as soon as you're through answering it, I want to have a talk with you.
Yes, Father.
Now, Sam?
Hello?
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 Henry, this isn't Kathleen, but listen. If I were you, I wouldn't come anywhere near my house.
Why not?
The telephone company was just there, and they took out our phone.
What'd they do that for?
They said you told them to.
Who, me? Homer, I give you my word.
I'm phoning from DeHaven's drugstore, and you better keep away from my father. Goodbye.
But Homer!
Henry, where did your mother go?
I don't know, Father. What do you think just happened?
I know what just happened. Alice!
What is it, Sam? What is it?
Alice, they just delivered some groceries. And may I ask just what it was you ordered?
Why, a lot of things.
Did you order 100 pounds of potatoes?
No.
Did you order any lentils?
No, we've got all that down in the basement. It's what we're giving to the emergency aid.
Well, the store just delivered them to you with a note pinned on the potatoes saying they're all out of gingham aprons.
Sam Aldrich, how could they have done a thing like that?
Does Henry know anything about that? Henry!
He probably went upstairs. I'll answer it. Hello?
Hello, Mrs. Aldrich. Is that you?
Yes?
Well, this is Kathleen Anderson.
Oh, hello, Kathleen. I guess I know who you want to speak to.
Oh, no, I'm calling you, Mrs. Aldrich.
Me, dear?
Yes, my mother just looked over the list of things you promised to donate to the emergency aid, and she wanted me to phone and thank you right away.
Well, wasn't that nice of her? I hope you need potatoes.
Potatoes? You mean you're going to give potatoes, too?
Oh, aren't potatoes and lentils on the list?
No, I don't think so. I have your list right here. 2 pounds of butter, 1 pound of cheese, 2 pounds of bacon, 5 lamb chops, dozen and a half of eggs, 2 cans of pineapple.
Kathleen, where did you get that list?
Why, Mr. Aldrich left it at the emergency aid on his way to his office.
He took that and Well, isn't that nice?
Yes, it certainly is.
Yes, it is, isn't it? Kathleen, could you hold the phone just a second while I speak to Mr. Aldrich?
Oh, you want to ask him about the potatoes?
Yes, that's exactly what I want to ask him about. Just hold the line. Sam! Sam Aldrich, where are you?
I think he went upstairs, Mother. Gee whiz. did you know someone let the receiver off the telephone? Mother? Oh, gee whiz. Hello?
Hello?
Oh, gee whiz. Hello?
Hello, is that you, Henry?
Listen, Kathleen, listen.
What, Henry?
Well, imagine that. How long you been waiting there?
Why,
Boy, am I going to give the phone company the deuce.
the phone company.
Boy, I've been waiting all... are you doing anything tonight?
No, I'm not.
Well, how would you like to go on a picnic this morning?
Henry, it's afternoon.
It is? That's what I mean. How about the movies? Tonight.
I'd love to.
All right. Swell. I'll see you at 8. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Henry, you didn't hang up that phone, did you?
Why not? There wasn't anything more to say, Mother. I finally got my call.
Hello? Hello.
Number, please.
Operator, this is Mr. Brown. I've been trying to get Elm 303 for 2 hours. What's the trouble?
Elm 303. What is the name of the party, please?
Aldrich, Mr. Samuel Aldrich.
I'm sorry, but Elm 303 has been disconnected.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
The Aldrich family, a special rebroadcast for you soldiers, sailors, and Marines of the United Nations.
And now for the Aldrich family with Dick Jones as Henry and Jackie Kelk as Homer. The wonderful thing about the teenage time of your life is the fact that you can experience it twice. Once in your own teenage and continually thereafter in the misadventures of your own or your neighbor's Henry Aldrich. The scene opens in the Aldrich living room. The time is evening.
Sam, I don't think you're looking at it from Henry's point of view.
You're quite right, I'm not. I'm looking at it from Mr. McCall's, or whatever his name is, point of view. And if you'll remember, Alice, I advised Henry in the first place not to take that job unless he was sure he could stick to it.
Sam, that's the whole point. Henry isn't working tonight because he isn't supposed to work. He's taking Kathleen to a very nice dance at the country club.
Yes? Well, then what's all the fuss about?
Dear, there isn't any fuss. Mr. McCall, who hires him, phoned a few minutes ago and wanted to know where the bicycle is.
The what?
The bicycle that Henry delivers packages from the drugstore on.
You mean he's lost it?
No, Sam, of course he hasn't. The bicycle is right out on the front porch. Henry didn't understand that he was to return it tonight. And don't you think Mr. McCall could be reasonable and let him bring it back tomorrow? Because there isn't any other way, is there?
Alice, you aren't by any chance leading up to the suggestion that I take it back, are you?
Sam, that hadn't even entered my head. Would you want to?
I would not. And, Alice, no matter how far Henry has to take that bicycle, if his employer wants it, he should have it.
But do you think his employer realizes that Henry's only young once, and that this is one of the most important dances the club is going to have all season?
No, I don't imagine he does.
Do you?
Do I what? Yes, I realize a boy is young only once. And a man reaches my age only once, and I'm going to sit in this chair and read this paper and not deliver any bicycle.
Mother, are you too busy to fix my necktie, please?
No, Henry. Sit down on the arm of this chair while I straighten it.
Okay. Did I just hear you and Father talking about Mr. McCall's bicycle?
You did.
Well, look, Father, be sure to remember this. When you first push back on the brake, your feet will go all the way around once. But on the second time around, you'll stop. At least you'll usually stop.
I won't stop at all.
You won't? You mean Mother didn't have a chance to explain things to you?
Henry, if I gave you the impression that I was going to ask your father to take that bicycle back for you, I'm afraid you misunderstood me. The one I'm going to ask, dear, is Mary.
Mary? Mary isn't even here.
She will be. She'll be back any minute.
Are you sure? Because I feel very responsible for that bicycle. And Kathleen, and the dance.
You haven't one thing to worry about. Now run upstairs and put your coat on.
Yes, Mother, sure. Thanks very much.
Sam, did you see that?
Did I see what?
How conscientious he is about it. He wouldn't even put his coat on until I assured him Mary is going to be here.
All right, Alice. But remember, Mr. McCall has to have that bicycle.
Sam, you talk just as though returning a bicycle were the most awful problem in the world.
Mother!
Yes, Mary, are you back?
Yes, and my goodness, Mother, look at what I've just done to my brand new stocking.
Mary Aldrich, how did you do that?
On that old bicycle that's out on the front porch. And, Mother, I was going to wear these stockings to the dance tonight.
Mary, you didn't tell me you were going to the dance.
Mother, don't you remember? I told you at breakfast this morning, and I'm late as it is.
You mean you haven't time to...
Haven't time to what?
Nothing, dear. You're only young once. Go on up and get your clothes changed. I'm going to put in a phone call. Hello?
Number, please.
Elm 232.
Elm 232.
Mother, don't you think it would be all right if I tell Henry he has to pay for these stockings?
Mary, Henry only earns 50 cents for a whole afternoon's work, and those stockings cost 89.
No, Mother, they cost $1.08.
And that makes it worse. Aren't you ashamed?
Hello, Mrs. Brown speaking.
Hello, Elizabeth. This is Alice Aldrich. Is Homer there?
Why, just a minute, Alice. Homer, you'll go to the telephone. Alice, while he's on the way, I want to ask you, did you know about the Allisons' party?
The Allisons? Are they giving a party?
Yes, dear. I understand they've invited scads of people.
Really? When is it?
It's tonight.
Tonight, Elizabeth? Aren't you invited?
No. Aren't you invited?
No, I guess you and I aren't included.
Isn't that terrible? I'm not surprised about myself, Alice, but after all, you've entertained the Allisons.
Well, that's the way things are, Elizabeth. You never know.
Oh, just a minute, Alice. Here's Homer. Hello? Homer, can't you say hello, Mrs. Aldrich?
I didn't know it was Mrs. Aldrich. Hello, Mrs. Aldrich.
Hello, dear.
Mother, could you be lacing my shoes? How are you, Mrs. Aldrich?
Homer, how would you like to earn a little money?
Some money? Boy.
It won't be very much, but it'll probably come in very handy.
Okay, sure. When do you want me? Tomorrow morning?
No, dear, tonight.
Tonight?
Yes, dear, you can do the whole thing tonight.
Why, I'm not working tonight, Mrs. Aldrich. I'm meeting Agnes at the country club.
Are you sure you wouldn't like to do just one little errand?
Gee, no, I've got to save myself to dance.
Well, I suppose you're only young once.
What's that?
Nothing, Homer. Goodbye.
Mother!
Come here, Henry. I'm afraid I have something I have to tell you.
You have, Mother? Boy, how do I look? How do you like my hair this way?
Henry,
Gee, I can't begin to tell you how much I appreciate your fixing things up for me. Are you sure Mary will be back in time?
Mary's already back. The only thing
Mother,
is...
there isn't another guy in this town that has a mother that... You know what I mean?
Henry, you don't have to hug me quite so tight.
I was just giving you a little squeeze. What was it you wanted to say to me?
Nothing, dear. You go right on and have a good time.
Okay, good night, Mother.
Don't stay out late.
Okay, and explain to Mary how responsible I feel about that bicycle.
Why, hello there, Mrs. Aldrich. Don't tell me you're out wheeling a baby at this time of night.
Good evening, Mrs. Hooper. No, this is a bicycle.
A what?
A delivery bicycle. It has a sidecar.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I recognized your face, but I couldn't place the sidecar.
I'm just pushing it over here to Mr. McCall's drugstore. Very good exercise.
Something I can do for you, madam?
Why, yes. Are you Mr. McCall?
Yes, ma'am.
Why, I've just returned your bicycle for Henry Aldrich.
Oh, yes. Where's Henry? I've got a couple of packages for him to deliver.
Tonight? I answered the phone, Mr. McCall, and I don't remember your saying anything about it when you called.
And why did you think I wanted the bicycle? I understood the boy was responsible. I didn't go to him about the job. He came to me.
Mr. McCall, let me make one thing clear. Henry feels most responsible about his work here.
Yeah? All right. Can you get him on the phone and tell him to come right down here?
I'm very sorry, but he left the house before I did.
Oh, are you his sister?
His sister? Do I? Really?
Now, look, I've got a new store here. I'm trying my best to please my customers. A couple of orders come in, and I promise them. And then your brother lets me down. What am I going to do?
Well, if Henry's being put in the position of... Where do your packages go?
You'll take them out for me?
Well,
There's $1.40 due on this one, and 90 cents on this golf net.
Yes, sir.
And look out for the brake on the bicycle.
The bicycle? You don't mean I have to ride it, do you?
Lady, do you realize how far you have to take those packages?
Well, my goodness.
Hello? McCall's Pharmacy.
This is Mrs. Allison. May I ask about my ice cream?
This is who?
Mrs. Allison, over on North Street. And I have a whole dining room full of guests waiting for it.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Allison. The girl just left with that.
Gee, Kathleen, this is a swell dance. Boy, am I having a good time.
Are you, Henry? So am I. I never had a better time in my life.
Hi, Kathleen.
Hello, Homer.
Could I have the next dance with you?
I'm sorry, Homer, but I promised it to Henry.
You have? Boy, am I having a bum time.
Gee whiz, what's the matter, Homer?
Agnes, do you know what she did? She was so anxious to get here, she ran out of her front door and rolled right down the steps. She had to go back and change her clothes all over again.
Really? Hello, Mary.
Mary, my sister?
Yes, there she is.
Was she coming here?
Hello, Kathleen.
Mary, did you have any trouble with that brake?
With what brake?
Did you notice how your foot slips off the pedal the first time?
My foot what?
Mary, don't you know the bicycle?
I certainly do know about it. I tripped right over it, and you owe me a pair of new stockings.
I do. Just for taking it back to Mr. McCall?
For taking what back?
The bicycle. Didn't Mother tell you?
She didn't even mention it, Henry.
Oh, boy.
Henry, where you going?
I'll be back, Kathleen, just as soon as I get something straightened out. Homer! Oh, Homer!
Alice? Alice? Alice, are you upstairs? Alice! Hello, Sam Aldrich speaking.
Sam, this is Alice.
What's that? Alice, when did you leave the house?
Why, quite a while ago. And, dear, I hate to bother you when I know you're reading your paper, but I'm afraid you'll have to come over and get me.
Get you?
Yes, I have a flat tire.
Yeah. You mean you took the car?
No, dear, I took... Well,
You what?
nothing, Sam. Just forget it. Goodbye.
Alice, what is it you're talking about? Alice, where are you?
Hello, can you hear me, Mother?
Yes, Homer, and I'm sorry, but your father says he absolutely won't help you out.
But, Mother, doesn't he understand what's happened? Henry gave me 50 cents provided I go over to his house and get a delivery bicycle he has and take it to McCall's drugstore, see?
Yes?
And just after I took the 50 cents and bought some punch with it, who do you think showed up?
Who?
Agnes, with a different dress on. And before she'd even dance, she had to have some punch, too. Boy, she went right through 20 cents.
Well, dear, I'll have to talk with your father.
Do you think you can get him to take the bicycle over?
Dear, you don't have to worry. You go on with your dancing. After all, you're only young one.
Boy, Mother, thanks. Is that a load off my mind?
Get over on your own side of the street.
And suppose you get over on your side, you... Alice Aldrich, is that you on that machine? Harriet, is that you? Look out or I'll run over you. What's the matter, can't you stop? Not the first time I back up my feet. There. Now, help me off.
Alice, may I ask what you're doing?
Harriet, you're just the person I want to see. Could you take this package of ice cream into the Allison's house here?
What are you doing?
Delivering packages. Christmas packages? This early? Harriet, the Allisons are giving a party in there, and they're waiting for their ice cream, and I haven't been invited, and so you'll just have to take it in for me.
Oh, Alice, I'm late for a bridge party over at the Andersons.
But don't you understand? Dressed the way I am, I don't want to go into the Allisons.
And frankly, neither do I. They'll only think I'm trying to crash their party.
Now, Harriet, do you remember on your 13th birthday when you was too bashful to ask Bill Townsend to your party, and I did it for you? And you swore you'd do anything in the world for me any time I asked you?
No.
Harriet, you did so. Well, look, you're going right over by Maple Street. Could you at least leave this bottle of cough syrup at 227?
Is it important?
It's very important. Mr. McCall just started a new drugstore, and Henry's trying to help him out.
Well, all right.
And incidentally, Harriet, there's 90 cents due on the cough syrup. Don't lose it in the bridge game.
Hello, McCall's Pharmacy. Lady, I sent that cough syrup out from here nearly 40 minutes ago. That's right. I've got a new delivery girl, see? And you know how it is these days. You've got to take just about anything you can get. What's that? Oh, well, when the girl gets there, you give her the bottle you want refilled and tell her to bring it right in here. Oh, forget it. What trouble is it? Goodbye.
Good evening.
Oh, good evening. Something I can do for you?
Could you tell me, have you seen my wife this evening?
Your wife?
But isn't this where Henry Aldrich works?
Well, this is where he's supposed to work.
But what I mean is, did my wife bring a bicycle down here?
Oh, are you Henry's brother-in-law? Or how do you do?
I beg your pardon?
I don't want to complain about your wife, sir. But I sent her out with some packages over an hour ago.
Some packages?
Yes, and I've got some more for her to take out, and she hasn't come back yet.
You mean Alice? My wife?
And what I want to know is what you're going to do about it.
What I'm going to do about it?
I suppose that your family was the kind that could be relied on.
And we are the kind that can be relied on. That's why we're helping you out.
What do you mean by we? I haven't seen you do anything yet.
What's that?
Listen, I'm going to go out and deliver a couple of more orders. You stay here and take care of the store.
What's that?
And if there's anything you can't find, just ask.
Ask? Ask who?
Kathleen, do you mind if I suggest something?
What, Henry?
Let's sit this next dance out.
All right.
As a matter of fact, let's go out on the porch and get some air.
All right.
Boy, do I feel good. Ever since I got Homer lined up to take that bicycle back for me. It just goes to show.
What goes to show?
I was just talking to Mr. Scott a few minutes ago, and he asked me whether I wouldn't like a job working for him.
Really?
Provided I can give him some good references. And, gee, I wouldn't hesitate a minute asking Mr. McCall for one.
Henry, who's that girl down there? Isn't that Agnes Lawson?
Where?
The end of the porch. Don't you see her in the moonlight? Who do you suppose that boy is?
Let's walk down and see. Wait till I tell Homer. Wait till I tell Homer.
Now listen, Henry, you keep away from here.
Homer, is that you?
Come on, Agnes, let's get away from this.
Hey, Homer, how about my bicycle? Don't you realize my reputation's at stake?
We'll be back with the Aldrich family in just a moment.
Now getting back to the troubles of Henry Aldrich. Because she has decided her son is young only once, Mrs. Aldrich has consented to return a bicycle for Henry in order that he may go to the country club dance. As the scene opens, Homer Brown's father is speaking.
Hello? Hello?
Hello. This is Elizabeth Brown speaking.
Hello, Elizabeth. This is Will.
Who?
Will, your husband. I can't find that bicycle of Henry's.
Did you look all over their yard?
I've walked into every tree out there, and there's still no sign of it.
Well, Will, where are you now?
I'm in the Aldrich's front hall. And, Elizabeth, I'm in my house slippers, and I'm standing in water.
In water?
I can't be responsible if they aren't more careful where they put their vases of flowers.
Well, dear, you've just got to find that bicycle. Homer says Henry was very much concerned about it being taken back, and he won't enjoy the dance one bit if he knows you've fallen down on him.
I'll give it 10 more minutes, and then I quit. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Where did that come from? Hold your horses. Hello?
Hello, is this you, Father?
Is this Homer? Where are you?
It isn't Homer, it's Henry.
It is. Well, this is Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown? Gee whiz, did I get the wrong number? Goodbye, Father.
Now, wait. Where's your bicycle? Hello?
Excuse me, but could you give me some information?
What is it you'd like to know, lady?
Have you any idea where number 227 would be here on Maple Street?
Let's see now. Isn't it this house right here?
No, I was just in there, and they haven't had a cold all year.
What's that?
227 Maple Street ordered this cough syrup, and I'd like to get rid of it so I can go to a bridge party.
How about trying that house across the street?
I tried that one, too. They said they don't think there is any 227.
Let's see the address on your package.
Here you are.
That's 227, all right. Or 277.
It what?
And that certainly says Maple Street, or is it Marble?
Marble?
Well, I wouldn't get discouraged, lady. You're on the right track anyhow.
Now, then, I'm sorry to keep you waiting. Is there something I can do for you?
Yes, sir. I'd like a chocolate frosted.
A chocolate what?
Frosted.
Oh, that's something to drink, isn't it?
It certainly is. It's made with chocolate syrup, milk, and ice cream.
Yes, and that's all?
And then you put it in that mixer.
Yeah? Well, that sounds easy enough. Now, then, we'll get a glass. Here we are.
Oh, my goodness. Do I get one that big?
Well, I think this is a drinking glass. It couldn't be just an ornament, could it? Now, let's see. I guess the logical thing would be to start with the chocolate. Chocolate. You wouldn't be interested in strawberry, would you?
No, thank you.
I've got strawberry right here. But, of course, lemon, sarsaparilla. Maybe they keep the chocolate in one of these bowls. Oh, no, that's the cherries. How would you like to have me throw a cherry in?
No, thank you. How about that other bowl?
This one?
Yes, what's in that?
Well, I never saw anything like that before. It's sort of a lather.
Isn't that whipped cream?
So it is. It's been a long time since I've seen any whipped cream.
Isn't this chocolate right here?
Oh, yes. Good for you. Well, here we go.
Oh, my goodness, isn't that quite a lot of chocolate? Are you going to have room for the milk?
Oh, yes. If we don't, we'll get another glass and I'll drink part of it.
Haven't you ever done this before?
Well, not as a general rule. Actually, I'm a lawyer.
Oh, and you have to take this job night.
Well, I have to take it tonight anyhow. Now, let's see. Here's the ice cream. I wonder what they take it out with.
Isn't there a scoop?
No, and I certainly don't want to use my hands.
My goodness, no.
Oh, here it is, right here. Now then.
Is that vanilla?
Oh, yes. You can't fool me on vanilla. Well.
All you have to do is pull that little jigger, and the ice cream drops right out.
Yes, I realize that. But for some reason, would you excuse me a minute while I go out and back and see whether I can find a screwdriver?
Good evening.
Good evening. Are you Mrs. Allison's maid?
I am. Don't tell me that's the ice cream you have.
I'm afraid it is. I was delayed a little on the way, and...
You were delayed. Wasn't that you I saw standing right out in front of the house for the last 15 minutes?
Yes, I was trying to get some boy. That is, I'm sorry, but here's your ice cream. If you don't want it, you don't have to take it.
Thank you.
And there's $1.40 due on it.
All right. Wait right out there.
That's what I intend to do.
Oh, Amy. Yes, Mrs. Allison, it's finally here, and there's $1.40 collect on it.
All right, I'll go right out and pay the boy.
It isn't a boy, it's a girl.
A girl?
Yes, ma'am. Now then, young woman, here's your $1.40 and 10 cents. Oh, my goodness, is that you, Mrs. Aldrich?
Why, yes. Yes, good evening, Mrs. Allison.
Well, where's the young woman that brought the ice cream? What did she do? Go on back to the store?
Well, Yes, I guess she must have.
And look at my keeping you standing here. I'm so glad you decided to come. Where's Mr. Aldrich?
Oh, no, I couldn't think of coming in.
Why not? We'd love to have you.
Oh, really, Mrs. Allison? As a matter of fact, I don't know why I came over at all.
No? Well, was there something you wanted, dear?
No, just forget the whole thing. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, did you hurt yourself, Mrs. Aldrich?
No, I just fell over my bicycle.
Say, isn't there anybody in charge of this store?
The clerk just went around and back again.
Yes?
He's been making me a chocolate frosting for the last half hour. He ran into a little trouble.
Yes. Mr. McCall. Hello there.
I'll be right out.
I only have a minute. I want to get back home.
Now then, what can I do for you?
Here's what I want to ask. Say, is that you, Sam Aldrich?
Hello, Will Brown.
What are you doing in that apron?
Why, Will, I unfortunately put some lemon ice cream in this chocolate frosted, and you know any place I could throw it?
Sam, I can't find that bicycle anywhere. Where is it?
Oh, that's all right. Alice has it.
Alice has it?
She's out delivering.
She's what? Listen, Sam, have you bought this drugstore?
Oh, Mr. McCall. Oh, my, Sam Aldrich.
Harriet, where did you come from?
Sam, I finally found 227 Maple Street, but the lady says I can't have my 90 cents until I get this bottle filled for them.
What's it for?
I don't know, but I've got a bridge game waiting.
Well, just a minute, Harriet. Hello, McCall's Pharmacy. Good evening.
Hello, Mr. McCall. This is Henry.
This is who?
Henry Aldrich, remember? I've called up to say I've resigned.
Henry, this is your father.
Is that you, Father? Gee whiz, how'd I get the wrong number? Goodbye.
But Henry.
Young man, what about my frosted chocolate?
Just a minute, lady, and I'll be right with you. Will, come behind this counter and give me a hand.
Why?
Mr. McCall. Oh, Mr. McCall.
Alice, is that you?
Sam Aldrich, how did you happen to leave the house in a dirty apron?
You want me to get chocolate all over my suit?
Well, dear, have you got $1.40? Because if you have, give it to Mr. McCall right away because I'm quitting.
You're what? Hello, McCall's Pharmacy. Good evening.
Is this McCall?
It is.
This is Henry Aldrich, Mr. McCall.
Henry, don't you know your own father when he speaks to you?
Listen, Father, I thought you said this was McCall. How do I keep getting the wrong number? Goodbye.
Henry! Wait.
Yes, Father. Did you want me?
Why are you quitting your job down here?
I've got a swell one with Mr. Scott.
Doing what?
It's nice outdoor work, mixing cement. Don't you think Mother would like me to have me take it?
Now, Henry, you're not to get your mother mixed up in any cement.
What's that picture you're drawing?
I'm not drawing any picture, Henry. I'm just doodling.
Doodling? That looks like a bicycle you drew.
It is a bicycle.
What's that thing that's riding it?
Mother love.
Mother love? And what are those things lying in the street that it just ran over?
Those are my pride, my common sense, and my reputation.
The Aldrich Family is written by Clifford Goldsmith with music by Jack Miller. Mr. and Mrs. Aldrich are House Jameson and Catherine Ruck. The Aldrich Family, based on characters originated by Clifford Goldsmith and starring Ezra Stone as Henry with Jackie Kelk as Homer.
Henry Aldrich.
Coming, Mother.
And now for the Aldrich Family. To a typical teenage boy like Henry Aldrich, every holiday is naturally a red-letter day. And whatever the celebration, Henry is always certain to be right in the center of it, adding a little color of his own. The scene opens at the Aldrich breakfast table. It's the week before Christmas.
Sam, I'm just as pleased as I can be.
Yes, what about?
Henry. He's been so helpful this past week. And, dear, do you know what I think?
What?
He's really growing up.
You know what I think?
What?
Christmas is just around the corner.
Sam Aldrich, you're just being cynical.
No, Alice, I'm just experienced. Any time now, he'll start in dropping hints.
What hints?
About what he'd like us to give him for Christmas.
Sam, if he does, it's just because he's trying to be helpful.
Father, are you in the dining room?
Yes, Henry.
Hiya, Father, old-timer.
Here we go.
I thought you might like your pipe here.
Thank you, Henry.
Can I fill it for you?
No, thank you.
Or strike a match and light it?
No, thanks.
Gee whiz, isn't there anything I can do?
Would you care to smoke it for me?
Sam!
Henry, is there something special on your mind? Something you want to say?
Why, no, sir. I'm just passing the time of day.
I see.
Only, now that I think of it, did I mention that swell football game I saw?
When, dear?
Thanksgiving Day. Boy, it was some game.
It was?
Yeah. Too bad I didn't enjoy it.
You didn't? Why not?
I don't know. You take a football game and you sit way back in the stands, see? And if you're not equipped, where are you?
Where?
You're right. It sure makes you think, doesn't it?
Hey, Henry.
Oh, gee whiz. I'll be right with you, Homer. Excuse me.
Henry, wouldn't you like to be a little more explicit?
Sure, Father. The game I missed the best part of was the one we came closest to winning all season. Hi, Homer. Listen, Henry, when are you going to casually show that advertisement to my father? Why, I'll tell you. Oh, gee whiz, don't you want him to make me happy for Christmas? Homer, I intend to show it to him. Just as soon as I find it. You lost it? Not permanently. I was eating some cookies the other night, see? And the next thing I knew, your ad had disappeared. Temporarily. You mean you ate it? Ate it? Now that I think of it, that last cookie was kind of chewy. Henry, I'll never get that piccolo if you go around eating up my ass. Besides, Homer, if you ask me, you ought to be more subtle about that piccolo. Who's not subtle? I'm not subtle. Look, for Christmas, I want those binoculars down into Havens, right? Right. So I just subtly drop a few hints and mention that I wasn't able to see the Thanksgiving football game from way back where I sat. And right away, they know it's binoculars I want. They do? Sure.
Only they just try to worry me by pretending they don't understand.
Gee, Henry, you're right. You have to be subtle. You know what I'm going to do?
What?
Just a few days before Christmas, I'm going to give my father a box of good cigars.
Cigars?
Sure, and right inside I'll put a copy of that Piccolo ad. How's that for being subtle?
Henry?
Yes?
Telling me.
Of course not, Homer. I just said suppose you were.
Oh.
So, if you were this certain party, would you prefer a pen and pencil set or a 3-speed blanket?
You're buying me a blanket that travels at 3 speeds?
I should have known better than to ask you a simple question. Mother!
Wait a minute, Mary. Ask me again.
Mother, are you in the kitchen?
Mary, dear, I'll be right back. Sam!
But, Mother, I just want to ask you what I should buy Kermit for Christmas.
Sam, look what I just found in the cookie jar, an advertisement.
Someone's advertising in our cookie jar?
Dear, don't you get it? Henry put it there for us to find.
Oh, let me see it. Are you never the life of the party? Buy one of our piccolos and stop playing second fiddle. $6.75 delivered. Alice, a piccolo?
Sam, that's what he wants for Christmas.
Engraved with bluebirds, $1 extra.
That would be lovely.
But, Alice, where does a football game enter into a piccolo?
Dear, it's obvious.
It is?
Of course. Henry wants to play in the school band.
What?
Yes, dear, so he can sit right on the sidelines and get a perfect view.
I'll be right with you, boys.
Look, Homer, there are my binoculars.
Where?
Right there in the store window, next to that sign that says, "Make Mother happy for Christmas with a personalized darning egg."
Now, what can I do for you boys?
Mr. DeHaven, I'd like a box of your best cigars.
Yes, sir. We have an excellent brand here that comes all wrapped for Christmas.
Well, that's swell. I'll take it.
Good. That'll be $11.50.
How much?
$11.50.
That 11 you're speaking of, is that dollars?
It is.
Gee whiz, all I have is $1.25.
Mr. DeHaven, could I please try these binoculars in the window?
Very well, Henry, but be careful.
Gee, thanks.
Mr. DeHaven, don't you have cigars without quite so much tobacco that come for about $1.25?
No, I'm afraid not. Why not get your father something else?
Not cigars?
We have some nice simulated plastic picture frames.
Picture frames?
Yes, you could slip your picture in one of them and give that to your father.
My picture? And watch my piccolo go right out the window?
Well, then I'm afraid there's nothing I can do, Homer. Now, be careful with those binoculars, Henry.
Yes, Mr. DeHaven. All I'm doing is looking through them.
Boy, imagine, $11.50 for cigars. People sure do burn up money.
Boy, Homer, boy, are these binoculars neat.
Let me look through them, Henry. Let me look.
Okay, but take it easy, Homer.
Hey, you see Agnes Lawson down by the soda fountain?
Yeah?
You know how much her check is? Only 5 cents.
Gee, are those binoculars as powerful as that? Excuse me, Homer.
Who are you phoning?
My father, to drop another hint.
Number, please.
Elm 992.
Henry, while you're calling, I think I'll join Agnes.
What for?
I've owed her a treat for a long while, and boy, this looks like a good time to pick up her check.
Hello?
Hello, Father.
Henry, I've got to meet your mother. What is it?
Why, nothing in particular. I just happened to be down here in DeHaven's drugstore, and I saw.
Saw what?
Nothing, Father. But don't you think it's pretty interesting to be able to see a check from as far off as 20 feet?
See a what?
A check.
Henry, what are you driving at?
Driving at, Father? I? Well, gee, I just called to pass the time of day.
Yes, but...
Well, now that I've passed it, so long, Father.
Henry, where's Homer?
Over there with Agnes and Mr. DeHaven. If things go right, my parents ought to be in for these binoculars sometime today.
Good. Did I mention there's no extra charge for the leather case?
They come in a case?
Oh, yes, with a strap that goes around your neck.
Boy, that's a fine thing.
Say, Homer, I found a sample box of 15 cigars that I can let you have for $1.25.
But, Mr. DeHaven, all I have now is $1.
What?
Agnes's check was 25 cents.
I thought it was only 5.
So did I. Only she was deliberately holding her thumb over the 2.
May I help you, sir?
Yes. Do you sell checkers at this counter?
Oh, we do indeed. Would you like to see them in wood, plastic, or reinforced cardboard?
Well...
Or if you want to go whole hog, we have a dandy set in hand-carved ivory.
Well, it really doesn't matter what the checkers are made of, just so that they're big enough to be seen from 20 feet off.
20 feet?
Yes.
Well, wouldn't it be rather inconvenient to play from that distance?
Oh, it sounds ridiculous to me, too, but as near as I can figure out, that's what my son wants for Christmas.
Well, if you'll just wait a minute, I'll see if we have any large checkers in stock.
Thank you.
Father!
Oh.
Father, what are you doing down here at the Emporium?
I was supposed to meet your mother at the information counter 10 minutes ago.
Oh. Well, she still has time. By the way, Father, does a leather case with a strap that goes around your neck mean anything to you?
No, why?
I ran into Henry, and he said if I saw you to casually mention that what he wants for Christmas comes in one.
You don't say.
And, Father, I have a problem.
Yes?
Well, if you knew a certain party that was, well, close to you.
Close to you?
Yes. And suppose you wanted to get him something very special for Christmas to show him how you feel about him. What would you get?
Why, well, I really don't feel I should say.
Father, you must tell me.
Well, naturally, Mary, I'm sure whatever you get him, he'll be crazy about. But if I were that man, you know what I'd really like?
What?
Well, a new hunting rifle?
My goodness.
You're right, Mary. It's too expensive.
Oh, I'm not worried about the money.
No?
No, it's coming out of my special campaign fund.
Well, Mary, I hardly know what... Well, that is, I'm certainly... Mary.
Father, my goodness, you kissed me right in the middle of the Emporium.
I don't mean to interrupt.
Huh? Oh, that's quite all right.
And could you please tell me which way to gun?
I beg your pardon?
Oh, I know, in sporting goods.
Now, don't you go spending too much, Mary. Nice girl, Mary.
Lovely. Friend?
Daughter. Oh, say, isn't your jewelry department nearby?
2 aisles over, but...
As long as she's going as far as a hunting rifle, I wonder how she'd like a pearl necklace.
But, sir, about those checkers, I've measured all of them, and the largest is 1.25 inches in diameter.
Oh, well, I'll tell you. Does the set come in a leather case?
Why, no.
And it doesn't have a strap that goes around your neck?
No.
Well, thanks. The more I think of it, the more I'm sure we're on the wrong track with checkers.
Well, we have this chess set in leather case.
Chess?
And it's been reduced, and we could have a strap put on it.
No, I'm afraid not. If I don't like chess, why should Henry?
Sam!
Oh, there's my wife. Excuse me.
Dear, I'm sorry I'm late, but I've finished every last bit of our Christmas shopping.
No, you haven't, Alice. We still need a gift for Henry.
Henry? Didn't you send away for that piccolo?
Yes, but he wasn't hinting for a piccolo.
He wasn't?
Not unless a piccolo has something to do with checks you can see 20 feet off and it goes around your neck.
What?
Incidentally, Alice, what do you think of pearls?
Pearls? Why, dear, they're very lovely.
They'd make a nice present for a young lady, wouldn't they?
Oh, my goodness, yes, but aren't they rather expensive?
Alice, in this case, nothing's too good.
Well, naturally, Sam, it's up to you. And, dear, while you're doing your shopping, there's something I ought to take care of, too.
Very well, dear, and try to think what it is Henry's been hinting at.
I will. Excuse me, madam, could you let me by, please? Young man.
Well, back again, madam.
Yes, these ties I bought a little while ago. I'd like to return them.
So soon?
Well...
Our ties don't usually start coming back until after New Year's.
Well, you see, I think I'm getting a pearl necklace for my husband. And I couldn't very well give him just ties in return.
I see. Very well. I'll make out a refund slip.
Thank you. Incidentally, you've had quite a bit of experience with gifts, haven't you?
I certainly have.
Well, what would you say it was that's handy at football games, comes in loud checks, and goes around your neck?
Why, madam, that's obvious.
It is?
Yes, you'll find our mufflers right over there at the next counter.
Muffler? But that's incredible. Henry would never... Why, it's incredible.
But, madam, what else could it be?
Mary, you bought Kermit what for Christmas?
A gun, Mother, a gun.
Dear, do you really think you should be giving a man you might eventually marry a thing like that?
But, Father, thought that's just what Kermit would like. And, Mother, my problem is, what should I have engraved on it?
Engraved?
On the barrel. I was thinking of something like, to Kermit, peace on earth, goodwill toward men.
Dear, I wouldn't have it engraved until after Christmas.
Why not?
Well, suppose it's the wrong size and has to be returned. And, Mary, wait till you hear what I'm getting from your father.
Hey, Henry. Mrs. Aldrich Madge, have you seen Henry?
Oh, I believe he's up in his room, Homer. I'll call him.
Before you tell me what you're getting?
Mary, maybe you can help me out.
With what?
Have you ever had any experience rolling cigars?
Rolling what?
Cigars. I thought if I bought the raw materials and eliminated the middleman, I might get by for $1.
Homer, I've never rolled a cigar in my life.
Hi, Homer.
And I don't think it's a bit nice of you to infer that I have. My goodness.
Homer, Mary didn't mention anything about my family buying those binoculars, did she?
No.
Gee, I went through every hiding place in the house, and the only Christmas present I found was a muffler.
For you?
Gee whiz, no. My parents wouldn't palm a thing like that off on me. You should see it, Homer. Checks as big as that all over.
No kidding.
Boy, it looked like it was on fire.
Henry.
Yes, Homer?
I hate to mention this, but, well, maybe your parents didn't get your hint straight and bought you something else instead of binoculars.
Henry, will you please answer the phone? Yes, Mother. Homer, what else could they have thought I was hinting for? Hello?
Hello, is this Aldrich?
Yes.
Elm 303?
That's right.
Well, this is the Emporium calling. Have you decided on what sort of engraving you want on that hunting rifle?
Hunting rifle?
Yes.
Hunting rifle?
That you bought this afternoon for the young man.
Are you sure you're calling Aldrich?
Yes.
Elm 303?
Yes.
And somebody here bought a hunting rifle?
Yes. Hello?
Oh, boy. Only maybe you shouldn't have told me that.
Oh, it's for you?
You better call back later and speak to either my mother or father. Goodbye. Homer, did you hear that? I'm getting a hunting rifle for Christmas.
Boy, and to think all I asked for was a piccolo.
Boy, Homer, that just goes to prove what a few subtle hints can do.
Henry wanted a pair of binoculars for Christmas, but the subtle hints he's been dropping have led his parents to buy him a muffler and a piccolo. Only now Henry believes they've bought him a hunting rifle, which is really Mary's present to her boyfriend. The scene opens in the Aldrich living room, and it's Christmas Eve.
A snow shovel? Mother, you're giving Father a snow shovel for Christmas?
Mary, let me finish. First, your father will give me my pearl necklace. Then I'll give him his snow shovel. And, Mary, you're going to see the longest face you've ever seen.
Well, I should think so.
And then I'll give him his real present, a lovely chess set in a leather case.
A chess set?
Yes, I saw him admiring it in the Emporium the other day.
Oh, Mother, you're so sweet.
Oh, and, Mary, I feel so warm.
So do I. The house has been so different since Father insulated it.
I didn't mean that. I mean everything's so perfect.
Hello, Mother.
Hello, dear.
Hello, Mary.
Hello, Henry.
Would anybody like me to make them a glass of eggnog?
Eggnog, Henry?
Sure. That's just the thing I'm in the mood to make.
Well, thank you just the same, dear.
Hey, Henry.
Mary, please phone Mrs. Dixon and make sure she launders our good tablecloth in time for Christmas dinner.
Henry, I got that box of cigars from my father.
You did? For $1?
Sure, from Willie Marshall.
I didn't know Willie smoked cigars.
He doesn't. This is a box his uncle sent his father.
No kidding.
Sure. Mr. Marshall said the way he feels about his wife's family, he wouldn't smoke them with a 10-foot pole.
I'll get that.
I don't mind answering it, Mary.
I'm practically there. Hello?
Hello, Mary. This is Kermit.
Oh, hello, Kermit.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. How have you been?
Fine, Kermit.
You had the sniffles when I left last night, and I've been worried.
You have? Isn't that sweet?
How are they?
Who?
The sniffles.
Oh, fine.
I've just finished my Christmas shopping.
You have? Kermit, I certainly hope you didn't get anything from me.
Well,
Oh, Kermit, you shouldn't have.
It's something you wear on your hand.
Really? Kermit, you're teasing.
No, I'm not, and they're made of pigskin.
Oh. Oh.
That's all the hint I'm going to give you.
Oh. Well, I certainly hope you won't ask me to give you any hints about what I got you.
I won't.
You won't? Well, I'll give you a tiny hint. Just keep your eye on the bullseye.
On the foolish enough to buy a thing like that.
What?
And not for a guy who served 4 years in the infantry.
Well, naturally, I didn't. Why would I? Oh, my goodness.
Is anything wrong, Mary?
No, but I have to hang up.
Are your sniffles coming back?
Kermit, I haven't time to explain. Goodbye. Oh, my goodness.
Liz, Mary, what's wrong?
Henry, out of my way. Don't you realize all the stores close at 7 tonight?
Are you looking for something in that closet, Mary?
My goodness, I hope it isn't too late.
Mary, what are you doing?
Henry, let go. I've got to return this right away.
Return it. Listen, Mary, put that down.
Henry, out of my way.
Mother! Mary, don't you move another step. Mother!
Henry, I warn you.
What's all the shouting about?
What's going on? Mother, Mary's going to return my Christmas present.
Mary, that muffler's for Henry.
Muffler?
I'm returning Kermit's gun.
Kermit's gun?
Kermit?
Now, please, let me go, Henry. I'll never be able to return it in time.
But...
Henry, you didn't think that gun was for you instead of Kermit, did you?
Why, for Henry, Alice. For Henry. If that gun was for anyone, it was for...
For whom?
Kermit. And excuse me,
Where are you going?
up to my room. And I hope Mary's very happy with her pearls.
Mary? The pearls are for... Oh, my goodness.
Boy, that's a fine thing.
Henry, where are you going?
Out, Mother. Just out.
Dear, you haven't got your coat on.
Gee, who cares?
Well, at least take your new muffler.
Mother, I'd rather not even mention that muffler.
Hey, Henry. Henry, what are you doing on the curb?
Sitting, Homer. Gee whiz, what does it look like?
I've been looking for you for nearly 2 hours. Merry Christmas.
Sure. Merry Christmas.
I heard about the gun being for Kermit. Tough luck.
That's okay, Homer. That's okay. Maybe the better man won.
Henry, don't say that.
Why not? Why not face facts? Gee, and to think I've been looking forward to this Christmas since last Christmas.
I know how you feel. I'm not getting my piccolo either.
No?
I'll be lucky to get anything.
Didn't you give your father those cigars?
Sure, he lit one. You know what happened?
What?
It blew up in his face.
It did?
And Willie won't even give me my money back. He says, is it his fault his uncle doesn't like his father?
What's that?
Bunch of kids singing carols on the library steps.
Boy, you'd think they'd know better than to disturb the peace.
I'll say.
Homer, are you humming?
Me? Oh, gee whiz, I was just checking to see if they're in tune.
Oh, are they?
No. Who's that?
Gee whiz, it's that pest Johnny Dixon again.
Merry Christmas to you all. I just delivered your mother's tablecloth, Henry. Aren't we lucky?
Lucky?
Sure. Look, snow on Christmas Eve. Isn't it neat?
What's so neat about snow? All it does is get under your collar.
And would you mind leaving us alone?
Well, sure, fellas. And I hope your mother's cold gets better, Henry.
Cold? She's got a cold?
Well, that's the way she looked to me. Say, did I show you the swell present I got from my mother? Look, a real aviator's helmet.
Yeah.
Fur lined.
That's swell.
With real fur. Well, I better get home and help her trim the tree. Merry Christmas to you all.
Gee. Yeah, gee.
Imagine getting all excited about a hat. Henry.
What?
I'm going home.
Homer, you're going to leave me alone on Christmas Eve?
I'm sorry, Henry. That's where I'd rather be.
Gee whiz.
Good night. And Henry.
Yeah?
Merry Christmas.
Henry Aldrich.
Gee whiz, Mother, what are you doing out in the street?
Here's your coat.
Gee, thanks, Mother.
Don't think I'm forgiving you, Henry. But if you get sick, I'm the one who'll have to suffer for it. Now put it on.
Yes, Mother, and look.
Henry, is that you?
Sam.
Alice, what are you doing out here?
Sam, I know we agreed not to speak to Henry, but...
Father, what's that under your arm?
Why,
Gee whiz, it's my lumber jacket.
Henry, I'm still the one who has to pay the doctor's bill.
Gee, thanks.
Well, Alice, shall we go home?
You're going? Before I wish a Merry Christmas to you all?
Why, Merry Christmas, Henry.
Yes. Merry Christmas, son.
Gee, listen to what they're saying. Love and joy come to you, and to you your also too, and God bless you. Oh, Father, could I apologize for thinking that gun was for me?
Well, that's all right, son. We all make mistakes.
Sam, I'm so happy.
Henry, I'm just curious. What was it you were heading for all week?
Gee, Father, it was silly. Forget it.
I'm curious.
Well, a pair of binoculars I saw in DeHaven.
Binoculars?
But, gee, they don't compare to a muffler.
Yeah.
Well, shall we all go home now and trim the tree?
Right. I'll tell you, Alice, suppose you go home and start without me. I just remembered I ran out of cigars.
Don't buy them from Willie, Father. They blow up in your face.
Well, dear, shall we start for home?
Why, before we do, could I go into the store here and put in one phone call?
To whom?
DeHaven's drugstore, and tell Mr. DeHaven not to sell my binoculars before Father gets there.
Listen again next week, same time, same station, for another sparkling half hour with your favorite youngster, his family, and his pals. The Aldrich Family, starring Ezra Stone, is written by Clifford Goldsmith.
The Aldrich Family is distributed nationally by Nostalgia Broadcasting Corporation, Cedar Rapids, Iowa.
The Aldrich Family, a special rebroadcast for you soldiers, sailors, and Marines of the United Nations.
And now for the Aldrich Family with Dick Jones as Henry and Jackie Kelk as Homer. There's one secret a teenage boy like Henry Aldrich never knows. The troubles he can get into are familiar to all grown-ups. His mishaps of today are his memories of tomorrow. The scene opens at the Centerville Railroad station.
Homer, look at her. Look at her.
Oh, boy, is she good looking. Oh, boy, Henry.
Not so loud, Homer. Look at her. She must be coming to visit the Clarks.
Oh, boy, Henry. What do you suppose her name is?
How should I know what her name is? She's kissing Charlie Clark's mother.
Oh, boy.
And now she's kissing Charlie's father.
Oh, boy.
And now she's shaking hands with Charlie.
Oh.
Listen, Homer, close your mouth.
Look, Henry, they're putting her in the car and driving off with her. Where do you suppose they're going?
Up to Charlie's house. Hey, and look, she dropped something, Homer. Come on, let's see what it is.
Hey, Charlie, your friend dropped something. Hey, Charlie, come back.
Here it is. It's an envelope.
An envelope? Is it for me?
No, Homer. It's got a name on it. Miss Dorothy Hopkins.
Dorothy Hopkins? Do you suppose that's her name? Is there anything in the envelope?
No. And listen, give me that.
What are you going to do with it?
I'm going to keep it. Boy, I haven't seen a girl that good looking all winter.
Come on, Henry. This next block down there is where Charlie Clark lives.
Boy, wait till I ever ask Charlie to do me a favor again.
You just wait, Homer.
Did he hang up when you asked him if you could meet Dorothy?
Sure he did. Look out. I'm going to start limping.
Henry, that's no way to do it. You mean you're just going to limp in and meet Dorothy?
Why not?
Gee whiz, Henry, you've got to do it right. You've got to fall down right in front of the Clark's house.
I have?
Sure.
You mean just walk along and then all of a sudden fall down?
No, you start running, see? And then I'll trip you, and then I'll carry you in.
Now listen, Homer, I'm not going to do anything like that. I can fall down without your helping me. Come on, we'll just be jogging along.
Okay. And just as you fall, Henry, be laughing.
Well, here I go, Homer.
Now listen, Henry, what did you do this to me for?
Did you fall down too, Homer?
I can't get up. I can't get up.
Homer, you didn't fall any harder than I did. Now, come on over here and pick me up.
Boy, I think I broke my arm.
Oh, no, you didn't. I know you, Homer. You're just trying to get Dorothy's sympathy. Now, come on. I've got to lie here until you pick me up.
Well, hold up your head so I can get a hold of you.
Easy now, Homer. Easy.
Why, you didn't hurt yourself.
That doesn't make any difference. Is anyone looking out the window yet?
Henry, stop trying to show off and give me some cooperation. Boy, are you heavy.
Well, help me up the steps. And don't forget, as soon as she gets me straightened out on the sofa, you're to say you've got to beat it home and get me some rubbing liniment.
Oh, no, I don't. I stay right there with you. I don't trust you.
Homer, someone's coming to the door.
They are?
Listen, Homer, what'd you drop me for?
Hello there, boys. What's going on here?
Oh, hello, Mr. Clark.
Oh, Henry, what are you lying there on the porch for?
Why, I tell you, Mr. Clark, Homer, well, I just fell down. Didn't anyone see me out the window?
Oh, no. Did you hurt yourself?
Well, just as soon as I get in on the sofa, Mr. Clark, I think I'll be all right.
Well, if you've hurt your leg pretty bad, you just put your arm around my shoulder and let me lead you.
Gee, that'd be swell, Mr. Clark.
All right, here we go.
But, Mr. Clark, we're going down the steps.
That's right. I've got my car out here, and I was just on my way downtown anyhow.
But, Mr. Clark, we were on our way inside.
Oh, Homer, you get around the other side of Henry.
Yes, sir. But where are we going?
Down to the hospital. I'll have him there in 2 minutes.
To the hospital?
Listen, Henry, I'm going home.
Homer, what'd you drop me again for?
Are you home?
Sure, I'm home, Homer. Who sent you over here?
Nobody. I just thought I'd come over and see how... Listen, Henry, what happened at the hospital?
Nothing, Homer. Nothing at all.
Well, what'd they do to you?
They didn't do anything. While Mr. Clark was trying to get someone to take care of me, I sneaked out and ran home.
Gee whiz. And he doesn't know where you are?
No. How could he?
Well, listen, Henry. You know that envelope of Dorothy's you picked up?
Yeah.
Well, why don't we call her up and tell her we found it?
Homer, you're crazy. Why would she want with an empty envelope? She probably threw it away.
All right. Then let's not tell her what it is. We'll just say we've got something of hers, and would she like to have us bring it over? Where's the phone?
Now, wait a minute, Homer. Didn't I see her first? Didn't I pick up the envelope? Isn't this my phone? Hello? Hello, operator?
But, Henry, aren't you crazy about Geraldine Love? Why be a pig in a manger?
Number, please.
Oh, I want Elm 889.
Elm 889.
But, gee, Henry, don't you realize I like her, too? And aren't I your friend?
Well, sure, Homer. Of course you are. That's why I'm going to ask Dorothy whether she doesn't have a friend that would like to meet you.
Oh, no, you're not. Every time anybody meets a pretty girl, they say, can't you get a friend someplace for Homer? And, boy, what a beating I've taken.
Hello?
Hello, is this Charlie Clark?
Yes, who's this?
Wait, it's just...
Who?
Well, why, is Miss Dorothy Hopkins visiting you?
Listen, Henry Aldrich, is that you?
Why, yes. Hello, Charlie. I thought I recognized your voice.
What do you want to talk to Dorothy for?
Never mind. I happen to have a very important message for her, and I think she'd like very much to have me give it to her personally.
Oh, is that so? All right, hold the line a second.
You mean you're going to call her? Charlie?
Is he going to, Henry? Is he going to?
Sure he's going to. He can't bluff me, Homer.
I'll say he can. That's the only way to handle Charlie. Just talk right up to him and put him in his place.
Hello?
Oh, hello. Is that you?
Yes?
Well, gee, I guess you wonder... I'm Henry Aldrich, see, and probably Charlie hasn't told you, but I play center on a basketball team.
Yes, I know.
You know? Is that right? Did you happen to know about the track meet I was in last spring? Well, I didn't win any first, but I got 2/3, and I might have won the pole vault if I hadn't broken my pole.
Yes, I know all about it.
Is that right? Well, I guess I know almost as much about you, too. I saw you downtown this morning.
You did?
Down by the station. And boy, the minute I saw you, boy.
The station? I wasn't down at the station today.
Sure you were. And you dropped something. Wouldn't you like to have me bring it over?
Is this Henry Aldrich?
Sure. Isn't this Dorothy Hopkins?
No, it's Geraldine Love. How did you know I was over here at Charlie Clark's?
Geraldine? Geraldine, not Dorothy? You're Geraldine Love?
Henry Aldrich, did you think you were talking to Dorothy Hopkins like that?
How'd you get on the phone?
Charlie told me you wanted to speak to me. And if you're that hot up to make the acquaintance of any girl that happens to come into town... Henry, when you got up, Dorothy?
Never mind. Just forget the whole thing. Goodbye.
Come on, Henry. Shall we start over?
No, Homer. I think we'd better just drop the whole thing.
Hello, Mr. Aldrich speaking.
Hello, Mr. Aldrich. This is Mr. Clark.
Oh, yes, Mr. Clark. Good morning.
I'm sorry to bother you, but I'm down at the hospital and I need some advice.
Yes? Have you been in an accident?
Well, no, not exactly that.
Well, whatever it is, I'll be glad to help you out. What's the trouble?
Well, I don't know how to begin. Have you heard from Henry?
From Henry? No. Why would I hear from him?
Well, I guess I better tell you the whole thing, Mr. Aldrich. I don't want to upset you, but he fell down in front of our house, see?
Yes? And he's over at the hospital?
Well, he was here, but when I stepped out of the receiving room for a minute, he disappeared.
He disappeared? What became of him?
Well, that's what we don't know. I phoned your house a couple of times, and the line was busy, but let me assure you there ain't anything to worry about, Mr. Aldrich. I just think you should know about it.
Yes, of course. Was he able to walk?
Why, yes. At least I helped him in and out of the car, and nobody saw him leave the hospital, so we think he must still be around here.
Yes? Well, I'll be right down there, Mr. Clark. All I have to do is call the courthouse and cancel 2 hearings.
Well, while you're about it, Mr. Aldrich, could you call my secretary and tell her to cancel all my appointments for this morning?
Well, that's very kind of you, Mr. Clark. I'll be glad to call her.
Now listen, Charlie Clark. Go on. Get away from in front of our house.
You make me, Henry. You make me.
Henry, come on. Close your window and ignore him.
Homer, stop pulling on my shirt. I know how to handle Charlie. Charlie, I want to tell you something. You're standing out there on my father's front lawn, and he spent a lot of money on grass seed last fall, and if none of it comes up next summer, I'm going to tell him who's the cause of it.
And let me tell you something. What is it you've got that belongs to Dorothy Hopkins?
And why should I tell you?
Because she's my cousin, and she told me to come over and get it. That's why.
Is that so? Well, in the first place, you don't even have anything.
Oh, yes, you have. Oh, yes, you have. And what's more, I know what it is.
All right, then what is it? What is it?
Never mind. But you better throw it down to me right away. And I want to tell you another thing. If it breaks when you throw it, you're responsible.
Is that so? That shows you how much you know.
Hey, Henry, keep him there a second while I go get a glass of water to throw him.
That's an idea, Homer. Only, instead of just a glassful, get a lot.
Henry, for the last time, do you hear me?
Yes, I hear you. So you want me to throw something down to you, huh?
Yes, I do.
Well, come up here under the window so you can really catch it.
Why?
Charlie, I hope you don't think I'm going to throw anything as valuable as this to you way out there and have you miss it.
All right, then I'm standing closer.
That isn't close enough. Come a little closer.
How about this?
Here you are, Henry. Here's the water. Look what I've got it in.
Oh, gee whiz, Homer. What'd you do, fill a bathroom wastebasket?
Yeah, but hurry up. I can hardly carry it.
Here, let me have it.
Oh, no, Henry. I can shoot straighter than you can.
Okay, but wait until I tell you to. Oh, Charlie.
Hurry up.
I'm hurrying. I just want to explain one thing. When you see Dorothy, be sure you tell her you asked for it.
Stand back, Henry.
Henry?
Oh, gee whiz, Mother, is that you down there?
Henry, look out.
Homer, don't throw it.
What are you doing up in that window, Henry?
Why, just getting some fresh air, Mother. I'm closing it.
Now, listen, Henry. Look what you made me do.
Oh, boy, Homer, you spilled it all over my room.
All over your room. All over myself. Look at it.
Well, don't stand there looking at yourself. Come on, help me mop it up before it leaks through to the living room.
What'll I mop it up with?
Here, use my pajamas. I've worn them for a week anyhow. Come on.
Is Charlie Clark still out there?
I don't know, and I don't care.
Henry!
Oh, yes, Mother? Is that you downstairs? Hello?
Will you come down here right this minute, please?
Yes, Mother, sure. Do you notice anything leaking? I mean, is everything all right down there?
What?
Homer, what's the idea of mopping up and bringing it right out on the floor again?
I'm trying to get the wastebasket.
Henry!
Yes, Mother. don't bother to come all the way up here. You save yourself. I'm coming down there.
Then please hurry.
Oh, you mean you want to have a talk with me about something?
Yes, dear, and I want you to sit down here.
Yes, Mother.
I've just been having a talk with Charlie Clark, and to say the least, Henry, I'm surprised.
You're surprised?
Yes, dear. And don't keep looking up at the ceiling. Please look at me and let the ceiling take care of itself.
Oh, excuse me. What did Charlie Clark say?
Now, what do you think he said? He said you stole something that belongs to a cousin of his named Dorothy Hopkins.
He said that? He said I stole something from her?
Yes, dear, and I don't think Charlie would say a thing like that if he didn't have a reason, would he?
But, Mother, I give you my word. I don't steal things. Not from anybody. Remember, the only time I ever stole anything in my life was that pocket full of candy out of the box in your bureau drawer about 5 years ago, and I got caught, and it made me sick. And besides, I didn't like it.
Then, dear, do you know why Charlie said you took something?
Well, all I can say is he certainly got a powerful imagination.
He told me that what you have of this Dorothy's is extremely valuable.
He said that? He said that?
He certainly did, and he's going all around town saying you stole it. And I'm going to do something about it.
Calling Dr. Weston. Calling Dr. Weston.
Did you have a talk with the nurse, Mr. Aldrich?
I've had a talk with all the nurses. I've just had a talk with the gentleman that's the head of this hospital.
And what did he say?
He said Henry couldn't possibly be here. He's never had anyone disappear in his hospital before.
Well, that's cooperation for you.
Oh, he's doing all he can. And, Mr. Clark, I want you to stop feeling that this is all your fault.
Mr. Aldrich, I don't want to worry you, but I've been thinking. When I first picked Henry up, he was talking about his leg, and maybe it was, but...
But what?
You don't think he could have hit his head, too, do you?
The Aldrich family will be back in just a moment. In the meantime, here's a selection by Alan Roth and the orchestra.
Now getting back to the troubles of Henry Aldrich. In his efforts to meet the new girl that's in town, Henry first tried to make out he hurt his leg. Next, he led her to believe that an empty envelope which he dropped at the station is really something of considerable value. As the scene opens at Charlie Clark's house, the young lady in question is speaking.
Oh, I don't blame you, Charlie. I agree with you entirely.
And I'm glad to hear you say that, Dorothy.
Charlie, I wonder what it could be of mine that Henry Aldrich has.
You mean you haven't any idea what it is?
I can't think of anything. Unless it could be my wristwatch.
Oh, your wristwatch. You've lost it?
Well, I haven't lost it exactly. I thought I left it at home on my bureau because the catch was broken on the strap.
But it still might be your watch, mightn't it?
Well, tell me, after he refused to throw it out, what did you say?
I said, listen, Henry Aldrich, I don't intend to have any cousin of mine that's as fine a young lady as Dorothy Hopkins is insulted like this.
Oh, really? Then what did he say?
He didn't say anything. He thought I was going to climb up the side of the house and beat him up, so he closed the window.
You scared him? You really did?
Sure I did. I even told his mother on him.
Well, frankly, I don't blame Geraldine Love for getting mad if he's that kind of a boy.
And did you see Geraldine stalk out of here and beat it home? She said she was never going to speak to Henry again.
I know. And did you notice she was sort of mad at me, too? It wasn't my fault he took my watch.
You mean he did take it? I thought you said he didn't take it.
Well, Charlie, the more I think about it, maybe I didn't leave my watch at home. Maybe I did put it on, just absent-mindedly, and when I got off at the station, that's where I dropped it.
Sure you did. Of course you did.
Who do you suppose that is?
I don't know, but I'd be willing to make a bet as to who it is. It's probably Henry.
Really? Do you think you really scared him into bringing my watch back?
Sure I did. You should have heard me talk to him, Dorothy.
How do you do, Charlie? This is Mrs. Aldrich.
Oh, how do you do?
Is your mother in, Charlie?
No, ma'am, she isn't, Mrs. Aldrich.
Are you quite sure?
Yes, ma'am. She got word that my father's down at the hospital, so she went down there.
Oh, really? I didn't know your father had gone to the hospital. Oh, I'm terribly sorry to hear it, especially at a time like this.
Did you bring Dorothy's watch over, Mrs. Aldrich?
Her watch?
Yes, ma'am. Didn't Henry confess to you?
You know, Henry, the more I think about it, the more I wonder.
The more you wonder what?
Whether we shouldn't come right out and tell the truth. That all we picked up was an empty envelope with Dorothy's name on it.
Homer, you're crazy. Do you think if we did say that, anybody'd believe us?
Why wouldn't they?
You'd say, why did we pick up an empty envelope?
As a matter of fact, why did we?
Don't you remember, Homer? Dorothy's a darn good-looking girl.
I know, Henry, but no girl's worth what we're going through.
That's no way to talk, Homer. I don't mind being persecuted like this for her sake. As a matter of fact, my mother will probably straighten the whole thing out. She's over there right now.
Boy, will she make a fool out of Charlie.
Of course she will. And do you know what I have a good mind to do? I think I'll call the Clark's house, and if Dorothy answers, I'll say, Dorothy, could you deliver a very important message to Charlie, who you may think is a gentleman, but I happen to know a couple of things about him I wouldn't tell no matter how much you paid me, because I'm not the kind that goes around talking about people. Boy, that'll hold him.
Sure. What's the message?
What message? She was there. She is right now. She's calling me, Homer.
I'll answer it, Henry.
Now, listen, Homer. She probably wants to call me and apologize.
But, Henry, why don't you let me answer it and make out you don't want to talk to her?
Why would I do that?
Well, then she'll be all the more sorry she's treated you like a dog. Hello?
Hello, is this Elm 303?
Why, yes, sir.
Homer, is that you?
Yes, sir. Is that you, Father?
It is not. This is Mr. Aldrich.
Oh, excuse me. Did you want me to go home?
What are you doing over at our house?
Wait, I'm just sitting here reading a good book, Mr. Aldrich.
Where's Mrs. Aldrich?
She's gone over to the Clarks, Mr. Aldrich.
Over to the Clarks? Then she knows about it?
About what?
About Henry.
Oh, you know, too?
If she comes in, tell her I'm on my way home. I'm just trying to get in touch with Henry. Goodbye.
He's right here, Mr. Aldrich. Mr. Aldrich?
Does Dorothy want me, Homer?
No, your father's looking for you, and he wants you to come right home.
Now, listen, Homer, I am home. Gee whiz.
Then what do you suppose he wants?
Henry?
Yes, Mother? Did you straighten everything out over at Charlie's?
I'm afraid I did not. In fact, dear, you and I are going to have one of the most serious talks we've ever had.
What about?
That watch, dear.
That watch? What watch?
That belongs to Dorothy Hopkins, and you won't give back to her.
Why?
Now, dear, I realize you probably don't appreciate how extremely serious this is. But keeping a piece of expensive jewelry, Henry, that belongs to somebody else just as a souvenir is not as funny as you apparently think it is.
But, Mother, I don't even know what you're talking about.
Mrs. Aldrich, may I say just one thing?
You may not, Homer. Were you with Henry when he took the watch?
Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am. What watch?
Alice?
Yes, Sam?
May I have a word with you?
Yes, Sam, but please go in the dining room. I want to have a talk with you in there. And, Henry, you're to stay right here.
Yes, Mother. But, Mother...
I don't want to talk to you now.
Listen, Henry, has something happened today that you haven't told me about?
Sam, I'm awfully glad you came home.
Now, Alice, I know how upset you must be about Henry, but let's not go all to pieces.
Then you know about Henry?
Of course I know about him. Mr. Clark and I have been downtown working on it all afternoon.
Really?
But everything's going to be all right, Alice. He's reported it to the police.
Sam, the police? Mr. Clark went to the police about it?
I'll admit I didn't know he was going to do it, but sooner or later they'd have known about it anyhow, Alice.
But, dear, it does seem as though you could... My goodness, Sam, do you realize it'll probably even be in the paper?
And what if it is? Don't you think the public should be warned in case they see him?
Dear, I can't believe my own ears.
Is that the phone?
I'll answer it. You sit down. You look tired. In fact, you must be tired, or you wouldn't have let a thing like this happen.
I am tired.
Well, just as soon as I get through with this, I'll try and get some lunch for you, though personally, I couldn't eat a thing.
I'll answer the phone for you, Mother.
You will? Well, if that's for me, I'm in no condition to speak to anyone.
Gee, I'd be glad to do anything that would make you feel better. Hello?
Hello, this is police headquarters. I'm calling about Henry Aldrich.
About who?
Henry Aldrich.
The police? Is that right? How did you... oh, boy.
Henry, did you say police?
Who is this speaking?
Well, look, let me explain how the whole thing happened. I happened to be down by the station this morning, and this darn good-looking girl... we didn't see anything of a watch. It was just an empty envelope.
A what? What about his head?
What's that?
Thought you said it might be amnesia.
Who? What kind of a watch?
Look, maybe I better come up there and talk with you.
Gee whiz, you don't have to come up here. It was only an empty envelope. Hello? Hello? Oh, gee whiz.
Henry, is that you?
Yes, Father. Are you home?
May I ask what you were doing here?
Wait, I was just answering the telephone. Were you looking for me?
Henry, what happened to you?
Wait. Here's the whole story, Father. I was going by the Clarks this morning, see?
Yes. And you fell down, didn't you?
Oh, yes. I'd forgotten all about that.
You mean you don't remember what has happened since?
Well, an awful lot has happened, and I think I remember it all, but it doesn't seem to fit together.
And it's all mixed up?
Yes. At least I can't understand it.
Henry, there's someone here that wants to see you.
Is it the police?
No, Henry, it's Dorothy Hopkins.
Who?
And I just wanted to say that I phoned over to Abbott City, and my watch has been home all the time, so you couldn't possibly have it.
I know it. I never said I did.
But you said you had something very valuable of mine.
Well, I did. But it's only valuable to me. Well, you wouldn't even want it. It's only this empty envelope.
My goodness, Henry, where did you find that?
Down at the station.
Well, that's very valuable to me, too. I need that address on the back. That's the address of the boy I'm engaged to.
That you're engaged to?
And I do thank you for saving it for me, Henry. And I'm awfully sorry to have caused so much trouble.
That's all right, Dorothy. It was certainly nice of you to come over, wasn't it, Sam?
What's that? Oh, yes. Alice, may I ask
And,
what...
Dorothy, before you go, how is Mr. Clark?
Mr. Clark?
Yes, isn't he down at the hospital?
The hospital? I'm glad you mentioned it. Alice, where's the telephone?
Goodbye, Henry.
So long, Dorothy.
I'm very glad to have met you.
Thanks. And I'm very glad to have met you.
Henry.
Homer, where are you?
I'm under the sofa. Have the police gone?
Henry will be back with us in just a minute.
Charlie Clark. He's down at the front door, and I just dumped a bucket of water out on him.
Listen, Homer, I didn't say that was Charlie Clark down there. That's Mr. Clark.
Who?
Henry Aldrich! Yes, Father, I know what you want. I'm going right to bed. And you can discontinue my allowance for the next 4 weeks.
The Aldrich Family is written by Clifford Goldsmith with music by Jack Miller. Mr. and Mrs. Aldrich are House Jameson and Catherine Roth.
This rebroadcast of the Aldrich Family is a presentation of the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Coming, Mother.
The Aldrich Family, based on characters originated by Clifford Goldsmith and starring Ezra Stone as Henry, Jackie Kelk as Homer. And now for the Aldrich Family. Everyone knows that as we grow older, the years begin to travel more swiftly. But when you're a teenage boy like Henry Aldrich, every year is a lifetime, for each minute is packed full of fun and adventure. The scene opens in the Aldrich living room.
Mary, I can hardly believe my ears.
My goodness, Henry, all I did was ask you a perfectly civil question. I'm sure I don't know what you're so excited about.
You don't? Mary, I was sitting here minding my own business, and you walked up to me and said a thing like that.
All I said was that Joe Graham is coming over for dinner tonight.
Sure. And then you asked me what time I was getting out of the house.
Well, that's all I want to know, Henry. What time are you getting out?
But, Mary, I've been looking forward to that roast duck all day.
Henry, you can't do a thing like this to me.
I can't do what?
You can't possibly intend to sit there at the table and have dinner with us.
Gee whiz, why not? Joe and I get along swell.
Henry, do you remember what happened the last time Joe was here for dinner? If you said it once, you said it 100 times. Joe was the only boyfriend I had.
Mary, you just don't understand men. That makes a man feel good. If he hasn't any competition, what's he got to worry about?
Oh, what's the use, Mother?
Now listen, Mary, don't go dragging Mother into this.
All right, then I'll give you one more chance. Are you going to get out or aren't you?
But Mary, where can I go? If my own family doesn't want me, who else would?
What I've been trying to tell you is that I phoned Homer a little while ago and asked if you could have dinner with them.
You mean you'd force me down Mrs. Brown's throat?
Homer says he's sure his mother would be delighted, and he's working on it right now.
Oh, no, Mary, oh, no.
Oh, no, what?
I'm not going to impose myself on anybody that has to be worked on.
Very well, Henry, you've had your chance. Mother!
Okay, Mary, go ahead. Go ahead and tell her. I know my rights.
Mother, where are you?
I'm in the kitchen, Mary, basting the duck. Sam Aldrich, take your hands off those olives.
But I'm hungry, Alice. Can I have just one?
Mother, I could just die.
All right, Sam, you may have one, but that's all.
Ah.
Mother.
Sam?
What's the matter?
Not the one on top of the salad. It took me 15 minutes to cut it to look like a rose.
Is that what it looks like?
Take one out of the dish.
Mother, I don't mean to criticize, but what's more important to you? An olive that looks like a rose or my future happiness?
Now, dear, what's the matter?
Do you know what Henry's going to do to me? Do you know what he's going to do?
What?
He's going to have dinner with us tonight.
Well, that seems natural. He lives here.
Of course, Mary, and he's perfectly entitled to have dinner with us if he wants to.
But, Mother, tonight. Don't you remember what happened the last time Joe Graham was here for dinner?
You mean when you spilled the gravy in Joe's lab?
Father, that was because Henry had me so upset by the things he was saying. I was positively trembling.
In a way, Sam, I can see Mary's point of view. After all, Joe is practically the only boyfriend she has.
Mother.
Listen, Mary, will you just tell me one thing?
You mean you changed your mind?
Gee whiz, no. But look, would it fix things up if I told Joe you had a different boyfriend here every night?
You see, Mother, you see?
That sounds feasible to me.
Sure.
Mary, you just don't understand men. They like to feel they have lots of competition.
Father, all I ask is that I be allowed to live my own life.
Well, gee whiz, Mary, go ahead. Who's stopping you?
Mother, what am I to do?
Mary, at the moment, I'm much more concerned with this duck than Joe Graham. I wash my hands of the whole affair.
My goodness, what's Homer doing over here?
We're out here in the kitchen, Homer.
The kitchen? Oh, boy.
Sam, hide those olives.
Right.
Boy, does this house smell good. Hello, everybody.
Hi, Homer, old-timer.
Well, I'm here.
So I see.
Boy, are we having that duck for dinner?
No, we are.
We are? Oh, boy.
Now, wait a minute, Homer. What exactly are you doing over here?
Gee, Mrs. Aldrich, I was invited over for dinner.
What? Who invited you?
You did.
I did?
Don't you remember, Mary? I said my mother would be delighted to have me come.
Homer,
Well, gee
you
whiz.
misunderstood me entirely. I didn't invite you over here.
You didn't.
Alice, if it would help matters any, I'd be glad to have dinner out.
Now, Sam, we couldn't do that. Who'd carve the duck? Homer, it isn't that we wouldn't love to have you.
You would, boy.
But not tonight, dear. And I'm afraid you'll just have to go home.
But, Mrs. Aldrich, I can't.
Why not?
Well, when I told my mother I was going out, she said this was her chance to have some people in for dinner.
Oh, my goodness.
And she doesn't want to see me again till 11 o'clock tonight.
Boy, Homer, you know, we should have done this more often.
I'll say. Listen, are you sure you've still got all the money?
Sure, I'm sure. It's all tied in my handkerchief, right where my mother put it.
Gee, there's nothing like two old friends going out to dinner together.
I'll say.
How much have we got again?
We have $1.25 each, Homer. I've told you 1,000,000 times.
I know, but I still can't believe it. Whenever my mother kicks me out of the house, all I get is 35 cents.
Homer, I hope you don't think my mother kicked us out.
Oh, that's all right, Hen, old-timer. I understand. Gee, you can't hurt my feelings.
Anyway, we wouldn't have enjoyed ourselves. Whenever Mary has a boyfriend up for dinner, all my mother talks about is what a good cook Mary is and how she makes all her own clothes.
Gee, did Mary cook that dinner?
No, but she peeled the radishes, though.
I didn't know you peeled radishes.
Mary does. She doesn't know how to clean them.
Boy, Hen, I know where let's go. Let's go to the candy kitchen.
The candy kitchen? But, Homer, all you can get there is dessert.
Sure. Think of all the desserts we could get for $1.25.
No, let's go to the mansion house.
Henry, they charge millions of dollars at the mansion house.
They do not. You can get a real swell dinner for $1.25.
Yeah, and you could put it all on a piece of bread and make a sandwich out of it.
Listen, Homer, one of us has to be sensible. Boy, anybody who'd eat $1.25's worth of desserts.
Okay.
What do you mean by that?
Okay, that's all. It's your money. I'm only the guest.
Homer, I haven't hurt your feelings, have I?
Come to think of it, I wasn't even invited in the first place.
Now, Homer...
That's all right, Henry. Don't bother trying to explain. We'll go to the mansion house.
Well, gee whiz, if you're going to sulk.
Who's sulking?
If that's your attitude, let's go to the candy kitchen.
Oh, no, I wouldn't think of going to the candy kitchen. We'll go to the mansion house.
Oh, no, we won't.
Listen, you couldn't drag me into the candy kitchen with a team of wild horses.
Well, I'm darned if I'll set foot in the mansion house.
Now listen, Henry.
Now listen, Homer.
Mother, I can't stand it.
Now, Mary, don't go all to pieces.
Look, when Joe gets here, why don't I just take him out someplace for dinner?
You'll do no such thing. Frankly, I'm getting a little tired of this whole business. Now, where are the boys?
Henry's up in his room, eating jelly beans from last Easter.
Jelly beans? My goodness, he'll make himself sick.
He says he hopes he does. And Homer's sitting in the hall closet.
Where?
The hall closet, Mother. He says Henry gave him permission to sit there and sulk if he wants to.
Well, you go and tell them both to stop this foolishness at once. Tell them I'll expect to see them at dinner in 15 minutes.
You mean at our dinner table? But, Mother, what about Joe?
Mary, if you mention Joe just once more, I'll go out for dinner myself. Now, do as you're told.
My goodness.
Sam Aldrich, get away from those radishes.
You mean these white things? I thought they were onions.
Homer! Are you still in the closet?
Who's that?
It's Mary.
Okay, you can come in.
Homer, you come out of that closet. You'll smother to death.
I hope I do.
My mother says you're to have dinner with her.
She does? Oh, is Henry going to be there?
Certainly he is. He lives here, doesn't he?
Then I'll just stay right here. Tell your mother thanks just the same, but I'd rather starve.
Well, my goodness.
And please close the door after you.
All right, then. All right. Henry!
I'm here in my room. If anybody's interested.
Henry Aldrich, you listen to me.
How do you do?
Mother sent me up here to invite you to dinner, and I hope you're satisfied.
Would you care for a jelly bean?
Henry, did you hear me?
Mary, please convey my regrets and tell Mother I wouldn't think of imposing on my own family for a meal.
Now, look, are you sulking, too?
Of course I'm not sulking. I know when I'm not wanted.
Well, my goodness, Mother! Oh, my goodness.
Hello, Mary.
Joe, it's you.
Weren't you expecting me?
Why, yes, of course, Joe. It's just that I'm so upset. Well, come on in.
Thank you. Did you just come in?
No, I'm going out. Just for a few minutes, Joe. I have to see somebody about my brother.
Oh, is he going to be here for dinner?
Not if I can help it. That is, I'll be back in a few minutes, Joe. Goodbye.
But, Mary...
Is that you, Joe?
Yes, it is, Mr. Aldrich.
Just hang your coat up in the hall closet and come on to the living room.
All right, sir. Oh, excuse me. I thought this was the closet.
It is.
It is. Well, are you looking for something?
No.
Oh.
Here, give me your coat. I'll hang it up for you.
But I don't want to...
Oh, that's all right. I'd be glad of something to do.
Oh. Well, thanks.
And would you please close the door after you?
Close it? Oh, sure.
You coming in the living room, Joe?
Yes, Mr. Aldrich, I'm coming.
I'm sorry I couldn't come to the door. I'm trying to get a little fire going here.
Mr. Aldrich,
What's the matter, Joe? You look pale. Have you been working pretty hard?
Working? Yeah, that's probably it. I've just been working too hard. The only thing is...
Yes, Joe?
Mr. Aldrich, have you noticed anything unusual about your hall closet?
Oh, you mean all that junk?
Junk?
That's been accumulating for years. Anytime this family wants to get rid of anything, they just stuff it in the hall closet.
They do? Gee.
Ever so often we clean it out and throw everything away, but it always manages to come back.
Is that right?
It's gotten to be a sort of family skeleton.
Skeleton? Gee, I could have sworn that...
What, Joe?
Nothing.
Oh, will you excuse me, Joe, while I answer the phone?
Sure, Mr. Aldrich. I'll just lie down for a minute. Hello?
Hello, is that you, Mr. Aldrich?
Yes?
This is String Bean.
Who?
String Bean Kittinger.
Oh, hello, String Bean.
Listen, I just met Mary on the street, and has Henry and Homer got a dinner invitation yet?
Why, no, they haven't.
Oh, boy. Then I'm not too late. Gee, I ran to the first phone booth I came to. Do you suppose they could come to my house for dinner?
Why, I should think they'd be delighted, String Bean.
Oh, boy, imagine. 2 men and both of them at once.
What's that?
Tell them to come over in a half an hour, Mr. Aldrich. It'll take me that long to comb the kinks out of my hair. Goodbye.
Goodbye, String Bean. Wallace!
Sam, what's gone wrong now?
Nothing's gone wrong, dear. I've just fixed Henry and Homer up with a dinner invitation.
Well, thank goodness. Was that Mrs. Anderson or Kathleen who called?
The Andersons? Alice, the boys have been invited to the Kittingers.
And you accept it?
Certainly, if they won't eat at home, they have to eat someplace.
But, Sam, Mary's gone to ask Mrs. Anderson if they can have dinner over there.
What's that?
So, dear, you'll have to get the car out and try to catch her.
But, Alice, what about Joe?
Frankly, Sam Aldrich, I don't care what... My goodness, what's he doing? Oh, Joe, dear, those olives are for dinner.
Getting back to the troubles of Henry Aldrich. When Mary invited Joe Graham up to the house for dinner, she made the mistake of trying to get rid of Henry. At the moment, Joe is sitting in the living room reading travel magazines while the family is having a meeting in Henry's bedroom.
Alice, they've got to have dinner at the Kittingers. Do you realize Frank Kittinger is one of my best clients? I can't afford to offend him.
But, Sam, how can I phone Mrs. Anderson and say they aren't coming?
You can have Mary phone her.
Father.
What? After deliberately sending her over to ask for the invitation?
Father, could I voice an opinion?
You may not. You voiced too many already.
Henry, stop eating those jelly beans. You'll need your appetite at the Andersons.
At the Kittingers.
But, Mother, I'd rather just stay here in my room than have to go out any place with Homer.
You'll go out with Homer and like it.
Yes, sir.
Sam, I don't understand why you weren't able to catch up with Mary before she got to the Andersons.
Now, Alice, that's a long story.
Father, Joe's car has been stolen.
Mary.
He says he left it in the driveway, and just now when he looked out the window, it was gone.
Well, tell him not to worry about it.
Not to worry? Gee whiz, Father, that car cost Joe $150.
Well, anyway, he says that thief will get an awful surprise when he goes to push the cigarette lighter. What do you suppose happened?
What?
The whole roof falls on top of you.
Father!
Sam Aldrich,
Alice, I had to take it. It was blocking the driveway. And Mary, tell Joe he can take his car up at the garage tomorrow, and it'll have 2 new fenders.
Then, Sam, this whole thing was your fault. And I want you to phone Mr. Kittinger and say the boys won't be over for dinner.
But Alice, Mr. Kittinger's one of my
Mother,
best
do you
clients.
suppose you and Father could argue in the living room so we could keep Joe entertained?
Henry, please go and answer that.
Downstairs, where Homer is?
Take it up here in my room.
Yes, sure.
Now, see here, Mary. Don't you know how to entertain Joe yourself?
Hello?
Hello?
Homer, where are you?
I'm right downstairs in your hall closet. Would you mind kindly getting off the line? Hello, Homer. This is String Bean Kittinger.
Homer, may I ask who gave you permission to take our phone into the hall closet?
Just ignore him, String Bean. How are you anyway? I'm fine.
That's good.
Now listen, Henry. How are you, Henry?
I'm fine.
That's good. I mean, Henry, get off the line. Homer, I could just die. You know that dinner invitation? What dinner invitation? My goodness, didn't you know? I invited you and Henry over here for dinner. You did? Oh, boy.
Homer, my mother says we have to go to Kathleen Anderson's for dinner.
Are you going to the Andersons?
Sure.
String Bean, what time do you want me to come over? Well, that's why I could die. When I got home, I found a note from my mother sitting under a can of pork and beans. They've been invited out to dinner. Well, darn it all anyway. Homer, do you like pork and beans? No. Neither do I.
Gee, I love them.
Listen, Henry, get off the line. Well, Homer, listen. My mother left the phone number of the house they're having dinner at, and I'm going to phone up to get myself invited. Yeah, but what about me? That's easy. I'll just tell them a friend of mine is starving to death. And don't they know their duty as citizens?
Mrs. Aldrich, isn't anybody going to answer this phone? Oh, gee whiz. Hello?
Hello, is that you, Homer?
Yes?
Have you had your dinner yet?
Why, no.
Then, dear, would you like to come over here for dinner?
Well, gee whiz, who is this?
This is your mother.
My mother? And you're inviting me over for dinner?
Yes. The Kittengers are here. You remember the Kittengers and their daughter, String Bean. Yes, I've got it on the phone, String Bean.
Gee, and you'd really like to have me?
Why, yes, I don't know why I didn't think of it before.
Well, thank you very much. I'd be delighted.
You're sure you haven't had your dinner?
I'm positive.
Oh, well, come on then.
Boy, I'll be right over.
Take your time. Goodbye, dear.
Goodbye, and thank you.
Oh, Joe, is that... Oh, it's you.
Would you kindly mind stepping out of my way? I'm leaving.
You're leaving? I'd be delighted.
And would you mind sending me back my stuffed rattlesnake at your convenience?
I'll get it for you right now.
I'm sorry, but I can't wait. It happens I've been invited out for dinner, and my friends are very anxious for me to get there.
Well, you better get going.
Yeah. Well, it's been nice knowing you. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Well, I have to answer the phone.
Well, goodbye.
Goodbye. Hello?
Hello, is that you, Henry?
Sure, Kathleen. How are you?
Well, I'm fine, but my goodness, we've been having the worst argument over here.
You have?
You see, I told Mary to invite you and Homer over here for dinner, but the trouble is I should have asked my mother first.
You mean she doesn't want me?
Oh, she wants you all right, but she doesn't want Homer Brown.
She doesn't? Well, gee, that suits me right down to the ground.
Oh, my goodness, Henry, that's wonderful.
The only thing is, could I ask you one question?
Certainly, Henry.
All I want to know is, well, exactly what has your mother got against Homer?
Homer, your mother wants to know if you finished mashing the potatoes yet.
I'm mashing them. Boy, does that Henry Aldrich make me sore.
Me too.
Nobody in his whole family knows what they're doing. They invite you over for dinner, and where do you wind up? In the hall closet with a bunch of galoshes.
And imagine Henry eavesdropping on our telephone conversation like that.
Yeah, imagine. Although, it was his phone.
I know, but it was you I wanted to talk to, not him.
Sure, but just the same, he has a right to use his own phone if he wants to.
Oh, but he's so bossy.
Oh, I don't know.
Well, Homer Brownie's always telling you what to do.
Yeah? Well, maybe I like being told what to do.
Well, my goodness.
And I'll thank you to stop making insulting remarks about my best friend.
Mr. DeHaven.
Yes, Henry?
I guess I'll have another hamburger.
Another one? Say, didn't you have any dinner tonight?
Well, as a matter of fact, I didn't. I was invited out for dinner, but, gee, I don't know. You take women. No, you take men.
What's that?
Yeah, you take men. You can talk to them for years, and boy, you always got lots to talk about. But you talk to a woman for 5 minutes, and gee, all she can talk about is men.
Well, you don't say.
Sure. All she can do is criticize your friends. Homer, my friends might have big appetites, but boy, you never get bored with him. I mean, them.
Well, say, look who's here.
Who? Oh.
Mr. DeHaven, have you got anything decent to eat?
Sure thing, Homer. You get up on that stool, and I'll fix you some hamburgers.
This stool? This stool right here?
Yeah, I'll have them for you in a minute.
Oh. Hi.
Hi.
Is this stool taken?
No, gee, no. Sit down.
Thanks.
Isn't it cold out?
Huh?
I said, isn't it cold out?
I'll say. Well, gee, how are you anyway?
I'm fine, Homer, just fine. How are you?
I'm swell. Hen?
Well, gee, Homer, old-timer. Listen, I still got $1.50. Why don't you say we go over to the candy kitchen and get a whole lot of dessert?
I wouldn't mind going to the mansion house.
No, sir.
But Henry,
Listen, Homer, I got a better idea.
What?
Let's just stay here.
Swell.
Here are your hamburgers, Homer.
Oh, boy, do they look good.
They are, Homer.
Here, Hen. Have one of mine.
Thanks. Gee whiz, is that Joe Graham?
Hi, Henry. What are you doing here?
I'm having my dinner.
Say, are those hamburgers? That's just what I'm looking for.
Well, come on, sit down.
But, Joe, didn't you just have a duck dinner over at my house?
Well, I started to. Gee, I bet the whole thing never would have happened if the duck hadn't got burnt.
It did?
Yes, your mother and father were so busy talking upstairs they never would have noticed it if I hadn't smelled the smoke.
Gee whiz, you mean you couldn't eat it?
Well, we started to, but then your father began telling me how Mary does all the cooking, and the first thing your mother knew, Mary had dumped the gravy in her lap.
Gee, what did she do?
She went to bed.
Mary?
No, your mother. Mary went for the doctor.
My mother needed a doctor?
No, the doctor was for your father. You see, he was carrying a tray up to your mother, and he slid on some jelly beans and twisted his ankle.
Boy, I wish I'd been there.
Listen, Homer, if we'd been there, they'd only have blamed the whole thing on us. Here, Joe, would you like a hamburger?
Yeah, thanks.
Certainly too bad things had to go wrong. You're the only boyfriend Mary has.
Will somebody pass the ketchup?
another compress on your ankle?
Don't bother, Mary. It feels fine.
Just the same, I'd better follow the doctor's orders. And, Mother?
Yes, dear.
I'll get the ice bag for your head just as soon as I'm through.
Why, thank you, Mary. Sam, isn't she efficient?
She certainly is. The next time Joe comes for dinner, we must remember to tell him that Mary's a good nurse, too.
Oh, Father!
The Aldrich Family is based on characters originated by Clifford Goldsmith and stars Ezra Stone as Henry with Jackie Kelk as Homer. Mr. and Mrs. Aldrich are House Jameson and Catherine Roth.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Aldrich Family, based on characters originated by Clifford Goldsmith and starring Ezra Stone as Henry with Jackie Kelk as Homer.
Henry Aldrich!
Coming, Mother.
When you take a typical American family, plus some friends and neighbors, and then add one teenage boy, well, you needn't bother to stir things up. The boy will always attend to that. Henry Aldrich is no exception to the rule. The scene opens in the Aldrich living room. It's early morning.
Now, Alice.
Now, Mother.
Sam, I'm not crying.
Of course not, Alice.
Of course not, Mother. Here, take my handkerchief.
Alice, you knew Mary would be doing a thing like this eventually.
Yes, only... Sam, she's so young.
You and Father wouldn't want me around the house for the rest of your lives, would you?
It's just a matter of getting used to the idea, Alice. You'll get over it in no time.
Of course you will, Mother. It's Henry Aldrich.
Oh, gee whiz.
Henry.
Henry Aldrich, how long have you been there under that piano?
Why, not long, Mary.
Dear, please get off the floor with your clean sweater.
Yes, Mother.
And what's in that gunny sack beside you?
Gunny sack? Mother, that's no gunny sack.
No?
Gee whiz, no.
Then what is it?
Hi, Mrs. Aldrich.
My goodness. Sam, it's Homer.
An understandable mistake, Alice. Henry, would you mind telling us what you and Homer were doing under that piano?
Doing, Father?
If you please.
Why, you might say we're looking for a golf ball, Father, that accidentally rolled under there from the hall.
A golf ball?
Yes, sir, and I was helping him.
You don't say.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Then may I ask why you didn't let us know you were there?
Why,
We didn't think it was polite to interrupt you.
Henry Aldrich, I never thought you'd stoop as low as spying under piano on your own sister.
Spying? Mary, I was spying?
Yes, you were.
Well, honest, Mary, we hardly heard a word. Did we, Homer?
Gee, no, hardly a word.
Well, then suppose you each take an apple and go outside.
Outside?
Yes.
Before we find out why Mary's leaving home?
Homer.
Mr. Aldrich, I'm not nosy. I'm just naturally curious.
When the time comes for you boys to know, you will be told. Now run along, Henry.
Yes, Father. Come on, Homer.
Well, Alice?
Mother, won't you please give me your permission?
Boy, Henry, why do you suppose they're throwing Mary out of the house?
Homer, they're not.
No? She's throwing them out?
No, she's just leaving peacefully.
What for?
Oh, don't you get it?
Mary's finally getting married.
Married?
Sure.
Married?
Sure.
To a fella?
Homer.
Well, it's just that I've always looked at her as just a member of your family, not someone a person would marry.
Why not? Gee whiz, when you forget you're prejudiced, Mary's really a darn good-looking girl.
She is?
Sure.
Henry, who do you think she's doing it to?
Doing what to?
Getting married to.
Gee, Kermit Hannigan, I guess.
The Kermit Hannigan who's a reporter on the Times?
Well, who else could it be?
Oh, boy, Henry. You'll be able to get your name in the paper any time you want to.
Not exactly, Homer. Kermit sort of specializes in obituaries.
Now, Mary, I must start my housework.
But won't you say you'll let me first?
Alice, why not?
Sam, I told you Henry, why aren't you outside?
Why, we're just about to go, Mother. Come on, Homer.
Okay, and good luck, Mary.
Homer, we're not supposed to know.
You see, Mother, even Homer approves.
Dear, Homer is not your mother.
Why not say yes and get it over with?
Well, Mary, will you ask Alvin to let you come home to lunch every day?
All the way home?
Well, Mary, I'm sure he can spare you for that long.
Well, I'll ask him.
And tell him I insist that you take a nap in the afternoon.
Now, Alice.
Sam, she's always been a little weak since she had her tonsils out.
That was when she was 12.
I know, but she's never completely recovered.
Mother.
Now, Alice, I was 14 when I got my first job, and it did me a world of good.
Yes, Sam, but your tonsils were like iron.
Alice, why get so upset over a little thing like Mary getting a job?
Sam Aldrich, if your only daughter were going to work in a hardware store filled with saws and chisels, you'd be upset, too.
Here are your sodas, boys.
Thanks, Mr. DeHaven.
Now, what'll it be, Mrs. Kilmer?
Gee whiz. Imagine. Poor little Mary getting married.
Homer, what's so terrible about that? Gee whiz, all people have to get married sometime. Show me one person who isn't.
Your Aunt Harriet.
She's a rare case, Homer. Besides, she's going to marry Alvin Springer someday.
The one who owns Springer's Hardware?
Yeah.
When?
Someday.
She better hurry if she's going to.
Homer, she's not that old. She's just around 40.
Sure, but we're around 40.
Just around it, Homer. She's been that way for as long as I can remember.
Well, 40's a good place to get stuck, I guess.
Gee, you know, it's going to feel funny with Mary out of the house.
Funny how?
I don't know. I'll miss her. Gee, there's one swell kid, Mary. When I think of all the swell arguments we've had together, gee, there's one swell kid.
Henry, you'll get over it.
Sure, but just the same, every time I pass her empty room, I'll get a pain. Right here.
Excuse me, Henry. Did I hear you say you had an empty room?
What's that, Mr. DeHaven?
If it's for rent, my nephew might go as high as $6 a week.
$6? Take it, Henry, take it.
Now, wait a minute, Homer. Mr. DeHaven, we're not renting the room. It's just that my sister Mary is getting married. We think.
You don't say. What's that, Mrs. Kilmer? Yes, I'll be right with you. Well, if you decide to rent that room, Henry, let me know.
Gee, Henry, $6. Why did you turn him down?
Because it's ridiculous, that's why.
Well, what's ridiculous about it? You said yourself every time you pass her room, you'll get a pain. Right here.
Well, sure, only what would my father say?
Henry, he'll probably double your allowance if you bring in $6 extra a week.
I don't know.
And you might even get more than $6 if you throw in breakfast.
Breakfast? Homer, my mother would never agree.
Why not? What's one more stranger at breakfast?
But that takes all the profit out of it.
Henry, how much can 1 egg and 1 orange and 1 cup of coffee cost? 10 cents. 15 at the most. 20 tops.
Suppose he wants 2 eggs.
We'll put that in the contract. 1 egg or his rent goes up.
Well,
As a matter of fact, if we're getting 8 for breakfast, think of all we could get if we threw in dinner.
Now listen, Homer.
Henry, if your mother doesn't object to breakfast, why should she to dinner?
But Daisy! Oh, my goodness.
Who was that on the phone, Mary?
Daisy Harper. And, Mother, she's never said anything so strange to me in my life.
Strange? How?
Well, I no sooner lifted the receiver when she said, Why didn't I tell her first, and then she burst out crying?
What?
Then she hung up.
What do you suppose made her say that?
I can't imagine. Unless
what?
you don't think she wanted that job at Springer's, too.
You think so?
Well, my goodness, she certainly has her nerve. Especially when she knows I'm taking the job because of Kermit.
Kermit?
Yes. He asked me what I did during the day. And, Mother, I've never been so tongue-tied in my life.
Oh, I'll see who that is. Hello?
Alice, this is Sam. Do you know any other Aldrich'S in Centerville?
Other Aldrich'S?
Yes, that might rent rooms.
No, Sam. Why?
Well, I just had a call from a man who heard from another man that we have a room for rent.
We?
With breakfast.
My goodness. What did you tell him?
That he obviously had the wrong party.
I should say so. My goodness, we just about have enough room for ourselves.
Can you hear me from under the car, Chester?
Yeah, sure. Hand me that hammer.
Gee, sure.
I'll get it, Hen. I'll get it. Here, Chester. Oops. Oh, boy. Did that get you, Chester?
No, not quite. It was a good try, though. What's the best offer you've gotten for the room so far?
Gee, a fellow went to $8 not more than 10 minutes ago.
Oh, as high as that?
Did we mention breakfast was included?
Yeah? And it's a nice room?
Well, I'll say it has double exposures.
Oh, yeah?
The person who's moving out had it for nearly 19 years.
You don't say. Where is this room, Henry?
Well, if I get permission at our house.
Yours? I didn't know you had an extra room.
We don't. But we're losing Mary.
Mary, your sister? She's sick?
No. She's getting married.
Oh, you don't say. Who's a lucky guy?
Well, I'm not absolutely positive. And, gee, I wouldn't want to start any unfounded rumors.
Oh, naturally. Henry, I'll take the room.
You will?
Oh, boy, Henry.
To tell you the truth, I'm not very happy where I am.
Well, I'll tell you, I'll have to get my mother and father's permission first.
Well, that shouldn't be any trouble, should it?
Well, I don't think so.
Henry, you won't have any trouble at all.
Okay. Now, will you excuse me while I make a phone call?
Sure, Chester, old kid. Henry, why don't we celebrate with a soda?
Number, please.
Elm 996.
Elm 996.
Henry.
Were you calling I, Chester?
How are the acoustics in Mary's room?
The acoustics? Well, Mary never had any trouble with them.
Hello?
Mrs. Smith, this is Chester. You know, the fellow who has your front room?
Yes?
Mrs. Smith, are you still against my practicing in my room?
I am.
Well, in that case, Mrs. Smith, it may interest you to know that I'm taking my instrument and moving.
Well, I'm certainly glad to hear that. I've got at least 20 people waiting to snap up that room.
Mr. DeHaven, could I have a tube of toothpaste, please?
Why, sure thing, Mary. Here you are. I guess you're looking forward to the big day.
My goodness, how did you hear about that?
Oh, I heard. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. DeHaven.
You must be pretty excited.
I am. It's my first.
I assumed it was.
Here's the money for the toothpaste.
Thank you. Who's the lucky man?
Aren't you nice? I wouldn't call him lucky exactly. I'm very inexperienced. But it's Alvin Springer.
Who?
Alvin Springer.
The Alvin Springer that's... Who's... Alvin Springer?
Yes. I've got to run along now. If you need any hardware, drop in.
Yes. Yes, thank you. I will.
Oh, gee whiz. Can't you watch where you... Oh, my goodness, it's you two.
Gee whiz. Hi, Mary.
Hi, Mary.
Henry, I'm in a hurry.
Goodbye, Mary.
Goodbye, Mary. Henry, now that I take a good look at her, you're right. She's darn pretty.
I know.
Gee, the more I look at her, the more I wish I'd noticed her when she was available.
Homer, you and Mary?
What's so crazy about that?
Well, hello there, boys.
Hi, Mr. DeHaven. 2 double skyscrapers.
Yes, sir.
And, Mr. DeHaven, in view of business conditions, I don't think we can let your nephew have it for 6.
Have what?
Mary's room.
Oh, yes. Well, Henry, you could have bowled me over with a feather when she told me who she was marrying.
She told you?
Sure. And the last man in the world I'd think of would be Alvin Springer.
What?
What?
Alvin Springer?
Old Alvin Springer?
Oh, gee whiz, Mr. DeHaven, you must be mistaken. She's not marrying Mr. Springer. She's marrying Kermit Hannigan.
Henry, she just told me herself. 2 skyscrapers coming up.
Gee whiz, Henry. Mr. Springer.
Homer.
Of course, it has its good side. You'll never have to worry about nuts and bolts again.
Homer, don't be ridiculous. Mr. DeHaven must have misunderstood Mary.
In what way?
Gee whiz, Mr. Springer's promised to my Aunt Harriet. Why would he marry Mary?
Henry, tell me the truth. If you had your choice between Mary and your Aunt Harriet, which would you take?
And now, getting back to the troubles of Henry Aldrich. Henry and Homer have unwittingly started a rumor that Mary is about to be married. But when the story returns to the boys, they're dumbfounded to learn that old Alvin Springer has entered the picture as Mary's prospective bridegroom. The scene opens in Alvin's hardware store. It is later that day.
Hello there, Mr. Springer.
Well, hello, Mary.
I thought I'd stop by and tell you I can take the job.
Well, that's fine.
My goodness, I had a terrible time before they said yes. Why is everyone so against women working?
Speaking of that, Mary.
Yes, Mr. Springer?
I hope you won't think I'm prying, but, well, once you start working here, you'll stay, won't you?
My goodness, why shouldn't I?
Well, I've been hearing a rumor that, you see, Mary, it takes time to train someone, and once I do, I want to be sure, you're not planning on getting married, are you?
My goodness, no.
Good.
That is, my goodness, yes.
Huh?
I mean, naturally, I hope to marry someday. But the young man I have in mind feels he should work his way out of obituaries first. And you know how long a thing like that can take.
Now, don't get the idea I'm against marriage. As a matter of fact, can you keep a secret?
Oh, yes.
I proposed to your Aunt Harriet last night.
You did? Well, my goodness. I'm so happy I'm going to kiss you.
Oh.
There, Uncle Alvin.
Oh, Mary, right in the front window of the store.
My goodness, why not? We're practically in the same family.
Yes, now that you mention it.
Well, I've got to be going.
Oh, goodbye, Mary. See you Monday morning, 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock sharp.
Now, wait a minute, Henry. Shouldn't you count to 10 first?
Henry, my goodness, why are you so flushed?
Mary, I didn't believe it when I heard it. And boy, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'd never believed it.
Believe what?
Naturally, you're free to do whatever you please, but you certainly ought to think of your family.
What are you talking about?
You know very well. And I certainly don't blame Mother for not wanting to give her permission.
Henry, why should you object to that?
Why not? Boy, I'll be the laughing stock of Centerville.
Just because Why, Henry, I never imagined you were that old-fashioned.
What?
And this is a free country, and I'll thank you to remember the Bill of Rights.
Okay, Mary, okay. But wait until Father hears about this.
Henry, come back. It may interest you to know he already has.
Mary.
Yes, Homer?
Mary, I may have a way out.
Out of what?
Mary, if I were to ask you to wait for me, would it sound ridiculous?
Wait for you to what?
Gee, it already sounds ridiculous.
Homer, you mean wait for you to marry me?
Are you mad?
Why, no, of course I'm not mad, Homer.
You're not? Oh, boy.
The only thing is...
Of course, I'd have to keep going to school until maybe Sunday I graduate. But if you help me with my algebra, that shouldn't take more than 3 or 4 years.
Homer!
And naturally, you'd have to get my parents' consent to give me away. But that shouldn't be too hard.
Homer!
Yes, Mary, dear.
Homer, naturally, I'm very flattered. You're very sweet to ask me, but I'm afraid it's out of the question.
Well, if it's money you're worried about, Mary, I think I can get my father to raise my allowance.
Homer, I don't have time to explain now, but I'm afraid I have someone else in mind.
I know, but, Mary, don't you think I'm an improvement? Mary?
Now, Chester, control yourself.
Control myself, Mr. Aldrich. Do you realize what your son's done to me? Mrs. Smith has already rented my room.
I appreciate that, Chester.
I've got my bags and my instrument case outside. Where am I going to put them?
Instrument case?
Mr. Aldrich, I'm afraid I'm going to have to insist that you find me someplace to live.
But, Chester...
And until then, there's just one thing I can do.
What?
Move in here.
Here, in my office?
I can sleep on the couch.
No, Chester.
And if we move the water cooler in here, I can shave by the window.
Now, wait a minute.
Father!
Henry, come in here.
Oh, boy, Father, do you know what's happened?
Oh, but I know what's going to happen. You're going to march right out of here and not come back until you found Chester a room.
Chester? Oh, gee whiz.
Oh, you sure got me in a fine pickle, Henry.
I know, but it wasn't definite.
Henry, let's not waste time. March.
But, Father...
You heard him, Henry. And be sure the room's big enough for my glockenspiel.
Mother, I could die. I could just die.
Mary, calm down.
Mother, how can I?
You'll have to try. Your nervous system won't be in any condition for dinner.
But, Mother, don't you realize what I heard on the bus?
What?
I'm getting married.
What?
Isn't that wonderful?
Dear, you mean just because you overheard some idle conversation on a bus, you're jumping to a conclusion like that?
Mother, it was Mrs. Kilmer, and she's never wrong.
Well, yes, but who is it?
I don't know. Mrs. Kilmer got off the bus before I found out.
Well, my goodness. Do you suppose those roses had anything to do with it?
What roses?
Well, they came for you a little while ago.
From who?
I don't know. There was no card with them. But do you know what was in the box?
I'll answer the door, Mother.
Try to control yourself, dear. Your hair's coming down.
I'm controlled, Mother. I'm controlled. But isn't this a mystery? Why, Kermit.
Hello, Mary.
Hello. Come in.
Thank you. Did my roses arrive yet?
Oh, you're the one.
Well, after I heard the news, I thought, there to show you how I feel, Mary.
My goodness.
But the reason I came over is, did you happen to find my umbrella among the roses?
Your umbrella?
It wasn't until I got back to the office that I noticed I had the card that went with the flowers in my hand, and my umbrella was gone.
Well, I'll certainly keep my eye out for it.
Thank you.
And you didn't have to go to anything as expensive as flowers.
That's okay, Mary. After all, a thing like this only comes once in a lifetime. And Mary...
Yes, Kermit.
We'll always be friends, won't we?
I certainly hope so.
And I'm sure you'll be very happy.
Well, I hope you will be, too.
I'll try, but frankly, it may be a little hard.
Why, Kermit.
Mary, I guess this is goodbye.
Goodbye. Aren't you coming over tonight?
Well, Mary, after all, I mean, do you think I should?
My goodness, why not?
Well, I mean, what'll Mr. Springer say?
Mr. Springer? What does he have to know?
Mary.
Just because I'm going to work in his hardware store?
Work? You're going to work after you're married?
Well, of course, Kermit, that's up to you.
Me?
Yes. I feel the husband should always decide things like that.
Mary, do you mind if I sit down on this umbrella stand? I suddenly feel weak.
Of course not.
Mary, aren't you marrying Alvin Springer?
What?
Oh, that's what I heard. I mean, someone told me Henry said...
Henry?
I think.
Well, if that isn't the most ridiculous thing I ever heard.
You mean you're not?
Now, Kermit, why should I marry someone like Alvin when I knew you were just around the corner? I mean...
Mary,
What, Kermit, what?
I'm stuck in the umbrella stand.
Mother, could I have my supper now?
Henry Aldrich, you come in here.
Mary, I haven't got time to... Kermit, what are you doing here?
Henry Aldrich, what are you going around saying?
Well, I'm saying something, Mary?
Henry, Mary isn't marrying Alvin.
She isn't?
Of course not. I'm just working for him.
Well, gee whiz.
And you should know better than to start rumors like that.
Mary, I give you my word of honor. I didn't start it.
No?
Gee whiz, no. I heard it from someone.
Who?
Who? Let me think now. Who was it?
Henry, is that you?
Oh, gee whiz. Yes, Father.
Henry, have you found a
Father,
room?
aren't you going to say hello to Kermit?
Oh, yes. Hello, Kermit. Henry.
Mr. Aldrich, while I have you here... While I have you here, sir...
Wait until after dinner, Kermit. We never discuss things with Father on an empty stomach.
What's that?
Father, if you're worried as to why I'm home, all I'm going to do is get a little nourishment, then I'm going to put my nose right back to the grindstone and find Chester a room.
You haven't found one yet?
Father, honest, I've looked everywhere. The only empty room I could find was in the YWCA.
I see.
And they won't let Chester above the ground floor there.
Hey, Henry.
What's Homer doing here at a time like this?
It must be dinner time.
Here, Hen, I've got Chester a room.
You have? Oh, boy, Father, did you hear that? Gee whiz, Homer, where did you find one?
Over at my house.
Your house? I didn't know you had an extra room, Homer.
We haven't. I'm renting him mine.
Yours?
For $14. So, Hen, could you come outside and help me with my trunk?
What?
Your trunk? What's your trunk doing over here?
Well, gee, Mr. Aldrich, I've got to have some place to live.
Now, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Once and for all, we are not renting any rooms in this house.
But, Mr. Aldrich, that's the beautiful part of it. I don't intend to pay a cent.
Listen again next week, same time, same station, for another sparkling half hour with your favorite youngster, his family, and his pals. The Aldrich Family, starring Ezra Stone, is written by Clifford Goldsmith.
The Aldrich Family, based on characters originated by Clifford Goldsmith and starring Ezra Stone as Henry with Jackie Kelk as Homer.
Henry Aldrich! Coming, Mother.
And now for the Aldrich Family.
In the fall of the year, most growing things shed their foliage and settle down to rest for the winter. But an impulsive teenage boy never rests. In the case of Henry Aldrich, the fall air merely increases his normal speed. The scene opens in the Centerville Butcher Shop on Main Street. It is early afternoon.
Now then, Henry, I guess you're next.
Well, Mr. Pritchard, I'm here.
So I see.
Here I am, Mr. Pritchard. I've come to pick up my order.
What order?
Gee whiz, my wieners. Remember, I phoned and asked if you'd get me $3 worth of extra fresh ones.
Oh, you did?
Sure.
Sure.
Sure. Gee, is that Charlie Clark going by? Excuse me a minute. Hey, Charlie!
Hi, Henry.
Charlie, have the kids got everything straight?
Sure, I guess so.
You're all to go to McCorkle's Rocks on your bike.
Sure.
And nobody's to light the fire until I get there.
Okay.
Okay.
Why?
Why what?
Why do we have to wait till you get there?
Because, Charlie, because I'm organizing the whole thing.
Oh.
Sure.
Why?
Why? Why? Gee whiz, so nothing will go wrong.
Henry, did you say $2 worth or $3 worth?
$3, Mr. Pritchard.
Okay.
Extra fresh. Now listen, Charlie. Charlie, where'd you go to? Gee whiz. Mr. Pritchard, are you taking those wieners out of the showcase?
Sure.
But didn't you order special ones just for me?
Why, sure, Henry. I've just been saving them just for you, right here in the corner of the showcase.
Oh, well, that's good. Boy, have I got a headache.
Oh, that's too bad.
I don't know why I let myself get talked into managing these things. Excuse me. Do you mind if I just watch you weigh those wieners?
Hey, now look, Henry, just keep away from these scales.
Sure, I'd be glad to. Only I have to look after all the little details, such as... Such as what? Well, Mr. Pritchard, I don't suppose your thumb's actually resting on the scales. It just looks like it does.
Look, I'll throw in 2 extra wieners if you'll get down off my counter.
Sure. Gee, thanks very much.
You want me to leave the wieners in this here box?
Yes, please. And would you put some heavy brown paper on it and lots of string?
All right.
I don't want anything to go wrong.
Hi, Hen.
You got everything straight, Homer?
I got your bike from the garage, if that's what you mean.
Did they check it from top to bottom?
They put air in the tires.
What else can you do with a bike? It's got to be in perfect running order, Homer. I told you that. I've got a big responsibility.
Listen, Henry, who asked you to be responsible anyway?
What do you mean by that?
Just because the kids gave you the money for the wieners, that doesn't mean you had to talk everybody into peddling way out into the country.
Well, what's wrong with that?
Gee whiz, it's work.
But think of the appetite it'll give you.
Henry, I don't need anything to give me an appetite. Why can't we have the wiener roast in your backyard, the way you said in the first place?
Homer, when I invited the kids to my backyard, how was I to know my father had just planted grass seed and was going to be unreasonable about it?
Well, what's the matter with your front lawn?
Homer, listen. Why sit on an uncomfortable lawn when you can sit in solid comfort on McCorkle's rocks?
Here, Henry, here's your wieners. That'll be $3.
Sure, I've got it right here. Right?
Henry, what's the matter?
Oh, boy.
Why are you turning all your pockets inside out?
Oh, boy. Homer, have you got any money?
What do you mean if I got any money? Where's our $3?
I had it in this pocket here.
That one with the hole in it?
It was all folded up. Oh, boy. Mr. Pritchard, what are you doing?
Are you blind, Henry? He's unwrapping the wieners.
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Pritchard, wait a minute. Homer, I want you to go all the way back to my house on your hands and knees.
Now listen, Henry.
Hey, wait a minute.
Why are you taking your shoe off?
Look! Here's the $3 in my sock.
What?
And it's still all folded up.
Well, I'll be darned.
Mr. Pritchard, would you mind wrapping those wieners up again?
Oh, all right.
Boy, Homer, isn't this my lucky day?
I'll say.
Let's get going. Where'd you put my bike?
Right out there at the curb, behind that truck.
You mean the one that's... Homer, the truck's backing up.
Hey!
Oh, gee, where's my bike? Hey, mister, look out! Hey, cut it out! Hello? Hello, is that you, Charlie?
Sure, who's this?
It's Henry. Hiya, Charlie, old kid. How's the kid?
What kid?
Look, Charlie, you know what I've been doing? I've been thinking.
You have, Henry, again?
What do you mean by a statement like that?
Well, you did some thinking yesterday, Henry, and all I did was get confused.
What's confusing about it, Charlie? Instead of sitting around and being bored in my backyard, we're having a swell wiener roast in the open air at McCorkle's Rocks. What's so confusing about that?
Nothing, I guess. Except you keep changing your mind all the time.
No, I don't.
Okay. We're all going out to McCorkle's Rocks on our bikes. That's final.
Well, look, Charlie, that's what I've been thinking about. We're just letting ourselves in for a lot of trouble going on bikes.
We are? Why?
Well, for one thing, they're tearing up a piece of the road out there. And, boy, there are ruts all over the place.
Yeah?
Sure, and detours. And, well, it's a regular booby trap, Charlie.
Gee whiz.
So, look, why don't we get all the kids to get their father's cars and drive out there in solid comfort?
Through all those ruts?
Well, Charlie, look, you go through a rut on a bike and you're up a tree.
What?
But you go through a rut in a car and where are you?
Where?
Gee whiz, in a rut. That's the beautiful part, Charlie. You stay there.
That's true.
So, do you think you can swing it from bikes to cars?
I'm all confused again, Hen, but I'll try. I'll phone a couple of the fellas and go to work on my father and call you back.
Okay, you do that.
Have you got your father's car?
It's practically in the bag. So long. Father! Father, are you upstairs?
I'm in my room, Henry.
You are? Can I help you with anything?
As a matter of fact, I'm hunting for something.
Oh, I'll help you hunt, Father. I'll start on this drawer here. What are we looking for?
Never mind, Henry. What is it you want?
Why, now that you mention it, Father, we've always been pretty good pals, haven't we?
I think so, son.
Sure. That's what I'm always telling the kids. Boy, I say, is my father a reasonable sort of guy. He has his faults, sure, but don't we all? The main thing is, he's generous.
Who is?
You are, Father. And boy, I think if a person is generous, then the rest can just go out the window. Would you like a wiener, Father?
You're throwing them out the window?
No, gee whiz, I'm just not letting them out of my sight. Father, I'll get right to the point.
I'm glad to hear it.
I'll ask you straight from the shoulder. You know your car?
Pretty well. I've been on intimate terms with it for 10 years.
Well, sure, that's my point.
What is?
Father, you remember the other night you said you didn't feel you should get a new car until this one was worn out?
Yes, I believe I said that.
Well, don't you agree that the only way to wear it out is to use it?
I do use it.
Sure, Father, but I don't.
Henry, I don't want it worn out that quickly.
Well, Father, if you just lend it to me tonight, I give you my word you'll never know it had been in a rut.
What's that?
Oh, I mean, well, it's a matter of life and death, Father, and all the other kids are getting cars, I think.
Henry, if you want to borrow my car this evening, why don't you come right out and ask for it?
You mean I can have it?
Well, if you can show me a good reason why you need it.
Oh, I can, Father. I can dig up as many reasons as you want.
Henry!
Yes, Mother?
You're wanted on the phone.
Oh, boy, that'll be Charlie. I'll be right back, Father, with my reasons. Thanks, Mother.
Henry, slow down.
My goodness, Sam, what's the matter with Henry?
Well, that's a pretty involved subject, Alice. Right now, I'm trying to find my maroon tie.
What maroon tie, Sam?
My favorite, Alice, the one I wear all the time. I've been hunting high and low for it all week.
Now, dear, you don't want that tie. It was worn practically to shreds.
Alice, why do you say that?
Dear, let's talk about it some other time. I have to go down and start dinner.
Alice, what happened to my maroon tie?
Very well, Sam. To be perfectly frank, Henry borrowed it.
What?
Now, dear, before you lose your temper, try to think of all the nice things he does.
Henry!
Sam, there's no use asking him for it.
Why not?
Well, as I said, it was pretty well worn, and well, you see, Henry was patting this horse.
What?
And you know those little white squares on the tie? Sam, you have to admit they do look like lumps of sugar.
Alice, do you mean some strange horse ate my tie?
Oh, no, Sam.
No?
It was Gus's horse, Sheila. You know Sheila did.
Alice, that's the third thing Henry has borrowed and not returned this week.
Henry isn't the only one, dear. There's that book you borrowed over a year ago called History of the Roman Empire.
Alice, that's different. I don't remember who I borrowed it from.
Have you made much of an effort to find out?
Alice, I never heard of anyone called Aunt Tilly. And that's the only name in the book. Henry, where are you?
And now, dear, try not to get angry.
I'm just going to teach Henry a lesson.
You have, Charlie? You have your father all sewed up? Well, so have I.
Henry, please put down that receiver.
Sure, Father. So long, Charlie. And keep working on the rest of the kids.
Henry, about my car...
Sure, Father. Here are my reasons.
You can forget the whole thing.
Forget it? Father, you mean I can't have it?
I do.
But you haven't heard my reasons.
Just sit down, son. I'll tell you a few of my reasons.
Hello?
Hi, Homer, old-timer. How are tricks?
Is that you, Hen?
Sure.
I was just going to phone you. My father finally forked over his car. We're all set.
We are? Well, look, Homer, I've been thinking, and did I come up with a swell idea?
Yeah.
Sure, it's so good I don't know why I didn't think of it before. Look, why don't we all chip in and take a couple of taxis out to McCorkle's Rocks?
A taxi?
Sure, and ride out in solid comfort.
Well, Henry, you take a taxi and I'll go in my father's car.
But wouldn't it be more fun if we all went together? And besides, if we all chip in, it'll be cheaper.
What do you mean cheaper? It wouldn't cost me a cent to go in my car.
But think of the repairs.
What repairs?
Homer, that road is full of ruts. Why, some of them are this deep.
They are? As deep as that?
Sure. Sure, you'd stand a very good chance of wrecking your car out there. But a taxi's different. They're made to be wrecked.
Well, how much would a taxi cost?
I got it all figured out. Only $2 each.
Henry, that's $2 more than I've got.
All you gotta do is work on your father. You've got a golden tongue, Homer.
A what?
A golden tongue, a golden tongue.
I have?
And I'll phone the other kids and get the wheels rolling.
But Father, Henry Aldrich can get $2.
Now, wait, Charlie.
And Mother says it's all right with her, and it's all right with Mr. Aldrich. So why isn't it all right with you?
What do you want the $2 for? I told you could have my car, didn't I?
Yeah, but suddenly we've all decided to go out to McCorkle's Rocks by taxi.
By taxi? Why?
Because of the ruts, and it's bad enough with a bicycle, and with a car, gee. Only a taxi doesn't cost as much to fix like a car is when it's wrecked.
What's that?
I think that's my reason. I'm all confused.
Now, just a minute. Who's running this Wiener roast?
Henry Aldrich.
Very well. Before my headache gets any worse, I'm going to phone the Aldrich's and find out what's going on.
I still don't think you'll understand it any more than I do.
Number, please.
Elm 303.
Elm 303.
Charlie, run along.
Can I listen, Father? I'd like to find out what's happening.
I'll tell you what's happening. Now, run along.
Yes, Father.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Aldrich. This is Mr. Clark.
Oh, how are you, Walter?
Sam, I'd just like to know if you're loaning Henry your car this evening or if you're giving him money or what.
Well, I'm certainly not lending him my car. I'm being very firm about that. A boy his age isn't capable of taking care of other people's belongings.
I see.
Recently, Henry's developed the bad habit of borrowing things and not returning them, so I've decided to clamp down.
Good for you, Sam. Borrowing things is one of the worst faults a boy can have.
Exactly.
Some people never get over it, even when they grow up.
I agree with you 100%.
For example, Sam, somebody, I can't remember who it was, borrowed a favorite book of mine over a year ago. History of the Roman Empire, it was. Yes, sir. And I've never seen the book again.
Mr. Clark, that's rather a coincidence.
If you ask me, Sam, it's a perfect example of bad upbringing.
I'm sure your book will show up one of these days, Mr. Clark. Now, excuse me, I think I hear my wife calling me. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Sam.
Walter, did I hear you talking about that history of the Roman Empire?
You did?
Well, I certainly wish you'd hurry and find it. Aunt Tilly keeps saying you borrowed it from her and never returned it.
Now, Marion, it'll show up one of these days. Where is Charlie?
Here I am, Father. Can I have the $2?
You may not.
You mean I have to go in your car?
And you can't have the car either. A boy your age isn't capable of taking care of other people's belongings.
But, Father...
And I don't want any argument, Charlie. From now on, I'm clamping down around
But
here.
how am I going to get to the Wiener roast tonight?
That's for Henry Aldrich to figure out.
And now, getting back to the troubles of Henry Aldrich. Henry has undertaken the management of a Wiener roast at McCorkle's Rocks. And when a truck ran over his bicycle, he swung the boys around to going in cars. Now, Henry can't get a car, and his attempts to raise money for taxis seem to have backfired. The scene opens in the Aldrich living room. It is 6 o'clock the same night.
Homer, what do you mean by that?
Lock the doors, Henry. Lock the doors.
Why? Gee whiz.
The kids are all on their way over here to your house, and boy, are they mad.
What are they coming over here for?
They're all going to punch you in the nose and take their wieners over to Willie's backyard and eat them.
But I thought everybody was getting money for taxis.
Well, they were. Only everybody got confused, and our fathers started phoning each other, and now they've all decided to clamp down.
But why?
Well, as near as I can figure out, it's because your father says boys our age shouldn't borrow anything.
Oh, boy. Well, frankly, Homer, I'm kind of tired. I don't mind a bit having the whole thing over at Willie's.
The trouble is, Hen.
What?
You're not invited.
I'm not invited? After all I've done?
That's why you're not invited.
Well, gee, that's the thanks you get. Although, wait a minute. Homer, listen, I've just got an idea.
Henry, take my advice and forget it.
Look, when the kids get here, you stall them, see? Don't let them get near the wieners. And in exactly half an hour, they're going to get the biggest surprise of their life. Gus, is there any way we could hurry with this?
No, you can't hurry a sensitive horse like Sheila, Henry. Not when it comes to hitching her to a hay wagon.
I know, Gus, but it's 6:15. Go on, Sheila. Back up.
Henry, it won't get you any place pushing her. You have to talk to her.
Yeah? Sheila, listen, I'm talking to you. It's 6:15, and the kids won't wait much longer.
Back we go, Sheila, baby. Back up to the nice wagon.
I sure appreciate your doing this for me, Gus. Boy, wait till the kids hear they're having a hayride out to McCorkle's Rocks.
But I'm not the one doing you a favor, Henry. It's Sheila.
It is?
Yeah. You don't know what this is costing her. She's allergic to hay, you know.
Is that right?
Yeah. Poor baby, she's got hay fever. There you go, Sheila. Now let Gus put your harness on.
Well, could I be taking care of this?
Yeah. That's the bit, Henry. It goes in her mouth.
Yeah, sure. Here, Sheila. Open your mouth.
You'll have to drive her real careful, Henry, because she's a regular bundle of nerves tonight.
She is?
Yeah.
Well, if she seems unhappy, I brought something along to give her. Something she loves.
What is it?
The other half of my father's maroon tie.
Sam, I wish you wouldn't bolt your supper like that.
I'm not bolting. I'm just in a hurry. Did you wrap up the book?
Yes, dear, and I padded it with brown paper. It's on the hall table. But I still wish you'd face Mr. Clark like a man instead of sneaking over there.
Just as long as he gets his book back, he doesn't care how it gets there.
Oh, I still don't approve of you just tossing the Roman Empire up on his front porch.
What's that?
Don't worry, folks. It's only me.
Homer, what are you doing at that window?
I'm not coming in, Mr. Aldrich. I'm just scouting. Where's Henry? Have you heard from him?
No, Homer, but he said he'd be back here by 6:30.
Homer, are all the boys still on the front porch?
Yes, sir.
Why don't you have them wait inside?
In the hall, with Henry's box of wieners right there on the table. Hey, Homer, where are you?
Yeah, where are you, Homer?
What's it going on? Your whole family gets here. I can't hold out much longer.
What do you mean?
Sam, isn't it grand?
What is?
The way Henry has managed this entire affair with all the boys leaning on him. Why, with his capabilities, he might even...
Yes?
Sam, I wouldn't say this to anybody else, but just think, President Aldrich.
That's going just a little far, Alice.
I don't know if you got the proper guidance and help. For instance, Sam, I do think you should have let him have your car tonight.
Nonsense, Alice. If I'd lent Henry my car, he wouldn't have had the satisfaction of working this thing out for himself.
Well, I know,
When he
but...
left here, he said he had a solution to the whole transportation problem.
Well, that's true.
When he works it out, the boys will respect him for it, and so will I.
Well, I suppose so, dear.
It's just that I understand boys better than you do. Now, where's that history of the Roman Empire? I'd better get over to the Clarks. Good heavens, what's all that racket?
Well, Sam, open the door and see.
What?
Where are wieners? We want our
Now,
wieners.
listen, fellas, you can at least take your hats off.
Where's Henry? Who cares about Henry? Where's our
Now, wait a
wieners?
My goodness, Sam, speak to them.
You speak to them, Alice. Where's my book? Oh, there.
Sam, that's not your book. That's Henry's box of wieners.
Oh, then this is the book.
Mr. Aldrich, those are our wieners.
Hey, now look, boys, let go of me.
Don't tell them. They'll lynch him.
Sam, come back here. You understand, boys? Boys, listen to me. Hello?
Is that you, Mother?
Henry, what on earth happened to you?
Oh, boy, everything.
All the boys are right here in the living room waiting for you.
They are? Oh, gee whiz.
I explained to them that you were working out a way to get them all out to McCorkle's Rocks. And, dear, they were so excited they forgave you for everything.
Mother, that's the whole trouble. They were going to have a hayride, only now they're not.
Why not?
Well, I was driving Sheila down Walnut Street, and she was as peaceful as can be when, bang.
What happened?
All of a sudden, a fellow with his coat collar turned up and his hat down over his eyes dashed right in front of Sheila and threw something.
Yes?
And the first thing I knew, there was hay all over the place. I was in the gutter, and Sheila was headed for home.
Oh, my goodness.
And, look, Mother, would you mind packing a suitcase and sending it over to Aunt Harriet's?
Henry, why on earth should you...
I'm just going to stay here a couple of weeks, till the air clears.
Now, dear, you can't do that.
Alice!
Henry, your father just came in. I'll talk to him and call you back.
Okay.
Sam, what on earth is that all over your coat?
Hey.
Hey?
Hey, Alice. I just thrown the book up on the Clark's front porch when out of a clear sky I was nearly killed by a horse.
You mean it was you?
What?
Sam Aldrich, do you realize what you've done?
What I've done?
When you ran in front of that hay wagon, you upset Henry's whole apple cart.
Alice, will you please explain what you're talking about?
Just this, Sam. If you don't do something to help Henry, he'll never be able to face his friends again.
Alice, I I'm exhausted.
Here you are, dear. I brought your slippers down for you.
Thank you. But I'm too tired to lean over and put them on.
Now, Sam, it wasn't really as bad as that.
Alice, that's a long drive out to McCorkle's Rocks.
Well, I do think you could have taken the boys out there without making 2 trips.
There is a law, Alice, that says you can't take 14 boys in one car.
Well, they aren't very big boys.
Now, Alice.
Well, the main thing is that Henry and his Wieners and his friends are all out at McCorkle's Rocks. I'm sorry you're tired, dear, but I'm glad that Henry's happy.
Seems to me that it should have been a simple thing for Henry to arrange a wiener roast without running into all that trouble.
He did his best, Sam. He may have made a few little mistakes.
That's just it. He should learn not to make mistakes. My one little mistake can alter the whole course of the world.
Yes, dear. Oh, did I tell you Mrs. Clark phoned while you were out?
Mrs. Clark, they didn't see me, did they?
Oh, no. They wanted us to come over and play bridge this evening.
What's that? After all I've been through?
I knew you'd be tired, dear, so I said no.
Good.
I invited them over here instead.
Over here? Alice, why did you do that? The last thing in the world I feel like doing is playing bridge with the Clarks.
Oh, you'd better answer the phone, Sam. I'll have to start on the refreshments.
But Alice, that's a fine thing. Hello?
Hello there, Mr. Aldrich. This is Walter Clark.
Well, hello, Walter. I hear we're playing bridge tonight.
Yes.
Well, I'm delighted.
Look, Sam, would you mind if we brought along the refreshments?
Oh, now, that won't be necessary.
But we'd really like to. You see, earlier this evening, some stranger tossed a package up on our front veranda.
What's that?
And when we opened it, it turned out to be a box of wieners.
Wieners? You mean... Oh, no.
Listen again next week, same time, same station, for another sparkling half hour with your favorite youngster, his family, and his pals. The Aldrich Family, starring Ezra Stone, is written by Clifford Goldsmith.
It's the Aldrich Family.
The Aldrich Family, presented by the Jello Family.
J-E-L-L. Oh, Meredith Wilson.
Well, I take it my dear little talking people are all set to hear the Aldrich Family.
Too true, too true, too true.
Too true, good. And just think, here we are all the way out in Hollywood.
And Henry is all the way out on a limb. Aha!
No, I mean we're here on the West Coast, and Henry is there on the East Coast.
And we're both in love with world-famous Jello desserts. Gimme.
Never mind. Never mind. Everybody goes for the Jello Family.
Oh, Meredith, we dearly love Jello puddings that come in 3 delicious flavors.
Everybody loves those smooth as cream Jello puddings.
And we dearly love Jello tapioca pudding, too.
Everybody loves the pudding with a personality.
And dimples.
That's right. And don't forget...
Forget Jello, the world's most famous shimmering dessert?
Well, that isn't what I meant.
Forget Jello with those big red letters on the box?
No, you don't understand.
Forget those 6 delicious flavors?
Wish I were dead.
Got a better idea. You be strawberry.
Okay, I'll be strawberry.
Raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, lime. J-E-L-L-O. But you won't like it. Whoa, no, not much. Hey, look at that clock. It's time for...
The Aldrich Family, based on characters originated by Clifford Goldsmith and starring Ezra Stone as Henry with Jackie Kelk as Homer.
Henry Aldrich.
Coming, Mother.
As every grown-up knows, a teenage boy never has to look around for interesting problems to solve. The problems always seem to come looking for the boy. A new one every day. So it is with Henry Aldrich. The scene opens in the Aldrich front hall. It is early evening.
But, Kathleen...
Henry, you don't have to explain. I don't own you.
Kathleen, the only reason I broke our date last night was I thought I ought to take a load off Miss Eddie's mind. You know, and get the difference between my subjunctive mood and my past pluperfect under my belt.
You don't say.
Sure.
And what's Geraldine Love got to do with your past pluperfect?
Oh, boy. How did you find out about her?
I have my sources, Henry. I have my sources.
Well, look, in connection with Geraldine, could I explain one thing, Kathleen?
You really needn't bother. I don't own you.
But the only reason I happened to be at her house last night was because she phoned me and said, Henry, what's your assignment, and why don't we do it together?
She phoned you?
Sure, and there's really no harm done. We can see that Walter Pigeon picture tonight.
We can?
Sure.
Don't you have to study your past pluperfect?
Oh, no, I've got it down perfect.
All right, Henry. But remember, I don't own you.
Henry?
I'm on the phone, Father.
I know you are. Will you come in the living room, please?
Yes, Father. Kathleen, could you hang on for just one short second?
I'm hanging, Henry.
Henry?
I'm coming, Father. Is there something you wanted to say to I?
There is. Did I hear you making plans to take Kathleen to the movies tonight?
Why, if you're thinking I should be studying instead, did I tell you about Miss Eddie? She said she never saw anybody with a better grasp of his past pluperfect.
I'm not referring to your past pluperfect.
Dear, have you forgotten you're sitting with the Ferguson baby tonight?
What, I am?
Of course, you promised.
Well, gee, I don't like to argue, Father, but no, I didn't.
What your father means is he promised for you.
But, Father, don't you think you should have told me before I raised Kathleen's hopes about going to the movies?
Henry, I did tell you. I called to you through the bathroom door this morning.
Well, Father, I give you my word I didn't hear you.
That'll teach you not to take a shower at the top of your lungs.
But I...
Henry, you'll be getting paid 25 cents an hour.
Well, who wants money?
Well, I must say that's a novel attitude.
Dear, the Fergusons are counting on your babysitting for them tonight so that they can play bridge with us.
Well, couldn't they get someone else?
Now, dear, you know sitters are almost impossible to get nowadays.
But Kathleen's looking forward to seeing Walter Pigeon die twice.
Twice?
Sure. Once as himself and once as his son. So, do you think it's fair to deprive her of an experience like that?
Henry, you can go another time.
But this is the last night it's playing, and, gee, right this minute, Kathleen's out there in the hall, hanging in midair.
Henry, just explain the situation to her. She'll understand. There isn't a thing that can't be explained if it's done intelligently.
I know, but, Father...
Henry, I've given my word to the Fergusons, and the least you can do is to keep it.
Now, dear, hadn't you better get back to Kathleen?
Yes, Mother. But, gee, I don't know how she'll take being done out of Walter Pigeon 2 nights in a row.
I'm sure she'll survive.
Hello? Kathleen?
Henry, I've been thinking, why don't we try to make the early show? In case there are some good parts we want to see over.
Some good parts to see over? Well, I'll tell you.
Shall I start putting on my coat?
Well, Kathleen, don't you think seeing Walter Pigeon die 4 times in one night might be overdoing it?
What's that?
Well, gee, a thing like that could depress you for weeks.
Henry, are you backing out again?
Well, Kathleen, I'm not backing out exactly.
Henry, you don't have to explain.
Kathleen.
I don't own you.
Kathleen, it's just that I have an obligation to a member of my family.
Oh.
Oh, what?
Oh, I understand.
You do?
Certainly. If your sister Mary wants you to walk her girlfriend Daisy Harper home again, why, naturally you can't be rude.
Kathleen, in connection with Daisy that night, could I explain one thing?
That's all right, Henry. Maybe Charlie Clark isn't as busy tonight as you are.
Charlie Clark? Now, wait a minute, Kathleen, wait a minute. Look, suppose I take another crack at my father.
You mean about going to the movies?
Sure. Gee whiz, there isn't anything that can't be explained if it's done intelligently.
Did Henry leave for the Fergusons yet?
Yes, Alice, about 10 minutes ago.
Well, dear, I just want you to know I think you were right in being firm with him.
Thank you, Alice.
But, dear, it wasn't entirely Henry's fault he didn't hear you tell him about babysitting.
We're the ones who've insisted that he take a shower every morning.
No, Alice.
Sam, it certainly wouldn't have hurt to let him talk you out of it intelligently.
But, dear...
Why couldn't we call the Fergusons and more or less suggest that we play bridge over there?
Alice, we can't do that. And besides, I gave Henry permission to get a substitute, didn't I?
Well, if the Fergusons couldn't get anybody else to sit, how can Henry? Although, Sam, I think I know the very person.
Who?
Miss Hotchkiss.
Miss Hotchkiss?
You remember her, dear, the nice little girl who used to sit with Henry.
Alice, that was 15 years ago.
I don't think we should overlook anyone. I'll phone her.
Very well, Alice, if it'll help matters. Do you remember her number?
It's in the old address book in the telephone table here.
Number, please.
Just a moment, operator. See, Hotchkiss. Here it is. Elm 911.
Elm 911.
Alice!
Yes, Sam?
If you can't get Miss Hotchkiss, I know someone we could call.
Who, dear?
Hello?
Hello, Miss Hotchkiss?
Miss Hotchkiss? Why, yes, I used to be.
You did? This is Mrs. Aldrich.
Henry's mother?
Yes.
Well, my goodness, hello. It's been so long. How's the baby?
The baby? Why, he's fine.
I still have that picture you gave me of him. Oh, he looks so cute lying there on that bearskin rug.
Yes.
Does he still giggle when you tickle him under the chin?
To tell you the truth, I don't know. The reason I called, do you still do sitting?
Oh, yes, but it's with my own baby now.
You're married? Congratulations. When did it happen?
Oh, 10 years ago. Do you have another baby, Mrs. Aldrich?
Oh, no, we stopped with Henry. It's for a friend.
Well, I know somebody who might possibly be interested.
You do?
Although I'm not sure she's free tonight.
Well, if she is, would you send her to Mrs. Ferguson, 97 Cedar Road?
All right, but don't count on it, Mrs. Aldrich. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Can't you come, Alice?
No, Sam, and she didn't sound too encouraging about getting anybody else.
In that case, let me have the phone.
Number, please.
Elm 227.
Elm 227.
Sam, why are you calling my sister Harriet?
She's always said Henry is her favorite nephew. Now's a good time for her to prove it.
Hello?
Hello there, Harriet. This is Sam.
It is? Well, hello.
Hello.
Sam who?
Sam Aldrich, your brother-in-law.
Oh, that's Sam. Yes?
Harriet, we have a bit of a problem.
Yes?
Yes. You see, we invited Mr. and Mrs. Ferguson to play bridge tonight, and, well, I was wondering if you could help out.
I'd be glad to.
You would?
Of course, my bridge isn't as good as my casino, but I'll do the best I can.
What's that?
My goodness, do you realize this is the first time you've invited me to one of your bridge evenings since you got married?
Harriet.
I'll be dressed and over there before you know it. Goodbye.
Harriet, wait. You don't understand. Harriet? Well, that's a fine thing.
Sam, is she going to do it?
No. And Alice, where can we dig up 3 more hands?
Oh, that's a nice boy, Stevie. Just sit there. Hello? Hello, operator.
I'm ringing your number.
Well, could you please hurry? I don't think Stevie's too happy here on the couch.
Who, sir?
Stevie, the baby. He wouldn't let me leave his room, so I had to bring him in here while I made the call.
I'll ring your party again.
Thanks. Nice, Stevie. You're doing fine. But hey, don't pull the fringe off that pillow.
Colony Theater, Mr. Harris, the manager speaking.
Mr. Harris, this is Henry Aldrich.
Henry, I'm busy taking tickets. What is it?
Mr. Harris, what time does your last show start?
9:05.
As soon as that?
That's right.
Mr. Harris, how do you feel about children?
I like them.
Gee, that's swell.
Although they're awfully messy at Saturday matinees.
Yeah. Well, look, how would you feel if a gentleman was to bring one tonight, provided he was accompanied by a very reliable young lady named Kathleen Anderson?
Tonight? How old is this child?
Well, gee, he must be at least as old as 6.
Years?
Months.
Months. Goodbye, Henry.
But, Mr. Harris, wait. Kathleen is anxious to see Walter Pridgeon grow up to be his own son.
Where does that happen?
Well, right in your own theater.
You don't say.
Yeah, and she's waiting for me to pick her right up this very minute.
What's that, Mrs. Adams? Just drop your tickets in the box. Henry, I have to hang up. Goodbye.
But, Mr. Harris... Well, gee whiz.
Hey, Henry.
Homer, is that you?
Sure. My mother said you phoned and said something about a movie.
I'll say I did. Homer, you've got to help me out.
I'd be glad to.
You will, boy.
What's playing?
What?
Aren't you inviting me to the movies?
No, Homer. What I want you to do is save my life and make 25 cents an hour at the same time.
That sounds like a nice arrangement. What do I have to do?
Sit.
That's all?
Sure. And keep an occasional eye on Stevie over there.
That baby?
Sure. Will you do it?
I'm sorry, Hen, but I have to think of the 440.
What 440?
That I'm running in our first indoor track meet tomorrow.
You're running in a track meet?
What's so incredible about that? I'm on the team.
Homer, you're water boy.
Not anymore. Toby Smith broke his ankle, and then Butch Welch failed his English exam, and the coach said the fates were against him anyway and put me in. So I feel it's my duty to get all the sleep I can.
But, Homer, you were willing to go to the movies.
Henry, the movies are where I sleep best.
I know, only
Henry, I've never run as far as 440 yards in my life. I'll need all my strength.
But what am I going to do about Kathleen Anderson and Walter Pigeon?
Well, why don't you take a run down to the Havens and get one of the other kids to sit for you?
You mean you'll stay here with the baby while I do?
What?
Homer, you're a real pal.
But, Henry, I'm no good at taking care of babies.
That's the beautiful part, Homer. Stevie practically takes care of himself. So long.
Well, gee whiz. Coochie coo, Stevie. Coochie coo. Look at Uncle Homer. Oh, boy. Don't cry, Stevie, don't cry. Here, play with my tie. You like that? That's enough. Now, wait a minute, Stevie. Let go of my nose. Darn you, let go. Oh, boy. Stevie, my nose is nothing to play with. Look, how about a doll? Look at the funny face, Stevie. Oh, boy. Stevie, would you like some music? Would you like me to play the player piano? Will you just wait while Uncle Homer sits down and you'll hear the pretty music. Gee whiz, it worked. Come to me, my melancholy baby. Cuddle.
Well, friends, here's a cheerful theme song coming up, Jell-O for dessert. And say, ever tried Jell-O pineapple mounds? You'll love them. Just dissolve 1 package of strawberry Jell-O in 2 cups of hot canned pineapple juice. Turn into individual molds and chill firm. Then unmold each one on top a slice of pineapple. Grand looking, grand eating. For all 6 Jell-O flavors, strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime taste so rich and good, they make you think of the real ripe fruit itself. Ask for Jell-O, America's favorite gelatin dessert. And now getting back to the troubles of Henry Aldrich. Henry invited Kathleen to the movies tonight and then learned that Mr. Aldrich had volunteered Henry's services as a babysitter. Now both Henry and his parents are trying desperately to dig up a substitute. The scene opens at Aunt Harriet's house. It is later that evening.
Well, come in, Sam.
Hello, Harriet.
Sam, you didn't have to rush over for me. I was just leaving.
Yes? Well, the reason I came, Harriet...
Sam, you're perspiring.
Yes, I know. Harriet, when I phoned you tonight, you thought I meant bridge. What I actually phoned about was Henry.
Henry?
Your nephew.
Henry? He's playing with us?
No, that is, we're not playing at all. That is, you're not. That is...
Yes, Sam?
Well...
You mean you don't want me to play bridge?
No. That is, yes. That is, it isn't that we don't want you, Harriet.
That's quite all right, Sam. I understand.
Now, Harriet, don't get insulted.
I'm not insulted. I can take criticism, Sam. No matter how wrong it is.
Harriet.
Here's a deck of cards, Sam. Now deal them out and just show me what's wrong with the way I play bridge.
Really, Harriet?
Sam Aldrich, deal.
Henry, please stand to one side of the lobby. You're blocking the theater entrance.
But, Mr. Harris...
No, Henry, I won't run the newsreel over twice, and that's final.
But I haven't been able to find anyone to replace Homer. How will I ever get Kathleen here on time?
I'm sorry, Henry, but I've had a hard day, too.
Sure,
First,
but...
my ticket taker got sick. Then the porter doesn't show up, and I have to vacuum the lobby myself. And then to top everything, the popcorn machine started throwing popcorn all over the place.
Well, look, could you tell me what time the earthquake starts?
Earthquake? There's one due?
Sure. It's the way the picture opens.
Oh.
And right in the middle of it, Walter Pigeon dies for the first time.
Wouldn't you know it? The first time in 6 years we've had an earthquake, and I can't even get into my own theater to see it.
I'll be darned. There's Willie. Excuse me.
I'd be glad to.
Ouch. Oh, gee whiz.
What now?
Who hit me in the neck with this piece of popcorn?
Well, I thought I had that machine fixed.
Willie? Hiya, Willie, old-timer.
Hi, Henry.
Willie, how would you like to save my life?
Well, that all depends.
I promised Kathleen I'd take her to the movies tonight, see, and now I've got to sit with this baby.
Well, in that case, I'd be glad to save your life.
You would, Willie? How much?
Well, gee, I couldn't think of charging you.
You wouldn't? You know, Willie, you're a changed man since you fell off that diving board this summer.
Well, gee whiz, why should I charge you for taking Kathleen to the movies?
Kathleen? Willie, what I want you to do is sit with the Ferguson baby.
Oh, in that case, it's 50 cents an hour.
50?
Henry, I do a professional job of babysitting.
What do you mean?
Well, I've got all kinds of things to keep my clients quiet. I've got bells, I've got a toy dog that barks, and if all that doesn't shut them up, I've also got a hammer.
Willie.
A rubber one for them to bang on their crib with.
Well, okay, I'm in no position to argue. 50 cents.
It's a deal. Shake.
Shake.
Shake. And while I'm picking up my equipment, you can pick up Doris Townsend.
What for?
I've got a date with her, and I might as well combine business with pleasure.
But, Willie, I have to pick up Kathleen.
Well, why not tell her to meet you here at the theater?
I guess I could do that.
Sure. Then after you phoned Kathleen and picked up Doris, you can swing around by the Havens and pick me up a quart of ice cream.
What?
Tutti Frutti.
But, Willie...
Henry, I'm bending over backwards to do you a favor.
But
gee whiz, I didn't even ask you if they've got a television set.
My honey dear, will I kiss away each tear, or else I will be melancholy too. Gee whiz, Stevie, can I quit now? That's the 10th time I played that role. Stevie? Oh, boy, thank goodness. Come to me, my melancholy baby. Cuddle up and don't feel blue.
My goodness, Sam, this is much more fun than casino, isn't it? Now, let's see. You bid Mr. Ferguson and you bid Mrs. Ferguson and my partner bid, right, Sam? So I say 1 heart. Oh, no, I can't, can I? Mr. Ferguson said 2 clubs. In that case, I say 2 spades. No, 2 diamonds. No? Sam, is it against the rules for you to lean over and look at my hand?
Here's your ice cream, Henry, a quart of Tutti Frutti.
Thanks, Mr. DeHaven. Boy, I wonder what's keeping Doris Townsend. I phoned her nearly 10 minutes ago and told her to meet me here.
Henry!
Hello there, Kathleen.
Oh, gee whiz.
Henry, I waited for you for nearly 15 minutes in front of the colony. Do you realize the second show's already started?
Gee, Kathleen, are you sure?
Positive. Let's go.
But, Kathleen, I can't go yet.
What? Why not?
Well, you see, it's like this.
Henry, I demand to know why you're standing me up this time.
Kathleen, you're backing me right into the hot water bottles.
Henry?
Yes, Mr. DeHaven?
Doris Townsend just phoned and said she won't be meeting you here.
Oh!
She and Willie are going to the movies.
The movies? But Willie's supposed to be sitting with the baby.
So Doris Townsend's the reason you're standing me up.
What? No, wait a minute, Kathleen. In connection with Doris, could I explain one thing?
Don't bother. It's perfectly clear. Good night, Henry Aldrich.
Whoops.
Homer Brown, don't you ever look where you're going?
Kathleen!
Okay, put up your dukes, Henry. Put up your dukes.
Homer, what are you doing here?
Boy, my legs are just one big Charlie horse.
But, Homer,
I had to pump my way through Melancholy Baby 12 times.
Homer, listen.
I won't even be able to walk 440 yards, much less run it.
But, Homer, if you're not with Stevie and Willie's not with Stevie, who is?
Else I will be melancholy too. There you are, Stevie. How was that? Is that you, Mrs. Ferguson?
Gee whiz, Father, are you the babysitter?
Yes, Henry.
Well, what about your bridge game?
Henry, your Aunt Harriet came over to play bridge and... Well, since I got you into this, I felt it was my duty to get you out.
Well, where's Willie? Why didn't he...
I sent him away.
You did? Well, gee whiz, Father, I promised him 50 cents an hour. You know Willie, he'll sue.
No, he won't. I've already settled out of court. Why, aren't you and Kathleen at the movies?
Oh, I don't know, Father. All of a sudden, Walter Pigeon just lost his appeal for me. You know what I mean?
I think so.
So, now you can go home.
Home?
Well, I'll stay with Stevie. And thanks very much, Father.
Henry, as long as you're missing the picture, maybe the only fair thing for me to do is to see it myself.
You, Father?
Yes, and let you know how it all comes out.
But you'll miss your bridge game with Aunt Harriet.
I know. Good night, son. I'm sorry that your evening turned out as it did.
Well, gee, why be sorry? I mean, well, boy, if Kathleen's going to jump at conclusions all her life, well, I'm sure glad I found out while I'm still young.
Yes?
Sure. I can live without her. She doesn't own me.
Not yet. Well, good night, Henry.
Good night, Father.
And if Stevie wants more music, you'd better find another song for him. Melancholy Baby's about shot.
Come on, Stevie. I'll take you back to your room. Here we go. Boy, Stevie, you don't know how well off you are. No school, no babies to mind, and no girls. Boy, when you grow up, Stevie, take my advice. Don't have anything to do with girls. There. Now, go to sleep. Gee whiz, I wonder who's at the door. I'll be right back, Stevie. Hello.
Hello. Do the Fergusons live here?
Yeah.
I'm Pearl.
Pearl?
My aunt sent me up here to sit with a baby.
Your aunt?
Yes, Miss Hotchkiss. Are you Henry?
Yeah. Come on in.
My aunt showed me your picture.
She did?
Yes. My, you've changed.
I have?
I should say. Well, I guess you can go now if you want to.
Go?
Didn't you want someone to take your place so you could go somewhere?
Sure, but, gee, there's no place for me to go now.
Oh. Well, I guess it was all a false alarm.
You're not going, are you?
Don't you think I should?
Why, say as long as you're here, why don't we both sit with Stevie and split the fee?
Well...
May I offer you a seat, Pearl?
Why, thank you.
Oh, gee whiz, I better see who else is at the door.
All right. And, do you think we need all this light?
Oh, boy.
It might disturb the baby.
Kathleen!
Hello, Henry.
Kathleen, what are you doing here?
Henry, can you ever forgive me?
Forgive you?
Yes, your mother called my folks and asked if they wouldn't like to join them in a game of casino at your house. And, Henry, I talked to her and she explained the whole thing.
She did?
Yes, so I came right over to apologize.
That's fine, Kathleen, only...
Henry, I'm just as ashamed of myself as I can be. The way I get jealous for no good reason.
Oh, you've got good reason. I mean...
I don't own you.
No, but...
And, Henry, we won't have to miss that Walter Pigeon picture after all. Mr. Harris got so interested, he's holding it over an extra day so he can see it himself.
Well, that's fine, Kathleen, only I...
And, Henry, to show there's no hard feelings, I'm going to keep you company till the Fergusons get home.
What? No, Kathleen, no.
Well, Henry, aren't you going to let me in?
Sure, only... Kathleen...
Yes, Henry?
In connection with Pearl, could I explain one thing?
Your dukes, Henry Aldrich. Put up your dukes.
But, Homer...
Wearing out my track legs doing your babysitting. Put 'em up, Henry.
Homer, let's try to act like sensible human beings.
Put 'em up, I say.
Homer, can't we see eye to eye on the situation?
Oh, no, Henry. Oh, no.
Say, wait a minute, boys. Here's a situation you'll see eye to eye about, and that's Jell-O puddings. Because when it comes to Jell-O puddings, everybody always agrees they're the best desserts yet. Yep. You never tasted anything better than Jell-O chocolate, butterscotch, and vanilla pudding. A trio of treats. They're smooth as cream, rich and distinctive, chock full of old-fashioned homemade goodness. Jell-O puddings made with milk are nourishing, and they cook to velvety perfection in just about 5 minutes. So no wonder more people buy Jell-O puddings than any other prepared puddings in the world. Friends, this is United Nations Week, a national week set aside for discussing and learning about the vitally important work of the UN in its effort to secure permanent world peace and security. Every decision and action of the United Nations affects your daily life. So do your part, friends, by becoming acquainted with this vast program for world betterment, by believing in it, by working for it. Remember, we can work it out together or fight it out alone. The Aldrich Family, starring Ezra Stone as Henry with Jackie Kelk as Homer, is written by Norman Tokar and Ed Jurist, with music by Jack Miller. Mr. and Mrs. Aldrich are House Jameson and Catherine Rourke. And this is Dan Seymour in New York saying, The Aldrich Family is brought to you by the Jell-O family.
For desserts that taste delicious, boy, believe me, you should know. They are made by famous Jell-O.
Listen again next Thursday, same time, same station, to another sparkling half hour with the Aldrich Family.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
And now the Jell-O family presents...
Henry Aldrich.
Coming, Mother.
Yes, it's the Aldrich Family, based on characters originated by Clifford Goldsmith and starring Ezra Stone as Henry with Jackie Kelk as Homer. And yes, it's the Jell-O Family with its 3 famous desserts. Jell-O in those 6 delicious flavors, regular Jell-O puddings with that old-fashioned homemade flavor, and Jell-O tapioca puddings. A miracle of goodness, a marvel of speed.
Oh, the big red letters stand for the Jell-O family. Oh, the big red letters stand for the Jell-O family. That's Jell-O.
Yum, yum, yum.
Jell-O puddings. Yum, yum, yum. Jell-O tapioca puddings. Yes, sirree.
And now for the Aldrich Family. Every typical teenage boy is a little like a mirror. No man can follow Henry Aldrich very long, for instance, without seeing a reflection of the boy he used to be. The scene opens in the cafeteria at Central High School. It is right after school.
Gee, Homer, do I feel great. I haven't had a soda in 2 whole weeks.
You're sure making up for it now.
Boy, when I think of it. Giving up ice cream just so I wouldn't catch cold in my vocal cords. Boy, what a waste of time.
Me.
I beg your pardon?
Nothing. Only speaking of vocal cords, I'm just keeping mine limbered up.
Homer, are you sure you don't want a soda?
No, thanks. I'm not taking any chances with my voice. Me.
Boy, am I glad I'm not in the cast. Once the rehearsals for that operetta start, you'll be tied down every darn afternoon, you poor kid.
I don't mind.
While I'll be as free as a bird, I can go skating, I can go on hikes, and gee, I can do all kinds of things.
All by yourself, Hen?
There's Willie, isn't there?
Willie? He's in the chorus with me.
He is? Along with Toby and Charlie?
Sure. Me.
Homer.
Yeah?
All of a sudden, I'm kind of bored sitting here. Look, what do you say we go upstairs and just have a look at the bulletin board?
I thought you said you were positive your name wouldn't be there.
Sure, I'm positive. It just couldn't be there.
Me.
Homer, are you sure you didn't see my name anywhere on the list?
And I told you, all I saw was my own name.
Gee, that's a relief. I don't know why I ever tried out for the darn thing in the first place.
Me.
And besides, Homer, do you really think Gilbert and Sullivan is any good anymore?
Sure, don't you?
Especially the Mikado. Gee, the way they'll have to make you up, nobody will ever recognize you. Not even your own family.
Me.
Homer, I don't like to be rude, but if all you're going to say from now on is me, frankly, the conversation's bound to get a little dull.
Gee, it's Geraldine Love. I wonder if she's in the cast.
Forget it, Homer. There are other people interested in other things other than operettas.
My goodness, Henry, congratulations.
You mean me, don't you, Geraldine?
No, Henry.
Why? Because I drank 4 chocolate sundaes in a row?
Henry, I saw your name, you modest thing, you.
Who, me?
You saw his name where?
On the bulletin board, my goodness.
What? But I didn't make the operetta. It's impossible.
You certainly did. Your name's up there as large as life.
What?
Sure.
Well, there must be some mistake, Geraldine. You must have seen Hank Allardyce's name.
Henry, where are you going?
No place exactly. I just thought I'd casually go up and see whose name is like mine.
Mr. Cooper.
Mildred, how on earth did his name ever get on that list?
I'm almost positive you dictated it to me.
Why would I do a thing like that? Henry Aldrich in the leading role of the Mikado?
I know.
Mildred, you'll just have to hunt him up immediately and tell him the whole thing was a mistake.
You mean I have to tell him?
Mr. Cooper, may I have a word with you, please?
Oh, certainly, Mr. Bradley. On your way, Mildred.
But, Mr. Cooper...
Mildred?
Now, Mr. Cooper, my calendar tells me we're nearing operetta time again.
Yes, sir. Yes, indeed.
Yes. Now, there's nothing that makes me happier, Mr. Cooper, than to see you put on your little show once a year.
Thank you, sir.
And when the time comes, I'll buy my ticket and I'll attend the performance as a total stranger, I hope.
That's fine, Mr. Bradley.
I mean by that, Mr. Cooper, I'd appreciate it if I could be completely excluded from all plans and preparations.
Oh, certainly, sir.
And I trust you'll keep the auditorium doors tightly closed during rehearsal?
Oh, yes, sir, tightly.
Yes. You'll also do everything in your power to see that the entire school isn't disrupted by your little show.
I give you my word, Mr. Bradley, nothing will go wrong this year.
And let's not borrow quite so much furniture this time.
Sir?
We were still returning last year's in June.
Excuse me, Mr. Cooper. Henry Aldrich is here.
Hello, Mr. Cooper.
Henry.
And how are you feeling, Mr. Bradley?
Just fine, Henry. How are you?
Me, boy, I'm on top of the world.
Henry, if you'll step back into the hall, Mildred has something to say to you.
She wants to give me my part?
She'll tell you about it.
Okay. And thank you for everything, sir.
Mr. Cooper, don't you think it would be more official if you told him?
Mildred, it was your mistake.
Operetta trouble, Mr. Cooper, so soon?
It's nothing for you to worry about, Mr. Bradley, I assure you. Goodbye, Mildred.
Oh, dear.
Mildred, did you hear the good news about me, I mean?
Listen, Henry.
Boy, this is the first decent break I've had since The Princess and the Woodcutter.
Henry, there's something I have to tell you.
It was in kindergarten, see, and I could swing an axe as well as the next fellow. But the whole trouble was my hair.
Henry!
A little kid with curly hair got the part. But I didn't mind. Gee, my life was just starting.
Henry, please listen to me.
What's the matter, Mildred? Didn't you get a part in the operetta? Because if you didn't, I'd be glad to ask Mr. Cooper to give you another chance.
Henry, you're only making things worse.
What's going on here?
Well, nothing, Mr. Bradley. I was just telling Mildred...
I can't do it, that's all.
Henry, what have you said to Mildred to upset her like that?
What? Well, nothing.
What did you say to her?
Well, gee, all we were talking about was the operetta, Mr. Bradley.
Operetta? So it's starting to upset the entire school already.
Mr. Bradley, I hope you don't feel that getting the leading part has gone to my head.
What's that? The leading part? You?
You mean you're bowled over, too?
I'm very glad you phoned, Mr. Cooper.
I was considering writing him a letter, Mrs. Aldrich, but then it occurred to me that his mother might be the best one to tell him.
No, I'm sure I won't have any difficulty, Mr. Cooper.
I can't tell you how sorry I am the whole thing happened.
Oh, well, I'm sure Henry doesn't really believe he's playing the lead in your operetta.
He doesn't?
There's one thing about us Aldrich'S. We know our failings.
Yes, but...
And just between you and me, Mr. Cooper, Henry can't sing a note.
Oh, I wouldn't say that, Mrs. Aldrich. It's just that he can't sing them in the right order.
I think I hear him coming in now.
Well, good luck, Mrs. Aldrich.
Oh, I'm sure I won't have any trouble. Goodbye.
Minstrel I, a thing of shreds and hatches, a ballad, songs, and hello, Mother.
Hello, Henry.
3 guesses what I'm singing.
Yes, dear.
And guess what else? I'm to play the lead in the operetta.
Yes, dear. Sit down.
Sit down? Gee, I can't take time to sit down for the next month. I've got to get started on my homework.
Your homework?
Sure, and get some decent marks so I don't get thrown out of the cast.
Henry, you can sit down for a minute. You and I have to have a little talk.
We do? Okay.
And now then.
Me.
Dear, do you think that's nice?
You go ahead and talk, Mother. I'll just be rehearsing in between. Me.
Henry.
Yes, Father? What, Father?
Yeah, that is, your mother wanted me to explain something to you, so, did you enjoy your dinner, son?
I'll say. Boy, who wouldn't enjoy a dinner like that?
Yes.
Why do you suppose Mother had all my favorite things tonight? Even strawberry shortcake a la mode.
Well, that's because, well, we're all extremely fond of you, son.
You are?
Extremely.
Gee, thanks.
And, sit down, Henry.
Sure. And anyway, I think I know.
Know what?
Why everybody in the family's suddenly being so nice to me. Because for the first time in my natural life, you can be proud of me.
Henry, some people might be proud because their children can play a leading role in an operetta, but personally, you know how I judge my children?
How, Father?
By the way they can take a disappointment.
Well, boy, I've certainly taken plenty of them in my time, haven't I?
Well, now...
And you know, Father, when I used to come home from school year after year, and you'd say, did you make the football team? Or are you in the orchestra? And I'd say no.
Henry...
And you used to say to me, gee whiz, Henry, why let them get you down? So you didn't make it this year. Okay, keep trying. You'll make it next year.
Henry...
Well, now I'll let you in on a secret, Father. Frankly, I always thought you were kind of talking through your hat.
Oh, you did?
But now, boy, now I realize that's all a person has to do. Just keep trying. And sooner or later, you're bound to get a break.
That's true. But on the other hand...
And gee, Father, as long as I live, I'll never forget that lesson you taught me.
Yes. Would you excuse me a minute? Alice?
Father, what is it you wanted to tell me?
Alice, where are you?
Out here in the hall. Did you tell him, Sam?
Well, we've been discussing it.
You mean you hadn't told him?
Alice, it isn't just the fact that he thinks he's playing the lead, it's...
It's what, Sam?
Look, why can't we phone the school and have someone there tell him?
Dear, I thought you were impatient with me because I was afraid to tell him.
Alice, I don't think you realize how important this is to the boy.
Hey, Henry. Hello, everybody. Isn't it wonderful?
Well, what's wonderful, Homer?
Gee, the way Henry's overcome all his handicaps and landed on top of the pile.
What's that?
Hey, Hen, are you in the living room?
Sam, what does he mean by Henry's handicap?
Hen?
Hi, Homer. You're just in time.
I am? For what?
I'm just going to do a little rehearsing. You can tell me if I hit a bum note here and there.
You? A bum nose?
I hit them, Homer. I hit them.
Oh, go on. You're just being modest. Didn't Mr. Cooper pick you for the lead out of the whole school?
Yeah, and the more I think about it, the more I'm more surprised than anybody.
Come on, you want me to play the piano for you?
Sure, here's the music.
Okay. Let her rip. Now, Henry.
The flowers that bloom in the spring, tra-la.
What happened to the tra-la?
You must have hit a wrong note.
Oh, I guess so. Well, let's start again.
The flowers that bloom in the spring. Yes, Father?
Could you come into the dining room for a moment?
Sure. Homer, you be practicing that part meanwhile. What is it, Father?
Henry, I've just been having a discussion about something with your mother, and I wanted your opinion.
Sure. Is it regarding music?
Well, not exactly. In a few weeks, Henry, I'm making a trip to Washington on business, and your mother and I wondered if you wouldn't like to go along.
To Washington? No.
Yes.
Gee, there's nothing in this world I'd rather do. Boy.
Of course, it would mean resigning from the operetta, but after all, a trip to Washington.
Father, when would you be going?
When is the operetta?
The week of the 27th.
That's when we're going.
And you mean I'd have to give up my part?
I'm afraid so.
But, Father, what would Mr. Cooper say? Everybody'd think I was walking out on them.
Henry, I'm sure you could explain it to them.
I couldn't explain it to Geraldine very well. She's playing opposite me.
Well, yes,
She might even take it personally.
But, Henry, you've never been to Washington, D.C. It's the capital of your country.
Sure, Father. And I appreciate your offering me the trip.
But, Henry...
But duty comes first. Come on, Homer. Let's get back to work.
Okay, and I think I know where I was making my mistake. Let's go.
The flowers that bloom in the spring, tra-la, breathe promise of merry sunshine. As we merrily dance and we sing, tra-la. Hey, Homer.
Yeah?
You got it a little closer that time. But you're still kind of flat.
I'm sorry, Hen.
Well, that's okay. Some people just don't have any ears for music. It isn't their fault.
Gee, I could have sworn I was sticking to the music.
Henry?
Yes, Mother?
Dear, have you looked at it this way?
Looked at what?
There really isn't any money in singing.
There isn't?
I'm afraid not, dear. You see, organizations that hire singers usually can't afford to pay very much.
Well, I know,
For instance, you take our church group. While we'd love to be able to afford a singer, our budget just won't permit it.
Gee whiz, Mother, if that's all you're worried about, I'd be glad to sing at your church. And I wouldn't think of charging.
Oh, dear. Sam!
Henry isn't the only one who's anxious to sing. Here are a few notes from Meredith Wilson and his talking people.
Intermission! Intermission! Jell-O is the grandest dessert in the world. And now back to the Aldrich.
Hey, wait just a minute here.
How can you interrupt the Aldrich family in such a crucial situation?
Well, you can always interrupt with anything as tempting as Jell-O's 6 delicious flavors. Starting with strawberry,
raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, lime.
And every one of those rich, fruit-like flavors reminds you of the real ripe fruit itself. Flavor that's locked right into Jell-O, locked in so that it can't possibly get out until your first delectable spoonful.
That's fine. Intermission over. Curtain, curtain, curtain going up.
Hey, hold it there. Intermission is not over. I haven't even begun to tell the people half of the wonderful things about Jell-O. All the variety of salads and desserts that you can make so easily with any one of Jell-O's 6 delicious flavors. Take, for instance, strawberry.
Raspberry.
Cherry.
Orange. Lemon. Lime.
Okay, kids, you win.
J-E-L-L-O.
And now, back to the Aldrich family.
Yes, getting back to the troubles of Henry Aldrich. Due to a mistake, Henry has gotten the impression that he has to play the lead in the school's production of The Mikado. The task of informing Henry of the error has been passed from one to the other, with the result that no one has told him. The scene opens in Geraldine Love's house. It is the next day.
But, Mother, he's so unreasonable about the whole thing.
Who's unreasonable, Geraldine?
Charlie Clark, Mother. Haven't you been listening?
Well, yes,
Just
but
because he didn't get the leading part in the operetta and Henry Aldrich did. He says he has a far better voice, and all Henry got the part on was his good looks.
He got it on what?
His good looks, Mother, his good looks. Haven't you noticed Henry in the right light recently?
No, I can't say I have.
Well, anyhow, Charlie Clark's so mad he says he's through with the Dramatic Society, the Debating Society, and the promotion of International Goodwill Society. In fact, he says he's going to leave school.
Who is?
Charlie Clark, Mother. My goodness, haven't you been listening?
Come right in, please.
Thank you. Gee, Professor Everett, I guess you hardly remember me, huh?
Henry Aldrich, you said?
Yes, sir. I used to take piano lessons from you.
You did?
Sure, for 2 years. And then you had to go away on a long vacation.
Yes, I remember now. I'll never forget it. Well, how nice of you to drop in, Henry.
Thank you.
A social call, I hope?
Not exactly. You see, up until recently, I didn't have any voice to speak of. But all of a sudden, it seems to have turned into something.
Is that so?
And while I'm not sure I ought to take on more studies, I'd just be interested in learning what you charge.
For singing lessons?
Yes, sir. And since my folks have poured so much money into you in the past, well, I thought I'd try to swing this myself.
I see. Well, suppose you sing something for me.
Sure. Do you happen to be familiar enough with Titwillow to accompany me?
I'll do my best.
Okay. Me, 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 me. On a tree by a river, a little tomtit sang, Willow, titwillow, titwillow. And I said to him, Dickie Bird, why do you sit singing willow, titwillow, titwillow? Is it weakness of it? Huh?
That's fine, Henry.
But I learned all 3 verses.
Yes, but frankly, Henry, I'm inclined to agree with you.
About my voice?
No. You really shouldn't take on any more studies.
Will the orchestra please come to order? Thank you. Toby Smith, did you hit George over the head with your violin?
No, sir. He just stood up.
Order. Now, I just want to say one thing. We start rehearsals with the cast in 2 more days, and they're going to need some recognizable music. So let's go through A Wandering Minstrel once again. And please don't play anything you haven't got. There's enough missing already. A 1, 2, 3. Mr. Bradley, you mean the auditorium doors weren't closed?
They were, Mr. Cooper, but may I have a word with you out here in the hall?
Why, certainly, Mr. Bradley, certainly. Will the orchestra please stay put?
After you, Mr. Cooper.
No, sir. After you, Mr. Bradley, sir.
First of all, I've just had a very interesting telephone conversation with Mrs. Aldrich.
Henry's mother?
Yes. It seems that Henry still thinks he's going to play the lead in your operetta.
Oh, no, Mr. Bradley. I phoned his mother yesterday myself. She told him.
But the fact remains she hasn't told him, nor has anyone else told him.
Why not?
She says that isn't the question. She wants to know why you allowed Henry to believe he was playing the lead in the first place.
Oh, may I explain that?
When I have finished, I have here a petition signed by some 30 students headed by the name of Charlie Clark, stating that unless Charlie is given the leading role, they will drop out of all school activities, including the drive to raise funds for new trays in the cafeteria.
And now, Mr. Bradley, may I explain?
When I have finished, I also have a letter here from the mother of a student named Mildred Carter. You know her, of course.
She's the girl who posted Henry's name on the bulletin board.
The child is in bed as the result of a nervous collapse.
Well, I...
Once more, Mr. Cooper, you are putting on an operetta. And once more, the operetta is upsetting the entire school.
Very well, Mr. Bradley. I'll tell Henry myself that he is not playing the lead in the Mikado.
About that, Mr. Cooper, I have here a report from no less than 6 of Henry's teachers who say that overnight he's showing more industry and application than anyone else in his classes.
Who, Henry Aldrich?
The boy has apparently taken a new lease on life.
Why, that's astounding.
And in view of the fact that scholastic standing is always of prime importance...
yes, sir.
How can you now take Henry Aldrich out of the leading part in your operetta?
But, Mr. Bradley, what am I going to do?
The question is, Mr. Cooper, what am I going to do now that your little operetta has turned the entire school upside down?
Sam, I don't see how you can possibly go through with it.
Alice, I've just attended a 2-hour meeting of the entire high school faculty.
The entire faculty?
And this is what was decided. And there's nothing to do now but let Henry know.
I wouldn't have the courage.
Courage or not, it's my fault things have gone as far as they have. Henry!
Yes, Father?
Will you step into the living room, please?
Sam, I've known people who were scarred for life because of a thing like this.
Were you calling I, Father?
Yes, Henry. Alice, I think you'd better leave.
I think so, too. Henry, I'll be out in the kitchen making you a chocolate cake.
Father, is there something wrong with Mother?
No, Henry. Just sit down.
Okay.
Henry, can you take some bad news?
Yes, sir.
It's about the operetta.
You mean because you're going to Washington, you won't be able to hear me sing?
Henry, I'm going to let you have it straight from the shoulder.
What's wrong with the curtain?
Hi, Geraldine. It's over.
Oh, Henry, you were wonderful. Simply wonderful.
Gee whiz, Geraldine, you were pretty swell yourself.
Was I? Was I really?
Henry, was that a swell show?
Thanks, Homer. And, gee, you were swell, too.
You never know it. I never know.
Look who's coming backstage.
Henry! Come on, Alice.
Henry, we just heard someone say this was the best operetta the school has ever put on.
You did, Mother? And, gee, it wasn't that good.
It certainly was, son, and we're proud of you.
Well, thanks. Oh, and listen, I have a couple of things to take care of. I'll be right back.
Alice, let's work our way over there where it's quiet.
Doesn't Henry look cute? Look at the way he's rushing around.
I never tried to ride my whole life like this.
Alice, when you get down to it, isn't youth amazing?
It certainly is.
And to think I dreaded telling Henry that instead of playing the lead, he was to be head stage manager.
The best stage manager Central High ever had.
Yeah, nobody but a boy could take it on the chin like that and bounce right back again.
I'm all ready, Father.
Henry, what are you doing with that suitcase?
Gee whiz, I'm all packed. What time does our train leave?
What train?
For Washington.
What?
Sure, Father. Isn't this the night you said you were taking me?
Alice.
Sam.
Henry, your mother has something to tell you.
Sam Aldrich, you come back here.
Boy,
Boy, Geraldine, you were swell in tonight's operetta.
Oh, thanks, Henry. You were a wonderful business manager, too.
Gee, thanks. You know, you could make singing your whole future career.
Oh, no. I've got another career all picked out.
You have?
My goodness, yes. I want to marry a famous businessman.
Don't you mean a business manager?
Well, speaking of careers, what a famous one Jell-O has made for itself as America's favorite gelatin dessert. Yes, Jell-O, the luscious, shimmering dessert that comes in 6 delicious flavors. Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. All 6 rich with that famous locked-in goodness. Tomorrow, try Jell-O peach and banana mold. Just prepare 1 package of lime Jell-O as usual. Then pour your Jell-O over 1/2 cup of drained canned sliced cling peaches arranged in a mold. Add 1 sliced banana and chill until firm. It's a quick and easy dessert to make, and it's so gay to look at, so tempting to eat. Stock up on Jell-O for the weekend. Look for those big red letters on the box. Those big red letters stand for the Jell-O family. If you have a heart, listen. Last year, 1 person died every minute from heart disease. Let's do something about it. Send a donation to your local Heart Association campaign or to the American Heart Association, Box 500, New York City. Money can help the fight against heart disease. So open your heart and give. The Aldrich Family, starring Ezra Stone as Henry with Jackie Kelk as Homer, is written by Patricia Jowdry and Del Dinsdale, with music by Jack Miller. Mr. and Mrs. Aldrich are House Jameson and Catherine Roth. And this is Dan Seymour in New York saying, the Aldrich Family is brought to you by the Jell-O family.
Oh, the big red letters stand for the Jell-O family. Oh, the big red letters stand for the Jell-O family. That's Jell-O.
Yum, yum, yum.
Jell-O puddings, yum, yum, yum. Jell-O tapioca puddings, yes, sirree.
And now stay tuned for the Burns and Allen Show, which follows immediately over most of these same stations.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
It's the Aldrich family.
Sure, it's the Aldrich family, presented by the Jell-O family.
Jell-O. Oh, Meredith Wilson.
Well, it's my talking people.
Beep, 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 beep. Auga, auga.
Hey, what is this, a traffic jam?
We're trying out auto horns.
Auto horns? What in the world for?
For Henry Aldrich.
Oh?
We're getting him a present for his car.
Oh, a present. Well, Henry doesn't have...
How about a horn that goes beep, 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 beep?
Well, there's something to toot your horn about.
Jell-O, the world's most famous shivering dessert.
And it comes in 6 delicious flavors. Jell-O also stands for those smooth-as-cream Jell-O puddings.
How about an auto horn that plays the tapioca polka?
Look, I've been trying to tell you, Henry does not even have a car.
Oh?
Yes.
How would the tapioca polka sound on a bicycle bell?
The tapioca polka would sound good anywhere because it stands for Jell-O tapioca puddings in 3 wonderful flavors. Why, they're the puddings with a personality.
And dimples.
Yes.
Shall we dance?
Well, why not?
Jell-O, vanilla tapioca. Jell-O chocolate tapioca. Jell-O orange. That means orange coconut.
And they cook to perfection in just about 5 minutes. Jell-O tapioca puddings.
But you won't like them. Whoa, no, not much. Hey, look at that clock. It's time for...
The Aldrich Family, based on characters originated by Clifford Goldsmith and starring Ezra Stone as Henry with Jackie Kelk as Homer.
Henry Aldrich.
Coming, Mother.
The everyday life of an average teenage boy like Henry Aldrich is always a highly involved affair. And no matter how hard his parents try, they rarely seem to simplify things. The scene opens on Kathleen Anderson's front porch. It is Saturday afternoon.
Ring the doorbell, Homer.
Boy, Henry, if Kathleen's father had barred me from their house for 3 weeks, I wouldn't come running back on my hands and knees.
Homer, Mr. Anderson had every right.
He did.
Well, sure. Quiet, Homer. I hear someone coming. Wipe your feet.
Before we even know if we're welcome.
Oh, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Anderson.
Good afternoon, Mr. Anderson. It's a nice afternoon, isn't it?
It is?
Yes, sir. It's such a nice afternoon, we thought, why not come over and pass the time of day with good old Kathleen?
I see.
And her family.
Well, you're here, so come in. Kathleen, Henry is here.
He is? Well, my goodness, tell him I'll be down in just a second.
She'll be down in just a second.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Well,
it's a nice afternoon.
It's good seeing you again, Mr. Anderson.
Again? Oh, yes, it's been nearly a week since you've been here, hasn't it?
Why, I think it's closer to 3.
You don't say.
Uh-huh.
Time certainly passes quickly under favorable conditions.
Did I mention that it's a very nice afternoon?
You did. Now, if you'll excuse me.
You're leaving, Mr. Anderson?
It's such a nice afternoon, I think I'll go down in the basement.
Oh, Mr. Anderson.
Yes, Henry?
I just thought you'd like to know that this time I plan to keep an eye on my elbows every minute I'm here.
Fine.
Homer, stop walking around. I told you to keep your eyes on your feet.
I am, Henry. Gee whiz, I know exactly where they are. Which is the lamp you broke?
The table lamp there.
No kidding. Gee, you can hardly tell it's been damaged.
Homer, before it ran into my elbows, it was a floor lamp.
Oh. Gee, no wonder things get broken. Look at this toy lying here on the edge of the coffee table, right where anyone could knock it off.
Homer, put it down. It probably belongs to Kathleen's little brother.
I'm just moving it to a spot where it won't cause any trouble.
But, Homer...
Oh, boy.
Homer...
Henry, it went off by itself.
Well, stop it.
How?
Whack that button gently.
Oh, boy.
Henry!
Oh, gee whiz. Yes, Kathleen?
Would you please see who's on the phone?
The phone? Kathleen, I think it must have been a wrong number. Homer, put that toy back where it was.
Sure, Henry. Only, do you happen to know where this little man goes in the spring?
Gee whiz, Homer, where did they come from?
Henry, I give you my word, I just picked the toy up and it came apart in my hand.
Well, fix it, Homer, fix it, or I'll never be able to look him in the face again.
Henry, if worse came to worse, you could tell him I broke it.
You?
I don't mind not looking him in the face again.
That wouldn't help, Homer. He always lumps us together.
Now, Bob, come along.
Oh, boy, it's Mrs. Anderson. Homer, grab the toy and let's beat it.
Beat it, but we just came.
Homer, we have to fix it before Mr. Anderson finds out. And this is no place to do it.
Bob?
Quick, hide the toy under your jacket.
Henry, quit. I'm ticklish.
There.
Well, hello, boys.
Hello, Mrs. Anderson.
Hello, Mrs. Anderson.
Homer, aren't you putting on a little weight?
Why, I guess it's the way I'm built. More or less.
Well, sit down, boys, and make yourselves comfortable.
Sit down.
Why, we were just thinking of stepping out for a breath of air.
Sure. I always take a breath about now.
Well, shall I tell Kathleen you'll be right back?
Why, that depends on how quickly... that depends. Come on, Homer.
It's been nice seeing you again.
Bob, you shouldn't have mentioned Homer's weight. The Browns are very sensitive about their shapes.
That's strange. It's gone.
What is?
Herbert's toy. I put it here on the coffee table while I went down to the basement for a screwdriver.
Is that why I found you working that jigsaw puzzle?
I wasn't working it. I just happened to open it and... Phyllis, does this piece look like an ear or a mountain?
Looks more like a part of a horse to me. Now, Bob, I want you to find that toy and fix it. Every time Herbert picks it up, it practically comes apart in his hand.
Alice!
Yes, Sam?
Who was that on the phone?
The phone? No one, dear.
I thought I heard it ring.
It must have been your imagination.
Now, Alice, you're not suggesting I'm hearing things.
Mother!
Yes, Mary?
Will you please tell Henry to respect my property?
Mary, your nail file is family property.
Henry Aldrich, what a terrible thing to say.
Mary, if Henry's finally come to the point where he'd like to use a nail file, I don't think we should stand in his way.
But that's just it, Mother. He doesn't intend to use it for his nails.
What's that?
Look, Mother, there's a quick repair job Homer and I are doing in the kitchen, and a nail file's just the tool we need.
In that case, Henry, I'm afraid Mary's within her rights.
Yes, and I stand on them.
Okay, Mary, okay. But just wait until you want to use my baseball bat.
Your baseball bat?
Sure, to bang together her vanity table. Homer!
Mary, did you hear the phone ringing a few minutes ago?
Mary's nail file is out.
I swear I heard a bell.
Henry, why don't we just give up trying to fix this toy and throw ourselves on Mr. Anderson's mercy?
But, Homer, we're making progress.
We are?
Sure.
Henry, how many springs were loose when we left the Andersons 10 minutes ago?
1.
How many are loose now?
3.
I wouldn't call that progress.
But we got the little man back on, didn't we?
Sure, but he's standing on his head.
Homer, if he fits on that way, it must be right. Besides, I think a couple of the springs go in here, like this. You see?
Oh, what about that one?
Gee, that one could go any place. Here, for instance.
Well, I'll be darned. Henry, you did it.
I did? It's fixed.
It must be. There aren't any springs left. Gee, even the bell works.
Well, what do you know?
Henry, I never realized it before, but you've got a head.
Well, never mind that, Homer. Now, let's hurry and get it back into Kathleen's house before anyone notices it's gone. Come on upstairs.
Okay, what for?
I've got a swell shoebox up there. We can smuggle it back in.
Operator, I distinctly heard the phone ring just now.
Father, could Homer and I please pass?
Oh, just a moment, operator. There.
Thank you, Father. Homer, we've got to get back to Kathleen.
Now, see here, operator. This is the second time this afternoon my phone is rung, and there's been nobody there.
I'll notify our repair department, sir.
I wish you would. Goodbye.
Sam, what's the matter? You're all flushed.
You'd think the phone company would arrange it so that when a phone rings, there'd be someone at the other end.
Oh?
What do you mean by a statement like that?
Nothing, dear. Only, don't you think perhaps you've been working a little too hard recently?
Alice, are you inferring... Are you... Don't be ridiculous. There. There it goes again.
Sam, that's the doorbell.
Oh.
Mother, the back door's ringing.
Yes, dear. Would you please see who it is? I'm talking to your father.
All right, Mother.
Alice, if you're going to talk to anyone, talk to the phone company.
Dear, I'm not married to the phone company.
Coming. Oh.
Well, how do you do, miss?
Oh, my goodness, officer. What did we do? What did we do?
Well, miss, the police department is collecting old clothes and toys for Christmas bundles.
Well, my goodness. Come in.
Thanks.
Now, let's see. Let's see, what could I possibly give you? Would you be interested in some old pots and pans? No? Well, let's see.
Something like that old toy there on the kitchen table would be perfect.
My goodness, where did this come from? It must be one of Henry's old ones. But I'm sure he'd be delighted to donate it to such a worthy cause. Here.
Thanks a lot. Well, goodbye.
Goodbye. And, officer, wouldn't you like to leave your phone number? I mean, in case I run into any more old things.
Bob Anderson, once and for all, you're not going to spread that jigsaw puzzle on my dining room table.
Why not?
Because you promised to fix Herbert's toy.
But, Phyllis, I've looked all over for it, and I can't find it.
My goodness, Mother, where is he? Where did he go?
Who, Kathleen?
Henry, I can't find him anywhere.
Oh, he left 15 minutes ago, dear, and he hasn't come back.
Father, you didn't say anything to Henry to drive him away, did you?
I hardly said 2 words to him.
That's it, then. That's it. He thought
thought you were still mad
This
at
piece
him.
here must be hair. I found part of a nose.
Father, aren't you listening to
Or
me?
is it the trunk of a tree?
Father, how can you play with that childish puzzle when you may be driving a son-in-law right out of my life?
What's that?
Mother, stranger things had happened, and I think the least Father can do is to let Henry know he didn't mean what he said.
Very well, Kathleen. I'll talk to him.
I'll answer the phone. Only if it's Henry, I'll just die of embarrassment.
Phyllis, where's the top of the box this puzzle came in?
Now, Bob.
Hello?
Look, Kathleen.
Henry, is that you?
Sure. And look, something terrible's just happened. Mary's just ruined everything.
Henry, what are you talking about?
Look, Kathleen, the reason I suddenly left your house this afternoon...
Henry, I know all about that.
You do?
Yes, and just as soon as my father calms down, he's going to speak to you.
Oh, boy. I guess I better go straight down to the police department.
What?
Goodbye.
Henry, wait! Whatever my father said, I'm sure he didn't mean
it. But, Henry, I'm allergic to police stations.
But, Homer, we just have to get Herbert's toy back, and that's all there is to it.
I know, only these pictures on the walls give me the willies.
Just don't look at them.
I can't help looking at them. Say, Henry, look at this dead or alive picture. Doesn't it look familiar?
It does?
Sure. If you shave off the mustache, it looks just like one of our teachers.
Which one?
Miss Eggleston.
Homer.
Although, who'd want to give $500 to get Miss Eggleston back?
Here's the room where the sergeant said they're keeping the toys. Larceny squad. Come on.
Okay. But I'm expecting your father to defend me. For nothing.
Boy, are we in luck, Homer. There's no one in here.
Gee, look at all the toys. Look at all the toys.
Homer, stop playing with them.
I'm not. But isn't this a swell steam shovel?
Homer, look! There's Herbert's toy.
Where?
At the bottom of the pile. See the little man poking out alongside that tank?
Oh, boy. Grab it, Henry.
It's stuck under something.
Henry, look out. Oh, boy.
Henry, I've got it. I've got it. Let's beat it.
Hello there, boys.
Homer, it's a policeman.
We'll get life. Look, officer.
Bringing some toys down for our drive?
Why, in a way we are.
That's fine. Say, do you boys have a little extra time?
Time? What for?
Well, these toys have to be packed in barrels and sent to the firehouses, and I could use a little help.
Well,
It'll only take a few minutes. Just drop that toy you have there in this barrel and...
But, officer,
you don't argue. Drop it.
Oh, boy.
That's it. Now, let's start packing the rest of the toys on top of it.
On top of it?
Yes, sir, and away they go.
Oh, boy.
It's true, folks. More people buy Jell-O puddings than any other prepared puddings in the world. Try those grand new Jell-O tapioca puddings, newest members of the famous Jell-O pudding family. They're a miracle of goodness, a marvel of speed. Yes, Jell-O chocolate tapioca, Jell-O vanilla tapioca, and Jell-O orange coconut tapioca. All three are luscious, light, and delicate, gloriously rich and creamy, and they're ready prepared. All you do is add milk, and they cook to mellow perfection in just about 5 minutes. Ask your grocer for Jell-O tapioca puddings, and say, better ask for 3 packages while you're about it, so you'll be prepared for the weekend. That's Jell-O tapioca puddings. And now getting back to the troubles of Henry Aldrich. Early this afternoon, Henry and Homer took a toy from Kathleen Anderson's house under the misapprehension that they had broken it. When they finally repaired it, Mary inadvertently gave it away to the police toy drive. The scene opens in the Centerville Emporium. It is later the same afternoon.
Henry, if it were up to me, I'd let Mr. Anderson get mad and save my money.
Homer, I can't. Suppose someday Kathleen and I get...
Get what?
Never mind. But you wouldn't want me to go through my married life not talking to my father-in-law, would you?
Why not? That sounds like a nice arrangement. Homer. Besides, how do you know we can buy another toy exactly like her?
Homer, we can at least try. Here's the toy counter.
Gee, look at the swell stuff, Hen.
Homer, put that thing down. Haven't you learned your lesson yet?
I'm just admiring the construction. What do you think this button is for? Oh, boy.
Homer, now look what you've done.
I hardly touched it, Hen. It came right apart in my hand.
May I help you, young man?
Wait, I just picked this up, see, and...
Oh, yes, that's one of the cleverest toys that's come into the store in a long time. You just touch that button, and it comes apart in your hands.
It does?
It does? And when you push it again, everything snaps right back into place. Children have the grandest time putting it together and letting it fall apart again.
I can see where they would.
May I wrap one up for you?
Why, no, thanks. What we're looking for is a toy that has a sort of a little man on top, see?
What does it do?
Do?
Well, mostly it just rings.
Well, there is one under the counter here that... Is it something like this?
Oh, boy, Homer, that's it.
Well, you're very lucky, sir. It's the last one like it we have in stock.
We'll take it, miss. How much is it?
It's, Oh, excuse me a minute while I check the price.
Henry, you're sad.
Homer, Doc.
What's wrong?
Look who's coming down that aisle.
Mr. Anderson.
Homer, quick, over this way.
But the toy.
We can come back and get it later. Hurry.
That'll be $1.49. Young man, where are you going? Well, I declare.
Excuse me, miss. Weren't there two boys here a moment ago?
Why, yes, they just disappeared into notions.
Oh.
May I help you with anything else?
Well, as a matter of fact, the reason I'm shopping... you sell jigsaw puzzles, don't you?
Why, yes. We're having a wonderful sale right now.
Oh, I don't want to buy one. I just thought, well, you see the puzzle in this box here?
Yes.
Well, we seem to have lost the cover with a picture on it, and I wondered, could you sort of look over the pieces and give me a hint as to what it's supposed to turn out to be?
No, I'm afraid I can't do that, sir.
Oh.
But if you'd like to leave it here for a few weeks, we could put our research department to work on it.
Oh, never mind.
Excuse me, miss, but would you... Hello, Mr. Anderson.
Hello, Mary. Say, if you run into Henry, would you tell him I'd like him to phone me?
Henry and I aren't speaking, Mr. Anderson, but I'll see that he gets the message. Is it important?
Well, Kathleen wanted me to apologize to him.
My goodness, what for?
That's what I don't know. Well, goodbye, Mary, and thanks for your help, miss.
That's quite all right, sir. Now, may I help you, madam?
Well, there was a certain toy of my brother's, you see, and I gave it away, and... Well, my goodness, you'd think he'd know it was for a wonderful cause.
Well, what was this toy like?
Well, it had a little man on top, you see, and a bell that rang that was
blue. Sam, it wouldn't hurt for you to take a few days off.
Alice, I tell you, I'm fine.
Of course you are, dear. I wasn't insinuating that... I just meant that when you start to hear bells, isn't that the first sign of...
Sign of what?
Nothing, Sam. Suppose you just lie down and I'll make you some hot tea with some honey in it.
Honey makes me lose my appetite.
Yes, Sam, but it lines your stomach. Henry, is that you?
Yes, Mother.
My goodness, what have you two boys been doing? You look all worn out.
Why, we took sort of a bicycle ride, Mother.
But they didn't have any in Abbott City either.
All the way to Abbott City? My goodness. Oh, I'm making your father some tea. Would you boys like some hot milk?
Hot milk? Henry, I think I'll go home.
I almost forgot, Henry. Mary asked me to give you this package.
Mary and I aren't speaking, Mother. We've broken off diplomatic relationships.
Now, dear, I think this is a peace offering. Homer, would you like some butter in that hot milk?
Butter? Well, Mrs. Aldrich, do you happen to have some strawberry syrup?
I think so.
And some club soda?
Yes.
Swell, then you can forget about the milk.
My goodness, you children never know what's good for you.
Henry, aren't you going to open it?
Open what?
Mary's present and see what she's offering for peace.
Homer, it's probably just a couple of handkerchiefs.
Henry, who do you suppose bought that toy right out from under?
I don't know. Boy, I sure wish I could lay my hands on it. Homer, what's ringing?
I think it's Mary's handkerchief. Henry, it's the toy.
Oh, boy. Homer, stop the bell.
I can't. The button's stuck.
Here, jam my fountain pen against it.
Okay. Henry, where do you suppose Mary got her hands on this?
Who cares? The important thing is we're all set.
Henry!
Oh, boy, Homer, duck that toy back in the box quick.
It's ducked.
Henry, you boys heard it that time, didn't you?
Why, you heard what, Father?
The phone ring.
I didn't hear any phone ring.
You didn't?
Sam,
Alice, would you mind bringing it upstairs?
Upstairs?
I think the best thing for me to do is go right to bed.
Quiet, Homer.
Henry, are you sure the Andersons are in the dining room?
Sure, they're eating. So help me set up this stepladder under the living room window. Then all you have to do is climb up, open the window, and drop the toy in.
Me? Why me?
Homer, you mean you're scared?
Sure.
Homer.
Henry, I helped you fix the toy, and I pumped my head off to Abbott City, but I draw the line on falling off ladders.
How could you fall?
I'd manage.
Okay, Homer, okay. I'll go up. Just hold the ladder steady.
I am.
When I get up, toss me the toy.
Henry, who's that?
Well, just Kathleen's dog, Daisy. And stop rattling the ladder.
But, Henry, Daisy's resented me ever since she caught me eating one of her dog biscuits. Daisy, I apologize.
Homer, you're knocking me off.
Get down, Daisy.
Homer, never mind Daisy. Toss up the toy.
Henry, she's got my pants.
Come on, toss up the toy.
There.
Oh, boy.
Didn't you have the window open yet?
Who is that? Who's there?
Homer, quick, run.
Daisy, let go.
Who's there, I say?
Homer.
She won't let go. Daisy, please stop being a dog in the manger.
Now be sure and take plenty of warm socks, dear.
Alice, I'm only going to be gone a few days.
Sam, it won't hurt to take an extra pair.
Very well.
And, dear, I just want you to know I think you're doing the right thing. There's nothing like a fishing trip to get bells off your mind.
Alice, that has nothing to do with it. I just heard that the bass were running, and I thought...
Yes, dear, if you say so. I'll get your socks for you.
I wonder if Will Brown would be interested in going along.
Henry, is that you?
Why, yes, Mother. Has there been a phone call for Homer or I recently?
From whom, dear?
Anyone. Mr. Anderson, say?
No, dear, no one's called. Homer, how did you get your pocket torn?
My pocket? Gee whiz, I guess Daisy did that.
Daisy? My goodness, young ladies nowadays don't behave the way they used to. You'd better both sit down and cool off.
Boy, Henry, feel my heart. It's beating.
Mine, too. Homer, do you think Mr. Anderson recognized us?
If he did, he certainly would have phoned by now.
Oh, boy.
Henry, that must be him.
Henry, please answer the phone.
Aye, Mother.
Please, dear, I've got socks on my mind.
But, gee, Mother, I'm not cooled off yet.
Henry, please answer the phone.
But it might be a wrong number.
Henry!
Yes, Mother. Hello?
Is that you, Henry?
Oh, boy. Yes, Kathleen?
Henry, I'm phoning on behalf of my father.
You are? Just a minute, Kathleen. Homer, Mr. Anderson asked her to phone.
I'm going home.
You can at least give me a little moral support.
I can do that just as well from home.
Hello, Kathleen. About your father.
My goodness, Henry, he's been trying to get his hands on you all day.
I know, Kathleen. And...
Henry, do you mind if I apologize for him?
Sure, but if you do what for him?
Apologize for being so rude to you this afternoon.
Kathleen, you mean... Well, I'll be darned. Homer, Mr. Anderson's been after me just to apologize.
What?
Henry, have you disappeared again?
No, Kathleen, I'm right here. I think.
My father would apologize personally, only he's very upset right now.
Upset?
Yes, someone stole one of Herbert's toys and then threw it back through our living room window.
Oh. Who did a thing like that?
That's what makes him so mad. He doesn't know.
He doesn't? Well... Isn't that too bad? Look, Kathleen, tell him not to worry. I know where he can get a pane of glass cheap. For nothing, in fact.
Oh, but that isn't what he's really mad about. You see, when the toy came through the window, it broke up his jigsaw puzzle.
It did?
And he's simply furious. He was almost positive it was going to turn out to be Ulysses S. Grant.
Oh.
Or the Canadian Rockies.
Huh?
So can I tell him you accept his apology?
Sure, Kathleen. Gee whiz, that's the least I can do.
Oh, that's very nice of you, Henry. And you can come over and see me tomorrow.
Oh, boy. Sure.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Boy, Homer.
Henry, I've never seen anyone so lucky.
I'll say.
Henry, how would you boys like to go fishing with me?
Me, Father?
I sort of thought it might be nice to have company. You've been asking to go for years.
Oh, gee, Father, I'd like to. Only, do you think I ought to leave town just when I've cemented my relationships with Mr. Anderson?
I'd be glad to go, Mr. Aldrich.
On second thought, I'll probably have a good time alone.
But thanks just the same, Father.
Sure, thanks, Mr. Aldrich. Well, I better go home, Hen, old-timer.
Okay, I'll walk you to the door.
Thanks.
Oh, before I forget, Homer, where's my fountain pen?
What fountain pen?
That I gave you to stick in the toy to keep it from ringing.
Henry, I never took it out.
Homer, you mean it's still stuck in the toy?
I guess so.
The one that went through the window and landed on Mr. Anderson's jigsaw?
On his what?
Oh, boy.
Henry, what are you getting so excited about? That pen only cost you 50 cents.
60, Homer. It cost me 10 cents extra to have my name engraved on it.
Your name? Oh, boy.
Henry, Mr. Anderson wants to speak to you on the phone.
He does? Well, look, Mother, would you please tell him I can't talk to him now? I'm just about to leave on a fishing trip with Father.
Fellas, what you doing?
Well, gee whiz, Willie Marshall, Willie. Where'd you come from?
Henry, let's pretend we don't see him.
Okay, if that's your attitude, I was going to lend you this pair of hip boots to go fishing with your father, Henry. But now, fat chance.
Hip boots? Oh, Willie, I apologize.
Oh, no.
But, Willie...
Don't even coax me.
But, Willie, if you lend me those hip boots, I'll even ask you over for supper.
Supper? What's in it for me? What's for dessert?
Well, what a question. With the Aldrich family, it's sure to be one of those luscious, shimmering Jell-O desserts. They're a treat to eat in all 6 delicious flavors. Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. Yes, you just can't beat Jell-O for tempting fruit-like flavor. Because every Jell-O flavor is rich with that famous locked-in goodness. Flavor sealed right in so it can't get out till your first delectable spoonful. No wonder Jell-O is America's favorite gelatin dessert. So look for those big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O, and Jell-O spells a treat. And this is Dan Seymour in New York saying the Aldrich family is brought to you by the Jell-O family.
For desserts that are delicious, boy, believe me, you should know. They are made by famous Jell-O.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
And now the Jell-O family presents...
Henry Aldrich.
Coming, Mother.
Yes, it's the Aldrich family, based on characters originated by Clifford Goldsmith and starring Ezra Stone as Henry with Jackie Kelk as Homer. And yes, it's the Jell-O family with its 3 famous desserts. Jell-O in those 6 delicious flavors, Jell-O puddings with that old-fashioned homemade flavor, and Jell-O tapioca puddings. A miracle of goodness, a marvel of speed.
For desserts that are delicious, boy, believe me, you should know. They are made by famous Jell-O.
And now for the Aldrich family. To a typical teenage boy like Henry Aldrich, every holiday is naturally a red-letter day. And whatever the celebration, Henry is always certain to be right in the center of it, adding a little color of his own. The scene opens at the Aldrich breakfast table. It's the week before Christmas.
Sam, I'm just as pleased as I can be.
Yes, what about?
Henry. He's been so helpful this past week. And, dear, do you know what I think?
What?
He's really growing up.
You know what I think?
What?
Christmas is just around the corner.
Sam Aldrich, you're just being cynical.
No, Alice, I'm just experienced. Any time now, he'll start in dropping hints.
What hints?
About what he'd like us to give him for Christmas.
Sam, if he does, it's just because he's trying to be helpful.
Father, are you in the dining room?
Yes, Henry.
Hiya, Father, old-timer.
There we go.
I thought you might like your pipe here.
Thank you, Henry.
Can I fill it for you?
No, thank you.
Or strike a match and light it?
No, thanks.
Gee whiz, isn't there anything I can do?
Would you care to smoke it for me?
Sam!
Henry, is there something special on your mind? Something you want to say?
Why, no, sir. I'm just passing the time of day.
I see.
Only, now that I think of it, did I mention that swell football game I saw?
When, dear?
Thanksgiving Day. Boy, it was some game.
It was?
Yeah. Too bad I didn't enjoy it.
You didn't? Why not?
I don't know. You take a football game and you sit way back in the stands, see? And if you're not equipped, where are you?
Where?
You're right. It sure makes you think, doesn't it? Oh, gee whiz. I'll be right with you, Homer. Excuse me.
Henry, wouldn't you like to be a little more explicit?
Sure, Father. The game I missed the best part of was the one we came closest to winning all season. Hi, Homer.
Listen, Henry, when are you going to casually show that advertisement to my father?
What? I'll tell you.
Oh, gee whiz, don't you want him to make me happy for Christmas?
Homer, I intend to show it to him. Just as soon as I find it.
You lost it?
Not permanently. I was eating some cookies the other night, see? And the next thing I knew, your ad had disappeared. Temporarily.
You mean you ate it?
Ate it? Now that I think of it, that last cookie was kind of chewy.
Henry, I'll never get that piccolo if you go around eating up my ass.
Besides, Homer, if you ask me, you ought to be more subtle about that piccolo.
Who's not subtle? I'm not subtle.
Look, for Christmas, I want those binoculars down in Havens, right?
Right.
So I just subtly drop a few hints and mention that I wasn't able to see the Thanksgiving football game from way back where I sat. And right away, they know it's binoculars I want.
They do?
Sure. Only they just try to worry me by pretending they don't understand.
Gee, Henry, you're right. You have to be subtle. You know what I'm going to do?
What?
Just a few days before Christmas, I'm going to give my father a box of good cigars.
Cigars?
Sure, and right inside I'll put a copy of that piccolo ad. How's that for being subtle?
Henry?
Yes, Mary?
Maybe one of you could help me.
With what, Mary?
Well, look, Homer. Suppose you were a man, see?
Mary, are you insulting me?
Of course not, Homer. I just said suppose you were.
Oh.
So, if you were this certain party, would you prefer a pen and pencil set or a 3-speed blanket?
You're buying me a blanket that travels at 3 speeds?
I should have known better than to ask you a simple question. Mother!
Wait a minute, Mary. Ask me again.
Mother, are you in the kitchen?
Mary, dear, I'll be right back. Sam!
But, Mother, I just want to ask you what I should buy Kermit for Christmas.
Sam, look what I just found in the cookie jar. An advertisement.
Someone's advertising in our cookie jar?
Dear, don't you get it? Henry put it there for us to find.
Oh, let me see it. Are you never the life of the party? Buy one of our piccolos and stop playing second fiddle. $6.75 delivered. Alice, a piccolo?
Sam, that's what he wants for Christmas.
Engraved with bluebirds, $1 extra.
That would be lovely.
But, Alice, where does a football game enter into a piccolo?
Dear, it's obvious.
It is?
Of course. Henry wants to play in the school band.
What?
Yes, dear, so he can sit right on the sidelines and get a perfect view.
Mr. DeHaven.
I'll be right with you, boys.
Look, Homer, there are my binoculars.
Where?
Right there in the store window, next to that sign that says, Make Mother Happy for Christmas with a personalized darning egg.
Now, what can I do for you boys?
Mr. DeHaven, I'd like a box of your best cigars.
Yes, sir. We have an excellent brand here that comes all wrapped for Christmas.
Well, that's swell. I'll take it.
Good. That'll be $11.50.
How much?
$11.50.
That 11 you're speaking of, is that dollars?
Here it is.
Gee whiz, all I have is $1.25.
Mr. DeHaven, could I please try these binoculars in the window?
Very well, Henry, but be careful.
Gee, thanks.
Mr. DeHaven, don't you have cigars without quite so much tobacco that come for about $1.25?
No, I'm afraid not. Why not get your father something else?
Not cigars?
We have some nice simulated plastic picture frames.
Picture frames?
Yes, you could slip your picture in one of them and give that to your father.
My picture? And watch my piccolo go right out the window?
Well, then I'm afraid there's nothing I can do, Homer. Now, be careful with those binoculars, Henry.
Yes, Mr. DeHaven. All I'm doing is looking through them.
Boy, imagine, $11.50 for cigars. People sure do burn up money.
Boy, Homer, boy, are these binoculars neat.
Let me look through them, Henry. Let me look.
Okay, but take it easy, Homer.
Hey, you see Agnes Lawson down by the soda fountain?
Yeah?
You know how much her check is? Only 5 cents.
Gee, are those binoculars as powerful as that? Excuse me, Homer.
Who are you phoning?
My father, to drop another hint.
Number, please.
Elm 992.
Henry, while you're calling, I think I'll join Agnes.
What for?
I've owed her a treat for a long while, and boy, this looks like a good time to pick up her check.
Hello?
Hello, Father.
Henry, I've got to meet your mother. What is it?
Why, nothing in particular. I just happened to be down here in DeHaven's drugstore, and I saw.
Saw what?
Nothing, Father. But don't you think it's pretty interesting to be able to see a check from as far off as 20 feet?
See a what?
A check.
Henry, what are you driving at?
Driving at, Father? I? Well, gee, I just called to pass the time of day.
Yes, but...
Well, now that I've passed it, so long, Father.
Henry, where's Homer?
Over there with Agnes and Mr. DeHaven. If things go right, my parents ought to be in for these binoculars sometime today.
Good. Did I mention there's no extra charge for the leather case?
They come in a case?
Oh, yes, with a strap that goes around your neck.
Boy, that's a fine thing.
Say, Homer, I found a sample box of 15 cigars that I can let you have for $1.25.
But, Mr. DeHaven, all I have now is $1.
What?
Agnes's check was 25 cents.
I thought it was only 5.
So did I. Only she was deliberately holding her thumb over the 2.
May I help you, sir?
Yes. Do you sell checkers at this counter?
Oh, we do indeed. Would you like to see them in wood, plastic, or reinforced cardboard?
Well...
Or if you want to go whole hog, we have a dandy set in hand-carved ivory.
Well, it really doesn't matter what the checkers are made of, just so that they're big enough to be seen from 20 feet off.
20 feet?
Yes.
Oh, wouldn't it be rather inconvenient to play from that distance?
Oh, it sounds ridiculous to me, too, but as near as I can figure out, that's what my son wants for Christmas.
Well, if you'll just wait a minute, I'll see if we have any large checkers in stock.
Thank you.
Father!
Oh.
Father, what are you doing down here at the Emporium?
I was supposed to meet your mother at the information counter 10 minutes ago.
Oh. Well, she still has time. By the way, Father, does a leather case with a strap that goes around your neck mean anything to you?
No, why?
I ran into Henry, and he said if I saw you to casually mention that what he wants for Christmas comes in one.
You don't say.
And, Father, I have a problem.
Yes?
Well, if you knew a certain party that was, well, close to you.
Close to you?
Yes. And suppose you wanted to get him something very special for Christmas to show him how you feel about him. What would you get?
Why, well, I really don't feel I should say.
Father, you must tell me.
Well, naturally, Mary, I'm sure whatever you get him, he'll be crazy about. But if I were that man, you know what I'd really like?
What?
Well, a new hunting rifle?
My goodness.
You're right, Mary. It's too expensive.
Oh, I'm not worried about the money.
No?
No, it's coming out of my special campaign fund.
Well, Mary, I hardly know what... Well, that is, I'm certainly... Mary.
Father, my goodness, you kissed me right in the middle of the Emporium.
I don't mean to interrupt.
Huh? Oh, that's quite all right.
And could you please tell me which way to Guns?
I beg your pardon?
Oh, I know, in sporting goods.
Now, don't you go spending too much, Mary. Nice girl, Mary.
Lovely. Friend?
Daughter. Say, isn't your jewelry department nearby?
2 aisles over, but...
As long as she's going as far as a hunting rifle, I wonder how she'd like a pearl necklace.
But, sir, about those checkers, I've measured all of them, and the largest is 1.25 inches in diameter.
Oh, well, I'll tell you, Does the set come in a leather case?
Why, no.
And it doesn't have a strap that goes around your neck?
No.
Oh, well, thanks. The more I think of it, the more I'm sure we're on the wrong track with checkers.
Well, we have this chess set in a leather case.
Chess?
And it's been reduced, and we could have a strap put on it.
No, I'm afraid not. If I don't like chess, why should Henry?
Sam!
Oh, there's my wife. Excuse me.
Dear, I'm sorry. I'm late, but I've finished every last bit of our Christmas shopping.
No, you haven't, Alice. We still need a gift for Henry.
Henry? Didn't you send away for that piccolo?
Yes, but he wasn't heading for a piccolo.
He wasn't?
Not unless a piccolo has something to do with checks you can see 20 feet off and it goes around your neck.
What?
Incidentally, Alice, what do you think of pearls?
Pearls? What? Why, dear, they're very lovely.
They'd make a nice present for a young lady, wouldn't they?
Oh, my goodness, yes, but aren't they rather expensive?
Alice, in this case, nothing's too good.
Well, naturally, Sam, it's up to you. And, dear, while you're doing your shopping, there's something I ought to take care of, too.
Very well, dear, and try to think what it is Henry's been hinting at.
I will. Excuse me, madam, could you let me by, please? Young man.
Well, back again, madam.
Yes, these ties I bought a little while ago. I'd like to return them.
So soon?
Well...
Our ties don't usually start coming back until after New Year's.
Well, you see, I think I'm getting a pearl necklace for my husband. And I couldn't very well give him just ties in return.
I see. Very well. I'll make out a refund slip.
Thank you. Incidentally, you've had quite a bit of experience with gifts, haven't you?
I certainly have.
Well, what would you say it was that's handy at football games, comes in loud checks, and goes around your neck?
Why, madam, that's obvious.
It is?
Yes, you'll find our mufflers right over there at the next counter.
Muffler? But that's incredible. Henry would never... Why, it's incredible.
But, madam, what else could it be?
Mary, you bought Kermit what for Christmas?
A gun, Mother, a gun.
Dear, do you really think you should be giving a man you might eventually marry a thing like that?
But Father thought that's just what Kermit would like. And, Mother, my problem is, what should I have engraved on it?
Engraved?
On the barrel. I was thinking of something like, to Kermit, peace on earth, goodwill toward men.
Dear, I wouldn't have it engraved until after Christmas.
Why not?
Well, suppose it's the wrong size and has to be returned. And, Mary, wait till you hear what I'm getting from your father.
Hey, Henry. Mrs. Aldrich, have you seen Henry?
Well, I believe he's up in his room, Homer. I'll call him.
Before you tell me what you're getting?
Mary, maybe you can help me out.
With what?
Have you ever had any experience rolling cigars?
Rolling what?
Cigars. I thought if I bought the raw materials and eliminated the middleman, I might get by for $1.
Homer, I've never rolled a cigar in my life.
Hi, Homer.
And I don't think it's a bit nice of you to infer that I have. My goodness.
Homer, Mary didn't mention anything about my family buying those binoculars, did she?
No.
Gee, I went through every hiding place in the house, and the only Christmas present I found was a muffler.
For you?
Gee whiz, no. My parents wouldn't palm a thing like that off on me. You should see it, Homer. Checks as big as that all over.
No kidding.
Boy, it looked like it was on fire.
Henry.
Yes, Homer?
I hate to mention this, but, well, maybe your parents didn't get your hint straight and bought you something else instead of binoculars.
Henry, will you please answer the phone?
Yes, Mother. Homer, what else could they have thought I was hinting for? Hello?
Hello, is this Aldrich?
Yes.
Elm 303?
That's right.
Well, this is the Emporium calling. Have you decided on what sort of engraving you want on that hunting rifle?
Hunting rifle?
Yes.
Hunting rifle?
That you bought this afternoon for the young man.
Are you sure you're calling Aldrich?
Yes.
Elm 303?
Yes.
And somebody here bought a hunting rifle?
Yes. Hello?
Oh, boy. Only maybe you shouldn't have told me that.
Oh, it's for you?
You better call back later and speak to either my mother or father. Goodbye. Homer, did you hear that? I'm getting a hunting rifle for Christmas.
Boy, and to think all I asked for was a piccolo.
Boy, Homer, that just goes to prove what a few subtle hints can do.
For a few subtle holiday hints from Meredith Wilson and his talking people.
You know, Meredith?
What?
That wonderful, colorful Jell-O family sure adds a lot to holiday cheer.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. Those big red letters are just as friendly and cheerful as,
Santa's red suit?
Yeah.
Hey, Prancer. Come on, boy. Up, Dancer. Whoa, now, take it easy around that chimney.
Okay. And after the holidays, too, the same big red letters stand for the same good cheer the year round.
Jell-O also means satiny, smooth Jell-O pudding.
Every day of the year.
Jell-O also means Jell-O tapioca pudding.
And Jello also means Jell-O, the world's most famous shimmering dessert. And nothing could taste better or sparkle prettier on your table through the holidays or any day than any or all of the 6 delicious fruit-like locked-in flavors of shining, shimmering Jell-O.
Listen to that man go.
I'll take strawberry,
raspberry,
cherry,
orange, lemon, lime. Jell-O, and back to the Aldrich family.
Now getting back to the troubles of Henry Aldrich. Henry wanted a pair of binoculars for Christmas, but the subtle hints he's been dropping have led his parents to buy him a muffler and a piccolo. Only now Henry believes they've bought him a hunting rifle, which is really Mary's present to her boyfriend. The scene opens in the Aldrich living room, and it's Christmas Eve.
A snow shovel? Mother, you're giving Father a snow shovel for Christmas?
Mary, let me finish. First, your father will give me my pearl necklace. Then I'll give him his snow shovel. And, Mary, you're going to see the longest face you've ever seen.
Well, I should think so.
And then I'll give him his real present, a lovely chess set in a leather case.
A chess set?
Yes, I saw him admiring it in the Emporium the other day.
Oh, Mother, you're so sweet.
Oh, and Mary, I feel so warm.
So do I. The house has been so different since Father insulated it.
I didn't mean that. I mean everything's so perfect.
Hello, Mother.
Hello, dear.
Hello, Mary.
Hello, Henry.
Would anybody like me to make them a glass of eggnog?
Eggnog, Henry?
Sure. That's just the thing I'm in the mood to make.
Well, thank you just the same, dear.
Hey, Henry.
Mary, please phone Mrs. Dixon and make sure she launders our good tablecloth in time for Christmas dinner.
Henry, I got that box of cigars from my father.
You did? For $1?
Sure, from Willie Marshall.
I didn't know Willie smoked cigars.
He doesn't. This is a box his uncle sent his father.
No kidding.
Sure. Mr. Marshall said the way he feels about his wife's family, he wouldn't smoke them with a 10-foot pole.
I'll get that.
I don't mind answering it, Mary.
I'm practically there. Hello?
Hello, Mary. This is Kermit.
Oh, hello, Kermit.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. How have you been?
Fine, Kermit.
You had the sniffles when I left last night, and I've been worrying.
You have? Isn't that sweet?
How are they?
Who?
The sniffles.
Oh, fine.
I've just finished my Christmas shopping.
You have? Kermit, I certainly hope you didn't get anything from me.
Well,
Oh, Kermit, you shouldn't have.
It's something you wear on your hand.
Really? Kermit, you're teasing.
No, I'm not, and they're made of pigskin.
Oh.
That's all the hints I'm going to give you.
Oh. Well, I certainly hope you won't ask me to give you any hints about what I got you.
I won't.
You won't? Well, I'll give you a tiny hint. Just keep your eye on the bullseye.
On the bullseye?
And I'm not going to say another word.
Gee, that's a puzzler.
It is.
I can't think of what it could be, unless it's a gun.
A gun?
But I know you wouldn't be foolish enough to buy a thing like that.
What?
Not for a guy who served 4 years in the infantry.
Well, naturally, I didn't. Why would I? Oh, my goodness.
Is anything wrong, Mary?
No, but I have to hang up.
Are your sniffles coming back?
Kermit, I haven't time to explain. Goodbye. Oh, my goodness.
Where's Mary? What's wrong?
Henry, out of my way. Don't you realize all the stores close at 7 tonight?
Are you looking for something in that closet, Mary?
My goodness, I hope it isn't too late.
Mary, what are you doing?
Henry, let go. I've got to return this right away.
Return it. Listen, Mary, put that down.
Henry, out of my way.
Mother! Mary, don't you move another step. Mother!
Henry, I warn you.
What's all the shouting about?
What's going on?
Mother, Mary's going to return my Christmas present.
Mary, that muffler's for Henry.
Muffler?
Mother, I didn't touch the muffler. I'm returning Kermit's gun.
Kermit's gun?
Kermit?
Now, please, let me go, Henry. I'll never be able to return it in time.
But...
Henry, you didn't think that gun was for you instead of Kermit, did you?
Why?
For Henry, Alice. For Henry. If that gun was for anyone, it was for
For whom?
Kermit. And excuse me,
Where are you going?
up to my room. And I hope Mary's very happy with her pearls.
Mary? The pearls are for... My goodness.
Boy, that's a fine thing.
Henry, where are you going?
Out, Mother. Just out.
Dear, you haven't got your coat on.
Gee, who cares?
Well, at least take your new muffler.
Mother, I'd rather not even mention that muffler.
What are you doing on the curb?
Sitting, Homer. Gee whiz, what does it look like?
I've been looking for you for nearly 2 hours. Merry Christmas.
Sure. Merry Christmas.
I heard about the gun being for Kermit. Tough luck.
That's okay, Homer. That's okay. Maybe the better man won.
Henry, don't say that.
Why not? Why not face facts? Gee. And to think I've been looking forward to this Christmas since last Christmas.
I know how you feel. I'm not getting my piccolo either.
No?
I'll be lucky to get anything.
Didn't you give your father those cigars?
Sure. He lit one. You know what happened?
What?
It blew up in his face.
It did?
And Willie won't even give me my money back. He says, is it his fault his uncle doesn't like his father?
What's that?
Bunch of kids singing carols on the library steps.
Boy, you'd think they'd know better than to disturb the peace.
I'll say.
Homer, are you humming?
Me? Well, gee whiz, I was just checking to see if they're in tune.
Oh, are they?
No.
Hiya, fellas.
Who's that?
Gee whiz, it's that pest Johnny Dixon again.
Merry Christmas to you all. I just delivered your mother's tablecloth, Henry. Aren't we lucky?
Lucky?
Sure. Look, snow on Christmas Eve. Isn't it neat?
What's so neat about snow? All it does is get under your collar.
And would you mind leaving us alone?
Well, sure, fellas. And I hope your mother's cold gets better, Henry.
Cold? She's got a cold?
Well, that's the way she looked to me. Say, did I show you the swell present I got from my mother? Look, a real aviator's helmet.
Yeah.
Fur lined.
That's swell.
With real fur. Well, I better get home and help her trim the tree. Merry Christmas to you all.
Gee.
Yeah, gee.
Imagine getting all excited about a hat. Henry.
What?
I'm going home.
Homer, you're going to leave me alone on Christmas Eve?
I'm sorry, Henry. That's where I'd rather be.
Gee whiz.
Good night. And Henry.
Yeah?
Merry Christmas.
Henry Aldrich.
Gee whiz, Mother, what are you doing out in the street?
Here's your coat.
Gee, thanks, Mother.
Don't think I'm forgiving you, Henry. But if you get sick, I'm the one who'll have to suffer for it. Now put it on.
Yes, Mother, and look.
Henry, is that you?
Sam.
Alice, what are you doing out here?
Sam, I know we agreed not to speak to Henry, but...
Father, what's that under your arm?
Why,
Gee whiz, it's my lumber jacket.
Henry, I'm still the one who has to pay the doctor bill.
Gee, thanks.
Well, Alice, shall we go home?
You're going? Before I wish a Merry Christmas to you all?
Why, Merry Christmas, Henry.
Yes. Merry Christmas, son.
Gee, listen to what they're saying. Love and joy come to you, and to you your also too, and God bless you. Oh, Father, could I apologize for thinking that gun was for me?
Well, that's all right, son. We all make mistakes.
Sam, I'm so happy.
Henry, I'm just curious. What was it you were heading for all week?
Gee, Father, it was silly. Forget it.
I'm curious.
Well, a pair of binoculars I saw in DeHaven.
Binoculars?
But, gee, they don't compare to a muffler.
Yes.
Well, shall we all go home now and trim the tree?
Why, I'll tell you, Alice, suppose you go home and start without me. I just remembered I ran out of cigars.
Don't buy them from Willie, Father. They blow up in your face.
Well, dear, shall we start for home?
Why, before we do, could I go into the store here and put in one phone call?
To whom?
DeHaven's drugstore, and tell Mr. DeHaven not to sell my binoculars before Father gets there.
Now, Merry Christmas to all of your families from the Jell-O family. Jell-O, Jell-O puddings, and Jell-O tapioca puddings. Now, for all you youngsters listening in, here's a little Christmas poem. If you ever get the feeling that you'd like to squeeze the cat, or tie a tin can to the dog, or sit on Father's hat, or pull the lamp from off the desk, or overturn the ink, better stop before you do. Better stop and think. 'Cause you know what's coming, and it's not so far away. Just 2 days from now, it'll be Christmas Day. You can squeeze the cat in April. You can tease the dog in June. In August, you can dig the yard with Mother's silver spoon. Father's hat will squash in March, and next month there'll still be ink. Better wait a little while. Better wait and think. 'Cause you know what's coming, and it's not so far away. Just 2 days from now, it'll be Christmas Day.
Here's wishing all of you, from all of us, a very Merry Christmas. Good night, folks.
The Aldrich Family, starring Ezra Stone as Henry and Jackie Kelk as Homer, is written by Norman Tokar and Ed Jurist, with music by Jack Miller. Mr. and Mrs. Aldrich are House Jamison and Catherine Roth. And this is Hugh James in New York saying the Aldrich Family is brought to you by the Jell-O family.
For desserts that are delicious, boy, believe me, you should know. They are made by famous Jell-O.
Listen again next Thursday, same time, same station, for another sparkling half hour with the Aldrich Family.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
And now the Jell-O family presents the Aldrich Family.
Henry Aldrich.
Coming, Mother.
Yes, it's the Aldrich Family, based on characters originated by Clifford Goldsmith and starring Ezra Stone as Henry with Jackie Kelk as Homer. And yes, it's the Jell-O Family with its 3 famous desserts. Jell-O in those 6 delicious flavors, Jell-O puddings with that old-fashioned homemade flavor, and Jell-O tapioca puddings, a miracle of goodness, a marvel of speed.
Everyone's a Jell-O good fellow, a very good Jell-O good fellow, so rich, so tempting and mellow. Jell-O.
And now for the Aldrich Family. A boy is a boy, and that's all there is to it. He gets into difficulties somehow, and he gets out of them somehow. But what happens in between is usually unforgettable. The scene opens at the telephone in the Aldrich front hall. It is early evening.
You did, Homer? You really got them?
I'll say I have them right here in my hand.
Gee. And Charlie Clark didn't mind loaning them to you?
No, I just had a promise we'd take good care of them. And, boy, you should...
Just a minute, Homer. Yes, Mother?
Where are you?
Why, I'm just sort of on the phone.
I want you to hang up and start your studying before we leave.
Sure, Mother, in just 1 second. Hello, Homer.
Henry, you should see the notes. There's everything important we learned all last month.
Oh, boy.
Once we get these 10 pages under our belts, we can write that French exam tomorrow blindfolded.
Well, hang on to them, Homer. I'll be right over.
Okay, you better hurry, though. Charlie's going to the movies.
You mean he has all his studying done?
Yeah, but you know Charlie. He's smart, sure. But what else has he got?
You're right, Homer.
And he has to have his notes back as soon as he gets out.
Just a second, Homer. Yes, Father?
Did you hear your mother tell you to get started on your homework?
Yes, sir. The only thing is, well, this fella Homer and I know is going to the movies, see?
Henry, hang up right now. You're not going to the movies tonight.
No, Father. It's only that we have to give something back to him very important.
And you're not going to run any errands. Now, please put down that receiver.
But, Father...
Henry!
Hello, Homer. Goodbye. I've got to explain something to my father. I'll call you back.
Henry, you're not calling Homer back. You have a French examination tomorrow, and every night this week you thought up a different excuse to get out of studying.
Sure, Father, I agree with you. And would you like to know why?
Indeed, I would.
Because I've been saving all my strength up for tonight. Boy, I'm going to roll up my sleeves and tighten my belt and digest the whole French language.
That's fine. And will you please get to work?
The only thing is, Father, I know you'll think it sounds unreasonable, but I just have to go over to Homer's.
Henry, your mother and I are rushing off to a bridge game, and I haven't much time. But I'd like to make one thing clear.
Yes, Father?
Just this. You are not under any circumstances to go anywhere near Homer's house this evening.
But, Father...
You will stay home by yourself and concentrate on your French.
But, Father, won't you please let me explain something?
Henry, let me explain something to you.
Yes, sir.
Son, I don't think you realize how important a solid foundation is.
Sure,
now,
but...
you take a bridge.
A bridge?
When someone builds a bridge, they hire the best engineers. They spend years on it. And when it's finished, it may be the best-looking bridge in the world.
Gee.
But suppose, Henry, that bridge has a weak foundation. A truck runs over it, and where is it? In the water.
The truck?
Everything. And it's the same with life. You understand?
I think so, Father.
Fine. Now then, please get to work on your foundation.
But Father...
And no more excuses. Oh, excuse me, Mary.
Certainly, Father. Henry, did I hear Father say someone ran over someone on a bridge in a truck?
No, Mary, gee whiz.
Was it anyone we know?
It wasn't anybody, Mary. And listen, would you be willing to speak to Father for me?
What about?
He just misunderstood the whole thing, see? All I want to do is go over to Homer's house because Charlie Clark has these notes, see, and he's going to the movies.
Homer is?
No, Charlie. So would you please, Mary?
Certainly, Father.
Yes, Mary?
Henry wants to know if he can go to the movies with Charlie Clark.
What?
No, Mary, no. Gee whiz, can't you understand French? I mean English?
Henry, come in here.
Now look what you've done, Mary.
Well, my goodness, that's the last favor I'll ever do for you.
Now, Sam, you stay here. Let me speak to Henry.
Mother, can I please explain something to you?
Certainly, dear.
Well, you see, it's like this.
Henry, your father and I would love to let you go to the movies tonight, but...
Mother, you don't understand. I don't want to go to the movies.
You don't?
No, gee whiz. Movies are the farthest thing from my mind. All I want to do tonight is study.
Really?
Over at Homer's house.
Well, then what's everybody so excited about? Sam, all he wants to do is go over to the Browns along with us.
Alice, Henry is not going over to Homer's.
Henry, you are not going over to Homer's.
But, Mother...
Dear, your father and I both feel that tonight you should study at home.
But, Mother, you don't understand.
We're going to be late.
Now, I'm coming, Sam. And Henry.
Yes, Mother.
If you work real hard and pass that French exam, you can go to the movies tomorrow night.
Let me help with the table cover, Will.
It's all set, Sam, and have I been looking forward to tonight. We haven't played bridge for a whole week.
Alice, you and I can start shuffling the cards.
All right.
As I was saying, Will, it's all a matter of discipline.
Shuffling cards?
Raising a son.
Oh. Yeah, you're right, Sam. It's quite a job. Who deals?
Now, Sam, let's not talk about Henry. I feel badly enough about the whole thing already.
What happened, Alice?
Honestly, Elizabeth, I wish you could have seen Henry's face when we left.
Henry's face? What about it?
He was sulking because I made him stay home and study. First, he wanted to go to the movies. Then he had to give Charlie Clark something. Anything to get out of the house.
Well, I'll tell you frankly, Sam, when Homer wants to get out of the house, I'm inclined to let him go.
We'll even go so far as to encourage him.
Isn't that nice?
You mean you encourage him to neglect his studies?
Nobody has to do that. Whose deal is it?
Although, Will, I wish you'd made him stay home tonight.
Oh? Homer's gone out?
Yes. Henry phoned him before you got here, Alice.
Henry phoned him?
Whose deal is it?
Yes, and then Homer phoned the Bijou Theater to find out what time the picture...
Picture? Alice, did you hear that?
Sam, I'm sure there must be some mistake.
Who deals?
Will, do you realize those boys are off to a movie when they should be studying? And after I expressly forbid Henry...
Relax, Sam. What harm can they do? Who deals?
Will, you don't understand unless we do something about this right now.
Sam, you can't possibly do anything tonight.
Oh, yes, I can.
Dear, please sit down and play bridge.
Whose deal is it?
Will, get your coat off.
What?
You and I are going down to the Bijou Theater and catch Henry and Homer red-handed.
Je suis. 2A.
Hey, Henry.
Oui, Homer?
Hand me an apple, will you?
Now, listen, Homer, I thought we decided to speak nothing but French while we're studying.
I know, but... Well, donnez-moi un pomme de terre.
A potato?
No. What is French for apple?
Apple? I don't remember.
How about banana?
Let me see.
Well, j'ai faim. Hand me something out of that bowl.
Here's an orange.
Thanks. I mean, merci.
And listen, Homer, let's stop fooling around with our stomachs and get to work. Charlie's movie gets out at 10 o'clock.
You mean we only have an hour and a half?
Darn it all. Now I have to waste time answering the phone.
Why not answer it in French and kill two birds with one stone?
That's an idea. Bonsoir.
Hello, what's that?
Qu'est-ce que c'est que vous désirez?
I'm sorry, I must have the wrong number.
Hey, is that... Hello? Hey, Homer, that was my father.
It was? Does he want me to go home?
I don't know. He hung up.
You mean he's still mad at you?
Listen, Mary, I'm not speaking to you. Besides, we've got a lot of studying to do.
You know, Henry, if we'd gotten notes like these off Charlie years ago, today you'd be in Princeton and I'd be in Scranton Tech.
Henry, Father's down at the Bijou Theater with Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown, that's my father.
Mary, you're crazy. They're playing bridge.
No, they aren't, Henry. I just passed them at the Bijou, and they said they were waiting for you and Homer.
You mean that's why he phoned?
All I know, Henry, is that they're expecting you.
Gee, that's funny.
Homer, maybe we'd better dash right down there and see what they want.
We only have an hour and a half left to study, and my brain's just limbering up.
We can take our notes along with us and study on the way.
But, Henry, it's snowing, and I promised Charlie we wouldn't let them get down.
Well, look, we can put them back in this comic book so they won't get all wet.
But, Henry...
Homer, come on. My father wants to see me down at the Bijou Theater.
Sure.
And after all the trouble I've had this week, I'm playing it safe from now on.
Any luck, Mr. Aldrich?
I'm afraid not, Mr. Harris. We've been up and down your aisle twice, and there's no sign of the boys.
I told you I didn't remember selling them a ticket.
Sam, let's get back to our bridge game.
Look, Mr. Harris, you wouldn't consider putting the house lights on for a minute, would you?
But, Sam, how could we look at the picture?
Well, we're looking for the boy.
Oh, Mr. Harris. Yes, sir. Loge, Oh, it's you. Yes, sir. If you gentlemen will excuse me.
Certainly.
Now, look, I have it right outside my car, Mr. Harris, and I'd like to give you a demonstration. I'm not interested in a demonstration.
Come on,
But,
Will.
Mr. Harris, wants you to see what this machine...
Thanks for your help, Mr. Harris.
Okay, Sam, let's go.
Let's go where?
Back home and play bridge.
Well, we're going to wait outside the theater here until Henry and Homer show up.
But, Sam, they won't show up
I
now.
think they will. Aren't there times when you know exactly what's going on in your son's mind?
There are times when I'm sure something's going on.
If we let them get away with this, do you realize where it'll lead?
Well?
The boy grows up and gets a job, and the first thing you know, he's ducking out and going to a movie.
Yeah?
And the next thing you know, he's fired. With a wife and children to support, he's in the breadline.
Sam, that's terrible. Wait till I get my hands on Homer.
I'm sorry. I just don't have the time right now. But, Mr. Harris, I have a wife and children to support.
As a good example, Will, of what I mean.
Yeah?
I think you'll find that chap didn't worry enough about his foundation.
Is what?
Foundation, Will. What good is a bridge without one?
You're right, Sam. Let's go home and play bridge.
Will.
What?
Here they come. What did I tell you?
Well, I'll be darned.
And buried in a comic book. Henry!
Hello, Father. Hi, Father.
Well, Henry?
Well, Homer?
Father, could you tell me what it is you wanted? We're kind of in a hurry.
You kids are pretty cool, aren't you?
Well, it's snowing, Father.
I don't suppose you recall that you're supposed to be at home studying?
Oh, we've been studying, Father. We've been studying all the way down here.
Sure, you see this comic book?
I see it. Let me have it, please.
Father, wait.
Let me have it. Thank you.
Yeah, but we have to give that back to Charlie.
He's right here in the movie, see? And
Homer, that's a pretty poor excuse.
why?
Henry, I don't want to attract attention by dealing with you now.
Dealing with me, Father? In what way?
I'll attend to the matter tomorrow morning.
Father, what have I done now?
There's a streetcar stopping over there. I want to see you get on it.
Father, listen, we've got to have that comic book.
Homer, get on that streetcar and go home with Henry and finish your studying.
But, Father, what about Charlie?
Henry!
Come on home.
But gee whiz, Henry, what about our notes?
Well, that wasn't a pleasant thing to do, Will, but someday those boys will thank us for it.
Mary, speak louder. I can't hear you. You don't say. You don't say, Mary. You don't say.
here's your father now. You tell the boys to come over here to the Browns and not to worry about a thing.
Come on, Sam. On with the bridge game.
Goodbye, dear.
Well, Alice, I was right.
Oh, you were, Sam?
I sure have to hand it to Sam. He certainly understands boys.
Well, I work hard at trying to understand them, Will.
Well, Sam, you'll have to work a little harder in the future.
What's that?
It so happens that Mary just phoned me and said Henry and Homer have practically gone to pieces over what you did to them.
But all we did...
All you did was take their French notes away from them.
Alice, all we took from them was a comic book.
Sam, they were studying their notes.
At the movies?
Mary told them you wanted to see them down there.
Now, Alice, I've heard a lot of stories, but I hope you don't believe that one.
Sam, the boys had their French notes inside that comic book. And now they have to return them to Charlie Clark.
What's that? What did you say?
Sam, I told you not to toss that comic book into the trash bin.
No,
the
wait.
Trash bin? Sam Aldrich.
Here, Homer, have another glass of ginger ale.
Gee, thanks.
The only thing is, Homer, what time is it?
Now, Henry, you just have another cookie and stop worrying.
But Mother Charlie will be getting out of that movie any minute now.
And I promised him his notes back.
I'm sure your father will be right back with them. Oh, excuse me while I answer the phone.
Listen, Homer, while we're waiting, why don't we go over a few verbs? You know, verbally.
Sure, why not?
Oh, that's a wonderful idea.
And, Mother, would you please help us over a hump?
Certainly. What is it you want to know, Henry?
The first person plural future tense of the verb to be.
To be what, dear?
Why, just, you know, to be. Extra.
Sure.
Oh, that's French, isn't it, dear?
Well, sure.
Yes, I was pretty sure it was French. Well, let's see now. First person plural future tense. Boys, wouldn't it do you more good if you figured it out yourself?
Well, we don't remember it.
Alice, guess who that was on the phone? Sam and Will. And boys, I'm afraid they're going to be a little delayed.
Delayed?
Elizabeth, what happened?
Well, they got down to the Bijou Theater, and it seems the trash bin had been emptied.
Emptied?
But they said you haven't anything to worry about, boys. They're going to keep right on looking.
Oh, boy.
And now, while Henry's waiting, it's a good time to listen to Meredith Wilson and his Talking People.
Hey, it's intermission. Intermission.
Okay, everybody knows it's intermission.
How do they know?
Because you're not Homer and I'm not Henry.
Well, you're certainly not Mrs. Aldrich.
No, I'm not. Meantime, here's your chance to shimmer.
Like Jell-O, America's favorite gelatin dessert?
Yes, sir.
In all 6 delicious flavors?
In all 6 delicious locked-in flavors.
It would be a pleasure.
Starting with strawberry,
raspberry,
cherry,
orange, lemon, lime. Jell. Oh, there's the big red letters that spell Jell-O. And Jell-O spells a treat.
It sure does, because that rich fruit-like flavor is locked right in there by a special process. So it can't get out to your first delectable spoonful.
Delectable.
And the whole Jell-O family is delectable.
For ease and speed and variety, get the Jell-O family.
Don't say dessert, say Jell-O.
Jell-O puddings. Yum, yum, yum.
Don't say dessert, say Jell-O.
Jell-O tapioca puddings. Yum, yum, yum.
Yep, the Jell-O family of desserts. If you don't want to say it, sing it.
Jell. Oh.
And now back to the Aldrich family.
Yes, getting back to the troubles of Henry Aldrich. In his effort to discipline his son, Mr. Aldrich has inadvertently lost the French notes he ordered Henry to study. Notes which the boys promised to return to Charlie Clark. The scene opens in the Browns' front hall. It is later that evening.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello, is that Mr. Prescott, who teaches French at Central High?
That's right. Who's this?
Well, Mr. Prescott, this is Mrs. Aldrich, Henry's mother.
Henry?
Henry Aldrich, the nice-looking boy with the cowlick.
He's in my French class?
Yes, and frankly, he's having quite a bit of trouble.
Trouble? Oh, yes, I know the boy.
You see, he started in studying his French this evening, and he was buckling right down and taking a real interest in it.
You don't say?
Yes, and then...
Excuse me, did you say Henry Aldrich?
Yes, that's right.
He's taken an interest in French?
Yes, of course.
Well, how did that happen?
What's that? Is this Mr. James Prescott?
Will, would you mind looking where you're going?
But the snow's blinding me. I can't see a thing. Where are we, anyway?
Somewhere behind the Bijou Theater.
Sam, are you sure this is where Mr. Harris dumps his waste paper?
Frankly, I'm not sure of anything.
Sam, the whole thing is hopeless. How are we going to find a comic book out here in the dark with all this snow?
We'll just have to keep looking.
But we'll be here all night. You know, Sam, if we stayed home and played bridge in the first place, none of this would have happened.
Now, Will.
Whoop! I'm sorry, Sam. I guess I stepped on you again.
No, you didn't.
I stepped on something. Hey, let me have that flashlight.
Here.
Sam, look.
Will, get your foot out of that bucket.
The only thing is, I can't get it out.
All right, Will, let's not lose our heads. Now then, lift your foot.
Lifted?
So I can get hold of the bucket. All right, now. Brace yourself.
Take it easy, Sam.
Hey, Will, stop dancing around. Now then. Now, pull.
Pull yourself.
Is it starting to give?
No, not yet. Sam, where are you? Sam, where'd you disappear to? Sam!
Homer, isn't that the fastest you can walk?
But look, Hen, hold your head back, see, and let the snow blow right into your face.
Homer.
Better still, open your mouth.
Homer, can't you keep your mind on your foundation for 5 seconds?
On my what?
Look, suppose you're building a bridge, see?
Henry, I'm not going in for building bridges on a night like this.
Just suppose you were, Homer, and you had a weak foundation, and then a truck runs over you, and where are you?
Where?
Floundering around in the water with a whole bridge on top of you.
Henry, do you feel all right?
Hey, this is Mr. Prescott's house, isn't it?
Let's see. 97. Yeah, this is it. Henry, you're sure your mother knows what she's talking about?
Sure, Homer. Mr. Prescott said all we had to do was come over here, and he'd loan us a whole set of French notes.
Boy.
They'll be much better than Charlie's notes, Homer. I think they're Mr. Prescott's own personal ones.
Boy, imagine. Straight from the horse's mouth.
And all we have to do is make one copy for us and one for Charlie.
Yeah, ring the doorbell.
Sure. And, Homer, don't forget to take your hat off when we get in the hall.
But I'm not wearing a hat.
Then brush the snow off your hair.
Well, good evening, Henry. Homer.
Good evening, Mr. Prescott.
Good evening, Mr. Prescott.
I've been expecting you. Come in.
Thank you, Mr. Prescott.
Thank you, Mr. Prescott. Henry, have I got it all off?
What?
My hair. I mean the snow.
Oh, sure, Homer. Come on.
Well, boys, I want to tell you that I got one of the most pleasant surprises of my life this evening.
Oh?
Oh?
Here, let me have your coat, Henry.
I know, but...
Thanks. I'll hang it up here. Yes, sir, Henry, when your mother told me how seriously you were taking your French lessons, I said to myself, Prescott, you were all wrong about those boys.
Gee.
Gee.
Now your coat, Homer.
Well, the only thing is, we're sort of in a hurry. And...
Homer, Mr. Prescott wants your coat.
Oh. Oh, my coat.
There, thanks. Now, come on into the living room, boys. I'll have the French notes for you any minute now.
Any minute?
Here, sit down.
Why, thank you.
Sure, thank you.
You see, I loaned my notes to another student, Charlie Clark.
Charlie Clark?
Yes, and he promised faithfully he'd have them back to me by 10 o'clock.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
But he phoned only a few minutes ago to say he'd been slightly delayed.
Homer.
Henry.
Was anything wrong?
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 Oh, no. Yes. No.
I want you boys to take good care of those notes. They're a rather valuable set.
Mr. Prescott.
Yes, Homer?
That is... Gee, this is a nice place you've got here.
Thanks. Say, while we're waiting, could I offer you boys a glass of ginger ale?
Ginger ale? No, thanks. We couldn't drink a drop of anything.
Mr. Harris, are you sure Henry and Homer didn't show up?
Positive, Charlie.
Oh, but gee, it's after 10 o'clock, and boy, what am I going to do? I promised Mr. Prescott
Well, if you want to wait around another 5 minutes, Charlie, here's something you might like to read.
What?
This comic book.
Atom Smasher Comics?
I fished it out of the trash bin there earlier this evening. Here.
No, thanks, Mr. Harris. I've read it.
Oh, Mr. Harris? Oh, no, not again. Look, Mr. Harris, let's be reasonable, huh? You aren't busy this time of night. Look, what is it you're trying to sell me? It's one of our new machines, sir. And if I could just give you a quick demonstration. All right. Where is it? Out in my car. I'll be right back, sir.
Say, Mr. Harris.
Yes, Charlie?
If you see Henry or Homer, will you tell him to phone me?
Okay, Charlie.
It's a matter of life and death.
Excuse me, Sonny.
I'm sorry, mister.
Now then, Mr. Harris, you see this? Well, it looks just like an ordinary vacuum cleaner to me. That's where you're wrong. This is a special vacuum cleaner, special for theaters. You don't say? Yes, sir. Now, if we can just find some old scrap paper or anything I can demonstrate with. Oh, how about that Atom Smasher comic book? Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Well, what are you going to do with it? I'm going to tear it into bits, into tiny bits, and then we'll scatter the pieces all around like this. Quite a mess, isn't it? It sure is. And then we'll tear up a few of those chocolate bar wrappers. Chocolate drip into tiny little pieces. Now, take it easy. If anybody comes out of the theater and sees this mess...
Oh, Mr. Harris!
Mr. Aldrich! Well, what happened to you? You're all wet.
Frankly, I'm ashamed to tell you.
He fell into a snowdrift.
Now, if you gentlemen would like to watch...
Mr. Harris, do you have any sort of a floodlight we could borrow?
A floodlight? Why?
We can't see a thing out here and back here.
All righty, Mr. Harris, here we go.
There's something very important that we have to find. A certain...
Find what, Mr. Aldrich?
Hey, you, turn that thing off.
Watch it, Mr. Harris, watch it. Eat up these scraps of paper. Did you ever see a vacuum... Excuse me, did you ever see a vacuum cleaner eat up paper like that?
Now, Mr. Harris, have you seen anything of a comic book I threw in your trash bin?
A comic book?
It's a matter of life and death.
Mr. Aldrich, I know exactly where you'll find it.
Sure you're copying it down right?
Sure, keep going, Homer.
Lay Dukes, Dorleans.
Lay Dukes, D-U-C-K-S.
Henry, not Dukes, Dukes.
Oh, sure, Dukes. Okay, what about them?
Sont une famille de plus nobile. Or is it Mobile?
Is it what?
Mobile. You know, as in Memphis.
How would I know? What comes after that?
That's the end of the page.
Well, stay here. I'll see if they pasted the next one together. Father! Father, is the next page ready yet?
Just about. Well, let me have the glue.
But I'm using it.
I just have to glue on this small piece.
Okay, hand me the magnifying glass.
Gee whiz, Father, it's almost midnight and we promised Charlie...
All right, Henry, relax. Your French exam doesn't start till 9 in the morning. Mr. Prescott will have his notes by then.
I know, but...
Here's your next page. It's pretty messy, but...
Thanks, Father. I've got it, Homer.
Sam, there's one thing I still don't understand.
Now, let's be careful. You're blowing the pieces all over the living room.
Sam, do you have a scrap that would fit this space?
Well, I've got enough trouble putting together my own pieces.
Dear, was it absolutely necessary for you to buy that vacuum cleaner?
Now, Alice, an extra vacuum cleaner is a very handy thing to have around.
Sure. And besides, this one's different. It's especially for theaters.
Will. Henry, you can't be finished with that page already.
No, but we just copied out the first sentence, and gee whiz.
What's wrong, dear?
Mother, does this make sense to you? Le Premier Duke Chocolate Drip.
What's that?
Dit a la Atom Smasher, voila.
Goodness.
No, wait a minute.
Now listen, Homer. Listen, voulez-vous? Well, anyway, who you kidding?
Kidding, Henry? Me kidding? I mean, moi.
Sure, how can you bet me 30 cents we'll pass this French exam when I happen to know you haven't got 30 cents?
That's the beautiful part of it, Hen.
What is?
When I win the bet, I'll have 30 cents. N'est-ce pas?
Well, here's a sure bet for you ladies, and that's the hit you make with the family when you serve Jell-O puddings for dessert. Yes, Jell-O puddings. Chocolate, butterscotch, and vanilla. Creamy, rich, and luscious smooth, chock full of old-fashioned homemade goodness. Now, sure, Jell-O puddings are nourishing, made with milk. And sure, they're quick and easy. Cook in about 5 minutes. But the great thing about Jell-O puddings is they taste so swell. And you know that name Jell-O is a trademark, the property of General Foods. And it tells you you're getting a genuine Jell-O product. Remember that when you look on your grocer's shelf tomorrow for Jell-O puddings. And remember, more people buy Jell-O puddings than any other prepared puddings in the world. The Aldrich Family, starring Ezra Stone as Henry, with Jackie Kelk as Homer, is written by Patricia Jowdry and Del Dinsdale, with music by Jack Miller. Mr. and Mrs. Aldrich are House Jameson and Catherine Roth. And this is Dan Seymour in New York saying, the Aldrich Family is brought to you by the Jell-O family.
Everyone's a Jell-O good fellow, a very good Jell-O good fellow, so rich, so tempting and mellow. Jell-O.
Listen again next Thursday, same time, same station, to another sparkling half hour with the Aldrich family.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
And now the Jell-O family presents...
Henry Aldrich.
Coming, Mother.
Yes, it's the Aldrich family, based on characters originated by Clifford Goldsmith and starring Ezra Stone as Henry with Jackie Kelk as Homer. And yes, it's the Jell-O family with its 3 famous desserts. Jell-O in those 6 delicious flavors, Jell-O puddings with that old-fashioned homemade flavor, and Jell-O tapioca puddings, a miracle of goodness, a marvel of speed.
Everyone's a Jell-O good fellow, a very good Jell-O good fellow, so rich, so tempting and mellow. Jell-O.
And now for the Aldrich family. It's difficult to imagine, and even more difficult to remember, either a neighborhood or a home without a typical teenage boy somewhere in it. Henry Aldrich, for instance, is always right in the center of everything. The scene opens in the Aldrich front hall. It is mid-morning.
I'm coming. Well, Willie Marshall.
Hi, Mr. Aldrich. Did you know it's snowing cats and dogs outside?
It's also snowing cats and dogs inside. Come in so I can shut the door.
Sure. I've got special rates for shoveling the last snow of the year, Mr. Aldrich. $1 an hour.
$1?
That shocks you?
It does.
Well, did I mention I have an easy payment plan?
Willie, no plan could make paying $1 an hour easy.
But for snow, that's dirt cheap.
No, thank you. Besides, it isn't necessary to hire anyone. Henry's already out there shoveling our driveway.
He is?
Yes, he started nearly an hour ago.
Well, gee, I guess the snow's coming down so fast I couldn't see him.
So thank you just the same.
Well, that's okay. Would you like some firewood hauled?
No, thanks.
Lamps rewired?
No, thanks.
How about having your house repainted?
What?
I have a tie-in with an uncle.
No, thank you, Willie. And now, if you'll excuse me, I'm helping Mr. Brown make out his income tax return.
Okay, I'll move along. Here, Mr. Aldrich.
What's this?
My card. So long.
Goodbye.
Say, Sam.
I'm coming, Will.
I've been looking over these exemptions. There must be a typographical error.
That's impossible.
But, Sam, according to this form, all I'm allowed to deduct for Homer is $600.
That's right.
After all I go through, Sam, it isn't fair.
Yes, Alice?
Don't you think he's been out there long enough?
Who?
Henry. He'll be simply worn to nothing shoveling all that heavy snow.
I'll get the phone, Mother.
Thank you, Mary.
Alice, don't worry about Henry. Boys have been shoveling ever since the first snowfall.
But when we had his tonsils out, Dr. Bennington warned us not to let Henry overexert.
Henry was 3 years old then.
Dear, it's the easiest thing in the world to have a relapse.
Mr. Brown, that phone call's for you.
Me?
And here's your pot of hot chocolate, Mother.
Thanks, Mary. Here's Sam.
I'll be right back.
You know I don't care for hot chocolate.
Dear, I want you to take it out to Henry.
Alice.
Sam, it's energy food.
Hello?
Will, this is Elizabeth.
Who?
Elizabeth Brown, your wife.
Oh, yes, Elizabeth.
Is Homer over there at the Aldrich's?
Of course not. He's shoveling snow off our driveway.
Well, I did see a dark object out there, but I thought it was a trash can.
Elizabeth, it's about time you began to recognize the difference between your own son and a trash can.
Yes, dear. And, Will, you know how the poor boy suffers from sinus?
Only when there's work to be done.
But, dear...
Elizabeth, let's not coddle Homer.
Will, is that Elizabeth on the phone?
Now, hold on a second, Elizabeth.
Tell her to tell Henry to come right home and to be quick about it.
Is Henry at our house?
Well, he's not here, and our driveway hasn't been touched.
Elizabeth, how many trash cans did you see outside?
One. And excuse me, Will, I've got a pot of hot chocolate on the stove.
What? Henry isn't at our house, Sam.
That's a fine thing. Alice, where's Henry?
Were you calling I, Father?
Henry Aldrich, where did you come from?
The basement. And, Father, did you know our aluminum snow shovel has disappeared?
Henry, we gave that to the government in 1942.
We did? Gee whiz, what for?
We were fighting a war.
With our snow shovel?
Henry.
But, Father, the one I'm using weighs a ton.
No alibis, Henry. If Homer's clearing away the brown snow, the least you can do is clear ours.
Homer is?
That's right, Henry.
Homer?
Did someone call me?
Homer!
Father.
So you were the trash can after all.
Why?
Why aren't you at home shoveling snow?
Because I'm going to help Henry. Then he's coming over to help me.
Oh, you don't say.
Sure. Boy, if there's one thing two people can do faster, it's driveways.
Very well, then. Suppose you start.
Yeah. Now?
Now.
Before we find a lighter shovel?
Homer, start shoveling.
Yes, Father. But gee whiz, you've never seen a snow that weighed so much.
Come on, Will. Let's get back to your income tax.
Father, did I mention the weather report I heard on the radio?
What about it?
They predicted we're practically sure to have sun tomorrow.
Yes?
Or by Saturday at the latest. Good, hot sun.
Well?
Nothing. I just thought I'd mention it.
You know what our trouble is, Sam? Our wives coddle those boys too much.
Not this time, Will. This time Henry's going to finish that job.
Right, Sam. Homer, too.
Father, Mother just put on her boots and shawl, and your old Mackinac went out to the driveway.
What for?
That's what I was wondering. She was carrying the coal shovel.
What?
Alice! Alice, come back in here!
Listen, Henry, be careful.
What'd I do now?
What'd you do? Look at the space I cleared in your driveway.
What space?
That's just it. You threw a shovel full of snow over here, and there goes 15 minutes of work.
Homer, with this shovel, that's as far as I can throw it.
I've been thinking, Henry. How much snow do we take up with each shovelful? 6 inches at the most.
So what?
So if we take one shovel every 10 seconds, do you know how long we'll be?
How long?
I don't know. But I have a date with Agnes tonight, and by the time we're through, I won't be in shape for anything.
Homer, what can we do?
Use our brains.
You think that's practical?
I mean like Tom Sawyer.
Who?
Remember? He got this kid to think whitewashing was so much fun, he did the fence for him and gave Tom an apple besides.
Homer, those things only happen in books. Who'd be dumb enough to fall for a thing like that?
Hiya, fellas.
Oh, boy, here's somebody who's dumb enough. Charlie Clark. Start enjoying yourself, Henry. Start enjoying yourself.
Homer, it won't work.
We can at least try. Boy, Henry, did you ever have so much fun? Wee! Henry.
What?
Wee.
Oh. Wee!
Wee!
What's up, fellas?
Charlie, don't stop us. Boy, are we having fun.
Fun? Homer, have you got sunstroke or something?
Gee whiz, no. Wee!
Wee!
Wee! Oh, boy.
Homer, what happened?
Oh, boy.
Homer, why are you bent over?
It's nothing, Charlie. Didn't you ever laugh so hard you couldn't straighten up?
Henry, does he mean he's really enjoying shoveling snow?
Oh, sure.
You know what I think?
What?
You guys sure have sunstroke, all right. So long.
Charlie, wait.
Imagine thinking a thing like shoveling snow is fun.
But it is, Charlie. Look. Wee!
Homer, he's gone.
Wee.
I told you it only worked in books, Homer.
Well, all I can say is that's a good example of our entire school system.
What is?
Tom Sawyer. They give you a book like that to read, and when you put it to work, what happens? No wonder I flunked French.
French? What's that got to do with Tom Sawyer?
It's all tied together, Henry. It's all tied together.
Come on, we'd better get back to shoveling, or we'll never get done.
Okay. Wee.
Homer, never mind weeing.
Oh, I forgot. Boy, did you ever shovel heavier snow?
Hiya, fellas.
Who's that?
Willie Marshall. Keep shoveling.
Hiya, fellas. What you doing?
Guess.
Okay. Shoveling snow?
You win, Willie. Now would you like to do me a favor?
What?
Jump in the lake.
I can't. It's frozen.
Oh, boy.
I can crack a joke as well as the next guy.
Willie, for the last time, beat it and let us finish.
Say, you guys wouldn't consider...
Consider what?
Gee, no, I guess you wouldn't.
Wouldn't what?
Well, you guys look like you're having so much fun. I was wondering if you'd let me try for a while.
What?
You mean you want a shovel?
I guess you wouldn't consider it, huh?
Sure we would.
Oh, here, Willie, try mine.
Well, gee, thanks. Here, hold this package. Whee!
Henry, do you suppose he's got sunstroke?
Whee! Well, thanks for letting me try, fellas. Here's your shovel.
You're quitting?
When you've just started to enjoy yourself?
Gee, I really don't want to quit. Only I have to deliver this package to my Aunt Mildred, see? And
Willie, you mean you're going to let a little thing like your Aunt Mildred stand between you and the most fun you've ever had in your life?
Well, gee, what can I do?
Willie, look, Willie, suppose Homer and I deliver the package for you.
You would, fellas? You'd really do that for me?
Gee, it'd be a pleasure, Willie. Here's your shovel back.
Well, gee, thanks. Her name's Mrs. Hopkins on Maple Street.
Sure, we know. Come on, Homer.
Well, thanks again, fellas.
You're welcome, Willie. Boy, Henry, it just shows how you can misjudge people. Here I've been going through life thinking Willie was one of the smartest guys around.
I'll say.
And you know what I'm going to do when I get home?
What?
Read Tom Sawyer again. Maybe there's something in there that can help my French.
Hi, Mrs. Hopkins.
Hi, Mrs. Hopkins.
Well, come in, boys. I thought you were my nephew, Willie. I've been expecting him all morning.
Well, that's the whole thing, Mrs. Hopkins.
What is?
Willie got sort of tied up in a little deal and sent us over instead.
You're taking his place?
Oh, sure. Here's your package, Mrs. Hopkins.
Package? Oh, that must be. Wait here. I'll be right back.
Wait, Mrs. Hopkins?
Gee whiz, why does she want us to wait?
She probably wants to give us a little something for delivering the package.
Oh, boy. You mean we're getting paid to boot?
Homer, if she gives us money, naturally, we won't keep it.
Why not?
Because if anyone really deserves it, it's good old Willie.
With all the fun he's having.
Here you are, boys. The brushes are here in the package, and...
But Mrs. Hopkins, what's in this can?
Whitewash.
Whitewash?
Whitewash.
Well, didn't you say you were taking Willie's place?
Well, sure, only...
Well, that's why he was coming over, to whitewash my basement.
What?
Oh, boy.
Henry, we've been swindled.
Sam, what are you doing over there by the window?
Just checking on the boys, Will.
Oh, Homer doesn't look as though he's wheezing, does he?
I can only see one of them from here.
Which one?
It's hard to tell, but he seems to be shoveling right along.
You know, Sam, it sure makes you feel good knowing your son has learned to really stick on the job.
That's right, Will.
Yes, sir. It just goes to show you, Sam, that a mother's a mother. But a father, Sam, every boy really needs a father. After all, who else can teach him how to finish whatever he starts?
Will, speaking of finishing what you start, let's get back to your tax return.
Oh, my return. Well, where were we?
On Schedule D, page 2. Have you got it?
Yeah. Sam, why don't I just tell them how much money I've got left over and let the government take what it needs?
Sam, can you answer the front door?
Very well, Alice. We'll start totaling your deductions.
Oh, but, Sam, that's where I really go to pieces.
Hi, Mr. Aldrich.
Willie, you have already asked me. We don't need our plumbing fixed. Our furnace is
Well,
fine.
gee whiz, Mr. Aldrich, I'm not here for that.
No? Come in.
I've got a path cleared from the sidewalk to your back door, Mr. Aldrich.
What?
Naturally, that's for free, but if I make it wide enough to get your car out, don't you think I'm entitled to a little something extra?
Willie, may I ask why you are doing our driveway?
I made sort of a deal with Henry and Homer.
You don't say.
Yes, sir. You look upset, Mr. Aldrich.
Upset?
If you are, naturally, considering the circumstances, I wouldn't think of charging you full price.
Willie, it won't be necessary for you to clear our driveway.
But, Mr. Aldrich, I made a bargain with the boys.
The boys were in no position to make such a bargain. You may go home, Willie.
Well, gee, if you say so, Mr. Aldrich.
I say so.
Well, if you say so, goodbye.
Goodbye.
If you ever need your pipes thawed out or anything
Yes,
like
Willie, I have your card. Goodbye.
Sam.
Yes, Will. I'm coming.
I can't figure out what... Sam, you look awful. Did you fall down the front steps?
That would have been a pleasure.
What?
Will, the night Henry was born and I found out he was a boy, I had to pinch myself to make sure it was true. But I never realized I'd go through life pinching myself for the same reason.
What's Henry done now?
And it isn't only Henry. Will, you might as well sit down and start pinching yourself, too.
And now, while Mr. Aldrich and Mr. Brown are pinching themselves, let's listen to Meredith Wilson and his talking people.
Oh, intermission, intermission. Meredith, we just love intermission.
Oh, you do? Well, why, may I ask?
Because it's so sharp.
I see.
In less than a minute, we'll be back with Henry and Homer. Shall we, Dan?
Of course. The Jell-O family's famous tapioca polka.
Jell-O, vanilla tapioca. Jell-O chocolate tapioca. Jell-O orange. That means orange coconut.
Jell-O vanilla tapioca. Rich, luscious vanilla. Jell-O chocolate tapioca. Candy good chocolate. And Jell-O orange coconut tapioca. Tangy, refreshing orange combined with tropical coconut. But I don't think you'll like them.
Oh, yes, we will.
No, you won't.
Oh, yes, we will.
No, you won't.
Oh, yes,
okay, I guess you will, then. Everybody loves Jell-O tapioca puddings. Put them on tomorrow's shopping list today. And remember, the big red letters stand for the whole Jell-O family of desserts.
J-E-L-L. Oh, the big red letters stand for the Jell-O family. Oh, the big red letters stand for the Jell-O family. That's Jell-O. Yum, yum, yum. Jell-O pudding. Yum, yum, yum. Jell-O tapioca pudding. Yes, sirree.
And now back to the Aldrich family.
Yes, getting back to the troubles of Henry Aldrich. Sam Aldrich and Will Brown have been shocked to learn that their sons have passed their snow shoveling on to Willie. And Henry and Homer have been tricked into whitewashing a cellar for Willie's aunt. The scene opens in her cellar. It is that afternoon.
Henry, quit. Oh, gee whiz, did I get you again with the whitewash, Homer?
Sure you did, darn you.
Is it my fault the brush splatters?
But look at my sweater. It's practically polka dotted. And boy, it's even in my hair.
Homer, gray hair is very becoming on you.
Where do I lay my hands on Willie?
Look, Homer, we're practically through. Just a couple more feet of this ceiling and we're free men.
Boys, how are you coming along?
Coming along, Mrs. Hopkins? Well, you might say we're there.
You don't say. Homer, you're as white as a sheet. Are you ill?
No, ma'am. Just whitewashed.
So if you don't mind, Mrs. Hopkins, now that we've finished the whitewashing...
Don't you think you ought to take a little rest first?
Rest?
First?
Yes, before you start removing these ashes.
What ashes?
That pile right over there. Just shovel them into those barrels.
But...
And remember, when you've done with that, come upstairs. I got something for you.
Henry, did she say ashes?
Yeah.
That whole pile?
Yeah.
Into those 6 barrels?
Uh-huh.
I'm going home.
Homer, wait.
Henry, I'm not going to kill myself at this stage in my life.
But don't you realize Mrs. Hopkins might give us something?
Henry, money isn't everything.
Besides, we made a bargain with Willie. He'll sue us.
Let him. I'll sue him right back. Out of my way.
Homer, look out for the whitewash.
Oh, boy.
Homer.
Gee whiz, look at my shoes. Now I've got one black one and one white one.
Homer, why'd you put your other shoe in the bucket?
You think I want to look ridiculous?
Oh, boy.
Why, yes, Mrs. Hopkins?
I forgot to ask. Can either of you change a $20 bill?
20?
20?
Yes, I need $5.50.
Oh, boy.
Gee whiz. No, we can't, Mrs. Hopkins.
Oh, well, I'll get it somewhere. Thanks anyway.
Henry, did you hear that? She's giving us $5.50.
Did it sound like that to you, too?
Oh, boy, let me at those ashes.
Then you're not quitting?
Henry, are you crazy?
Attaboy, Homer.
Besides, Henry, it's nice inside work.
You know, Sam, snow was never this heavy when I was a boy.
Careful, Will. You're spilling it down my galoshes.
Wouldn't it be better for their characters if we got into your car and tracked them down and put them back on the job?
No, Will. This way we'll show them how easily the job could have been done if they'd only applied themselves.
Yes, but...
And naturally, I don't propose to let them off scot-free. We'll charge them for doing their work for them and take it out of their allowances.
Say, that's a good idea, Sam. How much do we charge?
Oh, I'd say about 30 cents an hour would be a sharp lesson to them.
30? I can't work for that kind of money. Let's make it 50 and really teach them a lesson.
We'll start shoveling.
Sam.
Now what?
You think Henry's right?
Right, what about?
The sun coming out tomorrow.
Now, Will.
But the sun does such a nice, clean job.
Will, you're as bad as the boys. Now keep shoveling.
Oh! Sam.
Will, stand back until I figure out how to straighten up.
Homer, keep working.
But, Henry, my back's breaking.
Listen, Mrs. Hopkins is going to pay us $5.50, right?
Yeah.
Just as soon as we get these barrels of ashes out to the curb, right?
Yeah.
Well, how else can we get them out there?
Well, Henry, do you realize Mrs. Hopkins' driveway is twice as long as yours?
Sure, I realize it. Now start shoveling this snow or we'll never get done.
Are we moving, Will?
No use, Sam. Your car wheels just keep spinning.
That's a fine pig. Here we are stuck in a ditch miles from nowhere. Well, you shouldn't have told me to take that shortcut.
Now, Sam, don't go blaming everything on me. And besides, things aren't hopeless. Once we get moving and get our hands on that flamethrower, those driveways will be a cinch.
Hey, Will. Look.
It's a snowplow, Sam. Hey!
Hello there. Stop! Stop! Hey, Mr. Aldrich. Gus! Will, it's Gus.
A junk man? Hey, Gus, what are you doing on that plow?
Driving it.
In the junk business?
Not anymore. Sheila decided to retire.
Sheila?
Yeah, my horse. She's been pulling that junk wagon, man and boy, for 15 years. Then, one day last month, she told me she was going to up and retire.
She told you?
Yeah. Me and Sheila was pretty close, you know. After 15 years in the junk business, she just couldn't take it anymore. The bells was giving her headaches.
Look, Gus.
Had a mite trouble here?
Yes, and could you haul us out of this ditch?
Haul you out? Well, I might be able to.
Fine.
Only thing is, I'm just the driver of this plow, not the proprietor.
Gus, we'd be very glad to pay you.
You would?
Yes. How much?
Well, now, first, I'd like to point out that this ain't no ordinary plow that you're hiring.
Yes, I know.
It's the widest one in the state.
Well, that's fine, only...
Clears 2 lanes in one fell swoop, as you might say.
Gus, how does $5 sound?
$5, Sam?
Why, it has a nice ring. How does $10 sound to you?
$10?
Now, just a minute, Gus.
It's I, Henry.
Well, please march straight in here. I want a word with you.
Yes, Mother, and boy, am I worn out.
Henry, I haven't the least bit of sympathy for you. Mary?
Yes, Mother?
Will you bring Henry a nice warm glass of milk?
Is he back? Mother, don't start on him until I get there.
Mother, why didn't Willie do our driveway?
Because, dear, your father sent him away.
What?
And, Henry, why you couldn't do a simple, ordinary job that your father can do in 10 minutes is beyond me.
Father's going to clean the driveway?
Yes, dear, just as soon as he gets back from wherever he disappeared to.
Oh, boy.
And when he finds out that you were clearing Mrs. Hopkins' driveway, he's going to be simply furious.
You heard about that?
Yes, dear, your Aunt Harriet saw you.
Mother, let me explain why I did it.
Dear, I know why. And someday you'll learn that money isn't everything.
But that's just it. We didn't get any money.
What?
Mrs. Hopkins wanted the $5.50 for the laundryman.
Henry, I don't understand a word of this.
Gee whiz, all we got out of it were 2 Cokes and a glass of ginger ale. Flat.
Here's your milk, Henry.
Gee, I don't know whether I've even got enough strength to swallow.
Mother, did you hear a crash outside a few minutes ago?
A crash? No, dear.
Oh, I'm positive I heard something.
Oh, dear, that must be your father. Sam?
Yes, Alice?
Henry, now are you going to get it?
Mary, your father sounds as though he could use a glass of hot milk, too.
But, Mother, just when he's going to...
Mary, please get it.
My goodness, I might as well be an outsider in this family.
I see you're home, Henry.
Yes, Father. And, Father, as soon as my mittens thaw out, I'm going to get started on the driveway.
Don't bother.
Sam, before you fly off the handle, why don't you... Sam, are you taking off your jacket?
Father, if it'll make you any happier, I won't even wait for my mittens to thaw. I'll start right now.
Henry, the driveway is cleared.
It is?
Sam, are you rolling up your sleeve?
I am.
Father, if you're worried that I haven't learned my lesson, gee whiz, I give you my word. Father, you're rolling up both your sleeves.
I am.
And now, Sam?
Alice, would you please go up to our bathroom and get something for me?
You mean your razor strap?
I mean the liniment.
Sam.
No, I never remembered snow being that heavy.
Oh, gee, Father, then you're not...
Henry, suppose you run upstairs and get the liniment.
Yes, Father, and I give you my word. From now on, I'm going to pitch into everything.
Yes, well, now let's not overdo it.
Sam, I thought you controlled yourself beautifully.
Alice, I couldn't very well blame Henry when...
Yes, Sam?
Alice, suppose we just forget it.
Yes, dear. Did you do the whole driveway yourself?
I, had it done, Alice, by Gus.
Gus?
At a slight additional cost.
But how did he do it so quickly?
He had the widest snowplow in the state.
What?
Never mind, Alice. But, you know that fence between our driveway and Kilmer's?
Yes.
What would you think if we removed it and widened our driveway 3 feet?
Boy, Willie, boy, are you a swindler, tricking us into doing all that work at your Aunt Mildred's.
I'll say, Willie, boy.
Who's a swindler? Who's a swindler? I got that idea right out of a school book, so that makes it perfectly legal.
What?
Why?
Sure, that one about a guy whitewashing a fence. Only, of course, I had to spruce up the idea some.
Well, ladies, when it comes to Jell-O, whether you spruce it up with extra fixings or serve it just as is, that rich fruit-like Jell-O is always tops and treats. Yes, those luscious, shimmering Jell-O desserts are lovely to look at and grand to eat in all 6 flavors. Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. Every Jell-O flavor has that famous locked-in goodness. Flavor sealed right in by a special process so it can't get out till your first delectable spoonful. No wonder Jell-O tastes so good it makes you think of the real ripe fruit. No wonder Jell-O is America's favorite gelatin dessert. Look for those big red letters on the box. Those big red letters stand for the Jell-O family. For 39 years now, the Boy Scouts of America has carried on a program of character building and citizenship training. So this coming week, we salute 2,200,000 Boy Scouts as they go forward with their crusade to strengthen the arm of liberty. The more Scouts we have today, the better citizens we'll have tomorrow. The Aldrich Family, starring Ezra Stone as Henry with Jackie Kelk as Homer, is written by Norman Tokar and Ed Jurist, with music by Jack Miller. Mr. and Mrs. Aldrich are House Jameson and Catherine Roth. And this is Dan Seymour in New York saying, the Aldrich Family is brought to you by the Jell-O family.
Everyone's a Jell-O good fellow, a very good Jell-O good fellow, so rich, so tempting and mellow. Jell-O.
Stay tuned for the Burns and Allen Show, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Coming, Mother.
Yes, it's the Aldrich Family, based on characters originated by Clifford Goldsmith and starring Ezra Stone as Henry with Jackie Kelk as Homer. And yes, it's the Jell-O family with its 3 famous desserts. Jell-O in those 6 delicious flavors, regular Jell-O puddings with that old-fashioned homemade flavor, and Jell-O tapioca puddings. A miracle of goodness, a marvel of speed.
Everyone's a Jell-O good fellow, a very good Jell-O good fellow, so rich, so tempting and mellow. Jell-O.
And now for the Aldrich family. "117 Elm Street, Centerville, is your own house, or the house on the next block, or that house right around the corner in your memories. And the important person in and out of it is always a typical teenage boy like Henry Aldrich. The scene opens at the Aldrich breakfast table. It is Saturday morning.
Alice, do we have to?
Now, Sam.
It started out to be such a nice day. The air is brisk, the sun is shining. Why ruin it by discussing Henry's report card?
But, dear, have you seen it?
I signed it.
But have you seen it?
You don't think I signed Henry's report card with my eyes closed, do you?
Yes.
How, Alice?
If you'd looked at it, you'd certainly be more upset. And I'm sure we ought to have his basal metabolism taken.
As what?
His basal metabolism, Sam. It's at the bottom of a lot of things these days.
Not report cards. Alice, there's nothing wrong with Henry that some hard work won't cure. He's just got to learn to stop procrastinating and buckle down.
That's right, dear, and I think you should speak to him about it.
Yes, Alice, I will. Tomorrow.
Why can't you do it today?
Alice, the sun is shining, the air is brisk, and it's Saturday, Henry's day of rest.
Sam Aldrich, if you ask me, you could do with a little buckling down yourself. Henry?
Yes, Mother?
Come in here, please.
Alice.
And, dear, if he has any homework, I think he should do it right now.
You were calling I, Mother?
Yes, dear, your father has something to say to you.
He has? Oh, boy.
I'll answer the phone.
Yes, Father?
Henry, what I want to say is...
Yes, sir?
What I want to say...
Father, if it's going out of your head, I don't mind dropping the whole thing until it comes back.
I haven't forgotten, Henry. Sit down.
Sit down? But, Father...
Henry!
Yes, Father, I'm sat. I mean sit. They're seated.
Henry, your mother and I have just been discussing your report card.
You have? On a nice day like this?
I had the same reaction. Henry, don't you think it's about time you buckled down and started to worry about your schoolwork?
Gee, I do worry about it, Father.
You do?
I give you my word, there's nothing I worry about more.
I'm glad to hear that.
But I'd be glad to do a little extra worrying, if it would ease your mind.
That's very cooperative of you, Henry, but there's one method we ought to try first.
There is? What?
Work.
Work?
Yes.
Father, when you say work, how do you mean that?
Just the way it sounds. Good, hard, industrious effort.
Oh.
I want you to buckle down and really put your mind to your studies.
Yes, sir.
Now, what homework do you have this weekend?
This weekend? Oh, gee, that's the wonderful part, Father. I practically don't have any at all.
None at all?
Well, just a few simple geometry problems. And gee whiz, I can knock those off in 5 minutes.
Good. Suppose you take 5 minutes right now and start knocking.
Yeah, what? But, Father, when I said 5 minutes, I was thinking of 5 minutes Monday morning when my brain will have a whole weekend's rest.
Henry, your mother and I have taken all the procrastinating we're going to. You're not to leave the house until your geometry is done.
But, Father...
Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Sam, could I speak to you out here in the hall?
Yes, Alice. Now get to work, Henry.
Yes, Father. But I'm really much better at homework on Monday morning.
Sam, you didn't tell him to do his homework now, did you?
Yes, why?
That was Homer on the phone, and I'm afraid we've made a terrible mistake.
In what way?
He's on his way over here.
Alice, I'm afraid that's a mistake we can no longer avoid.
Dear, you don't understand. We didn't realize that the boys have a date to go ice skating with Kathleen and Agnes. So wouldn't it be just as well if he did his homework Sunday evening?
Alice, after I ordered him to do it now?
But, Sam, this is Saturday, his day of rest.
Suppose I do this, Alice. Suppose I help him.
You will? Well, that might help. But nevertheless, dear, I'm certainly going to write a note to Mr. Bradley.
Henry's principal, why?
Sam, they have no right to ruin a boy's entire weekend this way, especially on the last good ice skating day of the year. Will you answer that, dear? I'm on the stove.
Hello.
Hello, Sam. This is Will Brown.
Yes, Will.
Sam, I just looked outdoors, and it's a wonderful day.
Yes, isn't it?
The sun is shining. There's that old snap in the air. And I thought, why stay cooped up in the house? Why not call good old Sam and spend the afternoon bowling?
Bowling?
Why not?
You mean why be cooped up in the house when you can be cooped up in the bowling alley?
But, Sam, I have to get out of the house. Elizabeth's trying to get me to shellac the dining room floor.
Shellac it?
Sure. That's her favorite indoor sport, trying to get me to shellac. So what do you say? Aren't you in the mood to bowl, Sam?
Oh, I'm in the mood, all right.
Good. Then suppose you pick me up right away.
Well, I'll tell you, there's a little matter I have to clean up first.
Oh, you mean Alice has stuck you with some job?
No. It's just, Will, it's nothing I can't finish in 5 minutes.
Okay, I'll be waiting for you. So long, Sam.
Goodbye, Will. Henry!
I'm in the dining room, Father, buckling down on my homework.
Good.
Gee, Father, Mother told me about your helping me, and boy, I certainly appreciate
That's
it.
quite all right. Now, let's get started.
Hey, Henry. Gee, sounds like Homer.
Doesn't sound like anyone else.
Hi, Hen. Hi, Mr. Aldrich. Boy, what a day. What a day.
Homer.
Is that an apple in that fruit bowl?
Homer, don't bite it. It's wax.
It is? Boy, what a day. Come on, Henry, let's go.
Let's go?
Sure, aren't we meeting the girls at 12?
Well, first, Homer, there's a little matter my father and I have to get out of the way.
What little matter?
My geometry homework.
You're going to do that now? What do you do Monday during lunch?
Homer, the fewer interruptions we have, the quicker we'll finish. So would you please sit quietly in the corner?
Yes, sir.
Now, Henry.
Henry, did I tell you about that trick Agnes and I worked out?
Homer, if...
We're skating along gracefully, see? And then all of a sudden she grabs me by the wrist and throws me over her shoulder.
Homer,
And when I come down there, she is to grab me again.
Homer!
Yes, Mr. Aldrich. I'll shut up.
Good. Now...
Is that banana wax, too?
It is.
Oh. The pear, too?
Homer, I'm sure Mrs. Aldrich must have something edible in the kitchen.
Yes, sir. You don't mind my leaving?
Not a bit.
You won't be long, will you, Hen?
No, gee, if we buckle down, we'll be through in no time.
Henry, how many problems have you done so far?
How many? Well, there's one in particular I'm sort of stuck on.
Which one?
The first.
I see. Well, let's get to work on it.
Yes, sir. Just as soon as I get this lampshade fixed.
What's wrong with it?
Well, gee whiz, did you ever notice how it tilts? Boy, you can hardly concentrate. Excuse me.
Where are you going?
To get a pair of pliers so we can work with a free mind.
Henry, sit down.
Yes.
You'll never get anywhere if you keep on procrastinating.
Yes, sir.
Now, what's the problem you're stuck on?
Farmer Gray has a field that is 900 feet on one side, 800 feet on the parallel side, and the remaining sides are 100 feet each. If the field is in the shape of a trapezoid, what is the area?
Henry, that can't be right.
But I copied it right off the blackboard, Father.
The field is in the shape of a what?
Trapezoid.
Oh. Oh, trapezoid. Well, that shouldn't be hard. Do you have your pencil, Henry?
Yes, sir.
And your ruler and your paper?
Yes, sir.
All right, then, Henry. Now, first tell me, what is a trapezoid?
What is it?
Well, Henry, you can't expect to find the area unless you know what it is.
But, Father, that's the whole thing. I don't even remember Miss Bennett ever even mentioning trapezoids.
Hey, Ken, do either of you have a nutcracker on you?
A nutcracker?
All your mother had to eat that wasn't in a can with these walnuts.
Homer, you'll find my hammer in the basement.
Yes, sir. Henry, do you think you'll be through by the time I'm all cracked?
Homer, just run along.
Yes, Mr. Aldrich, I'll leave you alone.
Let's hurry, Henry. Suppose you look up trapezoids. Where's your math book?
Why, in my lunchbox.
You're having it for lunch?
No, sir, I put it in there so I'd be sure not to forget to bring the book home from school.
Well, please get it.
Well, that's just it. I forgot my lunchbox.
You don't have a book at all?
No, sir. So couldn't you just tell me what a trapezoid is?
A trapezoid, of course. Now, as I remember it, a trapezoid is a sort of...
Yes, Father?
Henry, you'll never learn by my telling you. The thing for you to do is look it up.
But where, Father?
Doesn't Homer have a geometry book?
Sure, but it's probably at his house.
Well, ask him to get it.
But, Father...
And please hurry, Henry. A certain gentleman is waiting for me on a very urgent matter.
Oh, hello, Alice.
Elizabeth, I'm writing a letter to Mr. Bradley, and I wondered if you'd be interested in signing it, too.
What sort of a letter, Alice?
About the amount of homework they give the boys. I say, Dear Mr. Bradley, as one of your mothers, I'm deeply concerned about my son's weekend.
Henry has homework over the weekend?
Yes.
Well, isn't Homer lucky? He never has any.
But are he and Henry in the same class?
That's true, they are. He must have homework.
I should think so.
You know what Homer's trouble is. He takes after Will, always putting things off.
He does?
Alice, I'd hate to tell you how long I've been after Will to shellac my dining room floor. I asked him this morning, and he said he's going bowling with Sam.
Sam? Sam's going bowling?
Isn't he?
Well, right now he's working on a trapezoid with Henry.
You don't say. Well.
Elizabeth.
Oh, my goodness, it's Will. I better hang up before he gets away.
All right. Goodbye, Elizabeth.
Goodbye. Will, I'd like to speak to you.
Elizabeth, have you seen my bowling shoes?
Your bowling shoes, they're in my broom closet.
What are they doing there?
They're so comfortable to do housework in.
Elizabeth.
And anyway, Will Brown, you won't need them.
Why not?
If Sam Aldrich can fix Alice's trapezoid, you can shellac my floor.
Fix her what?
Oh, don't stand around asking questions. Suppose you start.
But, Elizabeth, it's too humid to shellac.
You used the same excuse in July.
But, Elizabeth...
Will Brown, how would you like to have sweetbreads for dinner every day from now on?
Sweetbreads? Elizabeth...
Well, you're going to get them if that floor isn't done today.
But Sam will be here any minute. Elizabeth!
Mother, have you seen my geometry book anywhere?
Where did you put it?
I don't remember. I always put things like that right out of my mind as soon as I get home on Friday.
Well, I haven't seen it. And Homer...
Oh, there it is on the hall table. Excuse me.
Wait a minute, Homer. Didn't you promise to help me shellac the dining room floor?
Sure. When the time came that you couldn't get out of it.
Well, the time has come. Now get the brushes and let's start.
But, Father...
Homer, start shellacking and shut up.
Henry, go back and look through that encyclopedia again.
Gee whiz, Father, I did 4 times, and I give you my word, trapezoid's nowhere in there.
Henry, it must be. Everything's in the encyclopedia.
But it isn't. It goes from trapani to trap shooting. Oh, I know. Remember when little cousin Bertram visited us last summer?
What about it?
Boy, if there was one thing he liked to do, it was cut pictures out of books. Do you suppose he took trapezoids with him?
That's a fine thing. Let me at that phone.
Father, who are you calling?
Mr. Cleary, my accountant, and find out once and for all what a trapezoid is.
Number, please.
Elm, 494.
Do you think Mr. Cleary can help us?
If he can't, no one can. I've never seen anyone who could do the things with figures that he can.
Hello?
Oh, hello, Mr. Cleary. This is Mr. Aldrich.
Why, hello, Mr. Aldrich. I've been trying to get you all week. Every time I call your office, you're in conference.
Yes,
We
I
don't
know.
have too much time left to get your books in order.
Yes, I know, and I'm very anxious to have them out of the way, naturally.
You
but-
are? Good. Well, I'll be right over.
What?
All I have to do is get your books together and sharpen my pencil.
But, Mr. Cleary...
I don't usually work on Saturdays, but if we buckle down, we should be through in 2 or 3 hours.
2 or 3?
Goodbye.
Mr. Cleary, come back. Mr. Cleary, I don't have time to. Mr. Cleary, I'm in conference.
Homer, that's the oldest mistake in the world.
But, Father, I thought you were leaving room down at your end for us to get out.
You thought I was leaving room. Now we're stuck in the middle of the dining room floor, surrounded by wet shellac. Elizabeth!
Will, do you have to shout all up? Well, wouldn't you know it?
Elizabeth, let's be constructive. Get us out of here.
Dear, I'm afraid you'll have to stay there until the shellac dries.
What?
And while you're there, Homer, here, catch. Oops. If Henry can do his homework, you can do yours.
But, Elizabeth, what about me?
You can help Homer.
Help Homer?
Father, gee whiz, Mother, have a heart.
Do you see it, Henry?
Could you boost me higher, Father?
There. Is it on that top shelf?
No, Father.
Well, that's a fine thing. I was positive I saw it out here in the garage.
Oh, gee whiz, Father, what good is a mechanic's handbook at a time like this?
It might cover trapezoids.
But, Father, do you realize it's past 12?
I realize it, Henry. I realize it very well. And we're not going to waste any more time. What's the name of your math teacher?
Miss Bennett. Why?
We're going straight over to her house and ask for help.
Miss Bennett? Do you think that's wise?
Wise?
I mean, asking her to see me on a weekend, considering what she goes through all week.
Henry, come along. Oh, back in the garage, Henry. Quick.
Mr. Aldrich! Mother, what's wrong?
Sam, are you
That's Mr. Cleary. If he gets his hands on me, I'll be trapped for the rest of the day. Henry, get behind the car.
Sam?
Mr. Aldrich!
Henry, keep down.
Sam! I'm afraid he isn't out here, Mr. Cleary.
Well, that's strange. He told me he was very anxious to get those books audited.
Mr. Cleary, you don't suppose he meant for you to meet him at his office, do you?
You think so?
Well, perhaps you ought to drive down there.
Perhaps I'd better. Let me close those garage doors for you.
Mr. Cleary, you didn't snap the padlock, did you?
Yes. Why?
Well, it's just that the lock's gotten terribly rusty, and Mr. Aldrich keeps putting off oiling it. One of these days, we're not going to be able to get it open at all.
Hello?
Elizabeth, this is Alice. Is Will there?
Why, yes, Alice, only...
Could you send him over to our house right away?
But he's still in the middle of his shellac.
What?
Alice, what's wrong?
Our car seems to have a short circuit in the horn. It just keeps blowing and blowing.
Oh, my.
And it's locked in the garage, and Sam's disappeared.
Alice, Gus is here now. I'll send him over.
Would you? Thank you, Elizabeth. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Gus? Oh, Gus.
Yeah?
Could you go over to the Aldrich's? Their car horn is stuck and the garage door is locked.
Oh, sure thing.
Goodbye, Gus.
Mother.
Homer, how did you get out of the dining room?
Mother, never mind me. It's Father.
What happened?
We were standing there in the middle of the room, see, and Father said he couldn't stand being cooped up with me and Trapezoids both, so he did it.
Did what?
He tried to jump from the middle of the dining room to the living room doorway.
Oh, dear.
And you know what happened?
Of course, he didn't make it.
Mother, that isn't the point. He was carrying his pot of shellac when he jumped.
Henry, do you see Miss Bennett anywhere on the ice?
Not yet, Father, but I'm keeping my eyes open. Are you still upset?
Henry, I'd rather not discuss it.
Yes, sir.
But you'd think Gus could have gotten us out of the garage without breaking down the door with an axe. Henry, what does Miss Bennett look like?
Gee, you can't miss her. She's sort of... Well, gee, she's very healthy.
Healthy? How?
Why, in a big way.
I see.
Henry Aldrich!
Oh, boy. Kathleen.
So you finally showed up. You realize it's nearly 3 o'clock?
Kathleen, let me explain.
That's not necessary. And it might interest you to know that Agnes and I had a wonderful time skating with Charlie Clark.
Charlie?
Yes. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going over to see if Charlie's resting comfortably.
Something happened to him?
Agnes threw him over her shoulder, and she wasn't there when he came down.
Kathleen, listen.
Goodbye, Henry Aldrich.
But, Kathleen...
Never mind, Kathy, Henry. Look over there. Is that Miss Bennett?
Where? Well, gee whiz. Father, do you think a math teacher should go around in public doing figure eights?
Is that what she's doing?
She's trying to. Miss Bennett. Oh, Miss Bennett.
Miss Bennett!
Who's that?
I'm Miss Bennett. Henry Aldrich. Could I please speak to you?
Oh, stop me, Henry. Stop me.
Father, quit.
I got you.
Oh, my.
There.
Thank you very much. Isn't this fun?
Miss Bennett.
Henry, don't let go of my elbow. I'm not too steady.
Miss Bennett, I'm Henry's father.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Aldrich? Would you believe it? I haven't been on skates in 10 years.
You haven't?
Miss Bennett, we have a problem.
Yes.
That is, Henry has a problem. That is, well, I know it isn't ethical, but we're sort of stuck on that trapezoid.
Trapezoid? What trapezoid?
The one that's our homework for Monday.
Henry, did I give a problem about trapezoid?
Gee whiz, sure, you wrote it on the blackboard.
I did. I haven't taken up trapezoids with the class yet.
What?
She hasn't taken it up. Oh, boy.
I meant to get into them this past week, but somehow I just put it off and put it off.
Miss Bennett, do you mean to say...
Mr. Aldrich, you're letting go of my arm.
Father!
Miss Bennett!
Sam,
Yes, Alice.
are you all right on the couch?
I'm fine.
Is that easy chair comfortable, Henry?
Yes, Mother.
Would either of you like another blanket?
No, thank you.
No, thanks, Mother.
Well, I just want you both to know I think it was a very brave thing to do.
Brave?
Yes, pulling Miss Bennett out of the water like that.
We didn't do it to be brave. Miss Bennett was holding on to us for dear life. We rescued her in self-defense.
Dear, I know better.
Father, are you really going to take me out of school if Miss Bennett stays at Central High?
I haven't decided.
Sam, don't you think you ought to cool off first?
Alice, I'm as cooled off as I'll ever be.
Incidentally, Sam, did you find out what a trapezoid is?
Yes, Alice, a trapezoid is a trapezoid, well, Alice, do you see that lampshade over the dining room table?
The one that sort of tilts?
Yes, that's a perfect example of a trapezoid.
You know, Father, it just occurred to me. It's been hanging over our heads all day.
In here, Homer. Well, I'll get the phone. I can, old-timer. Here's my geometry book.
Boy, Homer, you sure took your time.
I couldn't help it. My father and I just got through cleaning off the walls.
The walls?
Boy, you should have seen the way his can splashed when it landed.
Gee, Homer. Homer, what's this all over your book?
Shellac.
What?
If you think that's in bad shape, you ought to see my father. My mother says it's the first time in his life he got his hair to stay down.
Sam, that was Mr. Cleary on the phone.
Cleary?
Yes, he called to say you weren't at the office either.
Alice, what did you tell him?
I told him you were flat on your back.
Good.
So he said not to let you up. He'd be right over with the book.
What? Alice!
Here's hoping you'll be in your living room in ours next week at the same time. Good night, folks.
The Aldrich Family, starring Ezra Stone as Henry with Jackie Kelk as Homer, is written by Norman Tokar and Ed Jurist with music by Jack Miller. Mr. and Mrs. Aldrich are House Jameson and Catherine Roth. The Aldrich Family, based on characters originated by Clifford Goldsmith and starring Ezra Stone as Henry with Jackie Kelk as Homer.
Henry Aldrich.
Coming, Mother.
And now for the Aldrich Family. The phrase, never a dull moment, certainly describes a day in the life of a typical teenage American boy like Henry Aldrich. And it more than describes what happens to everyone who comes in contact with him. The scene opens in the Aldrich front hall. It is late afternoon.
You? Anybody here?
Hello, Alice.
Sam, what are you doing home?
I finished early at the office. Where have you been, Alice?
Why, out. Just out.
Did you have a good time?
Lovely. As soon as I take my hat off, dear, I'll make us a cup of tea.
That'll be nice. Was anyone with you?
Where, dear?
Out.
No, I was all by myself.
Oh. Not that I care where you went, Alice. Naturally, your time is your own, but you look a little funny.
I do? Well, Sam...
Yes?
That is... Did you have an interesting day, dear?
Fairly interesting.
Oh, that's good.
Did you?
Oh, yes, I had the most... I'll go and make the tea.
Alice, where were you?
Why, Sam, I wasn't going to tell you just yet, but I'm so excited I've been to an auction sale.
I hope you didn't buy anything.
Now, dear, you know perfectly well I bought something.
All right, let's have it.
Well, they're sort of chairs.
What kind of chairs?
Why, they're the kind that they'd be just grand in any place we put them.
How many chairs?
How many? Sam, they're genuine early American, and it sounded as though they went back to 1840.
They went where?
And they were awfully cheap, dear, and there's a good deal of wood on them, I know that.
I see.
But, dear, before you set your heart on them, they may not be chairs.
What?
Sam, I was way at the back of the hall, and there was a woman with a feather right in front of me.
Yes?
So I'm not quite sure what I bought.
What?
In the living room,
Browns.
What Browns?
The Homer Browns. Gee whiz, guess what happened to them?
What, Henry?
I don't know.
What?
I just ran into Willie Marshall, and he said something practically unbelievable happened to them.
And he didn't say what it was?
He doesn't know either. But, boy, it's all over town, so somebody ought to know. I'm going to phone Agnes.
Well, that's odd. I had lunch with Will Brown today, and he didn't mention anything.
Well, whatever's happened to them must have... Oh, my goodness. Is that a truck pulling into our drive?
It looks like it.
Sam, that must be my chairs.
Alice, walk. Don't run.
Come and see them, dear.
117 Elm Street, Aldrich?
That's right. Just set them right down here. Oh, my, aren't they beautiful?
All right, Alice. What are they?
Look, Sam, they are chairs, ladder backs.
Well, here, our lady, sign here.
Yes, of course.
Thanks. So long.
Goodbye, and thank you. Sam, look. 5 dining room chairs. Genuine antiques. Aren't they beautiful?
Grand. Just grand.
Oh, I'm so glad you like them, dear.
Oh, I do. There's just one small point I'd like to bring up.
Yes?
We already have a set of dining room chairs.
Now, isn't that just like a man?
It is.
Dear, there are all kinds of places we can use them.
Such as?
Such as... And besides, Sam, these chairs are really a wonderful investment.
Are they?
Of course they are, dear. Antiques always have a high resale value. Didn't you know? And you always said I don't have a good head for business.
But, Alice...
Come on, dear. Let's go in the living room and take a look around.
What for?
Well, maybe there's something we can get rid of to make room for the chairs.
Now, Alice, we're not going to start throwing out my favorite furniture.
No kidding, Agnes. Oh, boy. Yeah, well, goodbye, Agnes. Gee whiz, the way Agnes understands, it's Homer's uncle who died.
Oh, that's too bad.
No, it isn't. He left a will or something. Agnes says she hears the Browns have inherited a couple of fortunes.
Henry, aren't you being rather mercenary?
I know, but... Well, gee whiz, do you realize what that means?
Dear, you're entirely too excited.
But, Mother, don't you agree it's pretty wonderful when your best friend suddenly becomes successful?
I'll answer the phone.
Henry, I want you to go and comb your hair.
Comb my hair? Just when Homer's fallen into some money?
Hello?
Hello, Sam. This is Will Brown.
Well, I just heard the news. Which brother was it?
What's that?
Or was it your uncle?
Whose uncle? Is this Sam Aldrich?
Will, didn't you just come into some money?
Well, yes, but...
And I want you to know how sorry I am.
Sam, what are you talking about? There's nothing new wrong with my brother.
Oh, then what's this story that's going around town?
Well, how should I know? You tell me.
Never mind.
Hey, look, Sam, why don't you and Alice join us for dinner at the Mansion House tonight?
The Mansion House?
On us, Sam, on us.
That sounds like a good idea.
That is provided I can reserve a table.
Well, Alice and I can provide the chairs.
It's funny you should mention chairs, Sam. That's where we picked up some money today.
Oh?
Elizabeth unloaded an old set of chairs on some sucker at an auction sale.
Well, now, Will, isn't that... Well, what was that again?
The 5 old chairs, Sam, that we got stung on 15 years ago, and they've been kicking around in our attic ever since.
Will...
Some fella told us they were genuine antiques.
Will, what exactly do these chairs look like?
Oh, sort of early American ladder-back jobs with straw seats.
And knobs all the way up the legs?
The ugliest things you ever saw.
Yeah.
I'd sure like to see the expression on the face of the poor guy that got them.
Well, I don't think we'll be able to make it for dinner tonight after all.
No, why not?
Frankly, I suddenly don't have much of an appetite. Henry, never mind making whirlpools with the cream. Just eat your cereal.
Sure, Father, I'm eating it. Only, frankly, I'm a little worried about Mother.
What about me?
Ever since last night, you've been looking kind of sad.
Henry, finish your breakfast. You'll be late for school.
No, I won't, Mother. There's plenty of time before Homer gets here.
Homer's coming over?
Sure to call for me. Mother, look, are you worried about something I've done?
Of course not, Henry.
Henry, will you run upstairs and get me a handkerchief?
Isn't that a handkerchief there in your coat pocket?
Please get me another one.
You want 2 handkerchiefs?
I feel a cold coming on.
But, Father...
Now, please
sure,
go.
Father, I'd be glad to go.
I don't want Henry to know a thing about those chairs.
He doesn't, dear.
And I don't want Homer to know about them either. He'll trot straight back to Will with the news.
Now, Sam...
Don't you understand? I'll never be able to look Will Brown in the eye again.
Is that why you hid the chairs down in the coal bin?
Yes. And I want you to get rid of them today. Do you understand?
But, Sam, have
Have you looked at it this way? The longer you keep antiques, the more valuable they become.
But, Alice, those chairs are not antiques.
But, dear, they will be if we keep them long enough.
Alice.
Here's your handkerchief, Father, and some aspirin.
Aspirin? What for?
Gee whiz, you're cold. Here, I'll pour you a glass of water.
Henry, I don't need any water.
You mean you just swallow them straight?
Hey, Henry.
I'll be right there, Homer. Goodbye, everybody.
Henry, come back here.
What is it, Father?
Henry, naturally, if you're walking to school with Homer, you'll be talking to him.
Sure.
Well, then remember this. If he asks you any questions about the family, you know nothing. Absolutely nothing.
About what?
Nothing.
Nothing? Father, is something wrong?
No, of course not, Henry.
But no matter what Homer asks you, just don't answer him.
Hey, Hen, we're going to be late for school.
I'm coming, Homer. Goodbye, everybody.
Don't forget your books.
I won't, Mother. Goodbye.
Hi, Hen. Have a gumdrop.
Homer, are you asking me? Because if you are, I know nothing.
About what?
Never mind. Let's have a gumdrop.
Hey, you don't have to take the whole word.
But look at the size bag you have.
Boy, that's nothing. Wait till you see what I've got in my pocket.
Yeah?
Look, licorice, bubble gum, cigars.
Cigars?
Shall we cross the street?
Cigars?
Sure, they're solid chocolate.
Boy, what happened? I thought my father said your uncle didn't die after all.
He didn't, but we had a windfall just the same. This morning, my father called me in and said, Homer, how about stepping up your allowance this week?
He did?
I'll say. And listen, why don't you ask your father to do the same thing?
Now, wait, Homer. What are you trying to pump me about?
Pump you? How?
Well, I've noticed. All you've done is ask me questions. Why doesn't my father increase my allowance? Will I have a gumdrop? Shall we cross the street? Exactly what is it you're driving at?
Are you crazy?
See that? There's another question. Well, let me tell you, my folks told me to keep my mouth shut, and I'm going to.
You mean it's that bad?
Homer, if you'll change that from a question to a statement, I'll tell you. Otherwise, you'll just have to wonder.
Okay, things at your house are pretty bad, aren't they? I mean, things are bad. Boy, they sure are.
Do you know what I overheard my mother tell my father last night? She said she wouldn't ask him for 1 cent to run the house on for the next 6 weeks.
Yeah?
And she said she had a good head for business, too.
Why'd she say a thing like that?
Maybe she's going to help my father out. Gee, maybe I ought to find a way to help out, too.
Henry, you're the very guy I want to talk to. How'd you like to go into business with me?
What business?
Look, I'm not asking you this, I'm telling you. Did you know there's a terrific demand for second-hand furniture and junk?
Huh?
Whatever you can dig up, somebody is darn fool enough to pay money for.
Homer, since you're not asking me would I like to go into business with you, my answer is yes, I would.
If you'll just come with me, Mr. Smith.
Uh-huh.
The chairs are right here in the coal bin. There they are.
Uh-huh.
As you see, they're ladder backs.
Uh-huh.
And quite old, I believe.
Uh-huh.
Mr. Smith, I'll be perfectly honest with you. I paid $25 for them.
Well, you got a good buy. These are valuable chairs.
What?
Yes, ma'am.
You don't say... Wait until my husband hears that. He insists I have no business sense.
Where's the 6th chair?
I only have 5.
Oh, too bad. If you had the set of 6, I could pay you $65 for them.
You would? As much as that?
If you had 6.
Oh, my goodness.
5 are worthless.
Worthless?
To me, they are.
Oh.
Uh-huh.
Now, wait. It just occurred to me, Mr. Smith, there's the slightest possibility I might be able to get the other one.
Yes?
The couple who used to own them might have it kicking... That is, lying around.
Homer, are you sure that auction sale is going on for 2 more days?
Positive. Come on, haul a sack in here.
Okay, but what's in your room you can sell?
If we look around in corners and underneath things, we might find anything.
Hey, I know. Where's your stuffed rattlesnake?
Under the bed. Only you know what I was thinking of selling?
What?
The bed.
Homer, you mean you'd auction off your own bed?
Sure. My mother heard of one that brought $100 at yesterday's sale.
No kidding.
Of course, it was hand-carved.
Yeah, but the only thing carved on your bed is your initials.
So what? Somebody might come along with the same initials and be crazy about it.
But supposing you did get $100 for the darn thing, what would you sleep on?
Who'd want to sleep?
I know, but
And besides, Henry, aren't we trying to raise money to help your folks?
Yeah.
Okay, then. After all they've done for me, the least I can do in return is sleep on the floor.
Homer, my father will certainly appreciate it,
Henry, who's that out in the hall?
but I don't see anyone.
It was a woman of some kind. She was sort of tiptoeing along. All of a sudden, she slid into my mother's bedroom.
You suppose it's a cleaning woman?
Here she comes out again.
Well, hello, boys.
Mother, is that you?
Your father and I dropped in for a little visit with the Browns. My, what a lovely room you had here, Homer. Well, my goodness.
What's the matter, Mrs. Aldrich?
Homer, that little stool with a straw seat over there in the corner, it looks like...
Well, that's the seat part of an old chair we used to have.
What?
Mother, what's the matter?
Homer, where's the rest of it?
The back part? My father uses it for a pipe rack.
You don't say... Oh, my. Homer, I suppose you're quite attached to that lovely little stool?
No. Gee whiz, I only use it to rest my foot on when I'm shining my shoes.
Really?
Sure. And I hardly ever do that.
Oh, that's wonderful.
I wish my mother took that attitude.
And the back of the chair is your father's pipe rack?
Sure.
Well, will you excuse me, boys? I'm going downstairs and speak to your father.
Henry, do you think your folks have lost their home and they're moving in here with us?
Gee whiz.
Gee.
Homer, you're putting that old stool in the bag?
Sure. We're going to sell it at the auction.
That darn thing?
Why not? If it looked good to your mother, it might look good to somebody else.
You're crazy.
Now listen, Henry. Do you really want to help your folks or don't you?
Yes, getting back to the troubles of Henry Aldrich. Alice and Sam Aldrich discovered that the 5 antique chairs she had bought at auction were worthless without the 6th, which they are now trying to get from the Browns. As a result, Henry and Homer believe Henry's parents are in financial difficulties. The scene opens at the Browns. It is a little later the same day.
As I was saying, Will, I've certainly become attached to that pipe rack of yours.
That darn thing.
Yes, it sort of grows on you. Why, it was only 5 minutes ago I first laid eyes on it.
It took 15 years for it to grow on me.
Is that right? I certainly wish it were mine.
But, Sam, you smoke cigars, don't you?
I've suddenly taken up pipes.
What do you know? I thought pipes made you deathly sick.
Well, they used to, but not anymore, Will.
Well, then here. Let me make you a present.
What?
Here's a pipe I've never touched. My wife's brother sent it to me. I wouldn't smoke it with a 10-foot pole.
But, Will...
It's yours, Sam. And here's some new tobacco I picked up. Yeah, I'll fill it up for you.
But you see, Will...
Sam, would I ever give you anything if I really wanted it? There. I hope I haven't packed the tobacco in too tight.
Oh.
Here's a light.
Thank you, Will. Thank you very much.
Now, there's a smoke with authority, huh?
It certainly is. The only thing is, now I really need a place to keep this pipe.
What, Sam?
I'll buy that pipe rack from you, Will.
Well...
Sam, did you... Well, what are you two so busy talking about?
Why, we're simply...
Sam, I never saw you smoke a pipe before.
You didn't? Well, you're seeing me do it now.
Where have you been, Alice? Out in the kitchen with Elizabeth?
No, I just went back upstairs to... Sam, do you feel well?
Yes, I feel... Isn't it just a little close in here?
Oh, you noticed it, too. Here, let me go open the front door for a minute.
Sam, it's gone.
What's gone?
The stool up in Homer's room, the other half of that pipe rack.
It is?
Dear, don't you even care?
Care?
Sam, I'll tell you what. If you want that doggone pipe rack so much, I'll sell it to you. Yes, sir. Give me a $10 bill and we'll call it square. Sam?
Sam? Sam, speak to me.
Sold for 25 cents to the boy with the lady in the sailor pants.
Gee whiz.
Now, if you just wait a minute while we get the next few items up on the platform.
Boy, Henry, did you see that? 25 cents for my old left roller skate.
Imagine, aren't people dumb?
I'll say, boy, they'll buy anything.
And now we come to this very interesting item.
Homer, it's your
We
stool.
have here...
The one my mother was so crazy about.
We have here,
boy.
folks, a very valuable-looking, well, it might make a fine milking stool.
Or for shining shoes?
Did I hear a bit or two?
No, gee whiz, I just
Homer,
said...
keep quiet. Hey, he didn't say two.
Two I have. Who'll make it $3?
Oh, boy.
Do I hear $3? $3 is bid. $3 is bid. $3 is bid. Who'll make it $3?
Sure, who'll make it $3?
You will? Fine. $3 I have.
No!
Homer, what are you doing?
$3 I'm bid for this unique and fascinating little, item here. $3 is bid. I'm bid $3. $3, who'll make it $4?
Henry, what'll I do?
No one says $4? Well, it looks as if the young man in the front row is in luck.
Who, me?
Going for $3?
Henry, it's costing me $3.
Going twice?
It's my own stool.
It's going for... Hey, what's the commotion back
Homer,
there?
what's happening?
Will the gentleman who just came in please find a seat? Perhaps he'd like to bid on this object.
Yes. Henry, somebody wants to buy it.
The bid stands at $3.
Oh.
I can't accept the 50-cent raise, sir.
Why not?
There's a young fella here in the front row who's very eager to have this stool.
No, I'm not honest.
$10.
What?
That's more like it. Sold for $10 to the gentleman without a seat in the rear.
Homer, who must have bought the stool?
I don't know. I can't see back that far.
Gee, you know, if I didn't happen to know my father was having financial difficulties, I'd swear it sounded like him.
Oh, excuse me. Could you help me right away, please? I want to have this chair... Why, Gus.
Afternoon, Mr. Aldrich.
I thought this was the cabinet maker's.
It is.
But, Gus...
I'm the new apprentice.
Apprentice?
Yeah. You know, they take on young fellas and teach them the trade.
But, Gus, last week you were an exterminator.
Yeah, I give it up.
Is that so?
Yeah. There I'd be, and there a poor little ant would be, and I'd give a whoosh. And there I'd be, and the little ant wouldn't be. I give it up, Mr. Aldrich.
I see.
Went against my nature.
Well, Gus, you see this chair?
Is that what it is?
Well, it used to be. Now, can you take this stool part
That reminds me of a chair I fixed once for my Aunt Hepzibah. What a wreck.
It was?
No, she was.
Gus, look, the chair wasn't really damaged.
Wasn't damaged? Oh, yes, it was. My Uncle Horace, he went clear through it.
The back part was used for a pipe rack, you see.
No. Couldn't have been used for that. Because Aunt Hepzibah, she never smoked.
What's that?
Leastways, not a pipe.
Now, look, Gus.
Although her mother, Great Aunt Jezebel, 96 she was, she wouldn't be caught without a corncob.
Now, wait a minute, Gus.
Well, Sam, there go the chairs.
Thank goodness. I hope I've seen the last of them.
You look tired, dear.
Alice, do you realize I went through 3 generations of Gus's families to get that chair glued together?
Well, let's go in the living room and sit down and count my $65.
Your $65.
Naturally, dear, I'll give you the $25 I paid for the chairs in the first place.
Thank you.
And that leaves me a clear profit of $40. And, Sam, even you'll have to admit that's a very good business deal.
Exactly how do you figure you cleared $40?
It's simple arithmetic, dear. 25 from 65 is 40. Isn't it?
Well, how about the $10 I paid Will for the pipe rack?
Oh, that.
And the $10 I paid at the auction for the stool.
My goodness, you mean I owe you $20 more?
Simple arithmetic, dear.
Very well, here you are. That still leaves me a $20 profit.
Did I mention it cost $12 to have that 6th chair repaired?
$12?
That leaves you $8.
Well, $8 profit is $8 profit.
How much did it cost you to have the chairs carted up here to the house?
Why, not very much, just $4.40. You mean all I have left is $3.60?
I'm afraid so, Alice. Perhaps after this you'll leave business to me.
Sam, I have a clear profit of $3.60. And any business that doesn't operate in the red is a good business.
Mother.
Henry, where have you been?
Handling a little business deal.
Sure, and boy, did we clean up.
You too?
And Henry has something to say to you.
No, Mother. Homer has something to say. It was his idea. Go ahead, you say
They're
it.
your folks, Henry. You say it.
No, you.
Well.
Go on, Homer. Don't be bashful.
Well, you've always been pretty nice to me, Mrs. Aldrich. And, Mr. Aldrich, you've been nice to me, too, at times. And now that you've had some hard luck and we've had some good luck, we'd like to give you half of what we've made.
Homer, what are you talking about?
Mother, I caught on. You didn't think you could keep it from me, did you?
Keep what from you, Henry?
Mr. Aldrich, Henry and I aren't kids. We can read between the lines. Didn't we just see a whole load of your furniture being hauled away?
Yes, dear. We sold it to Mr. Smith.
That's what I mean. Gee, if you need money that bad, here, take this. $5.12. Half of what we took in.
Homer, we won't do anything of the kind.
But, Father, that's the way Homer wants it. That's why he sold a valuable stool right out of his bedroom.
What?
Sure.
Dear, that's very generous of you. Thank you very, very much.
You're welcome, Mrs. Aldrich. And I hope you don't have to sell any more of your stuff.
Come on, Homer.
But if you do, will you let us handle the deal for you? I think we could do a lot better than you could.
Sam?
And I thought I'd live to see everything.
Sam?
Now, Alice, don't cry.
Dear, I never knew boys could be so wonderful. Think of it. Sharing what they made 50-50.
Yes.
Dear, under the circumstances, don't you think we should do exactly as much for them?
You mean give them half of your profit?
Half of just $3.60? Oh, no, Sam. Half of all the money we got for the chairs.
But, Alice, what about our expenses?
Sam, did the boys deduct their expenses? Sometimes, dear, I think you don't know the first thing about business.
Listen again next week, same time, same station, for another sparkling half hour with your favorite youngster, his family, and his pals. The Aldrich Family, starring Ezra Stone, is written by Clifford Goldsmith.
For the Aldrich family. One of the most enjoyable things a man can do is think back to the time when he was a teenage boy like Henry Aldrich, with no cares, no worries, no responsibilities. But when you actually are the boy, things aren't always that pleasant. The scene opens in the Aldrich living room. It's early evening.
Father. Father? Pardon me, Father.
What is it, Henry?
Would you like to read something very interesting?
I was.
Well, I mean this book, Father. Gee, it's wonderful. It's all about two fellows, see?
That's very interesting.
I knew you'd like it, Father. You see, Bruce and Rodney are very close friends. You might almost say they're practically inseparable. One would do anything for the other.
Very interesting.
For instance, once Rodney's in trouble, see? He's in a fight with 5 other fellows. Only I won't tell you how he gets into it, because I don't want to spoil the book for you.
Thank you.
Meanwhile, Bruce doesn't know anything about Rodney's predicament. He's home in bed, getting ready to go to sleep, see? But all of a sudden, he feels uneasy. He tries to shake it off, but he can't get rid of the feeling that all is not well with Rod. So he gets stressed.
The phone, Henry.
Oh, he thought about that, Father, but he didn't know where to reach Rodney.
Our phone, Henry.
Oh, I'll get it, Father. Hello?
Hi, Hen.
Look, Homer, could I call you back in a few minutes? I'm right in the middle of a story I'm telling my father.
It's all right, Henry.
This is very important, Henry.
Well, couldn't it just wait? Are you in trouble, pal?
Sort of.
Good. I'll be right over.
You don't have to come over, Hen. I just want to ask you something.
Oh. Go right ahead, pal. Anything at all.
Thanks, Hen.
I could come over, Homer.
It isn't necessary. I can ask you over the phone. All you have to do is answer yes or no.
The answer is yes.
How do you know?
Listen, pal. When one pal calls another pal and the first pal is in trouble, what else can the second pal say but yes?
No.
Not if they're real pals, Homer.
Henry, maybe you better wait till you hear what it is.
Well, it doesn't matter, Homer, but go ahead if you want to.
Well, you know the school dance in a couple of weeks?
Sure, you want me to get you a date? Is that it?
No, I already have a date, Agnes. As a matter of fact, it's just the... Henry, did you invite anyone yet?
No, Kathleen's out of town. I'm just sort of making up my mind.
That's good. I mean, the fact of the matter is, Hen, that Agnes... You see, Agnes has a... Oh, when I asked Agnes, she... Oh, boy.
Look, Homer, we're friends, aren't we?
Sure, Hen.
Good friends.
Sure.
Practically inseparable, you might say.
Sure.
Well, then just ask me, Homer. Just ask me, that's all. Come right out and say it.
Okay, Hen. The fact of the matter is that a cousin of Agnes's is coming to visit her the weekend of the dance, and Agnes asked me to get someone to take her.
Okay.
You mean you will?
Sure.
Just like that?
Of course. You need me, pal. I'm there.
Gee, thanks, Hen.
You'd do the same for me, wouldn't you?
Sure, certainly.
So there you are.
Is this Elm 431?
Sure.
Is this Henry Aldrich?
Naturally.
The Henry Aldrich who has a friend named Homer Brown?
Of course.
Well, I'll be darned. Why, Hen, I've got to call Agnes and tell her.
So long, old pal. Remember, any time at all. Where was I, pal? I mean, Father.
I think Spice was getting dressed. What'd Homer want?
Not Spice, Father. Bruce. He wanted me to take Agnes's cousin to the dance. Now, let's see. Bruce was worried.
What'd you like?
He, Father.
He? Homer wanted you to take Agnes's he cousin to the dance?
Gee whiz, no. She's a she. Bruce is a he.
Well, thank heaven. I met Agnes's cousin, Henry. What's she like?
I don't know. Anyway, there was Bruce.
You don't know?
No, she's from out of town.
Oh, I thought you were through with blind dates.
Well, generally speaking, I am, Father, but this is different. My pal needs me.
I see.
Mine not to question why, mine but to do and die.
Very likely.
What?
Nothing, Henry.
Then why are you shaking your head like that?
Son, it's been my experience that a man takes quite a chance on a blind date. More often than not, he gets stuck.
But, Father, Homer's a very close friend of mine, practically inseparable, you might say. Do you really think I'll get stuck?
Well, that shouldn't matter, Henry. Your pal needs you.
Sure. But what if she's fat?
What if who's fat, Henry?
Agnes's cousin, Mother. Do you think she might be fat or skinny?
Well, I suppose there's always that possibility.
Gee whiz.
Well, why should that upset you so much?
Henry had just accepted a blind date with the young lady in question.
Oh. Well, I'm sure she's very nice, Henry.
Do you really think so, Mother? Do you really? Father says more often than not a man gets stuck on a blind date.
Is that what your father says?
Mm-hmm.
How interesting, considering the fact that he met me on a blind date.
Now, Alice.
What else did your father say?
Well, he just...
Henry.
Yes, Father?
Alice, when I said what I said to Henry, I had no particular person or situation in mind. And besides, all I said was...
That a man gets stuck on a blind date.
I didn't say that, Alice. All I said was...
Henry, why didn't you think of that before I told Agnes you'd go?
Look, Homer.
A half hour ago, you were such a pal, you didn't even want to know what I wanted. And now look at you.
Homer, I didn't come all the way over to your house to say I won't go. It's still very possible I may take Agnes's cousin to the dance.
When will you know?
As soon as I find out a little more about her.
Okay, what do you want to know?
Is she pretty?
I don't know.
Is she fat?
I don't know.
Is she skinny?
I don't know. Is there anything else you want to ask, Henry?
Well, what do you know about her?
Her name is Martha Adams. She lives in Hollandale, and she's Agnes's cousin.
Well, don't you know anything else about her? Physically, I mean.
No. Except that she is Agnes's cousin. Well, gee whiz, cousins don't always look alike, you know.
That's the big trouble with you, Homer. All you know are the unimportant things. Nothing about how she looks.
Henry, after all, you're just going to dance with the girl for a few hours. It isn't as though you were marrying her.
You never can tell, Homer. You never can tell. Look at what happened to my father.
What happened?
He met my mother on a blind date.
Oh. Well, they're happy, aren't they?
Not right at the moment. And besides, let's not change the subject. I've got my reputation to think about.
What?
If word gets around that Henry Aldrich goes out with unattractive girls, from that moment on, I'm finished with the attractive ones.
Well, why didn't you think of that when I first asked you?
Because I was trying to be a pal. Didn't Agnes say anything about her cousin?
No.
I wonder why.
Because I never asked her.
Well, why didn't you?
Because until you brought it up, it wasn't important. Hello?
Hi, Homer, old pal.
Hi, Agnes.
I just got in and my mother told me you called. What do you want?
Homer.
1 minute, Agnes. What, Henry?
Ask her now.
Ask her what?
About her cousin Martha. Is she pretty or fat or what? You know, vital statistics.
Okay. Hello, Agnes.
What did you want to tell me, Homer?
How are you, Agnes?
I'm fine. How are you?
Fine.
That's fine.
How's your mother?
She's fine.
That's nice. How's your...
He's fine, too.
That's good.
What's good? Gee whiz, Homer, why don't you ask her?
Hold on, Agnes, because you've got to lead up to something like that gradually. Agnes?
Yeah?
How's your cousin Martha?
Who knows?
Oh.
What'd she say?
She said, who knows?
You'll have to talk louder, Homer. I can't hear you.
I was talking to Henry.
Oh, is he there with you?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, we were sort of talking about our plans for the dance. And Henry was just wondering, what color hair Martha has.
Why?
So he'd know what color tie to wear.
Oh.
He doesn't want to wear a tie that would clash with her head.
Oh.
What color is her head?
Gee, I don't know.
Oh.
What'd she say?
She said she doesn't know.
How come?
How come, Agnes?
Because I haven't seen her since she was 9 years old.
Oh.
What'd she say?
Oh.
No, that's what you said.
She said she hasn't seen her since she was 9 years old.
What? Well, ask her what she was like when she was 9.
Agnes, what was she like when she was 9?
Boy, she was a whiz.
She was a whiz, Hen.
She was? Ask her in what way?
In what way, Agnes?
In school.
Oh.
What'd she say?
Nothing.
She was a whole year ahead of the other kids her age.
She was?
What did she say?
She's intelligent.
That's what I was afraid of.
What's wrong with that, Henry?
Listen, Homer, when you ask somebody about a girl and the first thing they tell you is that she's intelligent, you're in trouble.
Hello?
Just a minute, Agnes.
Just count me out, Homer. Just count me out.
You can't do that, Henry. You promised you'd take her.
That was before I knew she was intelligent.
Hello?
I thought you said you were a pal, and I thought when a pal was in trouble and asked another pal to help him, what else could that pal do?
Listen, Homer, did you ever try dancing with a girl with brains?
What you're actually saying, Sam, is that the girl doesn't count.
No, Alice, will you please
I see. Only you men are important. I suppose it doesn't matter at all if the poor girl gets stuck.
Alice, all I said
No
was...
wonder boys think they're kings of the earth.
But-
They take after their fathers.
Alice,
Sam, look at it this way. How would you like it if you were a girl?
Henry, is that you?
Yes, Father?
Please come in here.
Alice, let's not discuss this in front of Henry.
Sam, you were the one who mixed him up in the first place. Now I want you to straighten him out.
Did you want to speak to I, Mother?
No, dear, your father wants to talk to you.
Alice.
Sam, I'm counting on you.
What is it, Father?
Henry, you know I never interfere in your affairs, nor do I intend to start now.
Thank you, Father.
But
what?
Henry, someday you too will be married and have a family of your own.
Well, thank you, Father.
Yes. Henry, your mother is a wonderful woman.
Thank you, Father.
But sometimes... You're welcome, Henry. Son, you remember that book you were telling me about? The one about Rollo and Spice?
Rodney and Bruce, Father.
Yes. Well, sometimes it's that way between father and son, too.
Oh?
When one's in trouble, he knows he can count on the other. You know, pals.
Father, are you trying to tell me that now you want me to go on this blind date?
It's not that I want you to go, son.
You just prefer it, is that it?
Well, it's not exactly that I prefer it.
But you think I ought to go, huh?
Well, not exactly think you ought to go, but after all, Henry, she may not be as fat as you think. No, that's not what I meant. I mean...
Agnes, where is it?
I'm looking for it. It's somewhere here in the album.
Why didn't you say you had a picture of Martha in the first place?
Because who knew you were going to be so particular?
It would have made a lot of difference to my mother and father.
Well, don't forget, Hen, very often a picture doesn't do a person justice. You should see some of the pictures we have of me. They'd scare the pants off you.
Here it is.
Where?
There, in the lower left-hand corner of the page.
Not bad at all.
See, Hen, you were worried for nothing.
Oh, boy, not bad at all. A little mature, maybe, but I like them that way.
Mature? Let's see. That's a mother.
What?
Very often, Hen, girls take after their mothers.
The other one, the girl with her, that's Martha.
Let's see.
Let me see, too.
What's the matter?
Listen, Agnes, I don't mind doing a person a favor, but if your aunt allows your cousin to go out with boys, she ought to be ashamed of herself.
What?
Very often, Henry, girls are a lot older than they look.
Sure, Homer, but even if this girl is a lot older than she looks, she couldn't be a day over 11.
So is that what's worrying you?
Isn't it enough?
This picture was taken 5 years ago.
Oh!
You see, Henry?
Let me see it again, Agnes. Does she still wear braces on her teeth?
I don't know.
Oh. Do you think she still knock-kneed?
Gee, I don't know.
Look at the beautiful hair she has, Henry.
Where?
Like... Oh, that's her mother again.
Well, Henry?
Well, you see, Agnes, it's very hard to tell anything about Martha from this picture. Is this the latest one you have?
Yes.
Do you have a magnifying glass in the house?
Yeah, I think that... Just a minute, Henry Aldrich. Who do you think you are, Casanova? And that goes for you too, Homer Brown.
Agnes, I didn't say anything.
Never mind the excuses. And I'll tell you one thing, Homer Brown. If any cousin of mine isn't good enough for Henry Aldrich, then any friend of any Henry Aldrich isn't good enough for me.
Are you referring to me, Agnes?
You don't see any other friends of Henry Aldrich around, do you? Now you can both get out.
But Agnes...
Agnes, what about my father?
Out!
Now look what you did to me, pal.
And now getting back to the troubles of Henry Aldrich. In order to help Homer, Henry has accepted a blind date. But in trying to discover what she looks like, he has been less than a pal to his father and to Homer. The scene opens in the Aldrich front hall. It is the next day.
Is this long distance?
Long distance speaking.
Well, look, can you please tell me how much it would cost to call Hollandale person to person?
The charges are $1.25.
Gee whiz, a whole $1.25?
That is correct.
Even if the person doesn't know the other person?
I'm sorry, sir, but the telephone company is not responsible for that.
Oh. Well, look, I'd like to place a call to Hollandale, person
Henry!
to... Just a minute, Mother. The call is to Miss Martha Adams.
Henry, hang up that phone.
But, Mother...
Henry!
Never mind, operator.
Now, would you mind telling me why you're calling Hollandale?
Gee whiz, I haven't been able to find out a single solitary thing about my blind date. Just that she wore braces and was knock-kneed when she was 11.
So?
So I decided to take the bull by the horns, so to speak, and phone her.
What for?
To ask her for a description of herself.
Henry, don't you dare. My goodness, the very idea. Is that what your father told you to do?
Well, not exactly.
Sam Aldrich!
We're just going out into the garden.
Dear, what did you say to Henry about his blind date?
Henry, suppose you run along.
Sure, Father, I'd be glad to.
Sam, whatever you said to Henry was enough to make him try to phone the girl and get her to describe herself.
What?
And if I hadn't caught him in time, our whole family would have been disgraced.
Henry was going to phone her?
Yes, Sam. I hope you're satisfied with what you and your blind dates have accomplished.
But, Alice, all I said was...
I don't want to hear another word.
Alice, Henry was going to...
Number, please.
Give me long distance. I want to speak to Hollandale, person to person.
Hi, Jack.
Oh, hello, Harry. Come on in. See, I'm glad you dropped over, Harry. I was just going to call you. There's something I've got to ask you about.
Yeah? That's funny, because I wanted to ask you about something, too.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. What did you want to know, Jack?
Well, do you know a girl here in Hollandale named Martha Adams?
What?
You see, my father got a phone call from a man he knows in Centerville, a Mr. Aldrich. He wants to know something about this girl.
No kidding.
Yeah, he wants the information for his son, Henry.
I got a letter from his son, Henry.
Do you know him?
Nope.
Well, then how come he wrote to you?
Henry knows my cousin Charlie. He lives in Centerville.
Oh.
He wants the same information.
Oh, well, do you know her, Martha Adams, I mean?
No, do you?
No.
Maybe Red knows her.
Yeah, why don't we phone him?
That's a good idea.
Number, please.
State 239.
State 239.
Hey, this Martha Adams must be something if they've heard about her all the way over in Centerville.
Yeah, I wonder if the father really wants the information for the son.
Yeah.
Hello?
Oh, Red, this is Jack.
Oh, hiya, Jack. Say, I was just about to call you.
Yeah, what about?
Do you know a girl in town named Martha Adams?
What?
I got a letter from a kid in Centerville asking about her. Signed Homer Brown.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Well, who's Homer Brown?
I don't know.
Then how come he wrote to you?
Well, he didn't. Well, not exactly, anyway. It seems his father once had some business with my father. So he addressed his letter to Sid Benson's son around 17 if he has one. You know this Martha Adams?
No, not yet.
What does your letter say, Henry?
I'll read it to you. Dear Henry Aldrich, your communication received and contents noted. In answer to your request for information regarding a certain party in my town, I wish to state the following. Physically speaking, I find her very satisfactory. Signed, Harry Cooper.
Gee, that's great, Hen.
Oh, wait. A P.S. As regards your request for exact dimensions, I could think of no way to get them without arousing the suspicions of the party in question.
Well, what's the difference? He finds it very satisfactory, doesn't he?
He seems to. Now, what does your letter say?
It says, Dear Homer Brown, oh boy, signed Red Stevens. What do you say, Hen?
Hello, boys.
Hi, Father.
Hello, Mr. Aldrich. What do you say, Hen?
Henry, about that blind date of yours.
Yes, Father?
I happen to be speaking to a business associate of mine who happens to live in Hollandale, and just in passing, I happened to ask him if he knew a girl named Martha Adams.
Did he, Father?
His son did.
Well, what does son have to say?
Well, according to his son, Martha Adams is beautiful, talented, charming, delightful, and breathtaking.
No kidding.
No kidding.
No kidding.
Gee, thanks, Father, but you really didn't have to go to all that trouble.
I didn't?
Of course not, Father. After all, a fella's got to take a chance on a blind date.
Yes, Henry.
Wait till Agnes hears the good news.
Yeah.
Hi, Agnes.
Hi, Agnes.
Oh, it's you. Agnes, guess what? Henry's going to take Martha to the dance.
Yeah?
Yeah? Yeah, we'll call for you around 7:30.
Or would you rather we came at 7?
Wait a minute. I just had a great idea, Henry. Why don't we make a whole day of it?
It's all right with me.
Wait a minute. We'll call for you at 3.
I get out of school at 2.
Fellas, get a grip on yourself. 2 is fine. Agnes, stop pulling my tie. Agnes, you're choking me. Well, listen to me.
What's the matter, Agnes? Is 2 o'clock too early?
It certainly is.
Especially since Martha may not be coming.
What? Her? Why she may not be coming? That's what I want to know. Why? Why?
Yeah, why?
Because right out of a clear sky, she became very popular with the boys in Hollandale.
What? Why?
She doesn't know, but she is. She can have 3 separate dates for that weekend with Red, Harry, and Jack. So she's not making up her mind till she hears from a girl here in Centerville.
What girl?
The girl she wrote to asking for information about you.
About me? She asked for information about me?
Yeah.
Well, she's got her nerve. What right has she got to ask about me? Is this a blind date or isn't it?
Well, I guess she doesn't want her to be too blind.
Well, you're a fine pal, Homer.
Me?
Yeah, and after all I was going to do for you, a fine pal.
What did I do?
What did you do? She's your girl's cousin, isn't she?
Yes.
That's the last favor I'll ever do for anybody. And another thing, Agnes, I know my rights. My father's a lawyer, you know, and a blind date is practically a contract. Isn't it nice that we dance so well together, Martha?
It's just wonderful, Henry.
Do you want to know something, Martha?
What, Henry?
My mother and father met on a blind date.
Really?
Uh-huh.
What happened?
They got married.
Oh. How did it turn out?
Oh, fine. They get along wonderfully. Except for a few days last week.
Oh, that's nice. Henry?
Yes, Martha?
Are you disappointed?
Oh, no. Are you, Martha?
Am I what, Henry?
Disappointed.
No, Henry.
Gee.
Henry?
Yes, Martha?
Well, how did you feel about the blind date? Before you met me, I mean. Were you worried or anything?
Worried? What for?
Well, I might have been not very attractive, too skinny or too fat or something like that.
Gee whiz, no, not you.
You're sweet, Henry.
Sorry. Thank you, Martha.
But I mean, before you met me, well, didn't you even think about what I might look like?
Well, to be perfectly frank about it, Martha, it did cross my mind for a moment. But I'll tell you how I feel about it. When a pal is in trouble, see, and asks a pal to help him out, well, what else can a pal...
And now the Jell-O family presents...
Henry Aldrich.
Coming, Mother.
Yes, it's the Aldrich family, based on characters originated by Clifford Goldsmith and starring Ezra Stone as Henry with Jackie Kelk as Homer. And yes, it's the Jell-O family with its 3 famous desserts. Jell-O in those 6 delicious flavors, Jell-O puddings with that old-fashioned homemade flavor, and Jell-O tapioca puddings. A miracle of goodness, a marvel of speed.
4 desserts that are delicious. Boy, believe me, you should know. They are made by famous Jell-O.
And now for the Aldrich family. A typical teenage boy like Henry Aldrich is as unpredictable as the weather. And like the weather, he can change in a moment from storm to calm. And usually, a whole household changes with him. The scene opens in the Aldrich living room. It is early Saturday evening.
Sam, would you like me to put another log on the fire?
No, thank you, Alice.
I wouldn't mind a bit, dear. I know you like to be warm when you're reading.
Alice, there's only one thing I really like when I'm reading.
What, dear?
not to be talked to.
Well, you won't have to worry about Henry bothering you tonight. He'll be out of the house the whole evening. And frankly, I don't know why one of us didn't think of it years ago.
Putting him out of the house?
No, dear. Arranging for the children to have a party at a different home each week. It'll be so much easier sitting in the kitchen one night every 2 months when we know that the rest of the time we can read in the living room in peace and quiet.
We can?
Of course, dear. Just as you are now.
Yes.
Elizabeth said she thought the idea was a stroke of genius. But I wouldn't go so far as to say that. Would you, Sam?
Alice, I think your idea is wonderful. It's brilliant. It gives me an opportunity to read this book. Now, suppose I read it.
Dear, you can't read it if you keep on talking all the time.
Mother!
Yes, Henry?
Have you been making any rag rugs recently?
Any what?
Rag rugs! Rag rugs! I can't find my maroon socks.
Henry, your socks are in your top drawer.
I'm sorry, Mother, they are, and I've turned my drawers inside out.
That's strange because I distinctly remember putting them away.
Alice, why don't you go upstairs and help him look?
Well, while I'm doing that, will you please answer the phone?
Now, wait a minute. Henry's perfectly capable of finding his own socks.
But, dear...
You answer the phone.
Mother!
Alice, Henry's calling you.
What is it, Henry?
The phone's ringing.
Yes, dear, I know. Hello?
Hello, is that you, Mrs. Aldrich?
Yes, how are you, Homer?
Okay, I guess, except for my arms.
Your arms?
They're just sort of aching from carrying a couple of armchairs out to the kitchen for my parents. But don't worry, they'll be in shape by the time Agnes gets here.
Your parents?
No, my arms. And could I speak to Henry, please?
Dear, Henry's in his bare feet, but he'll see you at your party in a little while.
In his bare feet?
Father!
Goodbye, Homer.
I know, but...
Father!
Oh, Sam!
Yes?
Henry's calling you.
Henry, your mother told you where your socks were.
I found my socks, Father. I had them on.
Alice, do you think we should have his eyes examined?
Dear, the only trouble with Henry is his body works faster than his mind.
Father, what I can't find now is your tie clip.
Now, stay here.
Sam, I'll go look for it. You just go back to your book.
Perhaps I should wait until Henry's mind catches up with the rest of us.
Oh, my goodness. Hello?
Mrs. Aldrich, we were cut off.
Homer, what is it you want?
I have to speak to Henry. It's very urgent.
Just a minute. Henry!
Yes, Mother?
Homer wants you on the phone.
I can't come now. I'm taking a bath.
Dear, I thought you were all dressed except your feet.
I was, but I just got shoe polish on me.
Hello, Homer?
Is he coming, Mrs. Aldrich?
No, he can't right now. Suppose you give me the message.
Well, listen, Mrs. Aldrich, I've got some bad news. Our radio's just gone on the bum.
Really?
And we won't have anything to dance to.
Homer, couldn't you play the piano?
How could you dance to Home Sweet Home?
Dear, haven't you been studying for years and years?
Only 5, Mrs. Aldrich.
And all you can play is Home Sweet Home?
Sure. Gee whiz, I'm no child prodigy.
Homer, I wish I could suggest something, but...
Well, as a matter of fact, how is your radio working, Mrs. Aldrich?
Our radio? Oh, I'm afraid Mr. Aldrich wouldn't let that out of the house.
Well, Mrs. Aldrich, did you ever hear that saying about the mountain and Mohammed?
What's that?
If your radio can't come to us, I'm sure the gang wouldn't mind going to your radio.
Now, just a minute, Homer. I'm afraid that's out of the question.
It is?
And besides, it's your parents' turn to look after the party tonight.
But neither of them plays the piano.
Well, dear, would this help you? There's a neighbor of ours who has a portable phonograph and a complete collection of records.
Oh, boy.
I'll send Henry over to borrow them.
You will, Mother?
Okay, but will you tell him to hurry? Half the kids are here.
Yes, Homer.
And if we don't get something to dance to, I'll never get Willie out of the punch bowl.
All right, Homer. Goodbye.
Mother, you mean I have to start running errands at a time like this?
Just over to Miss Spencer's to pick up her phonograph and records. Homer needs something to dance to.
Boy, I always have to wait on him, hand and foot.
Dear, you're not doing this for Homer. You're doing it for your father and me. And I thought you were taking a bath.
I decided I didn't have time. I'd only keep Diane waiting.
Now, here's your overcoat.
Thanks, Mother.
Dear, don't forget to put your gloves on.
Okay.
And have a good time.
Thanks, Mother. You and Father have a good time, too.
We will. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Was that Henry leaving, Alice?
Yes, Sam.
Well, thank goodness.
Oh, dear. Hello?
Hello, is that Mrs. Aldrich?
Yes?
Well, I'm very sorry to bother you, but this is Diane.
Diane?
Yes, Diane Conway. I'm going to a party tonight with your son, Henry.
Oh, of course, and he's certainly looking forward to it.
Oh, so am I.
And so are we. That is...
But do you happen to know whether Henry is picking me up at home or at DeHaven's drugstore?
Well, didn't he tell you?
Well, yes, he did, I think. But you know how when Henry tells you something, 1 minute it's perfectly clear, and the next minute, you know what I mean?
Well, dear, I'm not sure, but he just left, and I was under the impression he was going to pick you up at your house.
Oh, my goodness, he can't do that.
Well, where are you now, Diane?
I'm waiting down here at the drugstore.
Well, then, suppose you go back home and wait for him.
But by the time I go all the way home, I'll miss him.
Well...
And I can't stay here. Everybody's staring at me.
Now, dear, just calm down. I know what we can do. You wait right where you are.
But Mrs. Aldrich...
It'll only be for 5 minutes. Goodbye. Sam!
Yes, Alice?
Will you please come here a minute?
What's the trouble now?
Here's your coat, dear.
My coat? I'm not going anyplace.
Sam, don't argue. You'll have to go down to DeHaven's drugstore before that child goes to pieces.
What child?
Diane. For the sake of our whole evening, Sam, you'll have to pick her up.
Pick her up and what?
Dear, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
Hello?
Hello, Homer. This is me.
Henry, where have you been?
I've been slightly delayed, Homer, but I'll be right over to your place.
But, Henry, I thought you weren't coming, and I talked everybody out of dancing.
But, Homer...
So what do you say we go someplace?
After I've gone to all the trouble of getting you a phonograph and records?
What records have you got?
Well, I'll tell you. Listen, Homer, how would the gang feel about Schubert's 8?
Who's 8?
Schubert.
Yeah? His 8th what?
Symphony, Homer. Haven't you ever heard of the Unfinished Symphony?
Listen, Henry, why would we want to listen to that?
I know, but...
Even Schubert wasn't interested enough to finish it.
But, Homer, that's the only kind of records Miss Spencer has.
Well, it's a good thing we're not dancing. Look, why don't we all go over to your place?
My place?
I mentioned it to your mother before, but I don't think she took the hint.
Now, listen, if you're planning to go over to my house, you're crazy.
What do you mean by a statement like that?
Homer, my folks are going to have one peaceful evening at home if it's the last thing I do.
Hello?
Hello, Alice.
Sam, where are you?
Down at DeHaven's drugstore. And, Alice, what does Diane look like?
Well, I'm not sure, dear, but I believe Henry mentioned something about blue eyes.
What kind of a description is that? What's she wearing?
Sam, I hadn't any idea. Although...
Yes?
It's pretty cold, she's probably wearing a fur coat.
You think so?
If she has one. Although, frankly, I doubt it.
Alice, I'm coming home.
Dear, you can't do that. Diane's waiting for you.
She isn't waiting here.
Then you better run over to Hilliard's drugstore and take a look around there.
That's all the way across town.
Sam, we can't leave a single stone unturned.
Alice, how nice of you to phone.
Elizabeth, do you happen to know what Diane looks like?
Diane?
Yes, Henry's girl. Sam's down at Hilliard's drugstore looking for her, and we haven't the faintest idea what she looks like.
Oh, Diane. Well, as a matter of fact, Homer was talking about her at supper tonight.
Really? What did he say about her?
He said she was a dish.
A dish?
Yes, dear. You know, a Lulu.
Well, that's some help. Homer didn't mention exactly where Henry was to meet her, did he?
Well, Homer claims that all Henry talked about was somebody named Schubert.
Schubert?
Yes, and the number was 8. Oh, and Alice.
Yes?
Well, since Sam is down at the drugstore and he has to go by here on his way home, do you think he'd mind picking up a quart of ice cream?
I guess not.
And a tube of toothpaste while he's at it?
All right, Elizabeth.
And, Alice, I still think this idea of yours is a stroke of genius.
You mean about the party?
Yes. Will and I can bear up tonight as long as we know that next week at this time we'll be in your shoes.
Say, Charlie.
Yeah?
You see that fella standing over there by the soda fountain?
The one with his hat pulled down over his eyes?
Yeah.
Keep an eye on him.
Why? What's he doing?
Well, every girl that comes in here, he steps up to her, see, and stares at her.
Yeah? What do you suppose he's up to?
Wait a minute. I'll handle him. Oh, sir. You there. Is there something I can show you?
What's that?
May I help you?
Why, as a matter of fact, yes, I might want to buy something.
Fine. Are you interested in reading?
I was, earlier this evening.
Well, then, how about a good book?
A book? Well, all right.
We have a complete collection of pocketbooks right here.
Yes.
You just look over the titles and let me know which one you'd like.
Well, now, then, let's see. Here's one.
Yes?
Little man, what now?
Diane, are you sure this is where that friend of your mother's lives?
Of course, Henry. And she has positively every kind of record.
She has, Diane? All popular?
I'm sure of it, Henry.
Oh, boy, Diane, it's a lucky thing I saw you waiting there in DeHaven's drugstore. The only thing is...
Yes?
Well, either your friend's out or she sleeps awfully hard.
Well, let's try the doorbell again.
I've got a better idea.
What are you picking up, Henry?
Some gravel. Stand back, Diane.
My goodness, are you going to throw it at the window?
Just gently.
Do you hear anything?
No, gee whiz.
Henry, I think we better give up and get to the party.
Give up? Why, if I don't get some dance records, do you know what Homer's going to do?
What?
Land right on top of my parents with all 4 feet.
Really?
Sure, punch bowl and all. And can't you see what a mess that would make of their quiet evening at home?
My goodness, Henry. I think you're about the most thoughtful boy I ever met.
Gee, thanks. I'm going to have one more shot at that window.
My, how many other boys would go to all this trouble?
Gee, thanks. Give me some elbow room, Diane. There. Oh, boy.
Henry!
How did that rock get in with the gravel?
Alice, I'm calling to tell you this whole thing is utterly ridiculous.
Now, Sam, Diane's waiting for someone to meet her in a drugstore, and I
But,
promised
Alice,
her...
it's getting embarrassing looking into girls' eyes to see what color they are.
But, dear...
I've never felt more like a criminal in my life.
What do you mean?
At Hilliard's, they threatened to call the police. And at Marshall's, they came right out and called me a masher.
You mean you've been to every drugstore in town?
I have.
Well, dear, is there a Schubert's drugstore on 8th Street?
What's that?
According to Homer, Henry talked about Schubert's at 8th.
Alice, there's no such place.
Dear, you better have a look.
Now, wait.
And while you're there, Mrs. Brown would like a quart of ice cream.
Now, wait.
And a tube of toothpaste. And you better get a dozen lemons, Sam, in case they run out of punch.
Now, wait a minute.
And now for some shopping instructions from Meredith Wilson and his talking people.
The talking people, you've been talking about the Jell-O family since last October, and you're getting pretty darn good.
Oh, sure. We can laugh together, ho-ho, and we can cry together, ooh-hoo-hoo, and we can shimmer together.
Starting with strawberry,
Raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, lime, Jell-O. Never make a mistake.
How's that?
Well, hardly ever. And nobody makes a mistake when they ask for the famous Jell-O family of desserts.
No, sir. There's regular Jell-O puddings, smooth and luscious.
And Jell-O tapioca puddings.
Full of personality.
And dimples.
And there's Jell-O.
The world's most famous shimmering dessert.
So colorful for your holiday table. Better have plenty on hand because Jell-O is easy to prepare and it's so doggone good. Get Jell-O with the big red letters on the box in all 6 of those shimmering, delicious flavors. Starting with strawberry,
raspberry, cherry, lemon, lime, Jell-O. But you won't like Jell-O. Whoa, no, not much.
And now back to the Aldrich family.
Now getting back to the troubles of Henry Aldrich. In order to ensure the quiet evening they had planned on spending at home, Mr. and Mrs. Aldrich are trying to get Henry off to a party. But the more they try, the further they get from their goal. The scene opens in Springer's hardware store. It is a little later the same evening.
It is, operator? The line's still busy?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Well, look, could you cut in on the conversation?
No, sir. I'm sorry.
But look, operator, it's only my mother speaking, see, and I'm her son.
I beg your pardon?
Her only son, see? And I know she'd want to talk to me. And we pay our bill regularly, every month.
I beg your pardon?
Sure, so couldn't you please cut in?
I'll try your number again and call you back.
I know, but you... Hello? Oh, boy.
Henry, you want me to wrap these for you?
The only thing is, Mr. Springer, I should speak to my mother first.
Now, look, when you got me out of bed to come down here and open my hardware store, you didn't say you were dragging your mother into it.
I'm not, Mr. Springer. Gee, I wouldn't think of dragging her out of the house when she's spending a nice, restful evening. Oh, boy, excuse me. Hello, operator.
Henry, is that you?
Gee whiz, Mother.
Yes, where are you?
Down at Springer's Hardware. And look, could I charge a small item or two to Father?
But
just
dear...
a window pane and some putty.
Henry, what for?
You mean you want to go into all the boring, uninteresting details now?
Yes, dear.
But I'm right here in the store with Mr. Springer in a nightshirt.
Henry, you're wearing what?
No, it's Mr. Springer, see, and he's shivering. So won't you please say yes?
Well...
Gee, thanks, Mother. You can wrap them up, Mr. Springer. And another thing, Mother.
Yes, dear?
Well, I got sort of separated from Diane, see?
You mean you found her?
Sure, Mother, only I lost her again. When the window broke. We both had to run. So would you mind phoning her folks for me and see if she went home?
My goodness.
And then would you please phone Homer and tell him I'm practically on my way to the party?
But, Henry...
All I have to do now is repair a little something and find Diane and round up some records, and then I'm all set.
Hello? Hello, Alice.
Sam, where are you now?
I'm phoning from Schubert's Delicatessen.
Where?
Schubert's Delicatessen. It's on the south side of town.
Dear, what are you doing there?
What am I doing? I'm looking for Diane.
But, Sam...
And this ice cream is beginning to melt.
Oh, mister.
Oh, just a minute, Alice.
Mister, did I hear you say you were looking for Diane?
Why, yes.
I'll tell her you're here.
You mean she's... hello, Alice.
Yes, Sam?
Alice, I found Diane.
Well, thank goodness. Henry will be so happy. Just take her and the ice cream and the lemons and the toothpaste straight over to the party at home.
Very well.
And, Sam, I just phoned Diane's parents, and they're terribly upset.
What about?
Well, they thought she was lost. So would you please stop by a drugstore again and buy some spirits of ammonia for Diane's mother?
Diane's mother?
Yes, dear. She's been having hysterics.
Good heaven.
And hurry, Sam. Goodbye.
Diane will be right with you, mister, as soon as she's through waiting on that table.
What's that? Now, hold on. There must be a mistake.
While you're waiting, what kind of meat do you like?
Meat?
Sure, Diane's boyfriends always buy something.
I am not one of Diane's boyfriends.
Sure, mister, sure. Now, what kind of meat do you like?
The jukebox runs out.
Oh, I'd love to.
Gee, you're a swell dancer.
Oh, do you really think so, Homer?
You suppose we could dance a little faster?
Faster?
Sure, because as soon as this number runs out, boy, that was my last nickel.
Homer, my goodness. Once I get started dancing, I just can't stop. I want to go on and on.
You do?
Yes. Isn't there someplace we can go where there's a phonograph and some records?
Look, Diane, let's just put our heads together and we'll think of something.
Henry, what is it you're trying to say?
Isn't it clear, Mother? I'm in a music shop on the edge of town, see, and I finally got some records.
You mean you bought them?
No, I got them on the cuff, on account of my face.
Your face?
Sure. The man said one thing about it, it's honest.
Well, dear, that's fine. Then you're all fixed up.
I am?
Well, didn't I tell you your father found Diane?
Sure, but, well, frankly, Mother, there's a slight new development.
Henry, it's nothing serious.
Serious? Oh, no.
What is it?
Well, brace yourself.
Henry, what's happened?
I just discovered I sort of lost Miss Spencer's phonograph.
You lost it?
Well, not exactly. That is, I have something else instead.
What?
A typewriter.
Oh, my heavens.
The case looks exactly the same, Mother, so you can't blame the fellow too much.
What fellow?
On the streetcar, the fellow who picked up my phonograph and left me this typewriter.
Oh, my goodness. Henry, hang up.
Hang up?
I think I can catch your father at Diane's house.
Oh, excuse me, sir.
Okay, mister. Don't do it again.
Don't do what?
Drip milk in the dirt.
It isn't milk, it's ice cream.
I got enough to do sweeping out these streetcars without people traipsing through and dripping milk.
Well, look, suppose I just sit down here where I'll be out of your way.
Can't sit there.
Why not?
That's the motorman's seat.
I don't intend starting your streetcar.
Just the same, you can't sit there. Company rules.
All right. May I just ask you a simple question?
Last time a layman sat on the motorman's seat, there was trouble.
Well, look, you have a lost and found department down here at the car barns, haven't you?
'Twasn't the lost and found.
What wasn't?
Fellow run the thing right off the tracks and smack into the cafeteria.
Look, I'm not interested in your cafeteria.
It's closed anyway.
May I just ask one simple question?
I don't see why not.
Well, now look. A little while ago, my son was riding on a streetcar.
This streetcar?
I don't know what streetcar. It doesn't matter what streetcar. The point is...
Mister...
yes?
You're dripping in my dirt again.
I'm very sorry. The point is he had a phonograph.
On the streetcar?
Of course on the streetcar.
Can't play music on the streetcar. Company rules.
He wasn't playing it. He was carrying it. That is, he set it down, and when he picked it up, he had a typewriter.
Is that so?
Yes.
Sounds like a good trick.
Oh, it was very simple. Someone else took his phonograph.
I know a few good tricks myself. Take a number.
What?
Any number. Go on.
Now, wait. All I want to know is this. Was a phonograph turned in here this evening?
A phonograph?
Yes, belonging to my son.
Oh, you're trying to find your son's phonograph.
Yes.
Why didn't you say so?
You mean there was one turned in?
Oh, say, look at that time.
Was there?
Sorry, mister. Time for me to go home.
What?
You tell your story to the night man.
No, wait a minute.
Can I move the footstool over for you, Sam? Or bring you your slippers?
Alice, there's only one thing you can bring me.
Yes, dear. What is it?
A large spoon.
A spoon?
Yes, I'm going to eat this ice cream.
Dear, you mean you didn't take it over to the Browns?
Under the circumstances, I did not go near the Browns.
But, dear, what about Elizabeth's toothpaste?
All my life, I've wanted to eat a whole quart of ice cream, and now I'm going to sit here quietly by the fire with my book and enjoy myself.
Of course, dear. Wouldn't you like me to bring you a straw?
Never mind. I'll just drink it. Oh, here, you can take this out to the kitchen.
What is it?
Salami.
Salami?
Diane's boyfriends always buy something.
My goodness.
Alice, what's the racket upstairs?
It's Henry, dear.
Henry, isn't he at the party?
He can't find the party. They all left Homer's house for the Havens, and where they went from there, nobody knows. So Henry's up in his room typing.
Typing?
He's decided to give up society and write a book.
He has my wholehearted cooperation.
But, dear, what are we going to do about the lost phonograph?
Henry can pay for it when he sells his book.
Now, Sam.
Alice, we'll worry about that tomorrow. Right now, all I want to do is to sit back and put my feet up and relax.
You go right ahead, dear.
Alice, don't move.
Sam, there's someone at the door.
I know there is, but don't move. This is our quiet night at home.
Yoo-hoo! Anybody home?
Hello! Alice, who's that?
hadn't the slightest idea.
Get on, George.
Well. Hello there, Mr. Aldrich.
Well, hello. Oh, Alice, this is Mr. and Mrs. Conway, Diane's parents.
So glad to meet you,
Nice to
Mrs.
meet you,
Aldrich.
Aldrich.
Oh, Miss Aldrich, I can't begin to thank you for all you've done for Diane this evening.
I don't mind telling you we were pretty worried about her for a while.
But now that the children are all having such a lovely party over at our house, we felt we should drop by and say thank you.
Well, you're quite welcome.
And since we've never met you before, Mrs. Aldrich, Cora thought it'd be nice if we really got acquainted.
George, move that chair over a little closer.
We thought the four of us could sort of have our own little party.
Well,
Yes.
well, isn't that grand?
Henry, does your family hang up their stockings on Christmas Eve?
Gee whiz, Homer, who'd want to do a childish thing like that?
Okay, Henry, okay, but I'd just like to point out one thing.
What, Homer?
It may be childish, but think of all the extra surprise presents you get.
Right, and say, here's a surprise package for your holiday meals. The new Jell-O rice pudding, newest member of the famous Jell-O family. There was never anything quite like it before. Jell-O pudding, the 10-minute marvel. All you do is add milk and boil gently for 10 minutes. No fussy mixing, no bothersome custard to make, no cooking for hours on end. And you get rice pudding so delicious, even expert cooks are amazed. Super rich, gloriously creamy, with real honest-to-goodness homemade flavor. You can have it plain or fancy, thick or thin, however you like it best. And once you've tried Jell-O rice pudding, you'll never make rice pudding any other way. So buy it. Try it. The 10-minute marvel, the new Jell-O rice pudding.
Here's hoping you'll be in your living room and ours next week at the same time. Good night, folks.
The Aldrich Family, starring Ezra Stone as Henry with Jackie Kelk as Homer, is written by Patricia Jowdry and Del Dinsdale with music by Jack Miller. Mr. and Mrs. Aldrich are House Jameson and Catherine Roth. And this is Dan Seymour in New York saying, The Aldrich Family is brought to you by the Jell-O family.
For desserts that are delicious, boy, believe me, you should know. They are made by famous Jell-O.
Stay tuned now for the Burns and Allen Show and their special guest tonight, Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colman.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Henry Aldrich.
Coming, Mother.
Yes, it's The Aldrich Family, written by Clifford Goldsmith. A teenage boy has always scampered across the American scene. Tom Sawyer, Huckleberry Finn, Penrod, Peck's bad boy. Maybe there's a good reason why. Maybe in a typical American boy like Henry Aldrich, people can see someone they once were or once knew. The scene opens on the front porch of the Aldrich home. The time is late afternoon.
Gee, Homer, you're just worrying over nothing. Well, Henry, that isn't the way my father said he would have done it. Well, my father will get it, Homer. Why do you think he's taking the time to drive way out to Mr. Frederick's farm if he can? Oh, boy, I certainly hope he can collect it. Homer, he's going to tell Mr. Frederick right straight to his face how much he owes us for the work we did this summer. And your father thinks he can get it all? Sure he can, Homer. He'll get our whole $8. Well, my father said that if a man owed him that much for working as hard as we did, he wouldn't go all the way out there. He'd just sue him. Boy, Homer, your father doesn't know anything about a thing like that. All he does is sell lumber. Gee whiz, my father's one of the best lawyers in the state. He can talk anyone into giving him money. How? Well, I don't know, but it's a knack you have if you're a lawyer. And nobody puts anything over on my father. When he goes after a thing, he gets it. He does? And how? You just wait until he comes back and hands us each $4. But, Father, didn't I make it clear Mr. Frederick owed us $8?
Henry, for the last time, I collected it.
In money, Mr. Aldrich?
No, Homer, not in money. As I said before, I collected the equivalent.
Sam, what do you mean by the equivalent?
I mean, Alice, that Mr. Frederick didn't have the cash. So he paid it in corn.
In what?
Corn, Mrs. Aldrich. Gee, Father, not that we don't appreciate your trying, but what Homer and I had really planned was, well, you know, money. Gee whiz, Mr. Aldrich, my father said
Never mind what your father said, Homer. There's nothing wrong with being paid in corn. It's the ancient principle of barter and exchange.
It is?
Of course. It's a simple case of applied economics. You boys will learn a great deal from this transaction.
It's taught me one thing already.
I'm glad to hear it, Homer.
The next time I do any work, I'm getting my money in advance.
Now, Homer...
Sam, how much corn did he give the boys?
Tomorrow morning, Alice, he's driving his truck in with 12 bushels.
12 bushels of corn?
Yes, Mrs. Aldrich, 12 bushels.
Where in heaven's name are you going to keep it?
In the basement, Mother, until we can figure out what to do with it.
Well, that's very nice, I'm sure.
Mr. Aldrich, how much is it worth, a bushel?
Well, I'm afraid it isn't worth a great deal right now, but naturally, if you hold it, you'll find the price will fluctuate.
Sure it will. What do you mean, fluctuate, Henry? Boy, Homer, you sure are dumb. It means that... Tell him, will you, Father?
The fluctuation reflects the cost of living. The price may be down, but only temporarily. Sooner or later, it'll go up.
Sam, what is it you're suggesting the boys do? Trade in corn?
Now, Alice, it'll be a very good experience for them. They'll learn the principles of supply and demand. This will teach them the value of money.
Gee whiz, Father, I know the value of money. It's the value of corn I'm worrying about.
Well, don't worry about it, dear. You and Homer can corner the market with your 12 bushels and make a killing when it goes up.
Alice, for heaven's sake.
I'm sorry, Sam. Please hurry and get ready for dinner.
Were you including me, Mrs. Aldrich?
Why, no, Homer, I wasn't. However, if you feel that you want to stay...
Oh, I couldn't stay unless I was specially asked.
Well, in that case, dear, perhaps the next time.
Could you start that over again, Mrs. Aldrich? Come on, Homer, I'll go to the door with you. Well, thanks for your trouble, Mrs. Aldrich. And thank you for your trouble, Mr. Aldrich.
No trouble at all.
Understand, Henry, I'm not criticizing. Only you should have gotten my father to handle this. Now, listen, is that a slur on my father? Oh, gee whiz, no. The only thing is, I don't know how he makes a living. Homer, 12 bushels of corn or 12 bushels of corn? Well, I can figure that much myself. But when I go up to the dance committee and get 2 tickets for the class dance, what am I going to hand them? 6 bushels of corn? That hasn't even fluctuated yet? You aren't any worse off than I am. I've asked Eleanor Wentworth, haven't I? Boy, I don't know how I'm going to be able to face Betty Newton. Listen, Homer, why don't you see if your mother wouldn't be interested in buying it? The can. The whole 12 bushels? We could quote her a reasonable price. Sure. You want my mother to get us out of a hole that your father got us into. Homer, we aren't in any hole. You just don't realize how valuable that corn is going to be. When? When it fluctuates. When it fluctuates. Henry, in which room is the class holding the meeting? Right there in 2A. Did you try the Wayside Market, Homer? Yes, Henry, I've been everywhere. Did you go to the neighborhood grocery? Yes. And they said the same thing everybody else did? No. They just laughed. Well, didn't you tell them what your father said about the price? Homer, people who are laughing aren't in the mood to talk business. Boy. I don't know why I want to go to this meeting anyway. All they're going to talk about is the class dance. Did Eleanor Wentworth go in? Sure. And I'll bet the first thing they ask us is, have we bought our tickets? Oh, quiet, Henry. Has the meeting started?
You've all heard the minutes of the last meeting. Are there any announcements?
Mr. President.
The chair recognizes Colby Wilson.
Although most of the tickets for the dance a week from this Saturday have been sold, there are still a few guys holding back.
Oh, boy.
Let's not have any slackers, fellas. Let's make it 100%.
I'm going out, Henry. No, Homer, they'll see you.
Are there any other announcements?
Mr. President.
Jimmy Bartlett.
Mr. President, I've been a member of this class for a good many years now. And, well, I'd like to ask why the tickets have to cost so much.
Mr. President, that's what I say. Well, I think the price of the ticket should fluctuate like the cost of living.
Homer, would you mind explaining that?
Well, if you don't know, it's not going to do any good to tell you. And it isn't the money I mind, it's a principle.
Homer, I believe the price of tickets was fully discussed at the last meeting, and you're out of order.
What do you mean I'm out of order? I wasn't even at the last meeting. I think we ought to have more principle all the way around. Homer, be quiet.
Order, please. Order. Are there any other announcements?
Mr. President.
Betty Newton.
I make a motion that the chairman of the dance read off the list of those boys who haven't bought their tickets yet.
The list will be read at the next meeting. Are there any other announcements?
Mr. President.
Yes, Henry.
I make a motion that we postpone the dance.
For how long?
For about 4 weeks.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No. Mr. President, I make a motion that no boy in this class be allowed to bring any girl to the dance that isn't in the class.
Mr. President!
Yes, Toby?
I object. That amounts to no less than confiscation of personal rights.
Mr. President.
Henry Aldrich.
I've been listening with great interest to all the complaints about this dance, and naturally it worries me. I'm not sure, but I think I have a suggestion. We had a good dance last year, and we had a good dance the year before. And I guess if we're all here, we'll have another one next year. Yeah, I certainly hope we will, because I like to dance. But gee, I don't know. Sometimes I start wondering if dancing is everything in life. How about trying something else, just 1 year? The evenings are nice now. They're a little chilly, maybe, but we're going to have a moon, I think. Why waste our time indoors, just dancing?
Well, what do you suggest?
Why, a sort of corn roast.
A what?
I make a motion that this class show a little originality and initiative and have a corn roast. I second the motion.
Order, please. Order.
Mr. President, I never heard of anything so ridiculous. All I can say is, who wants a corn roast?
I do, Mr. President.
Wait a minute, Henry Aldrich. I'm not through dancing yet. talking.
The only trouble with having a corn roast is, where are you going to get the corn? It's hard to find this time of year. But if we have enough initiative and originality to want a corn roast, then I'm willing to personally guarantee that I will find the corn. Somehow. I second that motion, too.
What motion, Homer?
What?
There wasn't any motion.
Well, then I make one.
Oh, sit down.
Now, wait a minute. Where are your principles? Homer, shut up.
There has been a motion that instead of a dance, we show little originality and initiative by holding a corn roast. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No!
The boys have it. It'll be a corn roast.
Homer, tell Henry Aldrich somebody wants him outside.
I'm wanted outside?
Somebody wants you out in the main office.
Hey, come on, Homer, I'm wanted.
Mr. President, does this mean we will or will not have punch also?
Gee, Henry, did you steamroller that? Homer, it just happens that I did it for the sake of the class. You did? Sure. I really think a corn roast is a better idea than a dance. And if it happens that we have the corn they need, we'll let them have it. Just what they need, no more and no less. Well, how much do you think they'll need, Hen? About 12 bushels. Henry, I wonder who wants you in the front office.
Henry Aldrich.
Where did you come from, Eleanor?
I just followed you out of the class meeting, and I want to tell you that every girl in there is so mad at you, they're never going to speak to you again.
They're all mad at me?
My goodness, Henry. You even invited me to go to the class dance with you.
Well, sure, Eleanor, but let me explain.
Henry, I even bought a dress for the dance, a brand new taffeta dress.
Well, look here, what's
Won't I look nice eating corn on the cob in taffeta?
Yeah, but gee whiz, Eleanor, all we did was substitute a corn roast for the dance.
And you can just substitute another girl. Goodbye.
Eleanor, wait.
Oh, no, I won't.
Eleanor, wait. Wait.
Homer Brown.
Oh, boy. Come on, Henry. Here comes Betty.
You wait for me, Homer Brown.
Oh, did you want to speak to me?
Yes, I do. Do you realize I can't eat sweet corn?
Why not?
'Cause I got this brace on my teeth. And I've got to wear it for 3 more months.
Gee whiz, Betty, you're too self-conscious about it. That's right. It's not the least bit noticeable. Unless you smile.
Don't be funny.
But gee whiz, Betty.
Henry Aldrich.
Oh, boy, who's that? It's your sister, Henry. Mary? What's she doing here in school? Oh, has she got a complaint, too?
Henry, I've been waiting for you in the main office.
Here, you left this morning without your lunchbox.
Oh, well, thanks very much.
And, Henry, when you come home from school this afternoon, you're to stop at the store and see if you can get 12 ears of fresh-picked corn.
Corn?
Yes.
We've got corn. She wished 12 bushels came this morning before I left the house.
But Mother says we can't eat that, Henry. My goodness, how could we eat it?
Why couldn't we?
It's horse corn.
It's what corn?
Horse.
Horse? Horse? Does that mean we can't have the corn roast? Homer, that means if anything is going to be roasted, it'll be us.
The Aldrich family will be back in just a moment. But first, tonight on most of these same NBC stations, you can enjoy more comedy with Theater Guild on the Air. This week, Theater Guild on the Air stars Van Heflin, Ann Rutherford, and Kenny Delmar in George Washington Slept Here. Already seen on Broadway and a hit in the movies, this George S. Kaufman Mosshardt comedy deals with a city man who discovers the country, where running water usually means there's a brook in the backyard. Hear Theater Guild on the Air's presentation of George Washington Slept Here later this evening. And finally, no program lineup would be complete without some of the top NBC news shows. And Sunday is no exception. For tonight, NBC brings you Martha Roundtree's Meet the Press. Tonight's second news feature is the American Forum of the Air, and the discussion topic is, which party is the working man's friend? Offering as guest panel members Secretary of Labor Morris Tobin and Fred Hartley, co-author of the Taft-Hartley Labor Act. Your moderator will be Theodore Granick. Yes, that's the NBC program scheduled for tonight. Just stay tuned for the tops in radio. And now, getting back to the troubles of Henry Aldrich. Well, Henry and Homer have talked the junior class into holding a corn roast instead of a dance in order to sell their 12 bushels of corn. While congratulating themselves on their success, they learn that they have in their possession not sweet corn, but horse corn. The scene opens that afternoon in the Aldrich basement.
Understand, Henry, I'm not criticizing your father, but don't you think he should have known this was horse corn? Why should he have? After all, my father's a lawyer, not a farmer. To him, corn is corn. Well, listen, Henry, I've been thinking. Couldn't we still sell it to the class, even if it is really just for horses? Look, Homer, you see this front tooth? Yes? I lost that tooth once, biting into an ear of horse corn. Looks all right to me. Sure, it grew out again, but the one I had, I lost. You did? Sure. And you want us to be responsible for the whole class losing their front teeth? Well, couldn't we soak it in butter and soften it up a little? And not serve it until after dark? No, Homer. Oh, well, here we are, Henry, stuck with those 12 bushels of horse food, and the whole junior class is waiting for something to eat.
Mother, please, let me finish.
Eleanor, I don't want to hear another word about the class dance.
But, Mother, it isn't to be a dance. It's to be a corn roast. And Henry Aldrich expects me to go with him.
But you're not going out and buy clothes just for a corn roast. We bought you a lovely taffeta dress to dance in. Oh, why aren't you having the dance?
Henry thought it would be much more original for us not to have one.
Well, you have plenty of clothes that are good enough to eat corn in.
But nothing that Henry hasn't seen me in before. And this is going to be a very original occasion.
Dear, you can't expect me to buy you a dress for every single occasion. It's silly, Eleanor.
But, Mother, I'll economize. I'll get something that I can wear to corn roasts and weenie roasts. Oh, Mother, if I don't get a new dress, I'll just die. I know it.
Well, I'd have a hard time explaining that to your father.
Oh, I'll die.
All right.
Mother.
Can you meet me at the Emporium tomorrow?
Oh, yes, Mother, and thank you. I saw just the thing down there I have in mind. Sit right where you are, Mother. I'll answer the phone for you. Hello?
Hello, is this Eleanor?
Yes?
This is Biddy. I just had a great idea.
What about?
Well, you know that corn roast we're having?
Yes.
Well, my uncle has a cabin down by the lake, and I asked him whether the whole class could meet there. And what do you think, Eleanor?
What?
He said he'd be very glad to let us have it, and he's sending 2 men out there to get the whole thing cleaned up for us.
Really?
Yes. I think it's a very original idea, don't you?
Yes. I was just telling my mother.
And what else do you think?
What?
The dentist is going to take the brace off my teeth.
He is?
As a special favor, just for the weekend.
That's wonderful.
And oh, boy, am I looking forward to it.
I should imagine.
I think it's terribly exciting.
I should think you would.
And how? You know, it's been years since I've eaten sweet corn.
Quiet, please. Quiet. Why can't we have an orderly class meeting for a change?
Gee, Henry, everything's going swell. They haven't even mentioned the corn roast. Quiet, Homer. I think they've forgotten they voted on it.
Quiet, please. Quiet. The next item on the agenda is a report on the corn roast. Where is Henry Aldrich?
Oh, boy, Homer.
There he is, Mr. President.
Is that Aldrich back in the corner?
Yes, Mr. President.
Will you make a report?
Well, I'd like to say a few words on that subject. It has come to my attention that some of the people around here are a little upset by the corn situation. We've always been pretty proud of the harmony in the class, and I think it would be a great mistake if we let an innocent suggestion by me about having a corn roast split us wide open. After all, we have our annual whatchamacallits to have a good time. And for that reason, I think it's foolish to go ahead willy-nilly with a corn roast.
I second the motion. No motion has been made yet, Homer.
Then I second it when it's made.
Oh, you're out of order.
Is that so? Well, just as a matter of principle, I'd like to know... Sit down, Homer. Okay.
If you're opposed to a corn roast, Henry, what do you suggest in its place?
A dance.
Mr. President, we girls have a right to know where we stand around here. After getting us worked up to the point where we want corn, you're going to make us dance?
Don't misunderstand me, Betty. I think we ought to have a dance and corn. Only work them together so that everybody will be satisfied and there won't be any hard feelings.
How?
Well, why couldn't we show a little originality and initiative and have sort of a barn dance? You know what I mean? Only not a plain, ordinary barn dance. This would be different. The decorating. Nothing but ears of corn. Mr. President, I second that motion.
Mr. President, may I ask why we can't have corn to eat instead of just corn for decorations?
Because along this time of the year, Toby, you take horse corn, for instance. It's very colorful and nice to look at. While sweet corn is liable to be tough. You don't want to lose a tooth when you're out on a social event, do you?
I can take care of my teeth.
But I say, why take a chance? After all, we can eat corn any old time. Why get into a rut? I think we ought to be the first class in the history of Central High or any other school that has the originality and initiative to have a plain corn dance.
Mr. President, I had the floor first. No, you didn't. Yes, I did.
Order, please. The chair recognizes Eleanor Wentworth.
Mr. President, I'd like to protest. Just because the majority in this class is composed of boys, that doesn't give the boys any right to change their minds every 10 seconds. We girls have a right to know what's going to happen to us. I demand that a vote be taken.
Now, wait a minute, Eleanor.
I demand that a vote be taken on our having a simple, informal dance in evening clothes.
No!
Yes!
No! Mr. President! Mr. President! Mr. President!
Mother, did you hear what happened at Henry's school today?
No, Mary.
My goodness, I don't know what started it, but one of the classes practically had a riot.
Really?
I understand they had to call in 6 hall monitors and the gym teacher to quiet them down.
What was the trouble?
I don't know, but they tell me the class is in a terrible condition. Nobody's speaking to anybody.
Well.
There's even some talk of when they graduate, they're going to have 2 separate commencements.
What for?
Well, the girls say they won't be seen graduating from the same platform as the boys.
Is that you, Henry?
Yes, Mother. Hello, Mrs. Aldrich. Hi, Mary.
Hello, Homer. Henry, how on earth did you get your shirt torn?
My shirt? My shirt? Oh, gee whiz. Do you know who I think tore it, Henry? Who? Betty.
When did she do that?
Right after Natalie White slapped his face.
Henry, what did she slap your face for?
I took the floor away from her.
You what?
I took the floor away from her. We had a class meeting.
Homer, you better get some mercurochrome for your face. It's all scratched up.
That was Madeline Miller.
My goodness, she must have long fingernails.
Not anymore.
Henry, you didn't get into a fight with any of the girls, did you?
Gee whiz, no. I was a gentleman through the whole thing.
I don't understand what caused the whole thing.
Well, we had what you might call a close vote. See, Mother? But we got it through, didn't we, Henry?
What did you get through?
Oh, just a little motion I made. Listen, Mother, where'd you put the corn?
The corn?
Sure, my 12 bushels.
Oh, no, it isn't, Mrs. Aldrich.
Yes, it is, Homer.
Mary, we were just down there, and there wasn't even one basket there.
Well, I don't understand it.
Mother, did you go out at all today?
Yes, I did.
Did you lock all the doors?
All but the back door.
Oh, boy.
You think our corn's been stolen, Henry?
Sure it has, Homer. Sure it has.
Dear, don't be ridiculous. No one is going to steal 12 bushels of corn you can't eat.
Corn? You boys aren't worried about the corn, are you?
We sure are, Father.
Hello, Sam.
Hello, dear.
Do you know anything about the corn, Sam?
I certainly do.
Who took it?
Who took it? I did.
You did?
After all, I wasn't going to let Mr. Frederick stick my own son with a load of useless horse corn. No, sir. So I just went out there and made him take it back.
You haven't got the corn anymore?
I should say not.
Did Mr. Fredericks give you the money?
No, potatoes.
Potatoes?
Nobody puts anything over on Sam Aldrich, let me tell you. I'm a pretty sharp trader, you know.
But, Father...
Mr. Aldrich.
Don't bother to thank me. It was my own fault for not being more careful in the first place.
But, Father...
Mr. Aldrich.
I let him know quite plainly I would stand for no nonsense.
But, Father...
Mr. Aldrich.
Look, Betty. See that window in the emporium? That dress in the center? Yeah. That's exactly like the one I got for the corn roast. Only mine was blue. And they won't let you take it back? No. That's why my mother's so mad at our class. Well, look, Betty, I guess you're going on, and this is about as far as I go. Well, I'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye. Eleanor. Oh, hello, Mother. I wondered whether you'd be here.
Now, Eleanor, are you sure you have to buy a special outfit just for a barn dance?
Oh, my goodness, yes. After all, I can't wear a corn roast dress to a corn dance, especially when the whole dance was Henry's idea.
Henry, what are we going to do? Let's just wait and see if something happens. Well, we're still stuck with the potatoes.
Homer, relax. Take it easy.
My father says that's the trouble. We've been taking it easy when we should have been tough. I'm going to make a motion.
What motion?
Well, I don't know yet. Mr. President!
Homer Brown.
I had the floor first.
Nobody recognized you.
Sit down, Homer.
As long as there is some doubt about who had the floor first, I think we should recognize the young lady.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm glad to see there's a little chivalry left in this school.
Mr. President, this is a matter of principle.
Betty Newton has the floor.
Thank you. I should like to bring to your attention an article in today's school paper, which is the most sensible thing I've ever read in my life. It's called In These Times. It says, in these times, it hardly seems fitting and proper for students who are planning a dance to spend their money on unnecessary decorations, such as corn. If the junior class really wants to hold a dance that will be long remembered, why don't they give a dance without the decorations and show a little originality and initiative by contributing that money in the form of food? Like potatoes. It would be a very generous and appreciated step and would eliminate a lot of worries. Signed, a loyal classmate.
Mr. President, why must there be potatoes?
Because they're the staff of life.
That's bread.
Now listen, Toby. The person who wrote that article knew what he was talking about. And we're going to carry out his wishes.
Mr. President, I make a motion that this class give a dance. Just a plain, informal dance in evening dress, but without any other decorations. And then we use the proceeds to buy potatoes for people that are worried.
Hey, Mr. President.
Henry Aldrich.
I just want to say that since I was the one who first suggested the corn dance, after hearing that article, I'm ashamed of myself. I not only withdraw my suggestion, but I second Betty's motion.
Hey, Henry, who wrote that article?
What do you think?
Oh, gee whiz. Why didn't you tell me?
I even put the paper on Betty's desk.
Hey, Homer. Homer, there's a fellow in the hall that wants to see you.
He wants to see me? Who is it?
I don't know. Somebody just told me.
Come on, Homer, let's get out. We're sitting pretty.
I'll say we are.
Order! Order! All those in favor of our contributing the dance proceeds to potatoes instead of decorating with corn, please signify.
Henry, do you see anyone out here?
No.
Hello, Homer.
Father, what are you doing here?
Well, I just went out and had a talk with that farmer who owed you money.
You did, Mr. Brown?
Yes, sir, and I fixed things. I told him he couldn't unload first horse corn and then old potatoes that were even sprouting. Maybe he could do that to Sam Aldrich, but he couldn't do it to me.
You mean you got our money, Father?
No, he didn't have any cash. But I made him come across with 25 baskets of spinach.
Oh, boy, Homer, not even the poor will take spinach.
Within the next 20 seconds, a fire will break out somewhere in the United States. Yes, there are 4,600 fires in America each day. By obeying a few simple rules, we can protect ourselves from this devastating menace. Don't smoke in bed or discard lighted cigarettes carelessly. And be careful with matches. Remember, it doesn't pay to gamble with fire. You can't win.
Hello?
And just one more thing, Henry.
Is this you again, Eleanor?
It certainly is. The more I think about it. A spinach dance. A spinach dance. And I have a brand new yellow taffeta.
Well, couldn't you go as a slice of egg?
The Aldrich Family is written by Clifford Goldsmith. Henry is played by Bobby Ellis, and Homer by Johnny Fiedler. Mr. and Mrs. Aldrich are House Jameson and Catherine Roth. Your announcer is Dick Dudley. Listen again next week, same time, same station, for another sparkling half hour with the Aldrich Family.
Good night, everybody.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Henry Aldrich!
Coming, Mother.
Yes, it's the Aldrich Family, written by Clifford Goldsmith. There's an old saying that claims you're only young once. But as a matter of fact, you can be young more than once. And the best way of doing that is to share the misadventures of a typical boy like Henry Aldrich. He'll take you right back to your own teenage days. The scene is the living room of Nancy Adams, one of Henry's favorite classmates. And the time is evening.
Nancy, tell me honestly, what is it you like about Bill Turner?
Oh, I don't know, Henry. I just like him. Don't you?
Well, sure, he's all right. If you like athletes.
What's the matter with athletes?
Nothing. Except they're so athletic. I mean, well, to hear Bill Turner talk, you think he was Joe DiMaggio, the Notre Dame football team, and Gorgeous George, all rolled into one.
Not so loud, Henry. He might hear you.
How would he hear me? He's out in the front hall. And I like him, only... Frankly, is there any way of getting rid of him?
You mean you don't like him?
Well, sure, I'm crazy about him, only...
Hey, Nancy.
Gee whiz.
Nancy, did I ever tell you about the time I dove off the top of the boathouse?
Oh, Bill, I didn't even know anybody could climb up that high.
Oh, it's easy. And you know that flagpole down at the end of the lake?
Yes?
I dove off that once, too.
Nancy, how's your mother?
Oh, she's better, Henry. She just strained her back a little.
Boy, was that some luck I had in the game Saturday. You remember when those three guys tackled me and I carried them right across the goal for a touchdown?
Oh, that was just wonderful, Bill. I don't see how you stood up.
Nancy, what kind of a television set is this?
I don't know. Hey, Henry, could you or Bill open this window a little, please?
Sure, why not?
Oh, wait a minute, Henry. I'll open it.
Well, that's all right, Bill. I've got it practically...
Is it stuck, Henry?
No, it isn't stuck. I just... Could you stand back, please, Bill?
How am I in the way?
I want to get some leverage.
Here, Henry, let me show you how to open it.
Now, look out, Bill. All I have to do is... Nancy, would you mind if I push this sofa away?
No, Henry.
Well, don't get up. I'll push you along. Along. Well,
Maybe if you just got up for a second, Nancy. Well, never mind the sofa. I'll just... Gee whiz, who opened that window?
I did.
You know, I thought I had it started. I just should have kept at it.
Anything else you want done, Nancy?
Well, there's some ginger ale out in the kitchen if one of you
Gee
wants
whiz,
to...
I'll get it for you, Nancy. You stay where you are, Bill.
You sure you don't need any help lifting the bottles?
You'll find everything out there on a tray, Henry. All you have to do is put some ice in the glasses.
I'll be right back.
Nancy, isn't there any way of getting rid of him?
This evening?
Sure.
Bill, Henry Aldrich is one of the nicest...
Nancy, I'm not saying he isn't. Only frankly...
Frankly what?
Well, three's a crowd. And frankly, I have crowds cheering for me every time I go out on the field. I want to be alone.
Excuse me, Nancy, but is there any special way of getting your ice trays loose?
Well, my mother never has any trouble, Henry. All she does is pull and they come right out.
That's funny. I'll take another crack at it.
Nice guy. I'd like to see him come out for football practice some afternoon.
Bill, what did I tell you about sympathy and understanding?
Oh, I understand, Henry. That's why I have no sympathy for him. Ah, but forget about him. What about that dance Friday night?
What about it?
Well, what time should I... You know, he's going to wreck your refrigerator. What time should I call for you?
Oh, about that.
Nancy,
Yes, Mother?
are those boys playing football down there?
No, Mother. Henry's getting some ice.
I'll pick everything up, Nancy. Does your father have a hammer I could use with a screwdriver? Or a small crowbar would be even better.
Henry, what's that all over your suit?
It's... Well, you see, I was aiming for the ice cubes, but... Was your mother planning to have tomato juice for dinner?
Why?
There's a freshly opened can in the icebox.
Oh, my goodness.
Of course, if they're going out for dinner, it'll keep till tomorrow's lunch.
Out of the way, Henry. I'll get the ice out.
Now, wait a second, Bill. You'll need something to loosen it with.
What's the matter with my hands?
Some guys sure love to brag. Why, if Bill Turner...
Ooh! Hey, who put butter on the floor?
I just took it out so I could get better leverage.
Nancy, will one tray of ice be enough?
Gee, did I loosen it that much?
Nancy, I don't think you'll feel the same way about you-know-who once you get a look at your mother's kitchen.
I think I better be going.
Oh, Henry, do you have to?
Well, I've got a lot of homework to do, and I think I better. Don't you?
Well, if you have to.
I had a very swell evening, though.
Oh, I'm awfully glad, Henry.
Well, so long.
You really have to go.
I think I better.
Aldrich, would you mind closing that door? The coach told me to keep out of drafts.
Oh, sure. I didn't realize I was keeping the door open. Well, what time should I call for you Friday evening?
Friday evening?
Well, sure, for the dance.
Henry, I didn't promise to go with you, did I?
Why, sure. You didn't?
Well, I don't see how I could have. I'm going with Bill.
Oh. With Bill?
Oh, I'm terribly sorry, Henry. I guess you must have misunderstood me.
Hey, what about that door?
I'll walk you out to the porch.
No, you go back and have your ginger ale. I can find my way all right.
Well, I hope you understand, Henry.
Oh, sure. You and Bill just go ahead and enjoy yourselves.
Sam, could you pass the toast, please?
Here you are, dear. Why didn't Henry go to the dance?
Well, dear, that's what I don't know. Do you remember the other evening when he came home from Nancy Adams soaking wet?
When?
Last week, dear. A couple of nights before the dance. He walked into the house covered with tomato juice. And Sam Henry hasn't been himself since then.
Did you have a talk with him?
Yes, and all he'd say was he felt dancing was a waste of time.
Mother!
Mary, come in here and eat your breakfast.
Mother, what's this letter all about?
What letter?
Why, it's the silliest thing I've ever seen. It must be for Father.
May I see it, please?
Who's it from, Sam?
From the Lionel Strongford Institute of Physical Development, Incorporated. Dear Mr. Aldrich, are you a man or a mouse?
I knew all the time it wasn't for me.
Yes. No man can make his mark in the world. No man can inspire the love of a good woman unless he is willing to develop his inner potential strength in our 26-week course.
Sam, what in the world is that?
I don't know, Alice, but I'm fascinated. We can give you a money-back guarantee if your chest expansion does not increase by at least 2 inches during the first 6 lessons.
How many inches, Father?
Keep quiet, Mary. That's just the first 6 lessons. We also offer a shorter course for the busy executive, interested in only partial development. Remember, decide now. Yours truly.
Father, what's that?
P.S. Reply by return mail and receive free 1 genuine simulated nylon tape measure, especially designed for checking your chest development.
Dear, when did you write for that?
May I see the envelope, please?
Father, it's addressed to Mr. Harold Aldrich. Who's he?
I have no idea whether he's a man or a mouse.
Well, put the letter back in the envelope, please. It's probably for Henry.
Mother, why would he want to develop?
I don't know, dear. And besides, it's none of our business. Please put it back in the envelope.
Well, I think I'll walk to the office this morning.
Why, Sam, you haven't walked to the office in 6 years.
Well, of course I have. I walked a couple of times just this last summer. It made me feel great.
I'll get your top coat for you, Father.
A coat? A coat? Why would I want a coat?
Well, I can at least get your hat.
Goodbye, Alice.
Goodbye.
Are you leaving?
Goodbye, son.
Goodbye. Mother, do you have any idea where my blue and white tie is?
Your blue and white tie? No, dear. Now sit down and eat your breakfast.
But, Mother, I've got to find it.
There'll be plenty of time to find it after you've eaten. Turn around.
What's the matter?
I think you ought to have those shoulders on that coat taken in a little.
Taken in, Mother? You just want to throw your money away? They'll be filled out in 26... I mean, before you know it.
Henry, dear, please sit down. I want to ask you something.
What about?
What in the world is the trouble?
The trouble? The trouble? Gee whiz, I don't know of any trouble.
But you aren't yourself, dear, and when anyone speaks to you, you're way up in the air.
Well, I'm not up in the air, Mother. I may be a little upset because I can't find my blue and white tie, but otherwise I feel fine.
Then why not eat your breakfast?
I'm going to eat it. I'm going to eat it.
How's Nancy Adams these days?
Nancy Adams? Mother.
Well, all I asked is, how is she?
You see this book here, Mother? You see this book?
Yes.
Well, that gives you an idea of what little interest I have in Nancy Adams.
What about the book?
I borrowed it from her 2 weeks ago.
Well?
I'm returning it.
Well, that's fine.
I'm returning it, but that's all. That's as far as I go. She asked me whether I'd like to keep it and finish it. I'll tell her I'm not even slightly interested.
Well, that's fine, dear. Now drink your milk.
You know what else?
What?
That's all right. Never mind. But if her folks can't afford a better icebox than the one they have... Gee whiz, do you like Bill Turner?
Bill Turner? I hardly know him.
She is. He got a lot to learn. He just goes around... You know what he thinks?
Henry, what's your ambition in life?
My ambition, Mary? What do you mean?
That's all. I just wondered whether you wanted to be a man or a mouse.
Mary, I haven't any time for small talk. Have you seen my blue and white tie?
No, but I'd love to see your chest expansion.
Now, Mary?
That's what I say, Mother.
But, Mother, all I was going to ask him was if he was going to take the short course or the 26-week course.
Mary, will you please give Henry that letter?
A letter?
I don't think it's for you, though, Henry.
Mary, give me that letter.
Are you Mr. Harold Aldrich?
Mary, you come back with that. Do you realize that's United States mail?
Mary? Mother, it says right on the envelope, may be open for inspection.
Mary, if you don't give me that...
Oh, we won't break anything. I'm just helping Henry develop.
Now, listen, Mary, you're only going to make me late for school.
You want to take it with you and show it to Nancy Adams?
Mary, if you breathe one word about this to her, I'll... Mary, come back down here with that.
What are you writing, Henry? Henry, what are you doing?
Homer, is there a class in this room next period?
Sure. Henry, what are all those questions you're filling out?
Nothing, Homer, nothing important. It's just some information I've got to send away. Could you measure my chest just once more, please?
It's pretty hard with this ruler.
Well, just go around me real slow.
It's, exactly 2 1/4.
2 1/4?
2 1/4 rulers. That's, 27 inches.
27 inches? For my chest?
Don't you think I better take off a ½ inch for where I went around the corner?
The only thing is, Homer, my thigh was 27, too. You mean my thigh is as big as my chest?
It is.
Boy, Homer, I don't want to mislead anyone.
Listen, Henry, what is it you're sending for?
Nothing, Homer. Gee whiz, why would I... Do you know whether Nancy Adams has a class here next period?
Sure. I thought you were ignoring her.
I am. That's why I'm waiting to return this book. When I hand it to her, it's going to end everything.
Well, let me see that letter just for a second. Will you, Henry?
Homer, don't you see what's printed right at the top of it? Strictly confidential.
What does that question at the bottom mean?
What question?
Do you have flat feet?
Now, listen, Homer, that just shows how your imagination works.
Well, what did it say then?
Keep quiet, Homer. Miss Watson just came into the room.
Miss Watson?
Well, boys, you certainly look busy.
We are, Miss Watson.
You working on your biology?
Well, in a way we are.
Well, now, isn't that fine? You know we're going to start working on mice next week.
We are? On mice?
Yes, we're going to compare their development with that of man.
What's that?
Come on, Henry. That's the end of the period. There's a class coming in.
Hello, Henry. What are you doing in here?
Well, I'll tell you, Nancy, I've been waiting. I've been filling out. I've been.
Henry, you're getting ink all over yourself.
I am?
Here's a blotter.
Well, Nancy, I just wanted to tell you how much I enjoyed this book.
Oh, I'm awfully glad you returned it, Henry, because Bill Turner is anxious to get it.
He is?
Are you sure you're through with it?
Oh, yeah. After all, even if I weren't through with it, naturally, if Bill wants the book.
Where have you been for the last week?
Just around. Just around every place.
Hey, Henry, come on.
You go ahead, Homer. I may be held up here a second.
Quiet, please.
Oh, you'd better go, Henry.
I just wanted to tell you, though, how much I enjoyed your book.
Henry Aldrich, don't you have a class this period?
Yes, Miss Watson. I'm on my way right this minute.
Goodbye, Henry.
Goodbye.
Boy, is Nancy a good-looking girl, Henry.
Do you think she's so good-looking?
I think she's terrific.
Well, the way I think of her, she's good-looking, but I wouldn't ever want to...
Henry, let me have a look at that letter, will you?
What letter?
About your flat feet.
Now, Homer, listen. Homer, where is that letter?
I haven't got it.
Homer, I put it in this Latin book. I put it right here in the ablative absolute section.
Well, don't look at me. I didn't even touch your letter.
Do you suppose I put it in Nancy's book?
You did? Well, why would she be interested in your flat feet?
Homer, I didn't know I put them there. I mean, the letter there. I was just talking to her, and I may have just stuck it in there.
Well...
Homer, I've got to get that letter.
Why?
Think I want a thing like that to be read publicly by Nancy?
Well, you certainly can't get it now, Henry.
Maybe they haven't started class yet.
Well, I'm not going in with you. I don't want the whole class to look at me.
Be quiet, Homer. I'm going back in and get that letter.
Will you all get your pencils, please? I beg your pardon, Henry Aldrich. Is there something we can do for you?
Why, Miss Watson, I'm sorry to interrupt your lesson like this, but I just returned Nancy to a book. Nancy's desk has something in it I'd like, need.
Well, is it anything you can't do without for the rest of the period?
Well, yes, ma'am. I just have to have it.
Well, if it won't take more than a second, you may go to her desk and get it.
Thank you, Miss Watson.
In the meantime, will all of you be copying what's written on the board here? Quiet, please.
Nancy.
Henry, what on earth is it you want?
I'd like to borrow that book again.
But, Henry, you didn't have to come all the way back into class and embarrass me.
But I just happen to remember. I haven't finished it.
I thought you said you had finished.
So did I until I got out in the hall.
Henry, will you hurry, please?
Yes, Miss Watson.
Here, Henry.
Thanks very much.
Henry, may I ask what book that is?
This book I just got from Nancy?
Yes.
Well, it's just a book.
What is the title?
Rita's Revenge.
And that is the book you were in so much of a hurry to get?
Well, I'll tell you, it isn't the story I'm so anxious to get.
The book, please.
The whole book?
The whole book.
Couldn't I take just one look?
Please don't open it.
No?
May I have it, please?
Yes, Miss Watson.
And I should like to see Nancy Adams immediately after class.
But Miss Watson,
Henry,
she didn't...
will you please leave this classroom?
Yes, Miss Watson. I'll go.
We'll come back to the Aldrich family in just a moment. Sundays on this station are really full of top radio shows, but I'd like to tell you about just one of them, Theater Guild on the Air. For 7 seasons, the Theater Guild has been bringing you the brightest stars of Broadway and Hollywood and some of the world's greatest plays. Tonight, the comedy attraction is Ring Lardner's baseball story, Elmer the Great, and your stars are Eddie Bracken and Wanda Hendricks. Now, the play concerns Elmer Kane, a pitcher with the best right arm in the 3I League, but a brain which has failed to vibrate with a clear thought since birth. Now, Elmer refuses to leave Gentryville, Illinois for the big league because he's in love with Nellie Poole, owner of the grocery where he drives the delivery wagon. But Nellie guesses his secret and fires Elmer. Well, from then on, it's all Ring Lardner fun. So check your newspaper for broadcast times and tune to NBC tonight for Theater Guild on the Air.
you'll enjoy Elmer the Great. And now, getting back to the troubles of Henry Aldrich. Henry has decided that he needs a course in physical development. And after filling out the rather intimate questions on the application blank, he discovers that he has left the blank in a book belonging to Nancy Adams. The scene opens in Henry's school at the close of a period.
Listen, Henry, this will make 2 classes I've missed just because of you.
Homer, all you have to do is just walk up to Miss Watson's desk there, pick up Nancy's book, and walk out with it. It's as easy as pie.
Are you sure Miss Watson isn't in there?
No one's in there. There isn't a soul in there now.
You like pie. Why don't you go in and get it?
Well, gee whiz, Homer, I was going to stand here in the doorway and keep watch for you.
Well, if anyone does come along, Henry, give me a signal. Clear your throat.
Sure, I'll sort of cough.
Okay, I'll go.
That's it. Just walk right up as though you own the place.
Which book is it?
The one your hand is on.
This isn't it.
Sure it is. Isn't that book blue?
Sure, but it's The Advanced Essence of Poetry.
It must be there, Homer.
Well, come here and show it to me.
All right. Wait a second. I'll close the door part way.
If it was here, it would be here.
Homer, I'm almost positive Miss Watson didn't take it with her.
All right, show it to me.
Well, gee whiz, it's a book with a blue cover.
A blue cover? Oh, this must be it.
Yes, Miss Watson.
Henry, someone's out in the hall.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
Quick, Homer, duck. Have you got it?
Where are we duck?
Get down here beside her desk.
Did they come in, Henry?
No, they just closed the door.
Well, come on. Let's get out of here.
Not so fast, Homer. Wait until they've gone down the hall.
But, Henry, I've got to get to my next class.
Quiet. Open the door easy.
I'm going to. It must be stuck.
Let me try it.
Henry, this is all your fault.
Now, don't get panicky, Homer. We'll get it open.
How? It's locked.
You're crazy. Why would anybody lock a door in broad daylight? All we have to do is throw ourselves against it.
Okay. 1, 2, 3.
Don't just stand there, Homer. Help me up. I guess they locked it all right.
You mean we're locked in? And I can't get to solid geometry?
Well, at least they didn't see us, Homer.
But, Henry, I'm weak in geometry as it is.
Well, all we have to do is climb out that window.
But what good will that do? We're way up on the 3rd floor.
Homer, stop arguing. Give me that book and let's go.
Nancy, could you take these keys down to the main office, please?
Yes, Miss Watson.
And Nancy, if you're quite sure you won't let this book interfere with your studies anymore, you may have it.
Yes, Miss Watson.
I'm sorry you let Henry Aldrich have it. After all, he has much more important things to attend to than Rita's revenge.
Yes, Miss Watson.
He's a very nice boy, Nancy. At least he has his good points. But I do wish you'd become more interested in someone who takes things just a bit more seriously than Henry does.
Yes, Miss Watson.
Be careful, Homer. Do you want to knock me off this fire escape?
Well, gee whiz, Henry, we have to get out of here somehow.
Don't you realize this fire escape goes right past all the 2nd floor classrooms and never goes below the 2nd floor?
Well, keep quiet, Henry. Suppose somebody should see us out here.
Let's close the window.
Now, quiet now, Henry.
I'm being quiet.
That's it. Make all the noise you can.
Homer, all we have to do now is go up the fire escape to the roof.
And then I suppose we just jump off.
It's bound to lead to something, Homer. Come on. Have you got Nancy's book?
Sure. Here, take it.
Is my letter in it?
I don't know.
Hey, Homer.
What?
This isn't Nancy's book. Gee whiz, this is Miss Watson's report book.
A report book?
What made you think my letter'd be inside this?
You said blue, so I grabbed blue.
But you should have looked, Homer. Boy, if we get caught with this, we could even be expelled.
Just for having a report book?
Sure.
Well, you can be the one that takes it back, Henry.
All we have to do is open the window and...
Be sure no one's in there, Henry.
No one's in there. Gee whiz.
Lift, Henry.
I am lifting, Homer. Move back so I can get some leverage.
What's the matter, Henry? Are you weak?
Well, gee whiz, maybe I do need... Wouldn't you think I could at least open a window when it's an emergency?
Boy, you're really in a fix. You've got Miss Watson's reports, and Nancy's got your measurements.
Sure. And probably by this time, Nancy's read the whole thing. Come on, Homer, we've got to get off this fire escape.
Boys, what are you doing up there?
Who is it, Henry?
What are you doing up there?
It's Mr. Bradley. He's down in the courtyard.
Boys!
Why, but we're just trying to open a window, Mr. Bradley.
Don't you know the rules about going out on the fire escape?
Are there any special rules, Mr. Bradley?
What are your names?
Henry. Aldrich.
Who?
Homer Brown.
Who?
Henry and Homer.
Aldrich and Brown?
Yes, sir.
Come down off that fire escape and report to my office at once.
Yes, sir. How would you like to have us get there, Mr. Bradley?
Any way you can.
The only trouble is, Mr. Bradley...
What's that?
Nothing. We'll get down.
And how long have you been a student in this school, young man?
About 3 years, Mr. Bradley.
And this other young man?
About 3.5, Mr. Bradley. But that was on account of the mumps right on top of the measles.
I see. Then you both know those fire escapes were placed there for emergency use only?
Well, the fact is, Mr. Bradley...
It wasn't enough that you were out on a fire escape. You climbed in a window and broke right into the middle of Professor Vanderhoff's French class.
Well, you see, Mr. Bradley, it was the only way we could get off the fire escape. Professor Vanderhoff's window was open and
Homer, must you lean on my desk?
No, sir, excuse me. I thought you were through with us.
I don't know whatever gave you that impression.
Excuse me, but could I interrupt you, Mr. Bradley?
You're Bill Turner, aren't you?
Yes, sir. I'm the one that carried 3 men over our goal Saturday.
And what were you sent in here for?
Well, I suppose I shouldn't have been reading this book during study hour, Mr. Bradley.
What's the title?
Rita's Revenge.
Rita's Revenge. I see. Henry.
Yes, Mr. Bradley?
What do you think of a boy who would spend his time reading a book like that?
Well, I guess it's pretty bad, Mr. Bradley.
That's what I say.
I see. Do you know what I think all 3 of you boys need?
No, sir.
Suppose you wait here, all of you, while I step out and get your records.
Yes, sir. Bill, where did you get that book?
From Nancy. And what business is it of yours?
Listen, Bill, could I borrow it a second?
Nancy's book?
All I want to do is take it for just 1 second.
What for?
I just want to... Can't you even let me look at it?
Keep your hands off.
Let me have that.
Keep away, do you hear me?
Hey, Henry, look at what fell out of it. There's your letter right in the floor.
Gee whiz. Bill Turner, you take your foot off that.
You make me.
You hear me? Take your foot off that letter.
Henry, somebody's coming.
I don't care.
Mr. Bradley, Miss Watson asked me... Henry.
Hello, Nancy.
Close the door. Let go of my leg, Aldrich.
You lift your leg, do you hear me? Lift it.
Boy, stop it.
Lift his leg, Henry.
I need more leverage. Hey, Bill, cut it out. You're twisting my head.
Yeah? Bill Turner, you stop that.
Darn you, Bill. There.
Henry.
Gee, Henry, you knocked him out.
Oh, boy.
You lifted him right off the floor.
Hey, what happened?
Oh, he's all right, Henry. Pick him up before Mr. Bradley comes in.
Come on, Homer. Let's lift him onto the couch.
Oh. Listen, Aldrich, what did you hit me with?
I just used my bare hands. Didn't I, Nancy?
Now then, young man. Turner, did anyone invite you to lie down on that couch?
No, Mr. Bradley.
I'll help him up, Mr. Bradley.
Don't you think he can get up himself?
Well...
I'm up.
Well, young lady?
Oh, Miss Watson asked me to bring her keys down here.
I'll take them in 1 moment. Turner, here's what I want you to do. I want you to spend a part of each lunch hour for the next 10 days picking up the papers in the corridors of this building.
On all 3 floors?
On all 3 floors. And as for... How did Miss Watson's report book get here on my desk?
On your desk, Mr. Bradley?
Nancy, would you see that she gets it back?
Yes, sir.
Now then, Aldrich and Brown.
Yes, Mr. Bradley?
Yes, Mr. Bradley.
I'm sending you to the gym instructor. He needs a couple of huskies like you two to help him move the steel lockers.
Move them?
Yes, Henry.
Aren't there quite a few, Mr. Bradley?
There are 350. It will take every afternoon for the next 2 weeks.
Gee whiz!
That's all right, Homer. You heard what Mr. Bradley said. They need a couple of huskies like you and me.
Aldrich, what's that you're tearing up?
Nothing. It's just sort of a letter I've decided I won't need anymore.
A radar network to detect the approach of planes can't do the entire job of protecting our country from a devastating surprise air attack. That's up to us as individual citizens. Right now, the Air Defense Command needs 300,000 more volunteers for its Ground Observer Corps. Both men and women from teenage up can contribute a few hours of their time each week and perform a valuable service to our country. Write a phone your nearest Civil Defense Center or write to Ground Observer Corps, Air Force, Washington 25, D.C.
Well, gee. Well, gee.
Henry Aldrich, look at that window.
That's what I mean, Nancy. No matter what I touch these days, it crumbles right in my hands.
The Aldrich Family is written by Clifford Goldsmith. Henry is played by Bobby Ellis and Homer by Johnny Fiedler. Mr. and Mrs. Aldrich are House Jameson and Catherine Roth. Your announcer is Dick Dudley. Listen again next week, same time, same station, for another sparkling half hour with the Aldrich Family.
Good night, everybody.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Henry Aldrich. Coming, Mother.
Yes, it's the Aldrich Family, transcribed and written by Clifford Goldsmith. Everyone knows Centerville, USA, because it's your own hometown. And everyone knows the Aldrich family because they're your very next-door neighbors. And everyone especially knows Henry Aldrich because he's your son's pal, your daughter's boyfriend, a real American boy. The scene is the Aldrich living room. The time is early evening.
Henry, get washed. Dinner's almost ready.
All right, Mother.
Sam, I think Henry's getting ideas again about my birthday present this year. I hope you gave him a clear hint as to what I wanted.
I did.
A clear hint?
Well, I told him you wanted Hemingway's new book, The Old Man and the Sea. Is that a clear hint?
Well, Henry, I'm not sure. Did he say anything?
No, but I had a definite feeling he was wondering why you were interested in other old men when you had me.
Now, dear, I just hope it sinks in. I don't want another pair of Siamese fighting fish like last year. It was depressing the way those two fish hated each other.
Father?
I'm in here with your mother, Henry.
Jeepers, I didn't mean to interrupt.
It's all right, dear. I was just telling your father how much I wanted to read The Old Man and the Sea.
The Old Man and... What's that, Mother?
Sam.
I'll try again.
Father, did I tell you what I'm going to put over on Charlie Clark? Boy, am I going to make money.
Put over on him. Henry, I hope you're not planning to do something you shouldn't.
Oh, no. Charlie wants to buy this flashlight, see? And I'm
You're selling the flashlight I bought you this summer?
Oh, no, sir. One just like it.
Looks the same to me.
Well, sure. They're both Super Ray Hydrojet cosmic beams. Only this one doesn't work.
Oh.
Charlie wants to buy my Super Ray Hydrojet cosmic beam, only I wouldn't sell it, see? But today I happened to be talking to another guy, and he said, just casually, do you want to buy a Super Ray Hydrojet cosmic beam? And it was exactly like mine, except for the difference. So I said, I'll give you 25 cents for it. He said 30. I said, no, 25. He said...
How much did you finally pay for it?
30 cents.
And now you have two super something or other cosmic beams?
Well, sure. But isn't it clear, Father? I'll buy batteries for 25 cents, sell one flashlight to Charlie for $1, and make 50 cents clear profit. Father, would you care to take a look at it?
Why should I look at it?
Well, I just thought maybe you'd like to make an offer.
I have a flashlight.
But do you have one you can buy for $1? I mean, well, this one will help you see where you're going.
I'm sorry, Henry, but I know where I'm going.
Mother,
Would you like to get in on the opportunity?
Mother, I think the potatoes are ready. Be right there, Mary.
Would you, Mother?
No, thank you, Henry.
You wouldn't be interested in owning something that could keep you from stumbling over stuff? Mother?
Apparently she'd rather stumble.
Father, now that Mother's gone, I can tell you why I'm making all this money.
Why?
It's for her birthday.
Well, I thought you had some money, at least enough to give her that book she wants.
Oh, I have, Father. But I certainly don't want to give her just a book for her birthday. After she slaved over me all these years.
She wants Hemingway's book, son.
This flashlight is only the beginning. I'll make at least 50 cents on it. Then I'll invest that and double it. Then I'll invest that and triple it. Gee, by the time her birthday comes around, I can get her anything.
What she wants, Henry, is the book.
Henry?
Yes, Mother?
Will you answer the phone, please? And if it's for you, keep it short. Dinner's in 5 minutes.
Sure, Mother. You know, Father, I wonder why more people don't go into business.
Please answer the phone.
Yes, sir. I'm answering it. Hello?
Henry, my mother said you wanted me to call you about something, and I'm also to say we've got to eat in 3 minutes.
Oh, is that you, Charlie? Hello, Charlie, old-timer.
What do you want, Henry?
It's a great opportunity, Charlie. I've located a swell Super Ray hydrojet cosmic beam.
So what?
Well, I might be willing to sell it to you.
I don't want one anymore.
You don't want one?
I'm going to save up and get a camera.
Oh, gee whiz, Charlie, that leaves me holding 2 super... That's no way to do business.
Who's talking about business? I just want a camera now.
Well, wouldn't you like a flashlight so you could see where you're going?
I'd rather take pictures and see where I've been.
But, Charlie...
So long.
Oh, boy.
I've got to go to class, Henry. Either you do or you don't want to buy this camera.
But, Homer, $2 for a second-hand camera?
You sound like my mother at the meat market.
Wait a minute. Would you take the Super Ray hydrojet cosmic beam for it?
That? Oh, gee, let's see it.
It isn't like any ordinary flashlight.
Well, let's see.
Just press the old Super Ray button here and, well, if you had a battery, you'd get your cosmic beam.
Oh, boy.
How about it?
I don't want it.
Now, wait a minute, Homer. I'm not asking you to pay me for this. I'll give it to you for the camera.
Well, give me the Super Ray hydrojet cosmic beam and $1.
I'll give you the Super Ray hydrojet cosmic beam and 50 cents.
$1.
50.
75.
60.
70.
65.
Sold.
You know, Homer, that's the way I like to do business. And if you see Charlie Clark, tell him I've got something for him. But gee whiz, Mother, Charlie's only coming over for a little while tonight.
For how long, dear?
We'll probably haggle a little.
How long will it take you to haggle?
It depends on who's the best haggler. Only I'm sure I can out-haggle him.
Henry, you'll pardon my mentioning anything as unimportant as homework.
It's perfectly all right, Father.
Thank you. When are you going to attend to it?
Just as soon as I've cleaned up Charlie. And don't worry, Father. The assignment tonight is a breeze. It's an essay, and I've got it all down in my mind.
And may I suggest you start transferring it from your mind to paper?
Pardon?
Start writing.
Well, it won't take me a half hour, honest. We all have to write about the profession I am preparing for.
Well, that's fine. You know, I wasn't much older than you when I started thinking seriously about preparing myself for law.
For law, Father? For law? Well, the only thing that really appeals to me is selling things.
Selling things?
Sure. I buy something for a little, and I sell it to you for a lot.
Why do you want to do that, dear?
Oh, gee, Mother, I guess I have a knack for it, that's all. Maybe it's hereditary. Did we ever have any tycoons in our family?
I don't mind your shooting high, son, but don't overlook the legal profession.
Well...
It isn't bad, you know. I've provided a very comfortable home here, haven't I, as a lawyer?
Well, sure, Father. But wasn't the man that sold it to you a businessman?
He was.
There you are. He's got all your money, and all you got was this house. Boy, I hope that isn't Charlie yet.
But you're expecting him.
Only Toby's supposed to get here first.
I agreed to Charlie, but Toby...
He's part of the same deal, Mother. If you want to see how big business operates, stick around.
Thanks.
Oh, boy, Toby, for a minute I was afraid you were Charlie.
Well, I'm not.
I know it. Come on in.
What do you want me to come over for?
I want you to help me do something. Come on, Toby, we'll go in the dining room.
What's it about, Henry?
First of all, you're positive you don't want to buy a camera?
Henry, I'm in the position of not being able to buy even a package of chewing gum.
Well, look, maybe we can work a little commission out of this. Charlie Clark does want to buy it, see? But he'll try to get it from me cheap.
And what do I do?
You wait out here alone, see? And then when you hear Charlie make an offer on my camera, you come into the living room as though you wanted it and offer 10 cents more.
But, Henry, I just explained my financial situation.
You won't need any money, Toby. This is just a way to encourage business.
Henry, you have another guest.
Yes, Mother, I'm getting things ready for him.
I raised Charlie 10 cents?
Sure.
Okay.
Now stay here while I go into the living room.
Okay.
Henry.
Coming, Father.
Hello, Henry.
Hi there, Charlie. Sit down, my friend. Oh, Mother, Father, do you mind if we discuss a little business in front of you? Of course, someday when I have my own office.
Thank you, but I think I'll do some work out in the garage.
Well, there's a frost tonight, Sam. It's too cold to work out there.
Then the basement.
But if you really like to stay here...
I'm not that bloodthirsty.
Sam, I want to show you where I'd like another shelf for preserves.
What did your father mean about not being bloodthirsty?
Oh, it's just a family expression. Here, Charlie, take a more comfortable chair.
What's wrong with this?
Well, I just thought you'd feel better with your head tipped back.
Nah.
How is it out, Charlie? Still cold?
Ice on the puddles.
Early for this time of year.
Mm-hmm.
How's your family?
They're pretty well. My sister was just vaccinated on her arm.
Say, that reminds me. Still need a camera?
Know where I could get one? Cheap?
I think I could put my hands on one.
What's that in your pocket?
This? Well, I'll be doggone. It's a camera.
Let's see it.
Too bad I can't sell it to you.
You can't?
No. Not for less than $2, anyhow. Did you hear me, Charlie? I say not for less than $2.
I heard you.
Of course, if you don't want it, I have someone that is interested.
Yeah?
Just a second. I thought I heard something out toward the dining room.
Like what?
Nothing. I guess I didn't. You offered me $2, Charlie?
I can hear you, Henry.
I said $2, Charlie?
I haven't got that much.
Oh. Well, how much have you got?
50 cents.
50 cents, that's all?
Here, take back your camera.
But, Charlie, I thought you wanted a camera.
I do.
Well, how are you going to buy it with only 50 cents?
That's what I'm telling you. I can't.
But, Charlie, don't you have any sense of responsibility?
Would you let me swap you anything for it?
What have you got?
Well, would you be interested in a thing that's at home in our attic that cost $8.95 when it was new?
Hey, what is it?
A very good beach umbrella.
A what?
Didn't you ever hear of a beach umbrella?
What would I do with it?
Sit under it. Well, so you don't get sunburned. Don't you know anyone that wouldn't like to get sunburned?
Well, I might be able to do something with it.
It's still as good as new. It's hardly ever been sat under.
You'll swap it for this camera?
And $1.
Now, wait, Charlie. You aren't supposed to be selling me anything. I'm selling you something. That's why I invited you over. Look, I'll give you the camera and 50 cents for the umbrella.
50 cents?
60 cents.
Who said that?
I said it.
Gee whiz, are you here, Toby?
Sure. I found this banana in the kitchen. Is it all right?
Toby offers 60, Henry. Do you make it 70?
But listen.
I'll make it 80.
Now, wait, Toby. You don't even know what this is about.
He made it 80 cents, didn't he?
Toby, this is between Charlie and me.
You make it 90, Henry.
No.
I will. It's painted orange and green, Henry.
I'll make it... Now, listen, Toby. Eat your banana. Charlie, I'll offer you the camera in $1.
Sold. Do you want to come over and get it, Henry?
Sure, let's do that.
Henry, I certainly hope you aren't planning to go out in the cold without your windbreaker on.
Well, it's only to get a beach umbrella, Mother. They cost $8.95. I'll be back before you know it.
Hello, Mrs. Voorhees? This is Mary Aldrich. I'm not interrupting your dinner, am I? Oh, fine.
Yes, we finished quite a while ago, too. In a way, that's why I'm calling. By any chance, have you seen my brother tonight? He did.
Mary, are you calling?
Yes, Mother. Well, if he comes by again, will you tell him to come home? Thank you. Goodbye. Henry was there, and Mrs. Voorhees is all confused because he went into a long rigmarole about the dangers of winter sun.
Oh, really? Well, this time, Henry will simply have to go without his dinner.
Hi, everybody. Oh, evening, Mother. I don't even want a bite to eat.
Good.
I wouldn't even think of troubling you.
Fine, then my conscience won't bother me. Henry, where have you been?
We phoned all over.
Well, I think the last place... Yes, I just came from Mrs. Ross's.
Did she buy the umbrella?
No, Mary. She said she won't need to keep the sun off her until next July. Mary.
No, Henry. For the 10th time, I don't want a beach umbrella.
Get washed up, Henry. I'll heat up some supper for you.
Mother, I thought you said he wasn't...
I'm weak, Mary.
Now listen, Mary. You may not want an umbrella, but there are some birthdays coming along in a few weeks.
I don't want an umbrella either.
Nor do I.
Oh, good evening, Father.
Hi, Henry. Alice, I finished that shelf for your preserves downstairs. You want to see it?
Later, dear.
Well, did you make quite a bit on your umbrella, son?
Well, gee whiz, Father, it isn't a question of how much I make on it. I mean, with a valuable bargain like that, it's a question of deciding who I'll let in on the deal. That's the way I look at it.
I'll bet.
Now listen, Mary.
A beach umbrella when the frost is on the pumpkin.
Mary, do you know anybody who's going to Florida?
Well, Evelyn Williams' family is... Oh, no, they're going to Vermont for the skiing. Excuse me, I'll see who's at the door.
Skiing is kind of dangerous, isn't it? I wonder if I could persuade
Henry,
them to go to...
how much have you put into that umbrella so far?
Well, so far only $1.90. But it's all for Mother's present.
You're out $1.90?
Well, I'm out at the moment, but I'm hoping to come back.
From the limb?
Father, I think you're just looking at this as though I weren't getting anywhere. Night before last, I had a flashlight. Then I got a camera with it. Now I've got an umbrella. Don't you call that progress?
Well, I'm only a lawyer. I don't know a thing about big business.
Well, in big business, you have to think big.
Henry, Lawson's here, and she wants to know if we have any old mayonnaise jars.
Any what?
Hi, Henry. Evening, Mr. Aldrich.
Good evening, Agnes.
What do you want mayonnaise jars for?
I'm collecting them.
That's an interesting hobby.
Mr. Aldrich, my hobby is men, not mayonnaise. I need them for something else, Henry.
Well, there's some in the basement.
Okay, Agnes, follow me.
Be careful on the steps.
Agnes, what do you do with the jars?
Just something. I've been working my head off getting them.
Mayonnaise jars?
Isn't that a bore? I suppose any jar might do, except in the speech that congressman made. He said mayonnaise jars.
You mean they're worth something?
Can you keep quiet about it?
Sure.
I mean, because if more people realize the possibilities, well, everyone in Centerville might start saving mayonnaise jars.
What speech? What congressman?
It was just a squib in the newspaper a week or so ago.
Yeah?
It had to do with conserving tin, see? And this congressman is trying to put through a bill in Congress where sea rations for the Army will be put up in things like mayonnaise jars, for example, instead of tin cans.
Very interesting.
And he said the government could help reduce taxes by buying them at low cost from the public.
Oh, boy. You think the bill will pass?
Father said it was just nutty enough to.
How much are they going to pay for the jars?
Well, up to now I've just been collecting. I've got nearly 200.
Gee. Agnes, would you be interested in looking at something I have for sale?
What?
It's in the cellar closet here. How would you like to own that beach umbrella?
Henry, where'd you get it?
You like it?
Henry, yeah.
It's the best orange and green one I've ever seen.
Henry, it's beautiful.
Henry, your supper's ready.
Yes, Mother, I'll be right there. Listen, Agnes, how would you like to strike sort of a deal?
What kind?
How many of your jars would you give me if I let you have, without any cost to you whatsoever, this umbrella?
We'll return to the Aldrich family in just a moment. Tonight, your radio will be bringing you the tops in comedy, drama, and news if you dial this NBC station. First, Visit with that curly-haired wonder boy, Phil Harris, and his long-suffering wife, Alice. Tune in just for laughs. And then Theater Guild on the Air brings you Wanda Hendricks and Kenny Delmar in Tommy, a Broadway comedy of a pretty girl with a mind of her own. And mystery fans will want to hear the award-winning Dragnet, starring Jack Webb, and presenting another case history from the files of the Los Angeles Police Force. Then there are two of the fine news and special event shows which have kept NBC the leader in the field. Martha Roundtree's public press conference, Meet the Press, and the American Forum of the Air. Stay tuned to your NBC station this evening for more top radio entertainment. Now, getting back to the troubles of Henry Aldrich. Henry, in setting out to raise money for his mother's birthday present, has gone through a series of intricate business transactions, only to end up with some mayonnaise jars and so far not a cent of profit. The scene opens in the Aldrich hallway.
Hello?
It's Alice, dear. Are you busy with anyone at the office?
No, dear.
I just had to call you, Sam. I was in Mrs. Browning's gift shop this morning, and I saw the loveliest china tea set.
Oh?
You can take that "how much is it" sound out of your voice, dear. Mrs. Browning told me Henry had asked her to hold it for him. And, Sam, it's $20. And he told her the price didn't matter. He was in a very successful business.
Henry did seem pretty happy about something.
You saw him today?
He dropped by the office. Wanted to borrow some of my business stationery. Alice?
Yes?
Have you any idea why he'd be writing to Congress?
Good heavens, no.
Well, I thought maybe you might. It seems to have something to do with your birthday.
902, 903, 904, 905, 906.
Alice,
Yes, Sam?
what's this under the sofa?
Mayonnaise jars.
He's keeping What's wrong with the cellar?
I don't think there's any more room in the cellar.
Mother, where's my laundry bag?
Henry took it out with him.
What for?
To get more jars, Mary.
Well, my goodness, Henry, I certainly think you're overdoing this.
Must you put those bottles down right here in the living room?
It's only for a second, Father. Mother, if you could have anything for your birthday you wanted, what would you like?
If I could have anything? Not just a book, you mean?
Yes. It's just sort of a hyper-theoretical question.
Well, to be honest, it might be a tea set I saw at Browning's gift shop with lavender flowers on the cups.
Is that right? Lavender flowers?
But I'm afraid it costs far more than I could ever pay for it.
Is that right?
Henry!
What, Mary?
You've got to take those mayonnaise jars off the front porch.
I'll find a place to put them, Mary.
Mother, are you actually encouraging Henry?
Father, I want to make a proposition.
I do not want to buy any of those jars.
Oh, it isn't that, Father. How would you like to invest? Just invest in my business.
What are you doing, Henry? Forming a mayonnaise monopoly?
Gee, maybe I am becoming a sort of empty jar king. Right now, though, I need some working capital.
Do you mean to say you've actually spent all you have on nothing but jars?
Well, gee whiz, why shouldn't I? I'm going to get a swell present for Mother, and I'll have a fortune to spend when Christmas rolls around. Father, do you still wish you could afford to build a wing on the garage for a swell machine shop?
How much have you spent altogether, son?
Just a little over $7.
And, Henry, there comes a time in every business when the investment must begin to show a profit. Otherwise, a nasty little thing called bankruptcy rears its ugly head.
Oh, don't you worry. Just as soon as the government sends for the jars.
The government?
Just wait, Father.
Henry, do you know what happened to that large jar of mayonnaise I bought yesterday?
Yes, Mother. It's on a plate in the icebox.
Henry Aldrich.
Oh, boy, the mailman.
Henry, breakfast.
Just getting the mail, Mother. Oh, boy, it's here.
Anything for me, Henry?
Yes, sir, but I think it's for me, actually. You see, I wrote it on your stationery.
May I have it, please?
Yes, sir, but if you could read it aloud. I mean, it'll concern me and, in a way, sort of concern Mother.
I don't understand this.
What is it, Sam? Eat your cereal, Henry.
Dear constituent, this man isn't from our state.
Please go on, Father.
It takes a man of your large vision to see the worthiness of the bill I presented to Congress in the interest of conserving tin by using glass jars for military rations.
Oh, boy.
Unfortunately, my bill has been killed in committee.
What?
Moreover, since my own party has not seen fit to renominate me for the fourth time.
Oh, boy.
Well, Sam, isn't it nice to come home and not find a house full of mayonnaise jars?
Where'd they all go?
Oh, I don't know. I simply came up the front walk this afternoon as a truck was leaving loaded with them.
Huh?
Mother, has there been a phone call for me this afternoon?
Not that I know of.
Got a good bargain for your jars, Henry?
Boy, did I?
Well.
Sure. I met a boy that lives out on a farm, see? And I just happened to mention casually that I've been saving mayonnaise jars for the government. And right away he wanted to buy them.
I hope you told him the government couldn't use them.
Mother, there wasn't any reason I should tell him, was there?
Dear, I think you should have.
Well, he didn't even ask me, Mother. And in business, if someone doesn't ask you something, you don't tell them.
How much did you make?
Well, that part would be hard to say. I've got to do a little figuring first.
Didn't you sell for cash?
Cash, Father? When I could get a better proposition?
What did you trade the jars for?
Just a little something. And there's always a good market for it.
I hope you didn't have to pay anything in addition to the jars.
Just $2.
You put $2 more.
Henry, you want it on the phone?
I am? It's for me, Mary? Gee whiz. I'll be right back, Father.
I'll be out at the garage.
Hello? Is this the Centerville Meat Market? Well, look. How much would you pay for a pig? A pig? How much a pound? Is that all? Well, gee whiz, my mother was complaining about the price of pork chops, and I don't see why she should if a whole pig... Oh, wholesale. Well, I wish you'd come out and look at her. Only remember, I'm in business to make money. Yes, sir. Goodbye.
Who were you talking to, Henry?
Mother, how much did you say you were paying for pork chops?
Oh, wait a minute. Pork chops.
As an average. For the best?
Alice, what do you think I just found out in the garage?
What?
A hog.
Did you say a hog, Sam?
Yes, Alice, in the garage.
Father, let me explain.
You know where it came from?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'll give you just 5 minutes to get it out.
It's my investment.
Alice, dear, would you mind if Henry and I had a serious talk together?
No, dear. I'm afraid it's time.
Sit down, Henry.
Father, may I suggest something?
Sit.
Yes, sir.
This farm boy, what's his name?
Billy Weber.
Oh, yes, Weber. I know his father. He had a bad time of it because of the dry spell last summer.
I know. Billy did say the pig was a little too thin to market. Only I was hoping by the time Mother's birthday came around that it...
Henry, I think you should give Billy back his pig.
Well, gee, if he was dumb enough to buy those jars. If I sell the pig, I lose only $4 now. If I give her back to Billy, I lose everything. Besides, I don't want those jars back.
I don't either.
I've sunk every cent I have into this.
I'm interested, Henry. What are you going to do?
I won't be able to give Mother even a book. I'll have to cancel the tea set. I'll give him back the pig, Father.
I'm glad.
Anybody home? In here, Homer. Hey, you got any more mayonnaise jars to sell? Why? You know that Billy Weber you sold them to?
Hello, Mr. Aldrich.
Hello, Homer.
Yeah, Homer, what happened?
He sold them. He sold them all. 3,000 of them at ½ cent each.
To who?
The State Agricultural Laboratories. They grow cultures in them.
½ cent?
He made $15 on the jars, plus what you paid him.
Oh, boy. You know what? I'm going to make Billy take the pig back and give me what he got for the jars.
You are?
Just because his family needs the money shouldn't be any reason why I should let him get away with it.
Naturally. Especially since in the profession you're entering, business is business.
Sure.
Supposing I'd been poor and he'd taken advantage of me, how would I have...
How would you have felt?
Well, it would have been a dirty trick. Sort of.
And Henry, did I tell you about Agnes selling your beach umbrella?
To who?
To a junk man. She got $2 for it. He's going to put it on his wagon.
Father, do you think it's actually possible that I'm not cut out for business?
Henry, what do you think?
What?
Mr. Davis from the meat market just went out to look at your pig.
He did?
And Henry, she's a mother. She's a mother.
She's a what, Mary?
She's got 8 little pigs. If you want them off your hands, he'll give you $20 for the whole business.
$20? $20? I'll break exactly even. Father, didn't I tell you my investment would come out all right?
In this national election year, one obligation of citizenship heads all the rest. The obligation of every qualified voter to go to the polls and vote. The ballot you will receive this year is a symbol of your personal dignity. There is no man whose ballot is more important than yours. No man whose ballot will count for more. On Election Day, you will have as much power, as much responsibility in the shaping of your country and your way of life as the most influential person. Don't ignore this priceless possession. Vote as you please, but register and vote. See you at the polls.
Henry, I thought you were going to sell your pigs.
I did, Father. I sold them all.
And what are those bags of feed doing out in the garage?
Gee whiz, Father, that isn't feed in those bags.
No, what is it?
Isn't it clear? Mother's birthday's only 3 weeks off. I've gone back to collecting mayonnaise jars.
Now, wait a minute.
The Aldrich Family, as transcribed, is written by Clifford Goldsmith. Henry is played by Bobby Ellis and Homer by Johnny Fiedler. Mr. and Mrs. Aldrich are House Jameson and Catherine Roth. Your announcer is Dick Dudley. Listen again next week, same time, same station, for another sparkling half hour with the Aldrich Family.
Good night, everybody.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
It's Bob Hope weekdays over most of these stations. Now it's the Aldrich Family on NBC.
Henry Aldrich.
Coming, Mother.
Yes, it's the Aldrich Family as transcribed, written by Clifford Goldsmith. As every grown-up knows, a typical teenage boy never has to go looking for interesting problems to solve. The problems come looking for the boy. And you can be sure that a new and startling one pops up every day, especially for Henry Aldrich. The scene opens in the Aldrich living room. The time is evening.
Mother, could you look at it this way?
I'm sorry, Henry, but I don't want to discuss it anymore.
Mother, don't misunderstand me. I'm not trying to discuss it. I just want to ask you.
Henry, Mrs. Brown came over here to visit with me, not to listen to us argue about whether you should have a new suit.
Oh, excuse me, Mrs. Brown.
Oh, that's all right, Henry. It's nice to see you take an interest in clothes.
Sure. Mother, have you thought of it this way? You've got to buy me a new suit sometime. Why not get one tomorrow and let me get a little wear out of it?
Henry, I think it's time for you to go to bed.
Without a...
Henry?
Yes, Mother. Good night.
Good night, dear.
Good night, Mrs. Brown.
Good night, Henry.
I hope you'll pardon the way my bathrobe hangs in the back.
Yes, dear. Oh, Alice, I didn't want to say anything about it while Henry was here, but would you mind if I suggest something?
No, not at all.
But it's only because I know you don't want to buy anything that isn't absolutely necessary, but Homer has a new suit I think would fit Henry.
Really?
He put it on just once, and Alice, believe it or not, it's been hanging in the closet ever since.
My goodness, Elizabeth.
And it's a good suit, Alice. Homer's uncle sent it to him only the other day.
You don't say.
Yes, and he's an awfully good dresser. He sells things all over the country. And the suit, Alice, well, when you first see it, you might say, well...
Yes?
But when you stand off at a distance, dear, the checks, they're brown with a sort of orange stripe in the background. Well, the checks all seem to blend right in.
And Homer refused to wear it?
Yes, but he doesn't care a thing about clothes. You know how Homer is. Oh, sometimes I think he doesn't care about anything.
No, I wouldn't say that.
Oh, Alice, you just don't know. Why, I said to him, I said, Homer, that suit will make people stop and look at you. And Alice, he acted just the way he does about broccoli and salad.
Mother!
Yes, Henry?
Did you know that the government expects a wool shortage before spring?
Dear, I want you to get right into bed.
Yes, Mother. Only don't you think we should take advice from our own government?
Good night, dear. Elizabeth, are you positive you wouldn't mind Henry having that suit?
Alice, I think it will teach Homer a lesson. And if you aren't doing anything now, why don't we walk over to my house and get the suit?
That's a wonderful idea. I'll put it on the chair beside Henry's bed in the morning and surprise him.
Good breakfast, Alice. Good breakfast.
Hem, you're not leaving for the office this early, are you?
Sorry, goodbye.
Goodbye, dear.
Tell Henry I'm sorry I didn't see him before he came down.
I will.
Mother!
Yes, Mary?
Where's Henry?
He'll be down in just a few minutes, dear. He's in the bathroom washing.
Oh.
And, Mary, while he's in there, I want you to take this up to his room so he doesn't see you and lay it on his chair.
This, Mother?
Yes, Mary. I just finished pressing it.
Oh, what are you going to do? Cover his chair with it?
What do you mean, cover his chair?
Well, isn't it a slip cover or something?
Now, Mary, that's a perfectly good suit.
Mother, you mean Henry has to wear that? Where did you get it?
Dear Mrs. Brown gave it to Henry. And the only reason you don't care for it is because it's folded. And you're standing too close to it.
But, Mother, you can see these checks a block away.
Now, dear, please take it upstairs.
Yes, Mother. I just hope Henry doesn't find out that I had anything to do with it.
Now, Mary?
Hi, Mrs. Aldrich. Is Henry ready for school?
Why, good morning, Homer. Aren't you just a bit early?
Boy, I'll say. I wanted to get out of the house before... I was afraid my mother might make me wear a... Good morning.
Well, Homer, I'm afraid it's going to be some time before Henry gets down, and... dear, you don't want to be late, do you?
Well, I don't mind waiting.
Oh.
Has he had his breakfast yet?
No, Homer.
Are you having hot cakes?
Mother!
Yes, Henry?
What's this thing up here?
What thing?
This thing on my chair.
Why, Henry, that's for you.
For me? This?
Yes, you asked for one, didn't you?
I asked for a rug?
Henry, if you'll unfold it, you'll see it is not a rug.
Well, what is it, Mrs. Aldrich?
Well, gee whiz.
Just put it on, dear.
Well, what's he got, Mrs. Aldrich? What's he got?
What's that, Homer?
Mother, I don't mean to criticize, but where did you get this?
Well, what is it, Mrs. Aldrich? What is it?
Homer, I'm sorry to be inhospitable, but Henry may have a lot on his mind when he comes down. Homer, you better be going. Now, goodbye.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello, Mother.
Henry, aren't you in school yet?
I've got time, Mother. I just had to phone and ask you something.
Dear, where are you?
I'm just 3 blocks down the street. And, Mother, here's what I want to ask you.
Well?
It's about this darn suit I'm wearing.
Now, Henry, I don't want to hear you speak that way about that suit again.
Well, I didn't mean to be disrespectful about it, Mother. Don't misunderstand me, only... You think this is really a school suit?
Henry, if you didn't wear it to school, where would you wear it?
Well, that's true.
Now, dear, just think back a minute. Remember how we both agreed it made you look much bigger and older?
Well,
And didn't even Mary tell you how nice you look in it?
yes.
And there you are, dear.
But I remember only last week we all had to tell Mary we liked her dress, and boy.
Just a minute, Henry. Mary, please go away from here. Do you want Henry to hear you?
What's that?
Nothing, Henry. Mary was just saying something about a slipcover for a chair or something.
Oh, boy, Henry. Oh, boy. Hiya, Willie. Wait a minute. I'll walk down the corridor with you.
Where did you get it, Henry?
Nice morning, isn't it, Willie, old-timer?
Boy, pipe the new suit.
Hi, Toby.
Hey, Henry, take it off. We know who you are.
You going to history, Toby?
Don't get near me, Henry. You want to blind me?
That's what I say, Henry.
Flashing a thing like that right in a guy's eye.
And wait, fellas. Who do you think's going to win the game Saturday?
Hey, Jimmy, look at Henry.
Hello, Henry.
Oh, hello, Lucy. You going to history?
My goodness.
What's the matter? What are you looking at me like that for?
My goodness. Turn around.
What for?
I want to see whether there's a belt in the back.
Now, listen, Lucy. This suit happens to be all wool.
I'll say. And a yard wide.
Hey, Lucy.
Homer, look.
At what? Well, gee whiz. Henry, is that... Now, listen, Henry, let me see that.
What's the matter, Homer?
Well, I'll be darned.
What?
Sure. That's what I thought the minute I saw it. That's my Uncle Oscar's.
What, Homer?
Well, sure it is. I could tell that suit a mile away.
You're crazy, Homer. My mother bought this suit for me.
Well, you're crazy yourself. Here he is, Charlie. Take a look at that suit.
Yeah. Where are my dark glasses? The coat and pants are all one piece.
Listen, fellas, I want you to meet my Uncle Oscar. Hi, Oscar.
Hi.
Oh, Homer, you're killing me.
Homer, I'm warning you. I've got just so much patience.
I suppose you think I'm making it up about my Uncle Oscar.
Sure you are.
All right, Henry, I'll prove it to you. Let me see the label.
Now, wait, Homer, keep your hands off me.
Go ahead, Homer. You want me to hold them for you? Sure.
Now, Homer, I warn you, keep your hands off this.
Henry, is that you?
Hello, Eleanor.
Well, aren't you going to be late to history?
Wait. Late, Eleanor?
What are you getting red about, Oscar?
For the last time, fellas, let's cut this out and just all go to history.
You got any checkers with you, fellas? Lie down, Oscar, so we can play a game.
Is that so, Willie? Well, I'll have you understand this suit never belonged to Homer's uncle.
What does it say on the label, Homer? Here, I'll show you.
Stand back, Homer, stand back.
Why? Why should I?
Sure, go ahead, Homer. That's your uncle's suit, and you can do anything you want.
Sure I can.
For the last time, Homer, remember what I said.
Go ahead, Oscar, sock 'em.
Sure I will. And stop calling me Oscar.
You mustn't fight right here in school.
I'm not fighting, Eleanor. I'm just protecting myself.
Go ahead, Homer. Pile into him. I suppose you think I'm afraid to take another step.
Well, why not you then?
Now, listen, Willie, quit pushing me. He took another step, Henry. He took another step.
Well, that one doesn't count. But, Homer, if you take another, boy, will you? Stand back, fellas, stand back and give him room.
Boys, I think you're both just awful. Are you really going to fight?
Lucy, I hope you don't think... I hope you don't... Has anybody got the time?
Yes, it's time for history.
It is?
Well, listen, Homer, it's a very good thing for you it is.
And it's a very good thing for you, too, Henry. You mean you're going to quit?
Hey, Toby, let's get the two of them together at 3 o'clock. Hey, that's an idea, right after the last period. Today? You mean I got to fight Homer at 3 o'clock?
That's right, Oscar. Well, what for? I mean, I've got to fight Henry?
Sure, Homer.
Well, that's fine.
Sure, that's fine.
Elizabeth?
Yes, Will?
Was that Homer on the phone?
Yes, dear. He wanted me to get him out of school early this afternoon.
What for? I hope you didn't tell him you would.
Oh, no, Will, of course I didn't. But he literally begged me to make an appointment for him at the dentist.
Homer did?
Before the last period this afternoon.
That's the trouble with you, Elizabeth. You're just spoiling him. You let him have his own way about everything.
Will, I told him definitely he could not leave early, even if he does need some dental work done.
Oh, good. And what's more, Elizabeth, I think it's time we put our foot down and made him wear that suit that Oscar sent him.
Yes, dear, I agree with you. Only first, I think maybe I ought to tell you something.
Well?
Now, don't fly off the handle, Will, and don't hit the ceiling. Only
what?
I gave it to Henry Aldrich.
You did
Now,
what?
Brown, Homer is your son, and he has your stubbornness, and I just couldn't go through life fighting both of you over one suit.
I know, Elizabeth, but suppose Oscar arrives and wants to see how it looks on Homer.
But, dear, we can't go over and ask Henry to return the suit, can we?
Why not? Which is more important, Henry or my brother Oscar, who makes $11,000 a year?
Look, Lucy. Look at what somebody put up on the bulletin board. Where, Eleanor? Right in front of you. That big poster. Today at 3 o'clock, the fight of the century. Oh, my goodness. Homer Brown versus Oscar the Flash. Oh, come on, Lucy. We'll be late for English. All right. Where's the fight going to be, Eleanor? I don't know. I certainly hope you aren't going. Well, I just hate fights. But I haven't anything else to do.
Hi, Lucy. Have you seen Homer anyplace?
No, I haven't, Toby.
You know what I told him I'd do for him?
What, Toby?
Be his second this afternoon.
His what?
His second. And Willie's going to be Henry's second.
You mean when Henry and Homer get tired of fighting, you and Willie are going to fight?
No, we tell him what to do, and then we give him water to drink.
My goodness, they're even going to drink water?
Hey, Toby.
Hi, Charlie.
The football team's getting up a petition for the coach to cancel practice this afternoon so they can all go see the fight.
My goodness, you think I'd be making a mistake if I didn't see it?
Lucy, it's a grudge fight. Why, it's been building up for 3 years.
Oh, let's go into English.
Quiet, please. Quiet. Class will come to order.
Hello, Henry.
Hi, Eleanor.
Henry, what are you sitting way back here for?
Oh, I just decided to change my seat.
Quiet, please. Now, please turn to page 103. By the way, Henry Aldrich, may I ask why you're sitting way back there in the last row?
Why, I just happened to sit down here.
Would you mind standing up when you speak, please?
No, Miss Eggleston.
Oh, my goodness. Quiet, please, quiet. I don't see anything funny to laugh at. And, Henry, as long as you do not like your regular seat, suppose you come right down here and take this seat in the front row by me.
Now?
Yes, please. Quiet, quiet. Seems to me, Henry, you should have plenty to do without deliberately upsetting this entire class.
Yes, Miss Eggleston. You want me to sit here?
Well, as long as you're standing, I'll call on you first.
To read?
Please start with the first paragraph at the top of page 103.
Yes, Miss Eggleston. During the mauve decade at the end of the 19th century, there passed across the English literary scene a figure whose prominence derived not only from his writing, but from his elaborate taste in clothes. This man was Oscar
Oscar the Flash!
Gee whiz, Oscar Wilde!
Alice, I want you to come into the living room and meet a business friend of mine.
Sam, you mean you brought him home for lunch?
Oh, Alice, he doesn't expect much. Just have something real nice.
But Sam...
Mother!
Yes, Mary, I'm in the dining room.
Mother, I was just downtown, and what do you think somebody told me?
I've got to go back to the kitchen and take off this apron.
Father, would you like to hear what I heard about Homer Brown?
Mary, there's a gentleman in the living room who's come to town on a rather important... Mary, are you going to wear that dress for lunch?
Why, I'd planned to, Father.
Yeah? I suppose you run upstairs and see whether you can't...
You mean you want me to put on something a little nicer?
Yes, Mary.
Mother!
Henry, come here, please.
I'll ask Mother what I should put on.
Henry, where are you?
Right here in the hall. Is there something you want?
Yeah, I want you to come in and meet... Henry.
You know what, Father? But I can't help it. Mother made me wear it.
That thing? Where did she...
That's what I'd like to know.
Turn around.
Father, who is it you want me to meet?
No one.
Henry, what are you doing home for lunch?
Well, Mother, I just thought I'd rather eat here.
Here, dear? Isn't this hot dog day in the school cafeteria?
Well, yes, Mother, and I like hot dogs, but frankly, I don't enjoy eating them in a place where everyone's there and sees...
Oh, my goodness.
Now listen, Mary.
But, Henry.
Mary, I thought you were going upstairs and change your dress.
I am, only you mean I have to change and you're going to let Henry...
Now, Mary?
Yes, Mother. Only first, did I tell you what I heard about Homer?
What about him?
He's going to be in a big fight with somebody this afternoon.
He is?
Yes, Henry, with Oscar somebody. Who could that be?
Why, with Oscar?
My goodness, the whole town's talking about it.
Henry, I think if Homer's going to turn out to be that kind of a boy, the less you have to do with him, the better.
You're sure, Mother? I don't like any of that crowd at school. That's why I thought I'd come home for lunch.
Henry, you're not going to eat here with us, are you?
Well, yes, Father, but not in this. I'm going to go upstairs and change first.
Henry, you can't possibly change. Your other suit is at the tailor's.
Well, Mother, at least I can go up and put on my corduroys.
No, dear, your corduroys are in the wash. Now turn around and show your father the shoulders. That's an excellent suit.
Yes.
And feel it, Sam.
Feel it?
Gee whiz, Father, be honest. Just now when you first saw this suit, you almost fainted.
Who, I?
Yeah, sure.
Sam.
Yeah, Henry, it's an excellent suit. I hadn't seen the back before.
But you really think it's worth fighting over?
I'm simply telling you it's handsome. Now go ahead and wear it.
Well, Mr. Aldrich, is this your family here in the hall?
Yes, Mr. Thomas. This is Mrs. Aldrich. Dear, this is Mr. Thomas.
How do you do?
And I'm sorry, but my daughter Mary just stepped out.
Well, is that Henry I see right behind you?
Yes, this is Henry. He just came home to put on a costume for a school play, he said. And now he's got to rush right back.
What's up, Father?
Goodbye, Henry. Goodbye, and good luck.
The Aldrich family has been family listening for a long time. But here at NBC, we have a number of families who bring you top comedy. Tonight, why not stay tuned for the Harris family? You'll find Phil, Alice, the two Harris girls, Brother William, and of course a half hour of real entertainment. Great stars of the screen will be featured next on NBC when Theater Guild on the Air presents Rosalind Russell and Mel Ferrer in Lloyd Douglas's drama Magnificent Obsession. Action comes next with a duo of top adventure shows, Dragnet and Barry Craig, confidential investigator. And also this evening, Martha Roundtree and Lawrence Spivak bring you America's only public press conference, Meet the Press. So stay tuned to NBC for your top radio shows. Now getting back to the troubles of Henry Aldrich. Because Henry has had to wear a suit that formerly belonged to Homer Brown's Uncle Oscar, he's suffered more than his share from the gang at school. As a result, the students have scheduled an open fight at 3 o'clock this afternoon between Henry and Homer. The scene opens in the principal's office.
Come in.
Did you want to see me here in your office, Mr. Bradley?
Yes, Miss Eggleston. Sit down. I hope I didn't call you from any class.
No, Mr. Bradley.
Miss Eggleston, I happened to pass by your English class this morning, and frankly, it seemed to me I heard more disturbance than was really necessary.
Mr. Bradley, may I say something?
Yes, Miss Eggleston, just as soon as I am finished. A reasonable amount of laughter is quite in order in any class, but when the students sound as though they were rolling on the floor, I can only conclude that the teacher has lost all control.
Now, may I say something, Mr. Bradley?
Yes, Miss Eggleston, as soon as I have finished. As I passed by your partly open door, it seemed to me that in the midst of all this commotion, I saw you laughing.
But, Mr. Bradley, I'm only human.
Beg your pardon?
Oh, I'm sorry, but it would be impossible for me to describe what happened.
Now, come, Miss Eggleston, I can appreciate a joke just as much as anyone.
Oh, but, Mr. Bradley, I didn't mean to insinuate that you couldn't. I just meant...
Regardless of what you meant, that's certainly the way it sounded. And to be frank, I think it would be very wise if I visited your class tomorrow. Come in.
You sent for me, Mr. Bradley?
Yes, Willie, come in.
That will be all, Mr. Bradley?
That will be all. And tomorrow we'll all have a good laugh together.
Very well.
Now then, Willie.
Yes, Mr. Bradley?
Close the door, please.
Oh, yes, Mr. Bradley. Well, I had a talk with them, Mr. Bradley. I told them just exactly what you said. So there won't be a public fight on the school grounds this afternoon.
You made it quite clear, Willie?
Oh, yes, Mr. Bradley.
And the fight is off entirely?
Well, not entirely. That is, instead, we decided... they're going to have it on the vacant lot in back of... Well, it isn't going to be on the school grounds.
Willie, I understand you are one of the ringleaders in all this.
Who, I, Mr. Bradley? A ringleader? Oh, no.
I'm just a second.
You're sure of that?
Oh, Mr. Bradley, if there's one thing I hate to see, it's two guys in a good fight.
Well, I suppose if they've got to get it out of their system... understand, Willie, I am emphatically against boys fighting. But if it's off the school grounds, I don't see how I can in any way interfere.
Yes, Mr. Bradley.
And that will be all.
Yes, Mr. Bradley.
Oh, Willie, just one moment.
Yes, Mr. Bradley.
Where did you say this fight is going to be held?
Why, I didn't say.
Yes, that will be all.
Hey, fellas, look what I've got for Homer. A pail and a sponge. Oh, that's nothing. Look at what I got for Henry the sock. A lemon. Who's going to keep time? I am, Willie, I am. Where's Henry and Homer? Oh, they'll be along. Henry said he'd get here as fast as he could. Boy, was he anxious to get into this. Well, Homer was anxious, too. He said he wouldn't be late.
My goodness, Eleanor, isn't this exciting? I think it's terrible, Lucy. Well, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. I can hardly wait.
What time is it, Homer?
It's, exactly 25 minutes after 3.
Is that right?
It's a pretty good soda, isn't it, Henry?
Boy, I'll say.
And don't misunderstand me. I'd be perfectly willing to go over to that lot and fight you, Henry, only...
Sure, I know what you mean. And I hope you don't think I wouldn't be willing to fight you, Homer. Gee whiz, I'd be willing to knock your block off for you. But as the fellow at the soda fountain just told you, your father's been looking all over town for you.
Sure. And if he wants me to keep an appointment at the dentist or something, well, naturally, I can't disobey him.
Naturally. Hey, Homer, don't look toward the door now, but I think some of the gang just went by.
You think they're still looking for us?
Sure.
Let's have another soda.
I'll pay for this one.
Oh, no, Henry, you let me.
Well, you're crazy, Homer. I got a quarter right here.
Now, wait a minute. Oh, gee whiz, did I knock it out of your hand?
Well, that's all right, Homer. It's right down here on the floor someplace.
Oh, wait a second, Henry. You let me get it for you.
Well, I'm already under the table, Homer.
So am I.
Hey, fellas, here they are.
Where, Charlie?
They're wrestling under the table.
What?
Oh, gee whiz.
Listen, fellas, don't you realize the whole school is waiting for you over at the lot?
Who, us? Now, listen, Homer, will you stop twisting my ankle?
Henry, take your hands off my throat.
Lucy, they haven't even swung at each other yet.
They haven't? Well, what are they doing then?
Open your eyes and you'll see.
Oh, my goodness. They're at least 6 feet away from each other.
Rush them, Henry, rush them.
Sure I will, sure I will.
Homer, what do you keep circling around him for?
I'm measuring them.
Come on, let's have some action.
Yeah, that's what I say.
How can I hit him? Look at him keep backing away.
You're crazy. You're backing away yourself.
I am not. Oops. What happened? Hey, who tripped me?
Hey, help Henry up, somebody.
I'm all right. Now, listen, Homer, stop running all around me like that.
Who's running? Who's running?
Oh, that's talking to him, Homer. That's telling him where to get off. Homer, tell him what you think of his suit.
Yeah.
Go on.
Sure. Some suit. You look just like my Uncle Oscar.
Now, listen, Homer, if you call me that once more, I'll...
Henry, go after him. Sock him.
I'm going to. Gee whiz.
Homer Brown here.
Is that you? Do I have to go to the dentist?
You come with me.
Now?
Mr. Brown, you mean I can't beat Homer up?
And as for you, Henry Aldrich, you come along, too. And bring that suit with you.
Boy, am I ashamed. Am I ashamed?
Well, listen, Homer, here we are all the way out in the edge of town. Gee whiz, I'm tired walking.
Boy, am I ashamed.
Oh, it doesn't look so bad on you, Homer, now that the sun's gone down. All the checks are sort of blended together.
Yeah, I know. But my father said I've got to wear this suit to school tomorrow. Listen, Henry, you've already broken it in. Wouldn't you like to wear it?
Homer, didn't your father tell you I couldn't keep it? That he wanted you to have the pleasure of wearing it?
Yeah, sure.
What do you think I want everyone in town to call me Oscar this and Oscar that for as long as I live here? I wonder... You wonder what?
I don't suppose we could burn the suit, could we?
Right on me? Well, the only thing is, Henry, my father wouldn't believe it was an accident. You know what I mean?
Well, listen, let's go back into town then.
Oh, no, not until it's pitch black.
Hey, Homer, look out.
What's the matter?
You see what I see crawling across the road?
Henry, what is that?
Gee whiz, it's a skunk, isn't it?
Henry, is that a skunk? Are you sure it's a skunk?
Sure it is.
Here, kitty, kitty, kitty. Here, kitty, kitty. Come to Homer.
Homer, hurry. He's getting away from you.
Right now, even in November, many sections of the country are unusually dry. This increases the danger of forest fires. So every time you're out in the fields or forest, follow these rules. Crush out cigarette, cigar, and pipe ashes. Break matches in two after using them. Drown all campfires, then stir and drown them again. Learn and respect the law before starting any fire. Forest rangers can fight forest fires, but only you can prevent them.
That you, Homer?
Yes, Father.
Are you back already?
Well, Father, it's like this.
Homer, didn't I tell you to go down to the dentist?
Well, yes, sir, I did. Only he said he'd rather wait a week or two before he works on me.
The Aldrich Family is transcribed as written by Clifford Goldsmith. Henry is played by Bobby Ellis and Homer by Jack Grimes. Mr. and Mrs. Aldrich are House Jameson and Catherine Roth. Your announcer is Dick Dudley. Listen again next week, same time, same station, for another sparkling half hour with the Aldrich Family.
Good night, everybody.
Tonight, it's the Phil Harris-Alice Faye Show on NBC.